that's much better. That is the Filmo mic that I know. God, I love that. That's great. It still really hasn't hit me yet. Day 3 of the Spadoni-Shasky morning roast. Obviously, if you're just joining us, it's been a chaotic week to say the least, I should say. Luka Doncic is a Laker. Anthony Davis is Dallas Maverick. Could Kevin Durant be a Golden State Warrior once again? I mean, we were talking about it yesterday, Joe Shasky, and I left that John Gambadoro interview, and John Gambadoro covers the Phoenix Suns as well as all Arizona sports over in Arizona and Phoenix, joined us yesterday, and he was like, yeah, probably not going to happen unless you're going to give up a lot of picks. I don't see him going to Golden State. Well, now, John Gambo, as we call him, he's got to backtrack and say, there's some legs to this whole thing. And he's in on with the owner, Matt Ishby, over in Phoenix. He's tight with him. So something's going on. Something's happening here, Buffalo, Springfield. But first and foremost, that open.
I didn't even hear it. Can we?
Oh, my God.
Do me a favor. Look at Joe. Do me a favor.
God.
Do me a favor. I want you to do, just grant me this.
I didn't even hear it.
Just do me a favor.
You checked out?
No. Your boy is so excited for the Kevin Durant stuff. I'm not even ready for the show today. I am today's the day. Today's the day for Kevin Durant. So do me a favor, because I screwed you over. I've already disappointed you early on. Okay, this is the first week, you and me, and I've already disappointed you. You're going to learn this about me. Sometimes I'm going to ask for a redo. And today, Carter, I want to hear the open one more time because I missed it completely because I was scrambling, not realizing the show was going to start. I know I'm dead serious. Today's the day. I am sitting here waiting on pins and needles for Kevin Durant news to drop. You're all waiting for the same thing. Is it a Woj bomb? No, it's not Woj. Woj is like in St. Bonaventure. What's it called now?
It's a sham wow. That's
what?
Come on, you
that's
guys
the best we got?
You're going to have to wait till the 8 o'clock hour when it replays.
No. What you can do is
I want to hear it.
No. Hey, from a former producer, I'll tell you what you need to do.
Okay, tell him.
Because you don't generally play an open from a hotkey, which are these little buttons that we have in front of us to play all of our sounders.
Is there a Shasky hotkey that gets me cranked up the second this trade goes down?
Well, you're always just a hotkey. Carter, go into the library for all the hotkeys. Go to yesterday's date. It should be under there. It should be MR open. All right? It should be under yesterday's date, 2/4/25. When you find it, put it on a hotkey. You can play it there. Give us the thumbs up when you're ready.
I have never re-scrolled, refreshed, or rebooted my Twitter feed more, or X, or whatever the hell we're calling it, than in the last 48 hours. You're doing what I'm doing. We're all waiting for the bomb to drop. Are we not?
This is from John Gambadoro. Again, John Gambadoro, who covers all Arizona sports. He joined us yesterday via the River Islands guest line. This is what he had to tweet yesterday. The KD to Golden State has taken on a life of its own in the last 24 hours. Look, I do not know for sure, so I'm not reporting this. I did talk to several teams today that heard the same thing. One told me, quote, he will most likely end up in Golden State with Butler to Phoenix. I will keep digging. That was 10 hours ago. That was 10 hours ago. Again, 24 hours ago, I didn't think this was a real possibility. There's part of me, a big part of me, that still thinks until I see it, I'm not really believing it.
Let me smoke on the pipe of hope.
You can. I'm just telling you, buddy. I'm being the realist in all this.
I'm freebasing hope right now, so just let me do my thing.
Okay.
Okay? Seriously.
I don't want you free falling like Tom Petty after this, though.
You ever seen the end of Half Baked? You'll be back. Where he's throwing the joint into the water.
God,
that is us with Kevin Durant. I'm shaking. Am I alone? Am I the only one who is shaking and waiting for this news to drop?
So is Draymond Green. And shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. And that's the latest from what we're seeing. Could you imagine? Just imagine the bombshell that would be a Draymond Green, Kevin Durant trade. Not to say that Draymond Green would be the focal point of this trade package, but that would be, at least locally, on the level of a Luka Doncic to an Anthony Davis, a Dallas Mavericks type of a trade. Locally, that might be one of the biggest trades since Kevin Durant, and that wasn't even a trade. That was just him coming to Golden State back on July 4th, 2016.
Joe, it would be something out of a movie script.
Yes.
Or a television show.
Shout out the Oscars.
I don't even know. Well, there's the whole Draymond thing, right? You know, I think I find him to be a very complicated individual. Like, I think I get labeled a Draymond hater, and I understand that. You know, when I do harp on him a lot. I get it. And I know for some people it's too much. And believe me, I understand.
I wouldn't say you are a hater. I lump you in with a lot of how Warriors feel right now. I feel like a lot of Warriors have grown tired of his acts, whether that's on the court, whether that's in social media, whether that's with the Jordan Poole stuff. I think you love him and what he has done most of his career in Golden State, but there's a big part of it these last few years that, you know what, I'm over it.
Yeah.
And that's okay, because you know what? It's rare when a player stays on one team. Like, Steph is probably going to be the only one at this point. Like, if we're just reading the tea leaves, Steph's probably going to be the only one to stay in a Golden State Warriors uniform his entire career. Klay Thompson, hell, he might be on the trade block again with Dallas. Who knows? Within these next couple days, or hell, not even couple days. We have a little bit more than 24 hours going up here, 30 hours, less than 30 hours until the NBA trade deadline. And yeah, I don't call you a hater, Joe Shasky. I call you a realist fan when it comes to the Draymond Green experience.
Well, I just think that the experience is all over the place, right? And you know what? Look, I'm a very explosive individual just in general by nature. So I understand. I have a lot of complicated relationships in my life. There's a lot of people that I truly do love who drive me crazy, like legitimately drive me crazy. And the way I view it is like, I love them. And I also understand that for my own sanity, I need to be around them in small doses. And as a longtime Warrior fan, it's like, how can I not have unbelievable appreciation for everything Draymond Green has done for this organization, for this region, right? There are so many people that and this is, and I'm not trying to, you know, make Draymond pass away here, but when someone passes away, you'll get like this long eulogy. I had to deliver a eulogy, you know, recently, and you'll read these obituaries in there, and you know, some people have complicated lives, you know, and I use my dad as an example. And my dad was a great man. He was also crazy, you know, and like that was part of the charm of my dad. And a big part of his life was sobriety and getting sober. And what
I can't find the Tom.
Exactly. And like what led up to that. And he leaned into it, right? And some people don't lean into their imperfections, and I understand that. I think a big part of the Draymond Green experience has been everything. Yeah, it's one of the great winners I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, when I need a defensive stop like the other night, and I need him to just completely stymie an opponent, like over and over and over again, yeah, Draymond Green is at the top of my list in Warrior fandom in my lifetime. When I need somebody to block a shot at the rim on someone 6 inches bigger and 60 pounds heavier, and then turn to the crowd and like, give me that Draymond Green, you know, scream, and not just like embody what it means to be a Warrior fan, but in the moment, he's doing what you're doing on the couch in the arena. Like, we're all doing that when he gets that block and he's like, and screaming. We all felt that way. All of the positives, but I can't overlook all of the crazy shenanigans. You know, like the shenanigans are a part of the experience. And, you know, he's a legend. He's an absolute legend. And I think his name being in the KD thing, and we can get into this, the KD-Dre dynamic itself, it will be really sad because he is an all-time legend, and he'll be celebrated, you know, whether it's, you know, currently, whether he stays on the team, whether he plays another 5-10 years in the NBA, retires tomorrow. It doesn't, he will always be remembered as an all-time winner and a champion. And the Warriors never accomplished diddly without Draymond Green. That being said, he's also the arsonist of a lot of specific moments that burn things to the ground. And I think that's part of the entire Draymond Green experience. I believe all the good has outweighed a lot of the bad, but we're also at a point in time where the Warriors have hit an inflection point and they're looking to just change things up.
Will Draymond Green be included in this trade? Will this trade happen? Is the trade going to happen at all for the Golden State Warriors? We'll keep you locked and loaded here. Can't wait to talk to Anthony Slater about this at 8:30, our 95.7 The Game Warriors Insider. And again, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it a time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? So if you're just waking up, if you're just getting started, I'm Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. No Bonte Hill. He is still a part of 95.7 The Game. He's just taking a larger role with NBC, and I'm sure he's going nuts right now with all this stuff happening. His coworker over at NBC, Dalton Johnson, had a very interesting tweet. If you saw that one, Joe Shat says, I'm pulling it up here because when I try to search it on the desktop, when I search tweets, it always goes back to like their highest tweet from like years ago. So I'm pulling up my phone right now. So I just want you to know I'm not being disrespectful. I'm just pulling up my phone in Twitter right now. So this is what he had to tweet yesterday. All right. As I'm scrolling. Okay. And not the Dennis Schroeder thing. And maybe we'll get to that a little bit later at some point. But he had this to say in regards to players that are boarding the plane, or should I say not boarding the plane yesterday, that weren't appeared to boarding a plane to Utah. Andrew Wiggins was one of them. That was interesting to me. Andrew Wiggins. Saw Kevon Looney.
We couldn't confirm whether he was on or off the plane.
Cannot confirm nor deny.
This is plane watch?
This is plane watch. All right.
Oh boy.
Very interesting, right? So there's a lot of different names that were a part of this. And maybe it means something, maybe it doesn't. But there was so much more smoke now than there was 24 hours ago. I don't even think there was a fire wasn't even started. There wasn't even a spark yet. It was just hope, right? It was desperation.
Yeah.
And it feels like you right now are at that 100% desperation level. You're like, okay, now I'm feeling it. We're 30 hours away. Like, if this doesn't happen, you're gonna be devastated. And I'm telling you right now, there's a good chance it doesn't happen. I just want you to know that.
Why do you say that?
Because
why do you got to do that, and why do you say that?
Why do I say that? When's the last time they've been linked to something that's actually like happened? When's the last time they were linked to? Oh, Lowry Markkanen, they got him. Oh, Paul George. Oh, they got him. Oh,
James Wiseman.
That was a draft pick.
I'm just like, you asked and I told.
Like, that's what I'm getting at here, though. Oh, LeBron James. We called last year about LeBron.
Made a lot of big moves, and
no, they haven't. And this is.
I don't know if you know this. Trades are hard.
Trades are hard.
Thank you, Joe. Again, another Joe. Yeah, I know trades are hard. That's why I don't.
So what do you put this at percentage-wise? Because I'm at like 99.9%.
That's going to happen.
Yeah.
I go 80%. No, let me go.
Why are you laughing, Carter?
85%.
That's absurd.
85% this doesn't happen.
85% this does. So we're in complete opposite ends of the room.
And 888-957-9570, when you saw all this stuff, I'm just going to call it stuff, coming across your timeline yesterday, I want to gauge the emotions of Warriors fans right now, Joe Shasky. Where are they at? Are they feeling like you? They're like, oh, this is going to happen. I'm all in. This is the greatest thing ever. Yeah, Kevin Durant coming back. Draymond Green could be a part of the deal. What's going on with Andrew Wiggins? Are we going to keep Kuminga? Oh, my God. And then there's me. It's like, we'll see. I'm guarded. I'm a very guarded person. Usually, I don't know if you know this about me, Joe Shasky. I'm a very guarded individual.
No, I grew up with that.
I grew up with 5 older brothers. Got to have a shield on me, per se. You're talking about, your dad kind of using his past and using it as a form of strength for him.
Yeah.
I do that too. I'm like Tyrion in Game of Thrones, right? It's like, he was talking to Jon Snow. I think it was the very first episode, right, where they were all visiting and
I drink and I know things.
Exactly, but Tyrion's is like all dwarves are bastards in their father's eyes, right?
Wow.
That was a very strong quote, right? And he used it as a sense of pride and honor. And I protect myself when it comes to these trade talks because I don't want to be like you right now. I don't want to get suckered in and I'm left at the altar. All right, way too many times.
Different.
Why does it feel different?
Because it's Kevin Durant who's already been here, and he was hanging out with Steph all summer.
Do we even know?
Kerr was the coach, and then his agent was sitting next to Joe Lacob, and this is not just smoke. I mean, we got burning bushes as I go biblical on you.
Okay, Moses.
Like, we got things going on here. I mean, I'm ready to come out with the 2 tablets. I'm dead serious. I'm talking about both championships that he won with him. Like, that's what I'm ready to come out of the hills with. This feels so different.
So we're going 10 commandments?
This is not like Giannis, prayer, pipe dream. This feels way more realistic.
888-957-9570 is the number. I am very, very skeptical on all this, but I can't wait to talk to Anthony Slater at 8:30, who, again, knows the ins and outs of this. When I hear the term desperate, like we've been hearing the last 48 hours with this team, when I hear all the different names they've been calling, and yes, Kevin Durant is different because he's been here before. He's won championships here before. How does Kevin Durant feel about all this? I'm very curious.
What part?
Everything. He left the Warriors. Like, he was the one that left.
I think that's one of the worst decisions of his career.
I don't know if it is or not because I'm not Kevin Durant.
We won a title and he didn't.
So?
He hasn't even gotten to the conference finals.
I mean, he was a foot away from going to one.
But he didn't, okay? And I'm a foot away from being Carter's height. I mean, what are we talking about?
I'm just saying, that Nets team that he nearly dragged to the conference finals.
Carter's 6'8", I'm 5'10".
Okay. Congratulations.
5'9", I don't know. Depends.
Well, when you're Nikes, you're 5'11", maybe touching 6 foot. I'll give that to you.
But I mean, give me a break. Like, look, the reality is this, is that Kevin Durant has still been searching. And I think that what he's realized now is that obviously, like, the timing is everything, you know, and this is a good situation for him to come back to. If you survey around the league, is it the best situation on the planet? No. He wants to play with Curry. And I think that the way Durant views his career is he's in control. That's always been his MO, his operating, you know, prerogative. And he's like, hey, just get me to Curry, get me to Lacob, we'll figure it out. We'll get the rest of the parts. We'll tweak it. We'll figure it out. Obviously, whatever happened between him and Kerr in terms of style of play and all that stuff, that's water under the bridge. Because clearly Steve Kerr has realized, oh my God, I miss Kevin Durant. He does. Like he just does. You think he like, as much as we all love Guy Santos, you think he likes rotating Quentin Post, Guy Santos, and you know, whatever other used parts that they gotta use? Or do you think he wants to go, hey, KD, get me a bucket, you know, with 6 minutes to go?
Of course he would. But again,
all parties are aligned on this one.
I'm very confused by the and again, we're a Golden State Warriors team. The Golden State Warriors, we have them on our station. They're playing tonight, 6 o'clock. Warriors Live starts at 5. Coverage again of that starts at 5 o'clock right here, 95.7 The Game. As it is a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by someone, because I need the read for that, Carter. Warriors Wednesday read. Put that in my box, please. But I'll say this. Kevin Durant is a very tricky individual. And his motives in all this, why go to Phoenix and why sign off on a trade? Like, I thought you wanted to be the guy in all this. That's why I'm still
He comes here, he is the guy.
Is he? Or is he still, like, isn't the reason he left because he knew he's never going to be the guy and it's always going to be Steph's team?
I think that once you've worked with an individual and you understand.
You think he's learned a lot in these last.
Yeah, and I think he's at a point in his life now where it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter. He sees the sand coming out of the hourglass. And here's the thing about the desperation word. Durant's slightly desperate in his own, like, he's looking at his own basketball mortality. Simultaneously, the Suns are the most desperate team in the NBA, given their situation. They're more desperate than even the Warriors, which is a crazy thing to fathom because the Warriors feel about as desperate as you can be.
Desperation on 100 right now. You hear Joe Shasky. He thinks it's 99%. It's going to happen.
Time out.
Kevin Durant.
99.9%.
Okay.
There's a difference.
There you go. 99.999 repeated percent that Kevin Durant is going to be a Golden State Warrior once again. Are you feeling that same level of optimism, Golden State Warriors fans? 888-957-9570. Or are you like me? I'll believe it when I see it. We're going to get all into that. We're going to get all to the different angles about this. I mean, the fact that Draymond Green's being rumored to be a part of the deal, like that is insane in and of itself. The Kevin Durant aspect coming back to the Bay, like, would we welcome him back with open arms? I think a lot of Warriors fans at this point would. Or are there Warriors fans out there that say, you know what? I'm good off the KD stuff. I'm good off that. I would love to hear that perspective as well. Shout out to those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport, Joe Shasky. Kevin Durant, are we all in? Are we all in on that? Even if it means Draymond Green's a part of it? Or are you skeptical like I am in all this? We'll continue to unfold layer after layer. And by the way, I heard that Jerry Rice joined us a couple days ago. It is the Super Bowl week, and it doesn't even matter. It's still so funny to me. I have to keep bringing that up. It's the Super Bowl week, and no one cares because the NBA is dominating, and Kevin Durant might be a Warrior. And we'll talk about it all on 95.7 The Game.
Are you ready, Bay Area sports fans? San Francisco International Airport is welcoming the biggest names in basketball.
Dab Nation, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shiesty on 95.7 The Game.
Jonathan Kuminga. God, they miss him.
Still balling. This is one of my favorite what do they call it? Post-mortem? You know, where they added Trick Daddy in. Love this song. This song knocks.
Yeah, you're thinking of Post Malone, the artist.
No.
Yeah. You a big Post Malone guy.
Butterfly.
That's a good one.
It's a classic. Actually, I have a lot of respect for Post Malone. Me and the boss saw him at, look at the boss over there. The boss knows every Post Malone song ever. We actually were all, my wife, me, I don't know if his wife was there. I think she was. We watched Post Malone at Bottle Rock a couple years ago, and I had never seen him live. I didn't really know a lot of his songs, and then I realized, I know this song and this song. I have tremendous respect for Post Malone. He is on stage rocking it hard. He is a great live performer.
I saw him before he became famous.
He's awesome.
When he opened for Justin Bieber back in like 2017-ish, I want to say. Yeah, way back when Justin Bieber, was still doing tours and just doing all that stuff. Back at Oracle in Oakland.
Really?
Yeah, I saw him open up there. Yeah, his song was like Swaggin' on You or something like that. That was his most popular song. And now, since then, he's just skyrocketed and he's doing all these festivals like Bottle Rock, like Outside Land, stuff like that.
Oh, bro, he was badass. The sun was coming down, and so it became dark.
That's pretty cool.
And I don't know if you've ever been to Bottle Rock.
I have many times. Saw
really?
Red Hot Chili Peppers there, Napa. Yeah, it's beautiful.
It's really cool. Yeah. And the boss was just singing it over. Boss, what is your favorite Post Malone song? Because you're a man in his 50s.
He's not even near a mic. How are you asking him a question when he's in a doorway right now? I don't even
just yell it over.
No, he's not. Come on.
He loves Post Malone.
He's like urgency. Kevin Durant's going to be a Warrior soon, guys. What are we talking about Post Malone for?
Well, I'm ready to sing the second Durant gets here. Still balling. I'm telling you right now,
he's a sunflower. There you go.
Every Warrior fan is like me. Well, maybe not every Warrior fan, but a lot of Warrior fans I know are doing exactly what I'm doing. Waiting and waiting and waiting and pacing and waiting and waiting and waiting. We just want that Bleacher Report, that athletic update, that ESPN update, that ShamWow, whatever you guys are calling it.
That's what I call it.
We all just want it.
95.7 The Game knockout tournament's also back, and I want that because you have a chance to shoot hoops on the Chase Center floor, Joe Shiesty, and we'll give out the keyword between 8 and 8:30. Again, be listening between 8 and 8:30. I'm going to give out a keyword. And then in the following segment, between 8:30 and 9, we're going to hear a sounder, be the first to call, and give us the keyword, and you will win a spot in the knockout tournament and shoot hoops on the Chase Center floor. Tournament's going to be Monday, March 3rd. Listen to the 8 o'clock, 12 o'clock, and 4 o'clock hours today on all three shows. You have to be 18 to win and be a California resident. So if you're just joining us, there's a lot of momentum building, reportedly, around the fact that maybe, just maybe, Kevin Durant is coming back to the Golden State Warriors. I'm skeptical. I'll believe it when I see it. Shasky's bought in. He's 99.9% sure it's going to happen. Where are you feeling on this Golden State Warriors, fans? And also, where are we feeling in regards to just this crazy week in the NBA, Joe Shasky?
Why do you say that?
Because all of this coverage for the NBA during Super Bowl week, it's great if you're Adam Silver. It's awesome. Can they sustain this when it's the actual games being played? After this week, when all the smoke clears, when all the people, Luka's a Laker, AD's a Maverick, De'Aaron Fox is a Spur, Zach LaVine's a King, maybe Kevin Durant's a Golden State Warrior, maybe Jimmy Butler's on the Phoenix Suns. How do they keep this momentum going? How do they keep the eyeballs? Because we love the drama of the NBA, TNT, we know drama, we love it. But we don't love watching the games as much anymore. And I'm not sure why that is, because we were talking about last night on the call. I used to love when they had doubleheaders, and my team is obviously a West Coast team, and they're playing on the back end of a back-to-back, right? Mm-hmm. So, we got Warriors-Lakers tomorrow, right? I think this is going to be an example. I'm sure it's a national game. It's Warriors-Lakers. If it's not, it's not. Mm-hmm. But let's just say it is. And then the game before it, let's say it's, Celtics, Nets. I would watch that game. Like the Nets or whatever, but I would watch that game back 10, 15 years ago. I'd be locked in all of that. They can't get that attention from me anymore. And does that make me a bad fan? No, I think that just makes me a fan that says time is valuable to me now.
It's the new currency.
It's the new currency. But why is it that time's not that valuable for me when I'm watching the NFL, which is literally from 10 o'clock to 5 o'clock It's all day.
Look,
it's 1 day a week. I get that. But I'm not asking for 6, 7, 8 days out of the week, right? There's only 7 days in a week. But you get what I'm saying.
No, I hear you. But you also...
Can they keep this momentum is what I'm trying to say.
There's no other way to explain this. NFL gives us the NFL fold. It's like the fentanyl fold. I mean, we're obsessed. We're folded on our couch watching the NFL. Like, it's different. It just hits different. Gambling once a week. We know every team. The second most popular sport is college football, so we know all the players. Like, it's in its own unique territory. Now, the NBA, I personally believe it's become a seasonal sport, meaning we don't check in until after the NFL season concludes. And then there's this mad dash sprint. Now, how can the NBA capture what has happened this week and really grab the bull by the horns?
Yes.
Well, number one, you got the All-Star game, which is always kind of the ceremonial, hey, we're still here. You know what I mean? Like, it's that moment, specifically for the younger demos. But I think with the Lakers adding Luka, they were on TV last night. There was intrigue.
They destroyed the Clippers last night.
But I watched just to see Luka on the bench.
The fist bumps, the very sudden. No, but they were posting it. Just like, wow, it's crazy.
Bronny hit a three.
Bronny hit a three. There you go.
Right? Like, just okay.
Yeah.
For example, they're going to be sprinting to the end of the year, and there's intrigue there. That's the biggest brand in the sport. That's the biggest player in the sport in LeBron, with now the biggest, most marquee superstar to be traded.
Real quick, God, I wish Luka was making his debut tomorrow against the Warriors. Wouldn't that have been amazing?
We all do.
Go ahead.
We all do. But knowing, after this trade goes down, the Warriors might just suit up the Santa Cruz Warriors, and that's okay. The Warriors, if they make this move, who isn't intrigued? Forget Warrior fans. You're not intrigued to see Steph and KD one last time? As a non-Warrior fan, even if I'm a casual basketball fan at best, you want to see that. We know Steph Curry rates, all right? So those are teams I'm interested off the rip. Then I look at like an OKC. Now, most people, you say Oklahoma City, and they're going, whatever. But I do believe there's intrigue there, and there's clearly young, developing stars that you should want to watch. Denver has one of the most interesting players on the planet that no one cares about, and that's Jokic. And for whatever reason, the audience is bored by him. So I'm not even going to try to sell you on him because he's been there for multiple years.
I don't think he wants to be sold. So there you go. He doesn't even want that for himself.
But wouldn't you agree the audience is bored of that?
A little bit, but once it comes playoff time, it is fun to watch him against the likes of Anthony Davis.
I find it fun.
Well, no,
I think the casual fan, for whatever reason, they don't connect to him.
I think there is something a little charming about him, though, and his I don't give a bleep attitude.
Okay.
But the fact that he is a Euro, he is this guy that says, I'd rather be like watching my horse racing in Serbia. There is a little bit of, okay, does this guy even care? But I think that to some people, they like that stuff. So I'm not going to fully say that all the casuals do not like him, because I do think there's a part of them that do. Real quick.
And then you have Dallas doing what Dallas is doing with,
lost again
with
yesterday.
AD. And then I look at the East, and it's like, all right, like the East has always been a tough sell. It just has. Outside of the Miami Heat years, the East has been a tough sell for 20 years.
By the way, Dallas and Houston also reportedly in on the Kevin Durant talks. Could you imagine Anthony Davis, Kyrie Irving, and Kevin Durant? I mean, that would be insane.
I couldn't, because I can only imagine him in a Warrior uniform.
There you go. Real quick, before we get to Garrett, let me clean up some business here. This is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. God, I love Friedman's Appliance. Sam and I did a show there a few months ago, a live show, and it's tremendous. The greatest appliances. It's really fun. They got for all shapes and sizes, all walks of life. If you make a lot, if you don't make a lot, they got good prices there. Love me some Friedman's Appliance. Garrett, Oakland, what's going on, man? You're almost Spadoni and Shasky. What you got?
Hey, good morning, guys. I got to agree with Shasky. You got to be excited about this, because what do we got to lose?
Exactly.
And I told people when we first had Kevin Durant, if he would have stayed, I guarantee we would have 7 rings, 8 rings right now. We would have gone on a Michael Jordan spree, gone on 2 3-peats, something like that. And I hope that he gets back here. If that means getting rid of Draymond, by all means. I don't need a hype man anymore. But I'm right with you, Joe Shasky. you got to be excited for it. And what do we got to lose?
Let's go.
That's Garrett.
Let's go.
Thanks, Garrett.
You know, I'm driving the Durant bandwagon bus right now. Hop on. I'm going to make a pitch to you on the other side. I can't wait. Like, let's go. I'm waiting for this to drop. Or are you all just waiting and you got to be tapped into 95.7 the game? Because the second this goes down, you know we're going to be the first to tell you.
Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. What's coming up? The game is brought to you by the all-new Bay Street Emeryville. And to Joe Shasky's point, you don't want to go anywhere else. It's the best Warriors coverage. We're the home of the Golden State Warriors, and we're going to be live and local, breaking it all down leading up to the game tonight in Utah. But the game seems secondary at this point. Is Kevin Durant going to be a Golden State Warrior? Let's talk about it on 95.7 The Game.
Yo, what's up, sports fans? It's Guru. And if you want to watch the game in style, head to Bay Street Emeryville with your...
on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Moses? I mean, Shasty's talking about parting the Red Sea earlier and 10 Commandments and a burning bush, all that. He's going biblical today. If Kevin Durant comes back in a Golden State Warriors uniform, we shall see. I'm going to play some sound here. Brian Windhorst, ESPN, he talked about it. Before we get to that, we'll get to David, we'll get to Jason. See you both, 888-957-9570. That's the number. Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com, Joe Shasky. You're fired up. You're pumped. You're wearing your Golden State Warriors sweatshirt right now. You're locked and loaded on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. 99.9% you think this is happening. I'm very skeptical.
Yeah, I'm an optimist by heart.
You are an optimist. And I'm more guarded. That's okay.
I'm a lover.
I'm cautiously optimistic. How about that? That's why I gave a 15% chance this thing happens.
Yeah, you're not on the Steiny level of pessimist.
No. I'm a realist, but I'm not a pessimist. I'm a realist. There's a difference between there. I'm not the eternal optimist of a Mark Willard. I'm not the eternal pessimist of a Matt Steinmetz. Oh. It's okay to be in the middle there. It's okay.
I love Mark, but sometimes I want his vision checked.
There you go. Hey, we all love him. By the way, are we going to see all those guys together for the meeting?
So if we were doing a spectrum of hosts who talk on air.
That's a great, yeah. That's
so
actually,
if we were doing, so if Mark is on one end of the room, which is fine. Like that's kind of the beauty of the buffet cart of the 95.7. Mark's on one side. You know, and Steiny's all the way on the other.
Yes.
You know who's probably closely next to Steiny? Underratedly? Evan Giddings.
Evan? E-Dog?
Quietly salty.
Hey, you know what? It's all those late night shifts you have been talking about.
No doubt.
Hey, this Warriors team is
I work nights.
Covering this Warriors team this season is going to do that to you.
Getting ping pong paddled by Steve Kerr in the press conferences.
I guess Steve apologized after they made up. So they're all
Steve
fine. They're all good.
Steve's under duress.
He's under a lot of stress right now. It's like, is this the most stressful time? Like, just think of it. In his coaching tenure with this team right now, obviously there's been, I mean, they dealt with a tragedy last year. They've dealt with like some like legitimate like stuff, but just the X's and O's aspect of it and where this team is headed right now and they're mired in mediocrity. This is kind of the most trying season of his career, I think you could argue, right?
Joe, whatever you think about coaches, okay? When you have great players, everything works. Whether you're the best or worst coach of all time. And when you have horrible players, you can elevate it a little, but there's only so much you can do, right? So the point that I'm going at is it's a miserable existence when you know you don't have the horses to run the race. There's times where I've coached, again, at a youth level, we didn't win a game for 3 years. Every court we stepped on, the 5th best player on the other team was better than my best player. We could barely bring the ball up the court, okay? I don't care if I'm Red Auerbach, Phil Jackson, like whoever you want. There's no one who could have helped our poor little team, okay? Then we got dropped down to one of the lower levels. We went 5-3. We won a championship. Did I all of a sudden become some great X's and O tactician? Or did we play against competition that was more aggregate to what our skill level was? The point that I'm going at is that Steve Kerr doesn't have the horses to run the race. You know who's a thoroughbred, though?
Who?
Kevin Durant, baby.
I just asked if this was the hardest season of his career.
Of course it's hard.
And then you made it about you and your coaching experience.
You didn't win a game for 3 years?
My poor cousin. Nate's a senior right now. They didn't win a game for 3 years. We lost the game. I'll never forget this.
Oh, my God.
We lost the game. We lost the game. We were down like 52-2. And there's like 30 seconds. No, it's bad. It's like, you know it's bad when the other team cheers when you score, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, yes. 52-2. My wife is doing the book. We have a kid trapped in the corner, right? The other team calls timeout. I look over at the other bench and I go, what are you doing? I literally yelled that during the game. And like my guys start walking to my bench. I go, no, stay on the court. Stay on the court. There's 30 seconds to go. We're down 50. Stay on the court. The referee, God, thank God, looks at me and goes, you know what? You're right. No timeout. No timeout. Let this, no, we're letting this go. They like take it off. So we're like in the handshake line. My wife's like, I'm going to say something to them. And I'm like, Michelle, relax. She's like, no, you don't rub it in like that. You'd be surprised. This was a 5th grade basketball game. And the explanation given to me, I go, what are you doing? Why are you calling a timeout? It's like, we're trying to run a play at the end and get one of our guys a bucket. I go, Jesus, I mean, what are we doing? That's youth sports, Joe. I've got a million of those stories.
Real quick, we were talking about the Bovada odds yesterday with Kevin Durant. I think they have updated, and now the current favorites. I think some places have taken them down.
Tell me it's us.
Golden State Warriors plus 250, and that was on Bet Online.
Number 1 seed?
Yes.
Let's go.
Those are really high odds.
Let's go.
The Milwaukee Bucks right behind them at plus 300.
What did Windhorse say? You teased it. I completely sabotaged the setup.
Well,
what do we got?
It's all right. Brian Windhorst. It's possible Kevin Durant could be a Warrior.
They have now begun entertaining, should we trade Kevin Durant? And they have begun those discussions across the league. Now I'd like to shift you to the Bay. 25-24, veteran team, underachieving, difficult time trading for a star. They've been looking for a year for a star, looking for LeBron, for Paul George, for Markin, and all these things. Very aggressive owner. I am describing to you how this began. And so now we have the Warriors and Suns discussing the possibility of bringing Kevin Durant back. I am not going to sit here and even begin to project or guess as to how this may go down. Is it possible that Kevin Durant could be traded to the Warriors? Yes. Will it happen? I'm not afraid to say I don't know. This is potentially a 3, 4, 5 team transaction. It could involve like a dozen other players because that's the nature of the way NBA trades. It could involve Jimmy Butler because it is possible that the Suns can acquire Jimmy Butler, but not for Brad Beal, but for Kevin Durant. And so that after a month of trying to pair them together, they could end up in an elaborate way being traded for each other.
That would be insane. And that's Brian Windhorst, ESPN senior NBA insider. Like he knows his stuff.
Wow. So you're telling me you guys probably don't even get this reference. This is like a MacGyver deal.
I know what MacGyver is.
Like
they did a reboot of it, Jasky, in the last decade too.
Did they?
Yeah.
Dude, MacGyver used to be the show.
Yeah, he used to be like
Knight Rider and MacGyver.
The show starts with these like crazy like situations.
Yeah.
He has to use like a gum and like a tape to get out of it. Yeah.
Exactly. Like this is like a MacGyver deal. If we get like 4 or 5 teams going, could you imagine? Like, wow. This is huge. Look,
the NBA needs this too, badly.
The Warriors need this.
Are you like, yes, the NBA needs the Warriors to be relevant.
Joe,
the Lakers and the Warriors, like that was the game of the year on Christmas. And there were 2 teams that were playing teams at the time. Like if they do these deals, it could save the NBA in these next few years, man. I'm being dead serious.
Well, look, I just know this. The Warriors are a cash cow with Steph Curry on television.
Yes.
And forget the Warriors themselves, the brand. I'm talking about the league. The league knows that they get viewers, right? Inarguable.
Yep.
Inarguable. You add Kevin Durant to the mix?
Insane. I was talking about Bovada, by the way, in Las Vegas and odds. And if you're in Vegas and you can find a book to put some money on it, hey, why not sprinkle some cash? But if you do like Las Vegas.
I do.
Well, we have our Slam Dunk in Vegas contest going on right here at Odyssey. Check this out. Someone is going to win at travel and accommodations for 4. That's a winner and 3 guests to Las Vegas plus $5,000 for each guest. So that's $20K in total. I know Steiny's all about that. He's been at this place because you'll be staying at Circa, put it in Worka, the premium sports viewing destination in downtown Las Vegas. That's a guru drop.
It was so good.
Visit the biggest March hoops party at Stadium Swim. It's really cool. It's this huge swimming pool. They got all the games up there. You'll have a great time. Wear your mankini if you want. It's the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championship. Winning is easy. Just download the free Odyssey app now, log in, and listen each day for a minimum of 1 hour for your daily entry. This is a national contest. Download the Odyssey app now, and you might be headed to Vegas in March with $20,000. And you might be really excited if Kevin Durant lands as a Golden State Warrior. Let's go to David in Los Angeles. He's been hanging on tight. What's going on, David? You're on with Spadoni and Chasky. It's the Morning Roast.
Chasky, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
I've been very back and forth about this KD situation.
Okay.
But after hearing your conviction, your energy, and your passion, I am now set to bring KD back home, baby.
Let's go.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Yay.
I think the Warriors have been so deprived on the offensive game, and a lot of people have been saying that if we trade Draymond Green, we're going to lose that clutch defense. But all I got to say is we wouldn't need Draymond's clutch defense because we would be winning games because we'd be scoring a lot better. Now, I'll be honest with you. Losing Draymond in this fashion is not what I expected. But boy, would it be hilarious and ironic to lose Draymond Green if it means bring Kevin Durant. That's all I got to say.
You know,
great call, David.
There is a Sopranos level, Game of Thrones level of
Shakespearean.
Shakespearean's even better. You know what? That's even better.
Shakespearean.
to have Draymond a part of a Kevin Durant package. Like if you would have said that like 3 or 4 years ago, everyone would be like, get out of here. I mean, that's not even believable. There is something to that. It would be very bittersweet, even for someone who's probably, criticized Draymond more than most on air. There would be some bittersweetness because obviously I want Kevin Durant. He's the better player in the deal. He's the better player right now. He helps your team more right now. Is Draymond useful? Of course he is. Does this team need junkyard dogs? Of course they do. Do they need his defense to close out games? Yeah, absolutely. But you got to give to get. And if I'm weighing these things, and if the Phoenix Suns truly want Draymond, which is some of the reports, and I can find a way to keep Wiggins, I have to keep Wiggins. The league is about athletic wing defenders who are two-way players who can get buckets. The days of a prodding, guy who sets screens and shovel passes offensively that doesn't square up and look to the hoop, those are niche role players, And so as much as Draymond does bring things to the table, we have to also understand that we're weighing these things, and KD just brings way more.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ, FM, and HD1, San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. That's the question right now, and I know you have something planned right here, and it's going to be fun, but how would you feel about Draymond Green being part of the trade package? How would you feel if you're a Warriors fan right now? As David said, he thinks it'd be hilarious. Maybe you feel some other type of way about it. Maybe you're a Draymond Green loyalist and you're like, you know what? No, he stayed here. He won a championship with us. And now we're going to ship him off for Kevin Durant, the guy that left us. No, I do feel some type of way about that. I would love for the fans' angles and perspectives on this. How would you feel about Kevin Durant coming here, but Draymond Green leaving as a part of a trade package? 888-957-9570.
Is there a difference for you, an off-season trade or an off-season free agency move versus an in-season trade? Because you would hear this in different sports where an organization, we could not, with a straight face, trade one of our legends or whatever during the season. Is there a difference for you when it comes to those things?
Not really.
So Nomar Garcia-Parra, for example, was a mid-season trade for the Red Sox, and he was a legend for them. Maybe not on the Yastrzemski level, but in terms of what he represented to that region at that time, I think moving off him, they had an A-Rod deal in place. It didn't happen in the offseason, and then it lingered all year.
Famously, Kevin Millar was like, see ya, Nomar.
Exactly.
We're bringing in A-Rod. And then he stayed on the team and was like, oh, this is awkward.
Right? And it ended up being one of the great trades in Red Sox history.
I always kind of felt bad for Nomar and all that.
Me too. Yeah. Me too. There's no doubt. In the same way I feel bad about Harrison Barnes. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Who did win a title at least here, though?
Yeah, exactly. I have zero ill will toward Harrison Barnes. It's just KD's better. You know what I mean? And look, Harrison's impact over his small amount of time with the Warriors is not equivalent to Draymond's impact. Draymond is, he is one of the top 5 Warriors of the last 50 years. It's not even arguable. You're looking at Rick Barry, Chris Mullin, Steph, Clay, and Dre.
It's the core 3 right there, right? It's Steph, Clay, and Dre. That's what it's always been. And now Clay's gone, and now potentially Draymond Green's gone, and you're bringing in Kevin Durant.
But here's the question.
Potentially, again, it is Shakespearean. It is.
Why do you say Shakespearean? Because I have a thought on why I say that. Why do you feel that way?
Because the amount of anger and the amount of we don't need you and the amount of vitriol from a big portion of the fan base. You might think it's small, but I think there was a pretty big vocal portion of this fan base that said, we don't need you, Kevin Durant.
Because he didn't commit to them?
Correct.
Okay.
Even though I don't feel that way. He won 2 championships here and was a finals MVP, and he sacrificed his Achilles for this organization, for God's sakes. But that being said, they felt like he was leaving when things were going to get hard. Clay suffered 2 major injuries. He stayed. Draymond Green, he stayed. Stephen Curry, obviously, he was going to stay. But Kevin Durant, you could have stayed and we could have made sweet music together. We just had a caller on said we could have won 8 championships. I don't think there were that many.
I feel they would have won more had he stayed.
Yes.
And I was devastated he left.
I think 5, I think would be the answer for me. But again, things happen. You never know.
Who knows? Yeah, you never know.
And he left. And a lot of Warriors fans remember back to when they won that championship in 2022? I saw a lot of Warriors fans saying, take that, KD. A lot of them. You and Bonte, to your credit, you weren't saying that. I was working on the show. You guys were like, no. That's not the energy we're having today.
No.
But at the same time, there was a question. It's like, how's he feeling today? He feels pretty dumb right now being part of the Brooklyn Nets as we just won a title. He feels like that was a huge sentiment from the fan base that I saw when they won that championship. So I just wonder, in 2 years' time, 3 years, I guess now since the championship, that's all changed?
Let me ask you this one.
Is it because they've struggled mightily and you lost to the Lakers in the second round and you lost to the Kings in the play-in last year? Is that you kind of the fan base got humbled a little bit the last couple of seasons? Is that what you're telling me?
Do you remember, they're different players. Pablo was homegrown. KD came here as a mercenary. KD's a first ballot Hall of Famer in his sport. Top 20, 25 player, at minimum, all time in his sport. This is not what Pablo's
He's a top 10 scorer in the history of the game.
Right?
Yes.
But Pablo was beloved locally.
Yeah.
When he left and went to the Boston Red Sox, people were pissed. I wasn't. He was searching something else. He felt disrespected. I always felt bad for him. He was like listening to David Ortiz and Hanley Ramirez. He couldn't get it out of his head, and I felt for him that they gave Hunter Pence money that he thought was meant for him.
And I don't blame him for that because he was trying to get his own money. So you know what? Go get your bag if that's what it's going to take. And it didn't work out in Boston. He came back.
Yeah, but when he came back, I remember there was a segment of Giants fans like, screw Pablo, right? He wasn't coming back the conquering hero. He wasn't coming back the savior. He was coming back almost with his tail between his legs. Oh, you got DFA'd by the Boston Red Sox. Yeah. So the elements were different. But almost immediately, that all evaporated, and everyone was like, we love Pablo. We just want him here. Kevin Durant this time isn't just coming back, just to come back with his tail between his legs. He's coming back to help save things.
God, if this happened.
Am I wrong?
It's a trade. He would have to sign off on it. He's
coming back like a hero with the heroes. He's coming back, and the whole kingdom is celebrating his return.
I need your help kind of a thing.
100%. Because the king wants his most loyal general out from the war and back into the castle.
We're both nerds.
It's about Curry.
We're both nerds. This is Avengers Endgame. Stephen Curry's Captain America.
Yes.
He's fighting Thanos right now, which is the entire Western Conference.
Okay.
He's getting his ass kicked.
Love it.
Thor, which is, I don't know, in this case, Andrew Wiggins or Jonathan Kuminga, is getting stabbed over on the side. He's done. He's cooked. And then here comes Kevin Durant with the little circles from Doctor Strange. He's coming in. Avengers Assemble. Is that what you're saying?
100%.
Okay. I'm slowly getting bought in with that angle because I'm a nerd at heart, so that pulls me in. But again, I'm just going to caution Warriors fans, don't put all your emotional eggs in this basket if it doesn't work, because Steve Kerr said this in regards to, and this was on Willard and Dibs yesterday, in regards to if something doesn't happen, he wouldn't be surprised. In fact, he would be comfortable with it.
Well, I'm very comfortable if we don't end up doing anything. I think we live in a time where everybody wants to fix right now, and it's really not that feasible to look at our situation, where we are as an organization, the assets that we have. Is it really feasible to go and make some huge deal that's going to turn us into a contender? I mean, it's really, really hard to do that. At the same time, it would be insane to trade away all our future picks for a wild swing. We know that. Steph knows that. I know that. So I just think Mike is phenomenal at his job, and he needs the space to do it over the next couple of years without everybody freaking out and thinking there's some, home run swing that's going to solve everything.
Well, I would argue, is Steve going to feel that way if they land Kevin Durant?
It's a great start.
But is he contradicting himself if they land Kevin Durant? And
I think he's just trying to play both sides of the fence so that he doesn't get caught slipping. Even if you get Kevin Durant, what did you give up? What is the makeup of your team for the rest of this year? And in fairness,
he said specifically picks there. So if they don't have to give up that many picks and it's more player related, then sure.
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't care about any of the picks
You're going less need
anymore. I don't care.
Picks?
I don't care. I don't care anymore.
I need to get you a shirt.
I'm contradicting myself. Joe, the other element about this KD thing, in regards to Draymond, is I don't think you make this deal, you don't just trade away Draymond Green. It's the same thing we say about Klay Thompson. You don't just trade those guys away.
Really?
You
Dallas
think
Mavericks just traded away Luka Doncic. Different organization.
I know.
I'm telling you, if anyone
But
can
there's
get
a
traded,
loyalty that this organization has showcased that's different than the Dallas Mavericks.
I mean, it's a good point. Luka was the Dallas Mavericks.
No doubt.
He was the Dallas. He was like Draymond has never been the Steph Curry of the Golden State Warriors. He has a lot of equity built up, and I'm sure with his fan base in respects to the Dallas Mavericks, although I don't think we're going to see the level and animosity from the fan base if Draymond gets traded that we just saw from the Dallas Mavericks fan base.
No, but here's what I would say.
They're
to you.
heartbroken.
I would say to you this: it almost feels like the only player you can part way with, like if to trade Draymond away. You couldn't just, hey, we're going to trade him to Detroit for a couple of expiring deals. Like that would never sit well with a big segment of the fan base. Really, the only way that you can like do a deal like this with Draymond involved in it is with someone who's a headliner like Kevin Durant. Like, I think for a huge portion of the fan base, that's the only way it's acceptable. It's like I better get Kevin Durant if I'm going to move off of Draymond Green, and I get that point of view. I'm not mad at that point of view. That's how much he means to this region. I don't think this. Look, I can have my own frustrations with them. That doesn't mean you just trade them for a bag of chips and just get rid of them. Like, you got to get something back that the fan base can understand holistically. Oh yeah, you got to do that deal. Like it's got to be a complete no-brainer. And someone with the equity of Kevin Durant is the type of level of a deal that makes it acceptable.
Okay, here's what we're going to do. Jacob, Oreo Cookie, JR or Junior, whichever one you are, Matthew, Keith, hang tight. We're going to get to all of you guys on the other side. How would you feel, Dub Nation, if acquiring Kevin Durant meant trading Draymond Green? How would we feel about that? 888-957-9570 is the number. We got a lot to get into. More from Steve Kerr again, who joined Willard and Dibs yesterday. We got Anthony Slater coming on at 8:30. He's going to break it all down. He covers the Golden State Warriors better than anybody. Again, 8:30, Anthony Slater, as he appears on the River Islands guest line, as all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, River Islands in Lathrop. And what's coming up in the game is brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Safety on roads and freeways starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians, check fluids, wipers, lights, tires, and more while you stay in your vehicle. Location, coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. And please, go get your oil changed. Go get your tires checked out. It's wet out there. It is slick. It is dangerous. Go get your tire. The rotation of the tires. Got to go do that stuff. Get your brakes checked. All of that. And Valvoline can help. All right. It's Spadoni. It's Shasky. More Kevin Durant talk. More Draymond Green talk on the other side on the Morning Roast.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Things are percolating. Things are going down. Sham Charania, the latest, as it's Spadoni and Shasky, the morning roast. We're talking Kevin Durant potentially come back to the Warriors. Is Draymond Green part of the deal? How would you feel about that? We've already known Luka Doncic was introduced as a Laker yesterday as they blow out the Clippers. Anthony Davis, when's he going to make his debut as a Dallas Maverick? They lost yesterday. Zach LaVine is a King. De'Aaron Fox is a Spur. And now, ladies and gentlemen, according to Sham Charania of ESPN, thank you. That was a nice little pump fake, a la Kobe Bryant, RIP. The Milwaukee Bucks are trading Chris Middleton, A.J. Johnson, and a pick swap to the Washington Wizards for Kyle Kuzma, Patrick Baldwin Jr., PBJ,
What?
and a second-round draft compensation, sources tell ESPN. So Kuzma is a Buck, and Middleton is going to be playing with Jordan Poole as a Washington Wizard, or is he going to be moved? Again, we're less than 30 hours away from the NBA trade deadline tomorrow. Things are happening. Will the Warriors get in on this action, Joe Shasky? But what are your initial thoughts, real quick?
Well, I mean,
Bucks trade.
Kuzma's TikTok's going to hit an all-time high this week, right? I mean, the guy's a huge TikTok.
Well, the
star.
Bucks finally got someone under 30 on their roster, so that's good.
Well, I mean, whatever. I mean, but Middleton's
their entire lineup. No, that's like their entire lineup's like over 30. They're like all old.
Well, yeah,
that's the whole thing.
But that's what they should be. Considering they have Giannis, like it's about winning another title, right? So
got to have some young legs. Like the future is what I'm saying as well.
No, I know, but Middleton's leg is shot, right?
Yeah.
It's like I think that's if Middleton was even some semblance of healthy, he was their closer.
Yeah, he was huge in that title run. Yeah.
I mean, he was amazing. So poor guy's legs just never been right, or the knee, or whatever you want to call it, has just never been right. And it's I honestly feel bad for him. In a obviously different way than Klay Thompson, but the league is so difficult once you start getting the lower body injuries. It's so bad.
Yeah.
And now he's got to go to Washington. Is there a worse destination in sports than the Washington Wizards currently?
I was going to say the Portland Trailblazers, but they've won 5 in a row and
beat Phoenix twice.
And like all of a sudden, like you might have to worry about them. Not saying, hey, listen, we do the loss column thing, so there's still 5 back in the loss column of the Warriors. But if the Warriors are 5 back in the loss column, I'm going to do that for the Trailblazers, right? At this point. So yeah, win one for Chauncey. How about that? They're winning 5 in a row for Chauncey Billups. So that's the latest. Sham Charania of ESPN is reporting the Milwaukee Bucks are receiving Kyle Kuzma, Patrick Baldwin Jr., obviously former Warrior, and second round draft compensation for Chris Middleton, A.J. Johnson, and a pick swap. So there you go.
It's man, there's so much going on right now in the league. This is just crazy. There's so much posturing, and I keep coming back to the Warriors and what they end up doing ultimately. And I think we all want Kevin Durant. The question now becomes like, what's it cost you? Mm-hmm. Who do you have to say goodbye to? And I would ask you this question because we've been talking a lot about like the Draymond Green thing. Because when I saw his name actually included that the Suns might be interested, Matt Ishbia and Draymond Green have Michigan State ties.
Both
and
Spartans.
That was surprising to me in the sense that I didn't know what his value was league-wide. And he's the kind of player like Klay. Until I see you actually on the other team, I won't believe it.
Right.
I just won't believe it.
I was like watching Luka on the bench yesterday. I was like, I still don't believe this.
It's crazy.
It's weird.
Right? It is really is crazy. It's absolutely crazy. I felt that way when they signed KD.
Yeah.
I was like, I got to wait for that first night. I think they got blown out by the Rockets, too, in the first ever game. Warriors, KD versus when KD came to the Warriors. Anyway, point being is when I saw Draymond included, I was like, wow. Because forever it's been Dre and Steph, Dre and Steph, Dre and Steph, Dre and Steph, Dre and Steph. There was no breaking of those two. And the fact that it might cost you Draymond Green to get Kevin Durant, that's not a decision that you take lightly.
No. The amount of equity that is you've mentioned the entire show and all this week, the amount of equity that he's built up, not just with the team, but the community itself. He's done a lot for the community.
It's opening a restaurant.
It's opening a restaurant. Like, he is the Bay Area. He loves Oakland. He loves San Francisco. He's been a big part of that. And it would be a massive shakeup with how things are. Again, Klay Thompson's no longer a Warrior. Then you're saying Draymond Green's no longer a Warrior and Kevin Durant is now a Warrior again. It would be insane. And by the way, there's so much stuff happening right now. So many giveaways. The knockout giveaway. We got the dunk contest giveaway. We got another one. Tomorrow around this time, Joe Shasky, will be your chance to win a pair of the new Curry 12s. I know you're all into your shoes. The new Curry 12s are launching. And thanks to the Curry brand, powered by Under Armour, the winner will receive the latest Curry 12s, Steph's signature shoe, and the yet-to-be-released What the Bay colorway. These shoes are specifically designed to celebrate the Bay Area and will drop during NBA All-Star Weekend. That's on February 14th. So that's Valentine's Day. That's when they're going to drop it. You have a chance to win yours tomorrow around this time, the Curry 12s. So just be listening.
Speaking of Curry, there is a Steph Curry aspect to this. I've always thought that protect is too strong of a word. Just like, hey, I want to play with Draymond. I need to play with Draymond. And
it's all he's known, really. Yeah.
There's an element of like, hey, you got to have somebody who can protect you on the floor. And somebody who can kind of fight back metaphorically. I guess the fact it's gotten to this point, and it's that player in Kevin Durant, I think I'm still surprised if Steph Curry greenlights this. I think he has some influence on it. I'm not saying he's the ultimate decider. I'm not saying he is the architect, nor is the guy that can veto the whole thing. Like, ultimately, I do believe Joe Lacob, if he wants to do it, he'll do it. But I think they get Steph's blessing one way or the other. And the fact that he would sign off on this, I still, like, again, I gotta see it before I can believe it.
Right?
Am I alone in that?
No, that's literally what I've been saying this whole show. I was like, I don't believe this.
No, I believe KD's coming. But I don't feel that Draymond's a part of the deal until I see that he's actually a part of the deal.
Well, speaking of Kevin Durant and Jacob and Castro Valley and Oreo Cookie and all you guys, I'll get to you in a second. Real quick before that, though, Steve Kerr on Yesterday with Willard and Dibbs. Again, you can find this entire interview on YouTube or download the free Odyssey app. Again, you want to download the Odyssey app for a couple different reasons. For the dunk contest, and also you can catch all of our interviews, all of our podcasts, everything right there. Steve Kerr on Kevin Durant Yesterday.
Yeah, he's timeless, that guy. He really is. And, I just coached him this past summer, coached him in Tokyo in 21. So it's been a privilege coaching Kevin and watching him, as an opponent. He's just a beautiful basketball player, just maybe the smoothest scorer who's ever played the game.
And two-time champion, two-time finals MVP. Could he come back coming off of gold medal games when he played with Stephen Curry and LeBron James? Would be absolutely insane.
Did you hear that interview with Willard and Dibbs?
It's great.
I watched it on YouTube.
Yeah.
And if you're not, follow us on YouTube. We're 95.7 The Game. Subscribe.
Steve's so good. He gives so much.
He got so happy, though, when they brought up KD.
Are you kidding me? He just won a gold medal with them.
I mean, that's like a father who was proud of their son.
Well, he's felt how vindicated do you have to be if you're Steve Kerr? You get all the anger and hatred from Boston, Massachusetts because you're not.
Boston.
I know because you're not playing Jason Tatum.
Yeah.
I'm going to lead with my guy Kevin Durant, who's won me multiple titles. I'm going to lean with my guy Stephen Curry, who's won me multiple titles. I'll lean on LeBron James, who's beaten me in the NBA Finals. I'll lean on those guys. Jason, you're good, bud. It was so great, and they all came together, and it was an awesome moment. And I keep thinking of Kevin Durant, and obviously they were filming that whole thing, that whole documentary that they're gonna has it been released? I don't even know. Not yet. Well, they're chronicling the Redeem Team, whatever they're calling it. But Kevin Durant was in a limo in whatever in Paris, and he saw Evan Fournier's comments like, "Oh, I don't think they're ready for us." Evan Fournier, obviously French player, plays for Team France. He's like, "Oh, I don't think they're ready for us. We've been playing since we were kids together. We're doing all this." And Kevin Durant's basically more or less, and I'm paraphrasing here, saying, "Yeah, that's great. What are you going to do when Stephen Curry's just nailing threes in your face? What are you going to do about that, Evan Fournier? Please, miss me with that." Jacob, Castro Valley.
Hey, Jacob.
What's going on, man?
What's up, buddy?
You're on Spadoni and Shasky.
Hey, good to be talking to you guys this morning. I loved that Avengers Endgame reference, by the way. That got me hyped. But I am so here for getting Kevin Durant if it means giving up Draymond. I mean, I knew KD wasn't going to want to come here anyway if Draymond was still here. I mean, he's a huge reason why he left. But that's the best possible scenario. It's like you said, bittersweet. I mean, Draymond's been a warrior, but the big three's already broken up. We see what Draymond and Steph can do together this year. I think it's time. It's time to let go. It's time to bring KD back. What we need at this time is KD's 27 points a game, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, almost a steal, and over a block a game. So he's no scrub on defense either. But I think we have to find a way to keep Andrew Wiggins if we're going for a chip. That needs to happen. We can't give up Andrew and Draymond and expect all of the rest of our role players to really be heavy hitters. But Yeah, I'm so ready for KD. Bring him back. It's redemption time, baby.
You know, it's interesting. I've seen so many different machinations of trades. Some are completely fake by, people that just gas bag like myself, or some are from credible people.
Real quick, Sixers are trading KJ Martin and 2 second-round picks to Detroit. Smaller deal, but again, things are happening all around the league. All these teams are getting involved in trades right now. Will the Warriors get involved in one soon? Dennis Schroeder is available to be traded today. The Sixers are trading KJ Martin and 2 second-round picks to Detroit.
Are they clearing up some money?
Maybe. Let's see.
Are they a part of a 4 or 5 team deal?
We'll see.
Right? Because they're a team I kept seeing linked to 4 and 5 team deals with the Warriors, which is literally what I was talking about prior to you.
I didn't mean to cut you off there, but again, there's a lot happening right now.
Yeah, give it to me.
And again, Chris Middleton was just traded from the Milwaukee Bucks. He's an all-time legend in Milwaukee for bringing them a title.
Question.
So things get difficult, man.
He's been there 11 years?
He's been there a long time. So Draymond Green, yes, he could be traded. Like, you think out, I know it's not the same level because he's won 4 titles. 4 against 1 is a lot.
Of course.
But for the small market Milwaukee Bucks, 1 title might as well be 4 titles for them. And what he meant to that community, what he meant for that team. I know Giannis is Giannis, just like Steph is Steph, but that's got to hurt for the Milwaukee fan base.
He was on the 2020 Tokyo Gold team for the Olympics. Mm-hmm. He's a 3-time NBA All-Star. Talking about Chris Middleton here, NBA champion. And I love this because I love it because we used to argue about this all the time. It's like I tell people, hey, I want the cup just so it could say in your Wikipedia page, NBA Cup champion in 2024. That means something.
In a blaze of glory. There you go.
He got drafted in 2012.
I just graduated high school a year before that.
It's
about that.
Kind of crazy. I mean, he's been there for a long, long, long time.
13 years.
I mean, wow. I'm just looking at his career. I mean, this guy, he's had a hell of a career in Milwaukee. I mean, to be a 3-time All-Star in Milwaukee on a 1-time champion, it's pretty incredible.
Also known as Milwaukee, which is, of course, Algonquin for the good land.
You know, the other aspect of all this is that, Draymond, he's a really good, useful player. But when we're weighing, because this is the caller that called prior, Jacob in Castro Valley, Wiggins, Draymond. It's a simple equation to me. It's not about what have you done the last decade, because obviously Draymond is way more comprehensive and more impactful than Wiggins the last decade for this organization. What are you going to do this year, next year, and the year after? Because you're looking at KD would want to sign a 2-year extension. That's what the guess is. It's a 2-year run here, right? That's what you're hoping with Steph and KD if you bring them in. So I ask you, who's more impactful the next 2 years? Who are you banking on for that combo, Steph and KD? Is it Wiggs? Is it Draymond? If reports are true that they want Draymond and would be willing to take Draymond.
There's a lot baked into that too, because I've seen Draymond Green's body breaking down a little bit more this year. He's been out. He just came back. He's getting older. Andrew Wiggins' age is a part of that. His style of play, his not being a locker room headache at times. It's a no-brainer for me. It's Andrew Wiggins. I would fear that trio way more than Draymond Green.
On the court, too, the ability of Kevin Durant to be able to play against whatever their 5 is. Like, he did that against Quentin Post the other day. He played their 5 because that's a perimeter stretch 5. You want Wiggins to be able to defend the Lukas and the Jamal Murrays and the Kyrie Irvings and all those guys. You need a bigger body perimeter defender to still be around. Dre's very useful. Very useful. You would love to still have him defend those bigs. But I look the landscape of the West, Jokic and AD, he still struggles against AD the last couple of years. I'm talking about Draymond Green. Jokic is going to get Jokic. He's going to get his no matter what, right? So I'm more worried about the perimeter. And if I can keep Wiggs and I can keep, and his legs are obviously, he's healthier right now than Draymond Green. Like, I'm leaning Andrew Wiggins with those two.
Oreo Cookie in Oakland. What's up, Oreo Cookie? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky. It's the Morning Roast.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, what up, man? Hey, first of all, I just want to say congratulations, Spadoni. You deserve it, man. You got your foot in the door, knock it down.
Appreciate
and ladies, the nose is real.
Thank you. It is spectacular. They love it, too.
But I did want to get on this Draymond thing, man. Draymond has to be part of almost any package. I think part of his aura right now is keeping guys from coming over here. I don't think they want to come here if Draymond is here. So whether it is KD or not, I think Draymond has to go. That's why last week I had said just get rid of him, send him to the Lakers. You know, I'm sure he'll be happy up there. He'll take that. But yeah, as far as KD, we all want that, and I just don't think it's going to happen. I think why would Phoenix want Draymond? You know what I mean?
The speculation, Oreo cookie. The speculation is essentially that the owner has a relationship with Draymond Green going back to Michigan State. And look, I don't even know if I believe that, but that's the speculation. Yeah. That's the speculation. Here's the other aspect of this, Oreo. Like, the Warriors would be losing a lot of their physical element. My counter to that, comment, which is true, they're not very physical with Draymond Green this year. They've been getting pushed around by everyone.
Yeah. No, yeah, you're right, man. We're soft in the middle right now with Draymond. So, yeah, let's get rid of him. I think we got to start that process. But in the face of breaking news, I do have breaking news for the roasters right now. Oreo Cookie will be in the knockout shootout contest. I'm going to bring it home for all the roasters, baby.
Let's go. Oh, that's Oreo Cookie. That's a mic drop from Oreo Cookie right there. He's calling his shot, and you have your shot to beat Oreo Cookie or go up against him next segment between 8 o'clock and 8:30. You're going to be listening for the keyword to qualify for the knockout tournament. So I'm going to give out the keyword, and then the following segment between 8:30 and 9, you're going to hear a sounder. You're going to have to call in, be the first caller, be at least 18 and a California resident, give the keyword, and you'll qualify for your chance to play Chase Center, on the floor, all of that. Some of these guys have been holding Joe Shasky. Let's get to them. Is this Junior or JR in North Carolina? What's going on here with Spadoni and Shasky?
I'm doing fine. How you brothers doing this morning?
Oh, I can't complain. The sun is out. It's not raining.
There you go. I'm going to try to make it brief as possible. I listen to your show every morning. You guys making some good points. My problem I have on make it brief as possible is that I'm crazy about KD and Steph. Okay. And we talk about Draymond. I kind of agree with you on what you're saying on that. He's not the same Draymond he used to be. But my question is, I have 2 or 3 questions, briefly, real quick. With KD, although he's a hackle, still a hackle, good player, him and Steph. But how many, KD have been to 3 or 4 different teams. How many championships have he won with other teams?
None.
Besides with Steph?
None.
Thank you.
But he did go to the finals. He did go to the finals with a very young OKC team, and they never got back.
Right. They never got back. So everybody said about KD, which is true. I like it. Okay? But that still don't mean Golden State can win no championship, even if they get KD with Steph. Okay, we're talking about somebody brought up about Wiggins a while ago. I like Wiggins, and a lot of people like Wiggins. A lot of people like Kuminga. If I had a choice between, although we wasn't talking about them two, but if I had a choice between Wiggins and Kuminga, I would rather have Kuminga 3 times to 1. Wiggins is soft. He's a good player, but he's soft and he's inconsistent.
Yeah,
and that's all I have to say.
It's a very good point.
I appreciate you.
That's a good point.
Appreciate it.
I have no idea if Kuminga is a part of this deal or not.
No, I don't.
I would think he would be, but here's the Kuminga element that is that's baked into these transactions. Do you want to keep him if you're the Phoenix? Now, I'm here for we could use him as an asset and sign and trade. Are you looking around the league? All these moves are to get under aprons. Like Kuzma just adjusted his bonus on a trade bonus to get the Milwaukee under the second apron per Bobby Marks. Everybody's moves are to get under these aprons, and I find it hard to believe that Phoenix would swing all these deals and then extend Jonathan Kuminga at $40 million.
He is the piece you would covet, though, but to his point, and I get JR in North Carolina's point here, is like, yeah, we don't really know what he is still.
Yeah.
Like
I don't even know.
But he's still also so young that you could unlock that potential. And I don't think the Phoenix Suns are in a position, or maybe it's another team, I don't know, this 3 or 4 team trade, whatever it's going to be. Like, are they in a position to just shoo away young talent, right? Because that is something you would like to covet around the league. If you don't have the picks, then I'd like to have an asset still in Jonathan Kuminga. That is a young player. But again, is he their cup of tea? I don't know what Jonathan Kuminga could be. He was playing really well. He was their second best scorer under Stephen Curry.
Yeah.
And then he got hurt. So it throws this whole different monkey wrench into the situation where it's like, have we seen the last of Jonathan Kuminga in a Golden State Warriors uniform? That's something you kind of have to think about right now at this point, which is crazy to say in all this. And again, if you're just joining us, we're talking about the possibility that the Warriors could trade for Kevin Durant and that Draymond Green could be a part of that package. How would that make you feel as a Warriors fan? Kevin Durant coming back and Draymond Green leaving. How would that make you feel? 888-957-9570. Let's go to Matthew in Canada. He's been waiting patiently.
Hey, Matthew.
What's up, Matthew? Where are you at in Canada?
I'm from Manitoba.
Oh,
nice.
Cool. I'll pretend where I know where that is.
Before I start, I'd like to congratulate you, Spadoni. You're going to be a great host. Can't wait to hear more about you every morning.
Hey, I appreciate it. That's
Thank
cool,
you.
Matt. Thank you, man.
Yeah.
But to go into it, if I look at the big three and I see Steph, Wiggs, and KD, and I'm an opposing team, I'm a lot more threatened by that than a Steph, Draymond, KD. We got to remember that Draymond Green is a big reason why KD left. Big reason why if KD comes back and Draymond's still on the roster, he might not want to sign an extension. Now, in saying that, if we do trade for KD, a big part of the trade is going to be, do we give up both wings in Kuminga and Wiggins? And to Shasky's point earlier on in the show, athletic two-way wings are a big part of the game today. So Wiggins and Kuminga are huge assets to our team. But to me, it's Wiggins got to go. Sorry, Draymond Green got to go over Wiggins. Just thought I'd let y'all know.
All right. That's him. That's Matthew in Manitoba. Eminem.
I mean, gosh, I know everybody says it's a business, but man, KD getting celebrated as he comes here and Draymond being a part of the deal going out the door.
I don't know if he said, do you need to sign him to an extension if you trade for him, by the way, to Matthew's point, because he has 1 year left still on his deal. Kevin Durant.
No, I'm talking about.
No, I'm referencing him real quick.
Yeah.
Because he said, I don't know if he wants to sign an extension to Draymond's like, I don't really care if he signs an extension if I'm the Warriors. I get the rest of this year, the next year, I'm good with that.
You don't make a deal for Kevin Durant unless he is 100% happy with whatever your settings are. Right? So on the front end, you would know exactly what's going on. I mean, I don't know if Dre and KD get along. I have no idea. I have no idea. How can any of us know? Like, I have no clue.
They had a podcast together.
That doesn't mean
anything. But that doesn't mean anything, right? Like, that could be like saving face for both of them. Hey, let's pretend we're squashing the beef. Like, they don't have to do that. Like, let's put it this way. It's not the level of toxicity that Jordan Poole and Draymond clearly have, but I wouldn't go as far as to say, like it's Draymond Green and LeBron James and how tight they are. It's probably more so closer to the Jordan Poole iciness a little bit.
On the spectrum.
Like if we're doing the spectrum of happiest Draymond, who he's tight with, which is LeBron James, and then all the way to the Jordan Poole spectrum, it's probably closer to the Jordan Poole spectrum if I'm Kevin Durant. Probably. I don't see them being boys and going to the club and hanging out.
No.
Yeah.
No, I don't see that. I don't know, man. If this trade goes down, also, is that how everyone's going to interpret it?
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Whether real or not, whether Phoenix legitimately covets Draymond Green as the most important player to get back outside of the assets, the picks, and things like that, are we going to interpret it no matter what? Oh, KD couldn't play with him. Is that how it's going to be received?
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
That doesn't feel fair because we don't know.
Well, but we speculate everything. Like,
That's true.
We literally speculated the last 2 days about the Luka Doncic trade, and we all literally, whether it's mean or not, we all said, "Oh, it's because he's fat and he doesn't care." That's literally what it. Like, I was watching the press conference. I'm sure you saw clips of the presser yesterday where Luka's sitting there next to Rob Pelinka. I didn't see him smile a lot. He looked legit. He looked angry. He looked like, what the hell just happened? There's this world, like, craziness. Like, and he's hearing all that right now. So yeah, there is. And who's on Twitter more than Kevin Durant and all this, right? So he's hearing it all. He's hearing all the speculation. And by the way, they might be featured in injury reports. Maybe I'm spoiling it, but Kevin Durant listed as out today with ankle. So that adds another layer of, is he going to be traded? Huh?
Well, he's gone.
It's gone?
He's gone.
It's locked in?
He's
like,
gone.
So real quick, whether it's to the Warriors or not, you think he's gone from the Phoenix Suns?
Oh, yeah, he's gone.
Okay.
He's either coming to us
Or somewhere else.
Or no,
Dallas.
He's coming to us. But yeah, maybe somewhere else.
It can't be the one.
No, there is a 0.1% on my 99.9.
But again, the Dallas Mavericks were reportedly interested yesterday. So
you know what I did yesterday?
What did you do?
I have this little container. It's called the LJ container, okay?
Okay.
It's a container of what I call candlestick T-shirts that we used to buy in the parking lot.
Okay.
$5, $10 T-shirts.
Sure, I do that at the Coliseum all the time.
Exactly. And different jerseys that for whatever reason don't fit me anymore. And things that I find special that I want to pass down to my son. One of them in the container was a Town Kevin Durant jersey. The Town with the tree on it. It almost looks Oaklandish.
The black ones, right? The slate.
Mine is yellow with black.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Sick. I love it. Yeah. I love yellow.
You're wearing a yellow sweatshirt.
I know. It pops.
You should be the man with the yellow hat for Halloween. Here's George.
Going a little too far. But yesterday I busted it out and I ironed it, and I'm getting it ready. You
ironed it?
I did. I got my Town Kevin Durant jersey ready. My boy Zach texted me this morning. I just got it out of the dry cleaners.
Ironed it.
Well, because it's one of those ones that has like a patch on the front of it because it's a sewn on patch thing, and so it when you fold it in a container, it gets a crease on it. So I want to get the crease off.
Okay, you got to get the crease out of there. Okay, fair enough. So you're back in action.
Oh, I'm ready. I feel like in the Dr. Dre video, you know, when he goes into the closet and he's looking at all the outfits, or like Batman when he goes into the cave and he sees all of his outfits of what he can choose. Like I'm getting ready to choose the Kevin Durant jersey. I'm ready. I just need the Shams Wow bomb. That's all I need.
I love that you're using my Sham Wow. That's so great. It's Sham Wow. All-time infomercial, by the way. Keith is in Oakland. He's been waiting very patiently. What's up, Keith? You're on Spadoni and Shasky. What you got on this Draymond Kevin Durant trade potential?
Oh, man, I'm glad you guys got back with me, man. I'm glad I'm a fisherman because I had patience for you guys. Oh, my goodness.
We appreciate it.
Sorry about that, man.
It's okay. But I've been a long-time Warriors fan, man, back when they played with back in Oakland and stuff like that. But when it comes to Draymond and KD, the trade would be nice, but Draymond don't have to really be a part of that, I don't think, because I just think the Warriors still need a protector. They need somebody that's still going to get in people's face and bark a little bit. The Warriors get rid of Draymond, it's going to be really, Curry, be on his own almost in a sense. You got to have somebody out there, a dog on the team still, and Draymond and KD, I think they can get over their differences too, because the way their situation wasn't like Poole. You know what I mean? It wasn't like Jordan Poole and Draymond. It wasn't no punches thrown. It was two Warriors on the court, had a miscommunication. You know what I mean? I think they both over that, as men. But when it comes to Draymond, I couldn't see him in no other jersey, really, no other uniform at all.
It's going to be hard. I didn't see Clay in another uniform. Did you?
No, I didn't. But at the end, he kind of made it obvious that he didn't want to be with the Warriors. You know what I mean? Draymond hasn't shown no sign of not wanting to be a Warrior. You know what I mean? So I just really think that now when it comes to Wiggins, another guy, I think earlier, JR from somewhere, he said something about Wiggins was soft. Yeah, he was soft. I agree. He is really, he don't bark enough. And say if Draymond did get traded, okay, and Kuminga's still here. Kuminga's a dog. He hasn't been let loose yet.
I appreciate it, Keith.
I think sky's the limit for Kuminga. Could you imagine the perimeter spacing with KD and Steph on the floor simultaneously? And if you could hypothetically keep Jonathan Kuminga, him being able to roam downhill, and then you'd have obviously Quentin Postwood and Keith Santos. These are guys that would be different combinations of players that you would fill the team around. Not that there's some stars, but they do stretch the floor a little better than Draymond. If you got Draymond out of the paint and with the ball out of his hands, Kuminga has all the room in the world to operate going downhill into the key.
I get it's not sexy and we never really like to talk about it, but when we talk about it with Draymond Green, it is the one thing we do talk about is his defensive prowess, which is still, I know he's not the top 5 defensive player in the NBA anymore, but he's still, I'd say top 20 when he's on at the very least. This team defensively would struggle. For as much as we're talking about the Lakers and their defensive struggle, I'm just saying and
they already struggle.
Well, they already struggle
with him.
Well, yes, but that's great, and they can get some extra scoring, and it might help. I'm just saying, I don't want people thinking this is going to be, all of a sudden a championship team. Steve Kerr even alluded to that. Like, hey, we might make a big trade. Doesn't mean we're automatically going to be contenders, but it gives you hope. And that's what you want right now, Joe Zaleski. I don't think you think this team's automatically going to win a title if they win this trade. No. That's not what you're thinking at all. But from a watchability perspective, as we just watched this team struggle to score 43 points against the Orlando Magic in the first half, good Lord, I would love this.
Joe, they currently don't have an identity. They're subpar offensively and subpar defensively.
I was going to say, sell me on this Warriors team right now. Like, if you were like a hype man, as we're pitching Spadoni and Shasky on the morning roast, it's kind of funny how we're doing this. Like, oh, sell yourself, sell this elevator pitch. Elevator pitch the Golden State Warriors as currently constructed, Joe Shasky.
They're not good enough.
Not even close.
I already shut the elevator. At anything. No, but like, what do they do well? What does the current team do well? So you're like, oh, well, you're worried about like defense down the line. They don't play great defense right now.
I'll get there. I'm thinking this is an auditory medium. I'll get back to you.
Okay.
There you go.
So if you get Kevin Durant, whatever machination of players go out the door, I know, wow, I've really improved my scoring with 7 minutes to go in games, which I don't know if you watched the Warriors last 2 years. 7 minutes to go in a game, we are bailing water. We're just throwing buckets. Please, someone make a basket. Please, anyone.
They fall apart.
So, like, at bare minimum, I've established an identity, which is what they desperately need. I can find defensive stoppers down the line. I can always find them. Maybe this year is, we're too far into it. There's too many difficult, roster spots to be able to fulfill. But in the offseason, I have an identity. I know what I need. Currently, I need everything.
Is there anyone that doesn't want Kevin Durant back? Is there any Warriors fans that are like, I'm good off that? 888-957-9570. We got a super chat from YouTube from Omar Vergara. Shout out Sophia Vergara. Tank for Cooper Flag, trade JK to see what you can get. Honestly, we kind of talked about that the last couple days where it's like they're not going to do that, but you would understand, like, as a fan, it's like I could actually get on board. Like, some fans could, some ones can't. But I don't think they're going to do that. Not with Stephen Curry on the team. Cooper Flag is going to be generational. He's going to be a Hall of Famer. I'm already going to say that now. I'm that high on him as a player. You're not going to be bad enough to get into that top 3, top 4 lottery pick, whatever it's going to be. You're just not. You've already won too many games, first and foremost. And again, I know it's a lottery. It's just not going to happen. I appreciate you giving us money, Omar Vergara. I wish I actually got that money.
Giving us money.
I wish we got it. It's not like we get it.
If you want to win money, we have a Vegas thing going on right now. That's what you should be throwing your money at.
There you go. Well, all you need to do is, you don't even need to throw money.
What do you got to do?
You download the free Odyssey app, Joe Shasky. You listen for a minimum of an hour, and then you qualified already for a chance to win up to $20,000 for you and 4 friends. So $5,000 each for you and 3 friends, I should say, 4 total.
Who's the better defender today?
Oh,
Draymond or Wiggins? Just don't give me positions. Who's the better defender today?
I think they're asking you different things, though.
Sure, I'm asking you who's the better defender.
I'm still going to lean Draymond. I know you're probably
on reputation or on form
when he's out there. But it's hard for me to say it because he's been hurt. So like the availability factor is major for me right now, and Andrew Wiggins has been available more. But I do think when push comes to shove, look at that Orlando Magic game. Like, Draymond Green was all over Paolo Banchero.
At the end of the game.
Yeah, but that's when it matters.
Yeah, but I also think that we're not giving enough credit Wiggins played 35 minutes of that game.
I also saw Wiggins get blown by Austin Reeves in a game-losing loss to the Los Angeles Lakers on Christmas.
It was one game.
It was the most important part of the game, though. I'm just saying, I trust Draymond Green more.
I think it's a lot closer to Wiggins than people want to admit.
That's fine.
What Wiggins brings to the table is... you see a block, okay, and it goes in the stat sheet and it becomes a highlight. When you close a guy off from driving to the lane and he has to kick it back out, that's as good defensively moving laterally, stopping a layup as a block, and we don't give that enough credit. Wiggins is really good defensively.
Austin Reeves blew by him. Miguel and Hayward, he wants to join the conversation before we get to the injury report. What's up, Miguel? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky. It's the Morning Roast.
Hey, good morning, you guys. Man, I don't know who's more anxious, me or you, but I can't wait for this trade to happen, man. But my question is this: what do the Suns want from the Warriors players? Do they want Kuminga, Wiggins, Draymond, 2 first-round picks? Like I'm trying to find out, what do the Phoenix Suns really want? Because
does it matter? Does it really matter to you when it comes to the picks?
No, because I want this to happen right now. I'm tired of waiting. I don't want to go and watch TV and find out that the Warriors did nothing for Curry again, because, you know, like in the off season, they keep on saying that they're going to do something big, but then what happens, like, if they don't do nothing? But man, I'm just like you. I want KD, Draymond. I appreciate everything that you did for us. You got us 4 championships. You know, we wish you the best, but man, I just can't wait to have KD to come back to the Bay Area, and I guarantee you it's going to be a bunch of fans at the airport with number 35 waving the flag, and that's all I got to say, and I love y'all guys' show.
Good
you guys
call.
have a good one.
Thank you. That's Miguel out in Hayward, 888-957-9570. Hey, he's going to be at the airport, baby, waving the flag. Go America, baby. They just won a gold medal, too. Like, this entire week has just been insane. It's really been insane, Joe Shasky. It all kick-started on Saturday night, and it's just tumbled and tumbled and tumbled. Like you roll like a little snowball down like a mountain. That's what it's turning into. It's just getting larger and larger, and it's going to be an avalanche here in the next 24 hours as we're approaching the NBA trade deadline, which is tomorrow at 12 o'clock. I guess Dennis Schroeder at some point today, if it's already happened, I don't know, but at some point today, he's trade eligible. So maybe we'll start seeing trades for the Golden State Warriors potentially start kickstarting here if they make one today. I do know this as we're approaching the injury report. The amount of talk and smoke that is now forming with this potential trade, Mike Dunleavy cannot walk away from this deadline not making a trade. Like, no. Like,
I'm not even going to contemplate that today.
But I'm contemplating it right now, and it doesn't need to be a whole conversation. He might be gone if they don't do anything.
In the words of one of our famous drops, you were the chosen one. Yeah, so Mike Dunleavy. I mean, this was sitting on a platter for you, dude.
I'll vamp right here real quick. I mean, it's true though. Like you go Obi-Wan, you go Mustafar system, you go Anakin Skywalker.
You were the chosen one.
And Stephen Curry's the one with chopped off legs drowning in the lava.
100%.
That's what it feels like. Speaking of lava and cut off legs, injury report. Oh, God. I love all the Star Wars drops. I can't get enough of them, actually. All eyes are on Dub Nation right now and are on Kevin Durant. And he is listed as questionable now on the Suns injury report tonight. I thought he was doubtful or out, but I guess questionable. The Suns are saying he's dealing with a left ankle sprain. While it is possible that Durant, fresh off of a 46-minute performance against Chauncey Billups' Portland Trail Blazers in an overtime loss on Monday night, could need to rest his ankle, it is also possible that the Suns are holding him out of this last game before the trade deadline in an effort to keep him healthy for a potential trade. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Save Mart in Lucky, California. All of your calls, Scott, Deron, Jermaine, Sandman, all of you coming up next. I'm going to get to all of your calls. Hang tight. Keyword for the knockout tournament, next segment. Be listening. Next segment, I'm going to give out the keyword for your chance to play hoops at Chase Center. Plus, Anthony Slater, 8:30, right here on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Victory isn't just won on the football field.
time to wake on up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh!
The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, God, that's great.
So much better.
Filmo Mike in
Thank
the house.
you.
We appreciate it. It is Joe Spadoni. It is Joe Shasky. If you're just joining us for the first time all week, well, have you been under a rock? First and foremost, yeah, Luka Doncic is a Los Angeles Laker. Anthony Davis is Dallas Maverick. Aaron Fox is a San Antonio Spur. Will Kevin Durant be a Golden State Warrior once again, though? That's the question we're asking today at 888-957-9570. Good morning to all of you lovely people. Just getting off work, getting ready for work. If you're doing your commute, if you're on us via YouTube, via the Odyssey app, all of that, we are streaming live on all those platforms, Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Again, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. It's been a wild, wild show. There are talks, there is momentum potentially for a deal to be made between the Warriors, the Suns, all of that, maybe the Heat, who knows? Other teams might get involved. And Kevin Durant might be a Golden State Warrior once again. And Draymond Green might have to be a part of that deal. And how would that make you feel, Warriors fans? Well, we'll ask Anthony Slater here at 8:30, coming up here in about 27 minutes. Anthony Slater, our Warriors insider for 95.7 The Game, and also covers the team for The Athletic. Anthony knows this team like the back of his hand. He knows everything. Whenever all the big Warriors stuff was going on, when Shams was part of The Athletic, Anthony Slater's name was attached to that. So he knows this team better than everyone, and he'll get his thoughts on that 8:30. Plus, in the next 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes, we're going to give out the keyword for the knockout tournament. You're going to want to be listening. For the next 10 to 15 minutes, I'm going to give out a keyword, and then in the 8:30 segment, so the following segment, after Anthony Slater, you're going to hear a certain sounder, Carter. You're going to hear that, and that's going to be your time to call in with the keyword given out, again, in the next 10, 15 minutes, and you will have a shot to play hoops at Chase Center. All right. Joe Shasky, you were on your phone yesterday, and you started to see all the different news, all the different machinations yesterday. Kevin Durant, Warriors, Draymond Green, Wiggins, Kuminga, Jimmy Butler. What was going through your mind when you were seeing all of those trade potential ideas floating around? What was going through your head when you saw all that?
It's like, let's do them. Like, let's go. Like, what are we waiting on? I kept hitting the refresh over and over and over and over again. I don't know about you guys. I couldn't even go to bed. I tried to put on Rogue One, a Star Wars movie, last night, and
great movie.
I couldn't even get through it. It is a great movie. I couldn't even get through it. I just kept grabbing my phone and just doom. You know when you like pull down to kind of like refresh or whatever? Just kept doing it over and over and over again. I feel like I'm Marshawn Lynch, over and over, just running through a
MF's face. Yeah, MF's face. There you go.
But I've just been waiting for this thing to go down, and now I'm like, it has to happen. It has to. Like, there's not even like a if, ands, or buts about it. It has to go down. We have to get Kevin Durant. Now the question becomes, all right, you get Kevin Durant, what'd you give up? What do you got left? I don't know. I don't care. I have to team up Steph with KD.
We got a lot of calls to get
I'm
to.
so close to it. We're right there, Joe.
We are, again, Chassis, 99.9% sure this is going to happen. I'm at about a 15% yes, that is going to happen. 15%.
Okay, so let me ask you this one, Joe.
Sure.
When you were grinding, working, years ago, did you dream in your head that you were going to be on air one day?
Yes.
Okay.
I knew I was going to be. I have that mentality.
Agreed. Yeah. I'm a big believer in you think it into existence.
Yeah, me too.
This KD thing's going to happen.
Okay. Well, that's a little different than, having... Like, if you are part of these negotiations, then sure. If Joe Shasky, maybe, do you want to be a part of it?
These aren't the picks you're looking for.
Yeah, okay, Obi-Wan. All right. We've already hit the over for the Star Wars references today. Bonte's somewhere pulling out his hair.
But look, honest to God, like, this has to happen. Like, we've only got a couple more years to Steph Curry. You're never guaranteed to have. This guy, he's not just a comet. I mean, he is one of the most rare comets of all time. He's the Big Bang. This is what started the universe here for the Golden State Warriors. you owe it to yourself as a business entity. Forget basketball for a second. Forget the insanity of professional sports. As a business, you owe it to yourself to double down on the most profitable product your business will ever create at any point. So you have to pair this guy up. Like, pairing up Steph Curry with KD is equivalent to what? To what? Pairing up the iPhone with the iPod? It's like the earbuds?
It's MJ and Scotty. That's the tandem. That's like the two of the best players to ever be teammates ever in basketball. It's Shaq and Kobe.
Exactly.
It's Tim Duncan. That's more of a 3, but Duncan and Robinson there. But then they got a 3-0. But yeah, that's the level we're talking about. It's Magic and Kareem. Yeah, that's that level. But we didn't see Magic and Kareem when they were 38 and 38, 37, 37.
Got AIDS.
Yeah. Well. Okay,
you know what I mean?
Well, real quick, he did not get full-blown AIDS. He was HIV positive. There is something different there.
He had to retire at a very young age.
I'm saying that we didn't see MJ and Scotty at 38 years old together. We didn't see Shaq and Kobe at 30. Like, there is something to this that's unforeseen. We have never seen that before. LeBron winning with AD, AD was in his 20s. And LeBron was in his, 37 whenever he won. Like, there's levels to this that we've never seen before. If it happens, I'm all in. It's going to be fun. I'm very skeptical still until I see the sham wow, as we're calling it, not the shams bomb. It's the sham wow. Until we see that notification, I'm going to be very skeptical. I wonder what Scott. Real quick, Scott's been hanging on for 40 minutes.
Let's go.
I want to go to him, Joe Shasky, because he's been hanging on a long time. Scott, what's going on, man? You're a loyal listener. You're on with Spadoni and Shasky. What's up, man?
What's up, guys? Good morning. Good morning. I just wanted to call in and tell you guys something real quick. Just listening to it. Love the guys. Love the show. A few years ago, I let my buddy borrow my Draymond Green jersey to watch a game. And he took it home that night and then didn't get it back. And then he ended up moving, and I didn't get it back at all. I was actually pretty sad about it for a little bit. But you know what? I still got a KD jersey in the closet.
Me too, baby.
Let's go, baby. Let's bring KD home.
Let's go.
That's Scott in Fairfield. I appreciate you hanging on tight for that one, Scott.
I'm riding right now. Look, there's a big bus, okay? I don't know if you've seen the end of Dumb and Dumber. There's a huge bus. Let's go. Everybody's on the bus. I'm driving the bus, all right? Hop on the Kevin Durant bus. Who's coming with me? Who is coming with me? Bay Area, are you in on this? How can you not be? Look, it might cost you. It might cost you Draymond Green. All right? It might. Which sucks. And I don't say that flippantly. But in the sake of this bit, let's laugh a little. All right? Hop on the bus. Let's go. We're picking up Kevin Durant. We're going from Scottsdale to the Bay Area. Let's do this.
Quite a drive. It's hot, too.
I know plenty of family members that have done that drive. Okay. Because my cousin Mike, his sister moved down to the Phoenix area. I think they're in Peoria.
How many cousins do you have?
I have a lot of cousins.
I was going to say. You
I honest to God probably have. It's in the 40s.
Okay. I mean, I do, too. I have 9 siblings, so it's a little different. Nieces and nephews, I got like 15
My dad's one of 6. My mom's one of 5.
Okay.
And they all
Good
had
families,
3 and 4 kids. And
there you
so
go.
do the math.
One big happy family right there. Sometimes.
If the family's big enough, there's always a beef.
Oh, well, always. Oh, dude, trust me. Not even, I'm not even getting into it. Duran is in North Dakota, wants to join on the conversation. What's up, Duran? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky.
Hey, guys. Morning. How you all doing?
I'm good. How cold is it in North Dakota?
I was going to say, is it Fargo?
Oh, it's warm today. It's like -10. It's good time.
Shasky, wait, real quick, Duran. Shasky was complaining this morning that it was 37 degrees. You'd kill for that, right?
It was.
I'm on a lot of long johns right now and jackets and whatnot. Yeah, good time. Oh my God, I'm a big lover of KD, guys. But if it means giving up Draymond, I'm not for it. Several reasons. Draymond, I still like him in the defense in the last 5 minutes of a game. He's going to make more winning defensive plays. Draymond is also going to help the younger guys. And again, my point is I like the shot that Quinton Post has. We need to get this guy making 8 more 3-pointers per game. Get him more into the game. I think Draymond is going to help the younger guys more than mark out assignments, defensive assignments, and so on. And Steve Kerr needs to stop this four guard lineup.
Daron.
That's one of the things I've heard tonight.
Daron, real quick, you think that Draymond Green has been a net positive for a lot of the young Warriors players? You think he's been a good leader for them?
I think there's more potential of him giving more advice, good advice. Even like Andre Iguodala, even if he's not playing, he's better able to help with the defensive schemes and so on. KD's going to give a lot of offense, but the defense is still very, very important. Let's not give up on Kuminga yet and all these other young guys. See Moses Moody getting a little playing time, and he's doing a little bit. Give these young guys a chance, man. That's what I'm saying.
So you're saying don't do anything? Is that where I'm getting at from you? Like just keep everyone and just see where it takes you?
I'm not saying don't do anything. If we're going to have to give up Kuminga or give up Draymond or Wiggins, then don't do anything. But invest in the time that you have with Quinton Post. Okay. That shot looks good, man. That 3-point shot looks good.
Yeah. Thank you, Daron.
Can I take a step back?
Quinton Post, yeah.
31 other GMs are in the league. Or is it 29? Are there 30 NBA teams? I think there's 30. There's not 32. There's 30. So 29 other GMs in the league. If I just said to them, some combination of players, and it includes Draymond Green, for some combination of players that includes Kevin Durant, how many of the 29 GMs not associated with the Warriors are executing that trade?
I mean, probably, yeah.
All of them.
Yeah.
I just want to make that clear. Yeah. So I think at times, Warrior fans, we also have to take a step back and view things from a league perspective. And I think we get a little blinded by our loyalty to some of our guys, which I understand.
Loyalty is important for fans, too. Loyalty is very important. It's very, like, I'm not going to underestimate the loyalty of the fans have. I may not understand it at times because I think you and I, we fans similarly, but not always the same. But with certain players that have been around for so long, like, I don't care. It comes to a certain point for me at sometimes, like, great, they won all these titles and they did all this. But for me, it's like, okay, but I'm a fan of the team. Like, what's the next thing? That's great what he did here.
Loyal to winning.
Hey, Joe Montana is great what he did. It's great. It's time to move to Steve Young. It was great. It was hard. You had to trade him.
He didn't play for 2 years.
He didn't play for 2 years.
Literally 2 years.
Didn't play.
Yeah.
Like, that guy can get traded. One of the greatest, well, he's going to be the third greatest quarterback after this weekend, but the second greatest quarterback still of all time, Joe Montana.
I'm going to live long enough for him to be like the 8th best quarterback of all time. Huh? That's going to be insane. I grow up. He's the greatest. No one's going to come close. By the time I die at 100, hopefully I make it to 100 years old, he's going to be the 8th greatest quarterback of all time.
There you go.
It's just incredible.
It is. This whole week's been incredible. You know what else is incredible?
There'll be like 7 Mannings that are inducted into the Hall of Fame ahead of him.
You know what else is incredible? And Eli's going to be first ballot. Makes me sick. The 95th of the game knockout tournament is back. And I'm ready to give you a keyword. Folks, are you ready for it? Are you going to want to be listening right now? I'm going to give you a keyword. And then between 8:30 and 9, you're going to call for this keyword. All right, you ready? Durant. All right, hear that keyword? Durant. Listen between 8:30 and 9, and when you hear the sounder, be the first to call in and give the keyword Durant. And you will be on your way to Chase Center to play in the 95-7 The Game knockout tournament.
If I pulled, it was a very interesting conversation that the last caller, and I don't want to harp on him. Look, he clearly knows his team. But
it's from North Dakota. Things are tough up there. Right?
I disagree with him. Like, when I think of Draymond and the young players, is there any of the young players that would vouch for Draymond for the last 4 or 5 years? I don't know. Kuminga and him seem to be getting along pretty well right now. But there was a various moments throughout the last couple of years. It's been contentious. Like, when I think of like mentorship, I don't think of Draymond.
I don't think of anyone. I don't really think of Steph. I don't think of Clay. I don't think of Dre. I don't really think of Steve Kerr. Like,
I think Iggy's been a mentor.
Sure.
Iggy was a mentor.
Yeah, there's the famous meme of him like yelling at Wiggins during the NBA Finals, like, get over here. What are you doing kind of a thing. Yeah.
I vividly remember him time and time again putting his arm around younger players at like timeouts and things like that as you're cutting to break. I always thought that Iguodala, even though he loved him some Iggy, he was always about like trying to I thought he would have been a great coach because I thought he was helping players.
To your point, I don't think this has been a very empowering place for younger players during the
I would agree.
The Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green era. But in fairness, it was a veteran team that kept that one immediately.
Exactly.
So like they didn't need to pivot to a lot of these young guys. Like, so yes, I would not be with Daron on this one when it comes to I need to keep Draymond for the leadership and all that. Jermaine's out in Fort Lauderdale. We got how many different states we got today? We got North Carolina, we've had Dakota, we've had Arizona, and now we've got Florida. What's up, Jermaine? You're on with Spadoni and Chasky.
Yes, good morning.
What up?
What's up, bro?
Hello? Yes.
How you doing?
Good. Yes, good. From my trade thing there, I wouldn't. We cannot beat Dallas or LA with KD and Curry alone. If we don't have Draymond, we cannot beat any of those teams. We can maybe beat OKC, but we cannot beat Dallas or LA with just KD and Curry. We need Draymond. I would rather trade Wiggins because Wiggins has disappeared on us for the last 2 seasons for personal reasons. And when we need him most. So I wouldn't do that.
Okay, Jermaine, hey, where are you from originally? I like your accent. Where are you from originally?
Perspective.
Jamaica.
Nice.
Oh, beautiful accent.
Very cool.
I love it. That's Jermaine out in
It's a
Fort
lot warmer
Lauderdale.
in Jamaica today. Than
Well,
it
it's
was
probably
in
a lot
North
warmer
Dakota.
in Jamaica than it is in Florida. It was snowing in Florida a couple of weeks ago.
No.
Yeah, so did you see the beaches? It's pretty wild,
It is
man.
crazy.
It's crazy. I wasn't really quite following Jermaine there when he said if we get KD, we could beat OKC, but we couldn't beat the Lakers or the Mavericks. I don't even think the Mavericks are in the playoff picture. They're not even in the play-in picture right now. If I look at the NBA standings right now, yeah, Dallas is out. Warriors are the 10 seed right now currently as Dallas have lost 3 in a row now. Boy, do they need Anthony Davis back. And are they going to make a big trade? Don't sleep on Dallas to get Jimmy Butler, by the way. I think Jimmy Buckets, with his stock so down right now as we're talking NBA trades.
Wait, so Kyrie, Jimmy Butler, and Anthony Davis.
Are you
all unreliable squad.
But I'm not mad at that.
No,
though.
I know. On paper, it looks great. But
mad at that.
Just being a fly on the wall in the locker room, like, how does that work?
I know. We're going to talk to Anthony Slater here in 10 minutes, who covers the team for the Athletic. And
Anthony Davis gets blown in the eye a little by an opponent, and then he has to come out of the game. You think Jimmy Butler's going to be happy with that?
I don't know. He's going to be happy just to get out of the state of Florida, I think, going back to Florida. I
don't think of Jimmy Butler ever as being happy.
Really?
I think of him as being very on edge at all times.
Did you watch the Starting 5 doc on Netflix?
Yes, I
because
did.
he was one of the guys chronicled. I like Jimmy came away likable from that.
I think he's very fake on camera.
Really?
Yes.
I think he's a good family man. I think he's a good dad.
Well, I don't question those things.
Okay.
I think he has a very high work ethic and demands a lot from others. And I think he has very little time for those who don't meet his expectations.
And I actually
he's not exclusive to that. Brady was similar.
So was Kobe. Exactly. The same
But I
thing.
guess the argument would be like, you're not them.
Oh, well, he's a Hall of Famer though. Like I would say that he took the Miami Heat to 2 finals as the best player on those teams. Like that's a fact. He was not.
How
he was
many
not going to
players
beat.
from this era
He was
are you gonna
not going to
say
beat
from?
LeBron.
He's
He
a
was
great
not-
player.
Yeah, but how many players from this era are also going to take those Mavericks or those Heat teams to the NBA Finals?
Going back to the East has been weak for quite some time.
Okay. They beat the Celtics though, who've won a title. They beat the Bucks, who have also won a title. That's nothing to scoff at.
I'm not scoffing at it. I'm saying on the level of other players in the league, I think he's a whole level below.
I think we underrate him.
Okay.
How about that? Sandman is out in Fremont. He's been hanging on tight. What's up, Sandman? You're on with Spadoni and Chasky in the Morning Roast. You sound like you were calling from Krypton. Call back another time. I don't know what that was. That hurt my ears.
I thought I heard someone doing the Dumb and Dumber. I was like,
the most annoying sound in the world.
That was funny,
that
actually.
Was Michael's in Texas. Again, another new state. God,
we are just getting all kinds of great calls. The screen caller is amazing today.
Hey, Mr. Worldwide, we're Pitbull over here. What's up, Michael?
Hey, what's going on, man?
What's up?
Hey, listen, I wanted to look at you and tell you about you guys are spot on with KD coming back. That would be a great change back for them. Draymond has used he was purposeful here with the Warriors, but it's time for us to look at a new way to go. And if you look at about 10 games that the Warriors lost this year, the 10 games that were really tight, that last 5 minutes, the problem that we were having, guys couldn't put the ball in the basket.
Totally agree.
KD would solve that problem. He would solve that problem for us. I think out of those 10 games we lost like that, he could have gave us at least 5. And if we get 5 games out of what we have now, we'd be right in about that 6th pot.
I'm with you.
And
How many games?
Great, man. That is really possible.
How many games for this match, this version of the team? How many games did they literally get the worst possible shot you could get in the half court setting for 5 straight minutes?
That's exactly right.
5 straight
Exactly
minutes.
right.
It was like, and I'm not
KD
saying that
was
defense isn't an element of this, but like they can't get their own shot right now, and you've got to make things
That's exactly
easier for
right.
Steph.
Exactly. And they put too much pressure on Steph. KD would be the easy safety valve, and you had Moses Moody. And it would take a little bit of the pressure off of Wiggins to have to try to score and be that second scorer right there.
I agree.
KD would be a godsend, man. He would be a godsend for him right now to help us out when we get a shooting lull, because Buddy Hield can't do it, Schrader can't do it, and those young ones, they just looking with the eyes, the spotlight on them, and they just can't do it yet.
Yeah, and look, we'll see what these trades end up being. Like, is GP2 still on this team? Because we talk a lot about defense.
Yeah.
GP2 is a very useful piece in a playoff series.
What'd you have? A Truly?
Now, if he's part of the deal, all right. Now we got to look. We got to look elsewhere for a defensive type of a player, an energy guy, a stopper. I like a lot of their glue guys. I do. I like a lot of their glue guys. Problem is their glue guys have been asked to be pillar guys, and they're not that. They're miscast. It's like when the Giants put Yastrzemski in the 3-4-5 hole. Yaz is a 7 hitter.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with GP2. GP2's not a starter, but GP2 as a role player with a very specific use against a specific team, like, hey, go hound the crap out of Luka. He's great at that.
For sure. 888-957-9570 is the number. We got a couple minutes here left in this segment before getting to Anthony Slater. Cannot wait to talk about everything with him in a couple minutes. Our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider, Anthony Slater, best in the business when it comes to that. Doug is out in Berkeley. Let's get him on, squeeze him in. Doug, what's up, man? You're all Spadoni and Chasky, the Morning Roast.
Hey, thanks for squeezing me in, guys. Appreciate it. First of all, I want to say I'd love to get KD back. Who wouldn't? But look at where Phoenix is right now. They basically have the same record as the Warriors. If we trade Wiggins, Kuminga, if we give up some valuable young guys and get KD, we just become the Golden State Suns. They've got KD, they've got Booker, they've got Bradley Beal, and they got a bunch of other guys. If we make a trade for our valuable young guys, we have KD, we have Steph, and we have a bunch of other guys. I would love to get him if the price is right, if what we give up is right. Who wouldn't? Like you just said a few minutes ago, 30 other GMs. But man, if we give up our bright young guys, we're just going to be the same as Phoenix is now, because they basically have the same record as we do.
No, I hear you, and that's a fair point. Let me counter quickly with you. It's not about just this year. It's about next year. And I think if you had a starting point of KD and Steph at the offseason, wouldn't that be a hell of a lot more appealing to work with for next year? Like, because it's not just about this year.
Yeah, they're not winning a title this year, Doug. I don't think a lot of people think that way.
But I hear Doug's points.
Yes, absolutely. And Doug, we appreciate the call. We're up against it.
Like, to me, it's about next year when you bring in KD and the year after.
Yeah.
It's gearing yourself up for a 2-year run.
No, that's a fact. Absolutely. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by San Francisco International Airport. Real quick, though, Carter has some news he wants to dish here. Producer Carter, what's going on, man?
Well, the boss man came in here really excited, and he was excited because ESPN shared on their Instagram account a slide of Steph and KD together, and it says KD could possibly return to the Warriors.
Who liked
NBA
it?
on ESPN, and ESPN shared it together. And the reason he was so excited is it's very rare that ESPN shares could possible trades on their Instagram account. Is this some tea leaves to read into?
Wait. He was really excited because he saw a picture of a potential trade that could happen.
He was fired up.
Because ESPN rarely posts could.
I think they do it a lot.
Like, get it on air.
I thought that it was going to be like KD and Steph liked it and then commented on it.
I thought Ben Johnson was going to be the Raiders coach the last 3 weeks because ESPN kept posting about it.
Did KD scrub all the Sun stuff off his Instagram?
He did.
He did? Did he unfollow them?
I'll check up on
Oh
that.
my god, that's a
Let's
tease.
go, baby!
That's a tease.
Let's go!
And that's what's
I
coming
got
up.
explored during the break.
Anthony Slater next, and that's what's coming up with the game brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
Are you ready, Bay Area sports fans? San Francisco
didn't win a game for 3 years. God. We lost the game. We were down like 52-2.
Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shafsky on 95.7 The Game.
Just beat it. Am I right? Tim Roy.
Am I going to just start moonwalking?
Yeah, you can't.
The second we get Kevin Durant, they told me, don't you ever think about KD? And I said, yes, I want him here. I don't even know what I'm saying. I'm so fired up.
That hurt my ears, actually. I might quit the rest of this segment after that. Don't forget, at some point in this segment, we will prompt you to call in with the keyword to win a spot in the knockout tournament. Make sure you are locked in and ready with that keyword. You're going to hear a sounder, and it's going to be... That was my impression of a DJ horn. And when you hear that, after our Anthony Slater interview, call in with the keyword. I'll give out the phone number, and you will win a spot in our knockout tournament Monday, March 3rd. We're going to be joined by Anthony Slater here on the River Islands guest line in just a second. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? All right, this is where we're at. Reports, murmurs, whatever you want to call them. Kevin Durant potentially coming back to the Warriors is for real. It could be a thing. They are having discussions. The Warriors are desperate. They want a name. They want this. Could Draymond Green be a part of that? That has been speculated now from a multitude of sources. Is Draymond Green going to be a part of that? How would you feel about Draymond Green leaving and Kevin Durant coming back? How would you feel about giving up some draft picks, some young players maybe a Kuminga? Who knows? How would we feel about all of that? Well, we got Anthony Slater right here on now. Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's the Morning Roast. And Anthony...
I feel like I'm tapped into exactly what's going to happen in the league right now by just connecting with him on the phone.
He knows this team inside and out, and he is more tapped in than anyone when it comes to all things Golden State Warriors basketball. So I'll just ask you straight up, Anthony, how legit are these Kevin Durant to Golden State Warriors potential rumors? How legit are they?
Yeah, they're legit. I mean, and it's been a few days now, but certainly, there's been a lot of talks between Miami and Phoenix and the Warriors. And, if this deal was to get done on any sides of it, there's probably going to need to be one or two more teams roped in, really, because of the second apron rules and salary matching purposes. And it is the talk of the league right now. It's the biggest domino left on the board. There's still going to be plenty of other trades, as you saw this morning with Kyle Kuzma, but it's the thing that everybody's monitoring and how it impacts everything else. And again, if the Warriors miss out on it, where do they pivot? Is there anybody else going to swoop in on Jimmy Butler? Is Kevin, would the Suns really come off Kevin Durant? Do they have any other pivot moves that can maybe save that era there a little bit better? Can Bradley Beal find a home? Which the answer to that seems to be no. Or can the Suns find a home for Bradley Beal that he would go to? The answer seems to be no, which is a huge domino in all this. So I guess a winding way to tell you that, yes, they're legit. I mean, this is very much in high-level discussions. It has been for a few days now.
I guess my question would be here, and listen, you cover the Warriors. I'm not asking you. You're not a Phoenix Suns guy, but you're tapped in around the league. Why all of a sudden, they're trying to get Jimmy Butler to Phoenix and try to push away Bradley Beal's contract, but why all of a sudden now are they pivoting to getting rid of Kevin Durant and all this when they are trying to bring Jimmy Butler to pair with KD?
Yeah, they're 25 and 24. They just lost 2 games to Portland. They're trying to fix a team that looks a little broken right now, similarly to the Warriors, right? They're tied in the standings. The answer to that they would have hoped for, right, is what you mentioned. Flip Bradley Beal out, use some of those picks they got in that weird trade they did last month, and get Jimmy Butler in there, and then they can at least believe they have a new big three with Butler, Booker, and Durant, but they just have not found a path to get Bradley Beal out of there with this no trade clause. So I think they've looked at various other avenues, but the reality is, Kevin Durant is thinking about his future, and you guys know none of these big names get to free agency anymore, right? You either extend with your current team, or as you saw with De'Aaron Fox, who was a year and a half away from free agency, Luka Doncic, who clearly the Mavericks were worried about him, a year and a half from him being up. Like, those guys' futures got solved at this deadline. And Kevin Durant's on that exact same contract clock. He did not extend this past summer. He's up after next year. And I think because the Suns know what they have right now is not working, there needs to be some level of tweaking. They cannot get Bradley Beal out of there in any way. They're not going to trade Devin Booker. It seems he's the younger superstar, kind of the franchise legend, that maybe their best path forward to kind of reconfigure things might be to try to get a big haul for Kevin Durant.
All right, so let's imagine you're on the stand here, and I'm like one of the, prosecutors cross-examining you. I want to rat-a-tat-tat these all in succession. No, because this is where a lot of Warrior fans are. They wake up this morning, and it's like, my God, there's so much smoke. There's so much smoke. Let's start here. Does Kevin Durant want to be a Warrior?
Yeah, I don't know. I will say this, and again, some of these questions, by the way, I may not know.
No, that's fine.
It's smoke screen season, and I'm trying to get as much info as possible. And that's certainly a hot topic. Your first question, it's like how interested is Kevin Durant in this type of reunion? And the sense I get is the Warriors are kind of doing it, without the understanding that he's trying to get his way back here. And again, I'm not trying to say or report that he doesn't necessarily want to, but I think they're kind of doing it separate from him.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if that answers your question.
No. It does. Like I said, we just want to know. Like, if he's hell bent on coming here, stars have a lot of control. Could he conceivably, Kevin Durant, coexist on the team with Draymond Green?
That would be question number one. Well, maybe question number 4 in any type of intro press conference if he's here and Draymond Green is here. I think these guys are professional. I think they could. I do wonder, Draymond's involvement in these trade talks, but maybe. I don't know. Okay. There's. I will say this: we all know there's a large level of scar tissue that obviously goes back to how it ended the first time with Kevin Durant, but even the last year, right, when he strikes Nurkic and. Kevin had some quotes that clearly ticked off Draymond, and then Draymond kind of went back at him. Y'all probably all remember that saga. They kind of publicly made up this year. Kevin had a podcast sit down where he talked about how it seemed like Draymond was back to his old self, and maybe like the therapy he'd done had worked. And Draymond then went out and talked about how appreciative he was. So there has definitely been a little bit of like a public reconciliation, but I don't know that there's, more scar tissue between two players in the league than the stuff we know about between those two.
Yeah. Anthony Slater with us, the most tapped in guy when it comes to the Warriors, the NBA as a whole, works for The Athletic. He's our NBA Odyssey insider. Obviously does a lot of reporting with Shams. All right, Anthony. So is the Warrior plan, is it this simple? We're just going to try to get Kevin Durant, pair him up with Steph Curry, and then we'll figure everything out from there.
They have to have a multi-layered plan still because this thing is not sealed up. I think other people could come in and swoop Durant at this point. Durant could stay in Phoenix at this point. Butler's future still needs to get decided. Would they be willing, if they're sitting there at the end of the day to take in Jimmy Butler, even if he hasn't indicated that he wants to come, if they have to pivot off entirely because let's say Miami and Phoenix decide to just work together and, there's a world where, Durant lands in Miami and then they're left at the altar again. Do they then pivot to like Vucevic, who clearly is a secondary part of their plans here? There's like, is Brandon Ingram somebody? I mean, I know that they've at least, sniffed around that a little bit as a secondary type plan, or, do they pull the brakes almost entirely and do very little? Not that would fire up fans, but I guess to your question, Kevin Durant is what they are going for, currently. That's plan number 1, but there's not that much time left of the deadline at this point. So if you cannot execute that, you still have to be able to execute plan B, C, or D.
So the Draymond Green aspect of all this, because we've been talking all morning, Anthony, our question has been to Warriors fans, how would you feel about Kevin Durant coming back in a Golden State Warriors uniform, but Draymond Green leaving at that same time? Would Draymond be a big part of these discussions? There's been a lot made about his relationship with Suns owner Matt Ishbia, who's also a Michigan State alum, where obviously Draymond Green went to school. What do you make of the Draymond Green aspect in all of this when it comes to Kevin Durant potentially becoming a Golden State Warrior again?
Yeah, we reported it yesterday. There's a level of interest on the Phoenix side of if a package came to be that, of Draymond's involvement, because Phoenix is not trying to hit a tear down. I know trading Kevin Durant would signal some level of a rebuild, but they're still going to have Booker. They're still going to have Beal. They still have, Ishbia's desires and none of their future picks and deep in the apron. So Draymond Green's a guy that could potentially help them win. Now, if Miami's involved, my understanding is that would probably be more Wiggins related. It's like if Jimmy Butler's getting rerouted to Phoenix, Wiggins is a kind of a more appealing contract because of his age and his production this season. And I do get the sense that the Warriors' preference, if they have to do a big money deal here to trade one of those two, that Wiggins would probably be the outgoing salary. But there's a lot of dynamics at play, and certainly, as others have said, I think everything pretty much is on the table except any type of Steph Curry trade.
Is Kuminga involved in every one of these deals, essentially?
No. Well, I mean, when we're talking about every one of these deals, like not the lower level one, certainly not like a Vucevic, this or that. Like
the big dogs.
I mean, basically, Kevin Durant takes you to a different level of package, right? Of what you have to send out. So, yeah, I mean, there's indications that if Durant was to move to the Warriors, that it would probably mean Jonathan Kuminga would have to be in the package. But beyond that, they still are pretty protective of Kuminga. They're certainly not shopping him around.
And okay, so I have to ask this, even though, God, I think our heads would explode because there's so much smoke on all this. What if they do nothing? Is there a possibility they do nothing?
Yeah, I mean, again, I do think Vucevic at the end of the day will probably be out there for pretty cheap. And the one thing about him, or even, other names we could go through, but let's just keep it with Vucevic. He's on a declining contract that makes $20 million next year, that if you get him for, second round draft capital and some expirings, you now have an easier puzzle piece this summer to throw in a trade as you go star hunting again. To your question, yeah, it's possible they do either nothing or not enough that really changes much of their trajectory this season. And you're probably going to have a frustrated fan base. But certainly it's possible if you can't get the Durant thing done. And even if they do get the Durant thing done, I'm not sure that they're vaulting into the Thunder category, the Celtics category, or anything like that. To me, there's other reworking that needs to be done. And some of that might be in the summer. And certainly if you don't get KD, the next time they can even begin to try to enter any type of, more elevated conversation will be in the summer.
Our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider Anthony Slater joining us here on the River Islands guest line. Anthony, hell of a job right now. I know it's so busy for you, so we appreciate the time. Little tidbits here. Dennis Schroeder can be traded today.
Yeah.
Today, right now at this very moment, or is it in a couple hours, or what is it?
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, you can agree to anything, and the thing is, stuff could have been agreed to with Schroeder prior to today, and then you just don't execute. You know how a lot of times trades aren't official till 3 days later because of various reasons. But the thing with Schroeder is he could always be traded prior to today. He just couldn't be aggregated with other contracts until today. Now he can be aggregated. But yes, I mean that unlocks deals. But again, like I said, you could have agreed to it already.
Okay, and I want your gut feeling on this right now. Straight, I'm just going to ask you: do you think Kevin Durant is going to be a Golden State Warrior tomorrow?
By the way, I think this domino probably falls today. I would say we'll see.
Text me first, please, before you tweet it out. Just
stop.
Direct text me,
please.
And maybe I can co-sign on that tweet with you.
Got you. I'd go back and forth. I would have. Over the weekend, as you started to get kind of more indications that this thing might be real, I would have put it at a pretty low percentage. I'd say as of yesterday, there were times I was feeling I probably would have said more likely than not. At this current moment, I don't know. I'm going to duck out of this question and be 50-50, 51-49, and you're probably going to ask which side I would say 51% on. I don't know. I don't know right now.
No, look, I get it, because you know what's going to happen. We're going to tweet something out. You're going to feel like we aggregated you. That's not what we're trying to do. We're just trying to get a feel for what's going on right now.
I said 85-15, so you're way more that was in the negative end of not getting.
Are you saying 85-15? Yes.
No, I'm saying no. So I think this is all smoke, Anthony Slater. The more I feel if I'm a fan watching this, and no, you can see if they were so desperate these last few days, and the fact that they're calling all these people and I'm hearing all these big names, as a fan. That I actually don't feel great about that, because it feels like I'm not going to get it. But this Kevin Durant thing is interesting now, because now it's been picked up by you, by many others, and there feels like a real possibility. And it'll feel like a huge letdown if nothing happens and you pivot to Nikola Vucevic. Like, is this Joe Lacob pounding his hand on the desk and saying, "Go get me Kevin Durant," or is this Mike Dunleavy, or is it both, or is it Curry?
It's not Steph. Steph is on the fringe. He's like aware of conversations happening, but this is very much being done at the front office level. Dunleavy, Joe Lacob, Kirk Lacob, Larry Harris. I could go down the list of the front office. But that's where all of this negotiating and decision making is being done. As Joe Lacob would put it, to me, their name gets floated around, and some of the names, I saw like LaMelo Ball and Paulo, and it was not like to that degree. They're not just calling Wimby. They're not calling the Spurs and just asking for everybody. Like there's targeted people they've certainly been going after. They've been in this Jimmy Butler mix because I think they've seen a path where Phoenix was blocked out, where they had an opportunity to get Durant. I think they have been reading the chessboard, and we'll see if that comes to fruition. They backed out of Zach LaVine in an almost non-aggressive way, or non-desperate way, because and that may backfire on them depending on your belief of if they should have gone after LaVine, because they wanted to see this Durant Butler thing through. Certainly, they've made calls on other stars, but that's that time. You should see the call logs around the league this last week. Obviously their names getting floated out there. They are, to a degree, as I said on your network the other day, they are desperate, but they should be. Steph Curry's 37 next month. They not only need to maybe try to strike big right now, they need to gather as much intel as possible about what may or may not be available this summer. If they only are able to get a Vucevic, I think they need to monitor the situation in Milwaukee as you head towards the summer, or if Durant stays in Phoenix, how that's looking this summer. So this is networking time of the year, and that front office is networking.
I mean, it's like Desperate Housewives, except desperate owners when it comes to the Warriors. I believe 99.9%, just my gut's telling me this trade's happening, because I fall for that.
99.9. Yeah, you're getting your hopes up too much at this point.
I mean, what else do I have? I mean, come on, man. Like, I got nothing better to do. Let's say this trade happens, hypothetically.
Yeah.
It happens during the day, before the game. What happens? They take guys off the floor? Like, give me the actual logistics of what it would look like. You're not using any of the names, but they trade for Kevin Durant 2 hours from now, 3 hours from now. What happens with the Warriors squad, and who do they field on the team tonight?
Yeah, look, I'm going to shoot around in, I think, less than an hour. So theoretically, if it happened while that was going on, you kind of pull guys off the floor and alert them. You try. I mean, the goal always from these front offices is to make sure the players and their agents know before the public knows. It's Tim Conley did a great job with it with Karl Anthony Towns this past summer. Kat told the story of Tim got to the house and sat down with him and told him it was being done, 5 minutes before it was out to the world. Whereas the Nico Harrison, Luka Doncic one was probably the opposite of that, right? It sounds like Luka hasn't even taken his call to this point. You remember the Harrison Barnes one in Dallas a couple years ago? Or it was at this point probably like 6-7 years ago. But when he got traded to Sacramento, was at halftime? Or it was during the game? It's like they had the video of people telling him on the bench.
Yeah. It's like the Jose Canseco getting traded in the on-deck circle. I'm dead serious.
How about this one? I'll tell you one of my favorites. I was at All-Star Weekend in New Orleans. This would have been 7-8 years ago now at this point. And the deadline was after the All-Star break at this point. Yes, yeah. I was in the DeMarcus Cousins scrum where the PR guy comes up, whispers in his ear, "Hey, you're no longer on the Kings," while he's doing his post-game All-Star media session. So, it can be done. It can be bungled in a lot of ways. But to answer your question, it just really depends on the timing. If it's done during the game, yeah, certainly you pull guys off. Last night you saw it, right? KJ Martin was going to play for the Sixers, and they ruled him out right before tip because it was clear it was advanced trade discussions, and then he got traded. I think this morning it became official.
Anthony Slater, it's insane. This whole week has been crazy. It started with Luka Doncic, and we could be looking at a Lakers-Warriors game tomorrow, and they're probably not going to play. Obviously, Luka's not going to play tomorrow, but where Luka is a Laker and Kevin Durant is a Warrior again, that's just insane to me. It's absolutely nuts, and we appreciate the time. Not once, but twice you're coming on with us this week. I know you're a busy guy. It's a very busy day, but very busy 24 hours for you, so appreciate it, man. You have a good one.
Yeah, all right, fellas.
There he goes. Anthony Slater, always good. And I think we got a sounder coming up here in just a second, but he was courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Again, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. In just a second here, we're going to give away the knockout tournament spot, Joe Shasky, but Anthony Slater, man, he 50-50 is like legit for him.
50-50 is 99.9% for me, for him, if that makes sense.
No, it's huge. There's the sounder. Be the first caller to call in with the keyword 415-523-4652. That's 415-523-4652 with the keyword. And you will win a spot in our knockout contest at Chase Center on Monday, March 3rd. Must be 18 and a California resident. Next time to win is going to be at noon with Steiny and Guru. So if you don't win this time, don't worry. You got 2 opportunities, 12 and 4. Again, all week long. Listen between 8 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 4 o'clock, all day right here on 95.7 The Game for your chance to win a spot at the knockout tournament. All right.
Back in the day, we used to go to Toys R Us from time to time. There was one out near
Toys R Us kid, yeah.
Yeah, and we would, like, on our way there, like, Mom, can we get a toy? Mom, can we get a toy?
Never.
Mom, can we get a toy? And eventually she'd crack and just say maybe, and which meant, like, we were getting a toy, right? We were getting a toy somehow, some way. The fact that he's at 50-50, tells me a deal's getting done. And that's just me being me. But it's also me understanding slates. He is the most, cautious when it comes to, not he's hedging. He knows that what he says carries a lot of weight.
Picks his words carefully.
Exactly.
As any good journalist or reporter should do.
And the fact that he's at 50-50 to me tells me we're at the 3-yard line. Like we're looking to convert 2 here.
Tush push? That's what they need.
Just don't throw to Mark Andrews.
Oh my God.
That's all I ask.
Mark Andrews.
Can we sub in John Taylor? Like,
you love the tush push. At this point, if that's what it took,
despise it.
Keep it. You heard from Anthony Slater there, folks. 888-957-9570. 50-50 is basically what he's putting at it if Kevin Durant is going to be a Golden State Warrior again. And he said something else interesting. He seems to think it's going to be Wiggins, if anything, heading out, and not Draymond Green. How did that make you feel when you heard that?
Well, look, you have to give something. So whether you give up Wiggins, Kuminga, whether you give up Draymond, Kuminga, you're giving up a lot. This is not an easy deal. It comes with a tremendous amount of risk. You are, to a degree, overpaying on depth to get a singular piece, right? Like that.
Yes.
I get that. Like this costs a lot. That being said, I'd do it.
Well, it would just be for the drama and for the chaos of it all. KD and Draymond back together again. Yeah, I'm in on that. Like, would I rather keep Wiggins for the long term? Probably, but you got to give to get at this point. And that's basically what it, and he said it'd be rerouted to Miami, which would be fascinating because I think Wiggins with Heat culture, I think that could actually work. Could you imagine, honestly, you get rid of Jimmy Butler, you bring in Andrew Wiggins, not the same player.
Complete opposites.
But the complete opposite of personality.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm here. It's great. Yeah. That's it. That's all you're going to hear from Andrew Wiggins. Yeah. And then Jimmy Buckets, he says, flipping the bird, do you know what? Whatever he's going to do when he heads out. He thinks it's going to happen today, too. That's another piece I got. The domino's going to fall today with the Kevin Durant stuff. That's what he believes. Refresh.
Can you tell me, on Kevin Durant's Twitter account, does he have Team USA stuff on, or does he have like Phoenix Suns stuff on his Insta? What do you think he cares more about, his Twitter or his Insta?
His Finsta, really, his fake Instagram. I'm sure he cares about the most.
I mean,
KD burner.
I want updates on all his social media. That's what the kids do.
888-957.
I need him to tweet at 95.7 The Game like right now. Like, I'm back.
Well, this is Joe Shasky, 99.9%. He's riding the bus right now. That's him.
100%.
You're all in.
All in.
Is anyone out on KD? I think that's the minority at this point. I think everyone's pretty much in agreement right now. They're in on Kevin Durant coming back as a Golden State Warrior with Draymond Green potentially, with Stephen Curry, with Steve Kerr. Those guys won 2 championships together. Why not win another one?
I am so ready to see all of the memes and all of the reunited and it feels so good. I want KD back so bad. And if I'm Joe Lacob, all I'm thinking about is this Andre Iguodala, retirement where I'm going to be on center court, center stage.
Right, the jersey retirement.
And it's maybe 2 weeks away.
Yeah.
If you swing the KD deal, while you're retiring in the rafters the Andre Iguodala number and the jersey, think of the ovation you're going to get. You're going to be like Hulk Hogan in his prime.
It would legit be the opposite of the Chris Mullin retirement.
100%.
With Rick Barry there.
Let's play it the other way.
Okay.
You make no move.
Oh, no. Well, he did say you could get Vucevic still, which seems like nothing at this point. Going from KD.
Going back to my mom.
It's a total blue balls
It's
move
like, no. Can we get a toy at Toys R Us? You go from getting a toy at Toys R Us and then going to McDonald's afterwards to
getting a Happy Meal.
No, you're eating spinach for dinner. Like, what?
Oh, okay.
Are you kidding me?
I know where you're going with that. I thought you were going from getting a Toys R Us toy to getting a Happy Meal toy.
No, I was saying you get the toy and you get to go to McDonald's.
But back in the day, the toy and the Happy Meal was actually like legit fun and like cool. Like now it's just like you get a pack of cards or something. It's useless.
Harassed my mother and my father to go to McDonald's.
Well, it used to be a treat.
Every meal of every day for a decade.
And now everyone just eats it all the time. It used to be a treat when we were younger. Like you go to McDonald's, oh wow, we're going to McDonald's. That's fun, right? Now it's just like once a week. Yeah, McDonald's. Here we go. It's expensive now, by the way, too.
Well, I mean, on the scale. I mean, But we went to go eat the other day, and I really screwed up LJ's like eating habits. So we had the mashed potatoes and we had meatballs. We chop them up, and he's eating them. And he's having. All of a sudden, Michelle gets a burger and fries. That's like the one thing of meat that she'll eat. She'll have a burger once in a blue moon. The fries show up, and he's
they're easy.
addicted to the fries.
They're easy.
Addicted.
And they just suck on them too. They just get all the salt off there, and then it just gets mushy, and then it's everywhere.
No, my little guy is chomping down on him, dude.
Just devouring.
He's an eater.
If he could supersize it like back in the day, he'd do that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. I'm not mad at that.
We call that the big gulp.
There you go. Hey, I'm not mad at the 7-Eleven reference.
I haven't had a Slurpee in forever.
Dude, you might need one if Kevin Durant gets traded.
Chill.
You might need one.
Pause, dog. Pause, dog.
Sparky and 880. What's going on?
I might need a McDonald's commemorative cup, not a Slurpee.
What's up, Sparky? You're on Spadoni Shagsky.
All right, fellas. Thank you for taking my call. And you know what? This traffic is like you expected in the Bay Area. But you know what?
What do you want?
Yes, make
you
it
want
better.
80? 880?
880.
880, man, on the way to San Francisco. And telling you it's back to back.
Well, we don't hate that being on the radio.
But you know what?
Go ahead.
Anyway, back to back is not going to happen. I think Kevin Durant coming back to the Warriors might be on paper, might look good, but you know, as far as him doing it, I don't think he's going to do it. Just because, reunited might feel so good, but he also been everywhere, so he's going to be like, I've been everywhere, man. And you know what?
So, Sparky.
That's a great.
Sparky, real quick.
Goes ahead. He will backstab.
Real quick, Sparky. I'll let you finish.
Flowing, dog.
No,
it's open mic on 880.
No, I just want to clarify. You don't think they're going to win a championship with Kevin Durant coming back? Would you like to see the move, though? Would you just like to see him come back at all?
For what?
To get into the box at the minimum.
And just to be entertaining.
We're not even in the box, guys.
For what? It's like, it's not going to do no good. It's like, dude, like, what are you going to do? Just
all right, you know what? This is what I'm going to say to you. Call back in 2 weeks after we land Durant, and we're all throwing a Durant party, all right? And we've all got our Durantula hats on. Come on, y'all. What are we talking about? This guy gets announced, trade to the Warriors. You're all going to be celebrating. You're all going to be reposting all the stuff on social. And you're all going to be dying to see him and Steph Curry in the All-Star game together.
You'll talk yourself into them being title contenders. You'll talk yourself into it.
So that's what every other national pundit.
Exactly. That's what you do. And this is, by the way, Sparking 88 with one of the great drops of all time.
We don't care who plays. We just like the challenge.
Where's that Sparky at? That was him against the Boston Celtics at the beginning of the year when they beat him. He's like, we don't care. We just like the challenge. We just like the challenge. And you know what? Give me Kevin Durant right now if that's a possibility. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Anthony Slater just joined us last segment. If you missed any of that, download the Odyssey app. It is free. It is spectacular. And also YouTube, it is up there as well. Anthony Slater with tremendous insight on what's going on with Kevin Durant and that whole trade saga.
So, okay. What are the Warriors currently? What are they? Like, what are they?
Mid. That's what Steph Curry said.
Mid. Aren't they better with Kevin Durant? Whatever goes out the door, aren't they just better?
Sure.
Okay. That's all we want. Just be better than what we watched. Bare minimum.
Okay. And then how soon does that fade away for you?
Well,
because we got a couple months
that
here.
That rides me out to this year. We'll see where it goes. And then in the offseason, everything opens up.
Okay.
Everything opens up because then it's like, all right, we got a 2-year run here. Who wants to win titles?
Okay.
Let's go. Sign me up.
And I'm not, listen, I'm
There's
not
clarity.
I'm shout out Troy. 25 and 24 is what they are right now.
Got that joke.
No, I always do it. It makes me very happy. 25 and 24, they're the 10th seed currently in the West. They make a trade for Kevin Durant. I'm not ready to write them off as, they're done. Absolutely not. Could they climb to the 6th spot? Well, the Clippers are 28 and 22 right now, and they just got absolutely boat raced against the Lakers without Anthony Davis. Got destroyed yesterday. And the Lakers, by the way, they're 10 games over 500. I don't think they're going to stop anytime soon. I think everyone assumes they're just going to fade away. I think Luka and LeBron could be special together. I don't know if I'm the minority in there, but that has a chance.
Of course they can.
Well, I know, but people are, oh, he's fat. Oh, defense. I was like, he had one leg and was overweight and was in the NBA Finals last year. So if the Warriors can get Kevin Durant and he could be Kevin Durant with Stephen Curry, and I would have to think Steph, yes, he has the knee tendonitis. Yes, he's old, but that's got to give him some sort of a boost emotionally, you'd think, right? And I'm a big believer in a mindset can affect your body in every way.
Yeah.
Physically as well. That's legit for me. So maybe that gives him and listen, it's not the puppy and the old dog analogy because let's not get it twisted. Kevin Durant's an older guy too. Yeah. He's going to be 37 here soon too. So it's not like for like the puppy and the old dog, but it's an old friend coming back.
Yeah.
It's your homie coming back. It's a guy that you just won a gold medal coming back with you. It's like your best friend, Joe Shasky. Think of your best friend. And you guys have been moved away for a while now. And you guys were at the height of the height together. And now he's saying, you know what, man, I got a job close. I'm bringing my family over. We're back. And we're going to hang out, and it's going to be awesome. That's the feeling right now. And that's pretty cool if I'm Steph.
Will it make
he's
Steph's job
himself.
better? Yes. Will it make Steph happier? Yes.
And that's what you want.
Exactly. If you want to maximize him, it's the best of all the options.
What can't happen is nothing. What cannot happen is nothing.
One thing that I keep seeing is they've got Devin Booker and Bradley Beal. Bradley Beal stinks.
Yeah, he's not good.
Whatever you think of Jordan Poole is exactly what I thought of Bradley Beal. He plays zero defense. He's been a part of a couple of winning teams in his entire career. He's put up any shot he's wanted, never played a lick of defense. He is a one-dimensional player who's mediocre, very mediocre. He makes max money, and so we've elevated him on a team that no one watched for 15 years, and then he got to Phoenix, and everyone was like, oh, yeah, he stinks. Have you watched, Bradley Beal is not that. How many great players do you name in the last 15 years before the name Bradley Beal comes to mind?
Quite a few.
Exactly.
Quite a few.
Wiggins is a better basketball player than Bradley Beal. It's not even arguable. And he makes half.
Adam in San Francisco, who, by the way, Adam in the city, he's the contest winner for this morning's edition of the Knockout Tournament. So congratulations, Adam. I think he's going back-to-back. I think he participated last year as well, but he's a roaster. And good to hear from you, Adam. What's up, man? Y'all Spadoni and Shasky.
Yeah, guys, thanks for having me on. I first wanted to give a congratulations to you, Joe Spadoni, for making it to becoming the host of the Morning Roast with Shasky. Congratulations. You always did a great job with the pregame show in the mornings. Always loved your takes, so congratulations to you.
Appreciate it, man.
Yes, I will be back in the contest again. I finished 10th out of 30 last year, so I need to do a little bit better this time around, but I'm glad I'm getting the opportunity to do so. I just wanted to say that I don't care what they need to do to get this trade done. Just make it happen. Because if we're sitting here tomorrow when the deadline ends and the Warriors have made no moves again, I'm going to be extremely frustrated as a fan. Steph clearly needs help. This middle of the pack play that they've shown, it's like they get a win here, they lose really badly, then they beat OKC, then they get smashed by the Suns. It's just mid basketball, like Steph said. And to get Kevin Durant back, yeah, you're giving up the young player. I'm like, as a fan, for me, I don't care. Get Steph some help.
That's Adam in the city right there.
A lot of people feel that way.
You have to make this trade now. You've gotten this far. You got it. You got to complete it. I get it.
Why are you smiling at me? You are so rooting against this deal going down.
I'm not rooting against it.
You just want to come in here and see my pain 2 days from now.
I'm going to be right. Nothing's going to happen. We're going to get all excited. It's going to be the sports version of blue balls, and we're all going to be hurt. That's what's going to happen.
Doesn't Joe Lacob deserve some benefit of the doubt?
What's the biggest trade that's happened in the Joe Lacob era?
The biggest trade? They traded Bogut for Monte. They traded for Iguodala and via free agency.
Okay.
Okay, what?
Those aren't the names of a Kevin Durant. Or
They landed Kevin Durant.
That was a free agency. I'm just telling you.
But you had to trade away other people to afford
I've
them.
seen Rob Pelinka get Anthony Davis via a trade.
No, that was
not
clutch.
Luka Doncic.
Let's call it what it is. That was clutch.
Wait,
That's
Luka Doncic
Draymond.
is part of Clutch
No, but I'm
Sports?
saying, Draymond, excuse me, that was LeBron. Like, LeBron is we all know LeBron's the de facto GM everywhere he goes.
So we're giving LeBron credit now for the Luka Doncic trade too?
Yes.
Oh my God.
You don't think LeBron was involved in that?
See, I can't give LeBron all the praise there, and then when all the other moves don't work, it's like we blame him for everything.
Clutch agent who represents Anthony Davis didn't know that Anthony Davis was being discussed in a trade for a month. I find that hard to
You're
believe.
asking, do I have faith, and does Joe Lacob have the benefit of the doubt? I'm just questioning when's the last time a major trade happened. Andrew Wiggins, I guess, was a big one, I guess, but you're taking a low risk there. That was a low risk move. Like, I'm talking about high risk.
How many high risk deals are in the NBA over the last 8 years?
A lot of them. The Warriors just haven't been a part of them.
They haven't needed to.
I know.
And now they need to.
They've needed to the last couple of years, and they haven't made one, is what I'm saying.
I don't know. I think that they've been very well run. We could nitpick all their draft picks and whatnot, but give the guy a little benefit of the doubt. I mean, he built a stadium in San Francisco. That might be more difficult than to execute a trade in the CBA, for crying out loud.
Great. Congratulations. We got the stadium. Now let's fill it up, because I saw on Monday against the Magic, no one wanted to go watch that game. Get Kevin Durant, is what I'm saying.
Fan Q rating is definitely a part of this. And that's why I think they're so not desperate. I think that's why this is so urgent.
Well, they were desperate. Anthony Slater, they are desperate, though. That's okay to be desperate with certain things. It creates urgency. It means you care.
Lacob lands Durant. I don't want to hear the Lacob slander anymore.
Okay. I'm not slandering. I'm just saying.
Not from you, just from everyone.
Okay. Jeremy Atherton. You might have a different opinion than others about this Kevin Durant situation. What's up, Jeremy? You're all Spadoni and Shasky.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Okay, listen, everybody wants the Warriors to chase another championship. It's not going to happen with Durant. They've won 4 championships. This has been a great franchise. But if they give up more draft picks, give up assets to get Kevin Durant, there's no way they're going to win a championship this year or next year with the strength of the West. So the best thing they should do, and I know this sucks for everybody, but again, the Warriors fan base has 4 championships to tout on. But trade Steph Curry, trade Draymond Green, trade Kuminga, get first-round draft pick.
Yeah, it's not happening. Thanks, Jeremy. It's just I'm not even entertaining it because it's not.
They have a bill to pay. It's called Chase Center.
It's not happening.
They are going to try to make as much money off the number one act, which is Steph Curry, at Chase Center as long as they possibly can. Can we all just, from a business standpoint, they're never going to do that unless Steph comes to them, walks into Lacob's office and says, "Get me out of here."
Also, why would they trade Steph, Draymond, and then Kuminga, their young piece, if you're rebuilding?
It doesn't make any sense.
Because we got to rebuild more. I want to rebuild even more.
It doesn't make sense. 888-957-9570.
I know you've dug out the foundation and we're going to rebuild this house. Dig down deeper. Dig down more.
And can we get the copper pipes, not those crappy other ones? Right? Come on, there you go. We got a lot of heavy hitters.
I know where I would go, though, if I was rebuilding a home. Golden State Lumber Building Materials off of Bayshore.
That's right. You know where you get your appliances from? Friedman's Appliance. You know why? Because it's a Warriors Wednesday. Brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. BPA, Word, Tucker, Kenny, all y'all, we're getting to you on the other side, and it's brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing digital deal and more. Coca-Cola, 7-Up, Dr. Pepper, and Polar Seltzer, selected varieties, buy 2, get 3 free of equal or lesser value, plus CRV. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire...
Someone is going to win travel and accommodations for 4. So it's a winner and 3 guests to Las Vegas, plus $5,000 for each guest. So that's $20,000 in total. You'll be staying at Circa, the premium sports viewing destination in downtown Las Vegas.
I was at the Circa. Didn't it work?
Visit the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim. It's the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championship, and winning is easy. Just download the free Odyssey app now, log in, and listen each day for a minimum of 1 hour for your daily entry. And remember, this is a national contest. Download the Odyssey app now, and you might be headed to Vegas in March with $20,000, Joe Shasky. It's pretty sweet.
Black and orange, black and orange, black and orange.
No, it's black and yellow. That's
you know what it is.
Hey, Wiz is slept on. He's got so many hits.
Hitters.
He's got so many hits.
You know who likes Wiz?
Who?
Well, not Cheese Whiz, but I meant like weed. KD.
Kevin Durant.
And that's what we got here. KD, what up, dog?
There it is. We got some heavy hitters on here, too. I don't know.
Tell me, like, I just come on.
Tell
when
you?
the trade
What do you want me
goes
to tell
through
you?
and it hits, the smile on the whole Bay Area's face. It's been raining for weeks on end. The sun will come out.
Well, the sun's out now, so maybe today's the day, Joe Shasky.
Today the day?
I don't know. You're happy, too. Are you playing golf later?
I'm planning on it.
There you go. So that's also why he's so happy. We got 30 minutes left in the show.
I'm planning on it.
We got BPA. We got
I got
Kenny,
an
we got
ear-to-ear
Tucker.
smile.
There you go. Are Warriors fans happy? Are they smiling right now? Or are they going to be devastated when inevitably this doesn't happen like I think it's not going to happen? And I'm not trying to be Ebenezer Spadoni over here. I'm not trying to be that. I'm trying to just be a realist because I'm not getting suckered in again with all these trade things. I did this with the Giants. I got suckered in with Shohei Ohtani, with Aaron Judge. I got suckered in. They're not. But you know what? They might as well be the Giants the last couple of years because they haven't really done anything.
Yeah, but KD's been here before. And Steph's the great equalizer. When you have Steph and a prior relationship, I mean, look at the way KD looks at Steph. They clearly like each other as buds. Like, they are professional equals in their own minds.
Are you kidding me? Him, LeBron, and Steph, they couldn't separate in Paris. They were the imagine real quick. I don't know what the rules were in the Olympics, but just imagine those 3 individuals walking down the streets of Paris with a little beret and a baguette. Like, hilarious, right? And if they get Kevin Durant, I'm not saying this is going to happen, but it's a legit possibility that they could get LeBron in the summer too.
They get Kevin Durant. I'm warning you all right now. I'm going to Union Square tomorrow, and I'm just going to interview random people about how excited we are. What do you think about that? I'm dead serious. I will go outside. I'll wear my KD the Town jersey in the city in downtown San Francisco. I will wear the Town yellow and whatever charcoal. I think it's black. I'm not really
black
sure.
And yellow. Shout out Wiz Khalifa. We'll just go there.
I'm going to wear that and I will just interview random people on the street about how excited we all are.
And you'll get a million tourists and transplants.
No, I'm going to get high fives from the cops and get high fives from the baristas. All the city workers will be driving by that hog. Like, yeah, we got KD. Let's go.
How quick can we get a banner of Kevin Durant saying, I'm back in a Golden State Warriors uniform?
I'll get Daniel Lurie, the mayor, to call in to congratulate and welcome him into the city. I'll make that happen.
And is Draymond Green going to be a part of the deal? Well, it's interesting. We heard from Anthony Slater. He doesn't seem to think it's going to be Draymond. But the fact that he's even a part of the conversations is pretty wild. Sam Amick, The Athletic, talking about it.
They're in the middle of this desperate time where they're trying to get another star. And as of yesterday, we're looking at it going, oh, boy, like they might actually get off Draymond or do something like that where the loyalty questions come into play with a situation like that, too. I don't think that's going to happen, but it's 100% been discussed internally. And that speaks to what you're talking about.
That speaks to the level of desperation that we've been talking about, the sense of urgency that you're feeling right now and that you're echoing to the airwaves this morning, Joe Shasky. Let's start hitting some of these calls that have been hanging on. Let's go to him. Let's go to him, Joe. He hasn't called for this iteration of the Morning Roast yet. And I wonder how he's feeling about everything right now. That's Brian in Palo Alto. What's up, Brian? You're almost Spadoni and Shasky.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, congratulations on your new partnership. Congrats. It's exciting.
I appreciate it, man. Don't worry. You can call him Fridays at 9:00 sharp. Bonte will be here Fridays at 9, so don't worry.
I think I'm going to go up and introduce I'm going to reveal myself to him at like a Warrior game or something.
Oh, that would be so good. That would be so good. You pull the mask off like Scooby-Doo.
I may rush the NBC Sports Bay Area stage or something.
High-fiving Carlos Ramirez on the way in.
Oh yeah. I feel like there's unfinished business there. But I think it's interesting what changed, right? I mean, we've been in a multi-year process of. I've certainly been pretty vocal about it. Help get him some help, man. Right? This sort of Lakeup has been steadfast, and that he's just going to continue to kind of ride out this sort of 2 timeline thing and criticism be darned and all that. And so obviously the Luka AD or the Luka LeBron thing happened, but I kind of think Steph may have just gone in there and said, "Now or never, bro." I
completely agree.
Now, yeah, and honestly, long overdue, quite frankly. But so I have to believe that there's been dialogue. That KD and Steph have sort of mapped this out, sort of behind the scenes. I can't believe that this is happening, sort of. Devoid of their collaboration, I guess would be a good way to put it.
Completely agree. Keep cooking.
So, and I think the Luka and LeBron thing has sort of okay, and now it's joining superstars. That's what we're doing now, right? It's get on the boat or not. Man, I'll tell you maybe the Thunder is probably still the favorite, of course, but they have to be man, what happened, man? Now it's you got superstars joining up in the West. But yeah, I mean, you got to do it, right? You got to do it. They've been on this mid path for too long. And, I think there's a chance they could add other guys, right? It'll be one of those things where you'll have buyout guys on the market that are going to want to join them.
100%. I mean, at BPA, I'll let you finish here in a second. If Steve Jobs was alive and available, every corporation in the world would be we're doing whatever we need to do to get Steve Jobs, and we'll figure out the rest later. That's what the Warriors should be doing when it comes to KD.
Yeah, and I think now it's whatever they need to do to get the deal done. Even if Kuminga, I don't know where Kuminga stands in this, but you got to feel like he's potentially involved. But I don't know. I mean, if you can keep Kuminga and get KD, it's Lakeup. It'll be Christmas every day the rest of his life, right? But I think it's exciting. But man, if they don't get it done,
oh god.
Look, I've been critical. I've been critical of Lakeup, but man, they have gone head first into this, and they're gonna have a ton of egg on their face at the end of it. But man, they have tried their hardest to get this done, and yes, trying doesn't count. Farhan, blah blah blah. But hopefully this energy doesn't change. Now it's the entire focus of the organization is to pair somebody with Steph. You don't miss out here and then go back to 2 timelines. That's
totally
my
agree.
Hope, so.
Totally agree.
Great call, Brian. No, in a way, and you're going to hear this in Super Bowl week. Again, we're talking all NBA. It's Super Bowl week right now in New Orleans. But I remember last year, the Chiefs were saying there was one game that, kicked them in the pants that pushed them to become a Super Bowl champion. Is when they got humbled on Christmas against the Raiders. They kept going back, that game unlocked something in us, and they didn't lose a game since that. In a way, that might be what we look back on when we think of the Luka Doncic trade, and that kicked the pants of some of these other teams that said, you know what? I can't sit on my hands anymore. The Lakers just got Luka Doncic. We got to do something. And maybe that happens with the Warriors, and they get Kevin Durant. And to Brian and Palo Alto's point, if they keep Kuminga, and we just had Anthony Slater on last segment, he said it's not a foregone conclusion that Kuminga's in any of these trade talks. Hey, he could be here and have Kevin Durant, which would be incredible.
I think everything's on the table.
Yes.
And we kind of kicked it around yesterday. I believe, this is my gut. I'm not an insider. I just watch everything and I listen to everything. I feel like just connecting the dots, it feels like Steph did put his thumb on the scale here a little. Even a little. And then I keep envisioning, and what I mean by putting his thumb on the scale is hey guys, Luka was available and we weren't in on it? All right, this get me someone, anyone. I don't care what. Let's figure this out. And I do believe that him and Kevin Durant have had conversations. It'd be naive to think that they don't. They're friends. Come on, give me a break. We text our buddies all the time.
No, they absolutely talked about that during the Olympics last year. Come on. What are we doing here?
Here's the last point. If Joe Lakeup pulls this off, I watched him during the Philly game come strutting to his seat on courtside. His significant other, I believe it's his wife, and I don't want to, mess this up. His wife will come in first, 9 times out of 10, and then he'll come strutting in. He pulls this off. He will strut in the way Vince McMahon would strut in during a WWE pay-per-view or a Monday Night Raw to just shut things down. Could you imagine the suit and the strut of Joe Lacob?
I do like this.
Oh.
You're going Ric Flair on me? You're going...
Would he not?
I'm not mad at it. Give me the drums.
The jet flying. Limousine driving. 4-time champion.
It's
Joe Lacob would be finger gunning the entire arena, would he not?
I would. It would be a WWE type of promo. I think you're going Vince McMahon, but I actually kind of like the Ric Flair, where it's just because Vince McMahon is when he's coming out and saying you're fired. That's when he's coming out. Well, if they don't make this trade, he's gonna do that to Mike Dunleavy. But so that's what's gonna happen there. So we might be able to pivot.
You're fired.
Yeah. Well, we can't do that anymore, unfortunately. Kenny's.
I don't know if you've been paying attention. The entire government's been fired. Joey, I love you.
Yeah,
but I don't know.
we lost all our water for nothing. Kenny in San Jose, real quick.
All right,
What's going on,
let's
man?
go, Kev.
You're on with Spadoni and Shasky.
What's up, fellas? Thank you for taking my call. Okay, so this is getting intense because it's kind of like, man, are we all in? Are we all in? But there is a little bit of hesitation for me in that if Draymond's name is in talks, if Wiggins' name is in talks, are we prepared? Shasky, earlier you said no matter who goes out, are we prepared to just not be able to defend a middle school team but put up points? Are we just all in, forget it? Where are y'all at with that idea?
Look. I mean, I'm just saying the mindset is whatever it takes. Now, obviously, you don't want to be reckless and trade everything. Like, you got to have something to be able to figure it out. But if the end game is not just this year, it's bigger picture of the next 2 years, right? Meaning whatever you do this year, plus the 2 full seasons that you would have KD and Curry, that overrides whatever would happen for the final 2 months of this season. To me, right? It's about one last big push. And so if you exhaust some of your stuff now, maybe you can recoup or reset or rebuild whatever you need in the offseason. I just say this to you. Are they that great of a defensive team currently? I feel like we're remembering Draymond during the DPOY years. He was good for about 2.5 minutes the other night. And look, it was an important 2.5 minutes. They don't win that game without him.
The Suns just dropped 130 on him on Friday.
He's missed like 14 games or whatever, 15 games this year. And so I like Wiggins. I don't want to surrender Wiggins. Like, to me, it's a non-starter to say Wiggins and Dre and Kuminga. Like, that's no. I'll give you 2 of the 3. I'm not giving you all 3. So I hear him. There is a fine line to this, but look, at the end of the day, when the dust settles, if you got KD and you got Steph, I'll figure out the rest.
Exactly. No, I'm there with you. If you can somehow get him, it's just, I'm going for just the watchability factor here and all this. It cannot work. You know what? They might not win a championship. They probably won't. But God, at least they tried something. And you can say, for all the fans that kept calling in, you got to maximize Steph. You got to maximize Steph. This is maximizing Steph. You're getting him another bona fide superstar and a future Hall of Famer, albeit he's older, but you are doing that.
If it costs you Draymond to maximize Steph Curry, are you willing to do that as a Warrior fan? Because this is the question I've had. Yeah. Do you want to win or do you want to win your way? I think there's a big difference between the two.
Shout out BK. You got to have it your way. This is a fun little tidbit from Tim Roy real quick. I want to see if you can guess this. Milwaukee traded Chris Middleton today. If you're just joining us, that's another big trade from today. Chris Middleton, NBA champion, all-star, longtime Milwaukee Buck, is now a Washington Wizard, and Kyle Kuzma is going back. There's some other little pieces in there too, some other trades happening today, but that's the biggest one that's happened today. Kyle Kuzma going from Washington to Milwaukee, Chris Middleton going from Milwaukee to Washington.
Crazy.
So now there's only been 4 players who have been with the same team since 2014, 2015. Can you name those 4 players that have stuck with one team since 2014, 2015? Do we have game show music, Carter?
You don't need it.
Can you get that
I'm going to knock this out so quick you won't even be able to hit the trigger. Steph, Dre, Giannis.
That's 3 of them. Can you get the 4th one? I guarantee you are not going to get this one. You are not going to get it.
Steph, Dre, Giannis.
I can give you a hint.
It's not Bam Adebayo.
Played his college ball at Stanford. I'll give you a hint.
Lopez?
Nope. Give up?
Yeah.
Dwight Powell.
I mean, I would have never gotten that. Get out of here, Dwight Powell. Get out of here. That doesn't even count.
Dwight Powell's been on the Mavs.
If you're not playing, it doesn't count. That's like Adonis Haslam has been on the same team as a secondary coach.
Yeah, he contributed to the championship here and there. No?
Dwight Powell.
I mean, that was as much as...
The only Powell I recognize is Powell Street and Norman Powell, who is a 17th best scorer in the NBA this year.
You love that a little tidbit.
No, I hate that guy because he killed us in the finals.
Moose in San Jose. Moose. What's going on, man? You're on with Spadoni and Chasky. It's the Morning Roast.
Hey, fellas, how you doing? Hey, Spadone, you got a great voice for the job, man. Congratulations on getting it. Obviously, seeing Vontae go and on to different things is great, but congrats on the new role and your guys' new team. You guys sound great.
Hey, I appreciate it. And I'm just
what about Yoke?
Well, real quick, Vontae, he's not part of the show anymore, but he's still going to be a part of the show somewhat. Every Friday, you're going to hear him at 9 o'clock. So Vontae's still with 95.7 The Game. Just wanted to say that. Appreciate the kind words, Moose. Go ahead.
Of course. Hey, real quick, what about Jokic? Was he not with Denver in 2014 still? Is he not the fifth one on that list?
See, it's a great call.
This is Tim Roy who tweeted it. Tim could be wrong.
No problem.
No, that's a great
I wanted
call.
to say, man, look, as a Warrior fan, pairing Steph and KD back together, I know he's originally out in OKC, but I look at it as bringing KD back home. As a selfish Warrior fan, I look at it like, realistically, we may not win for another 5 to 10 years anyway, whether he's here or not. Watching Steph and KD play basketball together is just such beautiful chemistry. It's so great to watch. I would take that any day of the week. That's as a selfish Warrior fan, but as a basketball fan, if I was being honest, if they were able to work out trading Chet Holmgren maybe for KD and getting him back to OKC, I think that would be a great watch as well, watching those young guys with KD running around. He's just such an incredible player to watch, just seeing his game. So if I'm looking at it for the basketball eyes, I think it'd be great for him to go back to OKC. It's a great story. But coming back to the Bay would just be, man, it'd just be great to watch for the next 2 or 3 years. And I'm with that. I'll take that all day.
You know, Liz, I'm going to go personal here, but there is something to completing the journey, right? And
real quick, in 2014, he was still with the Serbian League. Jokic, he got drafted, but he didn't play until 2015 with the Nuggets.
Oh,
so that's why. Just say it. Right? So
okay. It's okay.
I'm just saying. I like to be right here, people. All right.
Closing the loop. There is something to be said for like finishing the journey. You know, we can go tortoise in the hare and talk about marathons and races and things like that and finishing no matter what. And I understand all that. But like, I got kicked out of multiple schools in high school and I never completed my high school education. And my dad bugged me forever. And I was like, Dad, why do I need to get my high school degree? It's like, dude, you need to close the loop, right? Like it's about finishing. You can't look a bunch of kids that you coach in the eye and say, stay in school and, you know, make sure you get your degree and this, that, and the other if you don't do it, right? And like, yeah, you could talk about all the things that you failed and how hard you had to work to get where you're at, but they see you as like, oh, well, he got successful and he didn't need it. And like, there is something to be said for completing it. And when I had the baby and I brought him home and I looked him in the eyes, I said to myself, yeah, I gotta get this, not only for myself, but for my son, so that I can explain to him that like it is important to finish the journey. And yes, Kevin Durant started in Oklahoma City, but I do feel like there's unfinished business for the Warriors. And maybe I'm viewing this through a Warrior lens, but boy, wouldn't it be great to close the loop with Steph?
Yes, it'd be awesome. It'd be great. It'd be exciting. Let's see. Let's see if it happens. Let's see if it happens. I know we've been talking about all show. Everyone's getting excited. Anthony Slater, who again joined us, he's so tapped in on this Warriors team. I can't express that enough. He said the domino is going to fall today, probably, if you had to guess. Where is Kevin Durant going to go? We'll find out. He said it's at 50-50. If he had to put a percentage on it, 50-50, Kevin Durant going to the Warriors or not. Now, I'd take those odds right now if I'm Warriors. I'd absolutely take those odds. It's a coin flip. Are you a tails or heads guy, by the way? Tails never fails?
Tails never fails.
Until it does, and you bet on the Super Bowl and you feel like an idiot. Oscar's in Fresno. What's going on, Oscar? You're on Spadoni and Shasky.
Hi, Oscar.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, congratulations on your new role, man. I listened to you also, too, when you used to do the pregame, the 5 o'clock morning show sometimes. So thank you, man. I appreciate you guys.
Appreciate it, Oscar.
Hey, I just have a quick question. I'm not a Warrior fan, but I just like watching basketball. I do watch a lot of Warrior games, though, because I like watching basketball. But my question is, I personally don't think Kuminga's like that great of a player. My question is, why is he going to get $40 million? How come you guys always say that he's going to command over $40 million a year? Like, I just view him like as a role player. Like, why do you guys say
Because he turned down $30 million, a reported $30 million extension in the preseason.
Yeah, and because the market is the market. We always say like Brock Purdy and the quarterback money. Like he's seeing guys like Scotty Barnes get a bag. Who's my other guy? Quickly got the bag. He's seen. I know.
Emmanuel Quickly. Can I look him up right now? Just you keep going.
Wagner. But Wagner's legit.
Wagner's sick.
Yeah, like Wagner's like he could be a number one on a really good team. I feel like he's. Hell, he might end up being the number one on that team. I know Paolo is projected to be Emmanuel Quickly.
Okay. Just real quick.
What?
The guy averages 15 points a game. I mean, what?
That's pretty good though, right? What's he getting paid?
What's he getting paid? Yeah. It's like $45 million a year.
It's good money if you can find it. It's good.
I mean,
you know what? I'm not mad at that. Anthony Slater joined us last segment, and shout out Carter and shout out our guy Rizzo in the back.
40% from the field.
Steven Risotto.
Oof.
Crushing. Don't call him Steve, by the way. He doesn't like calling him Steve. Like you used to call Stephen Langford Steve. Steven does not like to be called Steve. Anthony Slater. The rumors are legit when it comes to Kevin Durant to the Dubs potentially.
Yeah, they're legit. I mean, and it's been a few days now, but certainly, there's been a lot of talks between Miami and Phoenix and the Warriors. And, if this deal was to get done on any sides of it, there's probably going to need to be one or two more teams roped in, really, because of the second apron rules and salary matching purposes. And it is the talk of the league right now. It's the biggest domino left on the board. There's still going to be plenty of other trades, as you saw this morning with Kyle Kuzma, but it's the thing that everybody's monitoring and how it impacts everything else. And again, if the Warriors miss out on it, where do they pivot? Is there anybody else going to swoop in on Jimmy Butler? Would the Suns really come off Kevin Durant? Do they have any other pivot moves that can maybe save that era there a little bit better? Can Bradley Beal find a home? Which the answer to that seems to be no. Or can the Suns find a home for Bradley Beal that he would go to? The answer seems to be no, which is a huge domino in all this.
All right. The latest, by the way, if we're doing Kevin Durant watch here, this is according to Dwayne Rankin, who covers the team for Arizona Central, the Phoenix Suns, that is. For those curious, this is what he tweeted. Phoenix Suns just had their morning shoot-around. Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal, and Yusuf Nurkic are here. Suns at Thunder tonight. So Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal and Yusuf Nurkic, big trade names, they're participating in basketball activities currently. That mean anything to you, Joe Shasky?
Can Nurkic and Draymond coexist?
Oh my God!
On the same team.
Like, what would be crazier, Nurkic and Draymond playing together, or Kevin Durant and Draymond playing together again?
Jimmy Butler, Nurkic, and Draymond playing together on the same team with Jordan Poole.
You ever seen the anime?
James Wiseman on the bench?
Oh my God! I'm here for it. And
I would throw in Steven Adams,
Rudy Gobert,
Dylan Brooks, Rudy Gobert.
Why not?
Could you imagine Trey and Rudy Gobert playing together? That is pretty funny.
No, I could not imagine that, actually. I could not. I wish it could. I wish both of those guys can be all-star players again, so it could happen.
Draymond and Gobert both going up for the same block. Draymond, I got that block.
Well, we're kind of joking about it right now, the relationship between Kevin Durant and Draymond Green, but that's like a legit thing, right? Like, would Kevin Durant want to come back here? You asked Anthony Slater about that, and this is what he had to say.
I think these guys are professional. I think they could. I do wonder, Draymond's involvement in these trade talks, a large level of scar tissue that obviously goes back to, how it ended the first time with Kevin Durant, but even the last year, right, when he strikes Nurkic and Kevin had some quotes that clearly ticked off Draymond, and then Draymond kind of went back at him. Y'all probably all remember that saga. They kind of publicly made up this year. Kevin had a podcast sit down where he talked about how it seemed like Draymond was back to his old self and maybe like the therapy he'd done had worked, and Draymond then went out and talked about how appreciative he was. There has definitely been a little bit of like a public reconciliation. I don't know that there's more scar tissue between two players in the league than the stuff we know about between those two.
It really is wild to me how just sports has evolved so much in a 6-7 year span. Like if you said, yeah, Draymond and KD had a sit down on a podcast, we would be like, what, Barbara Walters?
Oprah?
Like Jim Rome? Like what?
Clones. It's the hack off. Or
with Rachel Nichols? And it's like, no, on Draymond's podcast.
Hey, I'd love to hear Draymond and KD on the smack off.
Where they disrespected former GM Bob Myers, and then Bob was on ESPN afterwards discussing it in a forum with Stephen A. Smith.
Oh my God.
I mean, the whole media thing is upside down.
Well,
it's great.
Well,
they let me in the building.
Just look the president of the United States is a media entity. Like, this is where we're at now. It's a trickle-down effect. That's just what we're doing. All right? That's what we're doing. David's in San Francisco.
Doge.
Yeah.
We need Doge to help fix radio.
Right, yeah, crypto. I think that's tanking right now, too. Shout out Crypto.com Arena, where the Warriors will be tomorrow. David, what's up, man? You're on Spadoni and Shasky.
Okay, I hadn't expected this, but I have a sense now that Durant coming back is probably a good possibility, and here's probably one major reason. Durant has played for 4 teams in 17 years in the NBA, and the only place he won titles was with the Warriors, and that was 2 quick ones in a row.
Okay.
And I would, if it came down to it, I would throw in Green before Kuminga.
Okay.
Kuminga's the future, and I would almost throw in Wiggins, even though Wiggins is playing like he played in 2022. But you never know where Wiggins is going to go. So it's unpredictable.
Just like you, David. That was an unpredictable call. I didn't know where you were going, but you had a strong landing there. And
he shrugged it. He landed. he landed it.
He did. He landed it.
Landed it.
Shout out Sully.
Who was the guy?
Right?
I was going to say Sully Sullenberger. He landed the plane.
That was a great movie with Tom
Planes.
Hanks.
Just, what's going on with that? Did you see the kid? Did you see the kid from Philly?
No. Wow.
The kid from Philly saved his sister. Okay. And obviously went to the hospital. He saved her life. Okay. And I'm paraphrasing the story here, so bear with me if I mess any details up. This poor little boy, there's a plane crash in Philadelphia, which I'm sure you guys are all aware of. It's just crazy. Yeah. He jumped over his sister to save her life. He ended up saving her life. He goes into the hospital. He was in some sort of, I don't know if it's coma is the right word, but he was, induced of some sort. Wakes up out of it. First thing he asks, did I save my sister's life? Yes. Second, did I miss the Super Bowl? I mean, come on.
Right. That's pretty wild.
Kid's a hero. The kid is a hero.
And after listening to that, fly, Eagles, fly. I mean, come on. You have to now.
I wouldn't go that far.
Come on, Joe.
I'm not rooting for that kid to cry, but I'm also not going to say I'm going as far as rooting for the Eagles. It's an incredible story.
That is an incredible story. I think,
it made me tear up.
No, that's real life. So we're talking about sports. That's good to be grounded and all this sort of stuff. When people are going to be devastated if they don't get Kevin Durant, there's real stuff actually happening in the world, and that is one of them. So that's actually an amazing story. It would be an amazing story though if Kevin Durant came here. Now, if that doesn't happen, what's the plan B or C? Vucevic, is that doing anything for you, Joe Shasky, at this point? If that's the pivot for a second round pick, and Brandon Ingram, that's actually, I'd actually be okay if they ended up getting Brandon Ingram. It's a small consolation prize, but I could get down with Brandon Ingram becoming a Golden State Warrior.
I like Brandon Ingram. Vucevic. Okay, let's just talk about Vucevic. Yeah. You ever been really, 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 really hungry and your wife's like, hey, or significant other, there's leftovers. And whatever that leftover is that you really like, oh yeah, lasagna, perfect. Sure. You go home and somebody beat you to the leftovers. And then you look into the fridge and for whatever reason, you don't want a DoorDash or whatever. And all you got left is rice cakes and peanut butter. And you're like, I guess I'll make this work.
Well, I'll smash that. Absolutely.
Yeah, I would too, but it's not the first thing I'm going for.
No.
Right?
Okay, so you're comparing Nikola Vucevic to rice cakes and peanut butter.
Exactly.
And
I guess if I have to.
And Brandon Ingram's the leftovers. All right.
Brandon Ingram's kind of like cold cuts.
Okay, but you can make a sandwich out of that.
I'll roll the cold cuts on some cheese and then just smash those down.
Okay.
I do the Tony Soprano.
No, I do that. I do that too, and I get some slices of bread or something like a nice, nice ciabatta.
Well, I pretend to not eat the carbs, so it depends.
You're good. You're looking good. You're in shape.
I'm trying.
You're good. You're looking good. Sam Amick, though, the Athletic, on where the Warriors could pivot if the Kevin Durant sweepstakes don't go well.
New Orleans is worth looking at because, again, this is maybe even Warriors related, or teams like the Warriors, have New Orleans as possibly a plan B or plan C, right? Where it's like, go ahead and call about BI, he's certainly available. And then, if you're interested, even ask about Zion and try to do something like that. BI is an option for the Warriors and I think other teams. I don't think the Pelicans are going to come off Zion, but he's just a guy who's going to get you buckets and help your team.
That's the one I would have wanted. It doesn't seem like Zion's going to be a name that's going to be thrown out there.
He doesn't want to play for them. Yeah. It's so obvious.
He doesn't want to. Well, did you see the comments? What was it this week or last week? where they asked me, he's like, yeah, I'd love to play back-to-backs, but I'm not allowed to. Like, I'm paraphrasing here. I was like, in fairness, I kind of understand the Pelicans, though. I was like, yeah, dude, because you get hurt all the time. That's why. So, like, I understand, like, the Pelicans in this, they want to maximize the value of Zion. What is the value of Zion? I don't know. At this point, maybe this is, like, the highest chance they can actually get something out of him because everyone's desperate right now. So I actually kind of think the inverse. If you're going to trade Zion, maybe right now is the time if someone is desperate enough. Or they look in the summer and they go back to it. So there's so many layers here, Joe Shasky.
Is Dennis the key to everything?
Dennis Schroeder? What do you mean the key?
Well, like he's the nice piece that's making about 11, 12, and he kind of fits in with a lot of different trade proposals because of his salary slot, and he's expiring.
Sure. I mean, not the player himself, but like the price point and all that and the expiring. Because if you're
Is he the Jenga piece?
Sure, maybe.
The puzzle piece.
Because if you're going by his play on the court, it has not been good as a Golden State Warrior. Now, it's a totality of everything, and he was good as a net, but not good as a Warrior. So, sure, that could be part of it. And we heard Anthony Slater. He also said if there was a trade involving Schroeder, he's already been notified. That's already set in stone. Just for, what's the word I want to use? Just the dotting the I's and crossing the T's. Today's the day that he could actually be traded. And that can come to fruition technically. But they've been using his name a bunch for all these trades for sure. All right.
I'm looking at it and I'm saying to myself, all right, so Moody certainly isn't a part of a lot of these deals, but could he be part of these deals? Don't know. TJD Looney. If you're bringing me Kevin Durant, I think I want to keep Looney, even though I know his salary matches a lot of different things that they want to do.
Because of the familiarity. Absolutely.
I just know that he can win with those guys.
And he's played, it's like riding a bike. Just getting back on, they'll figure it out.
So, wait a second. If you lose Draymond, I feel like you have to keep Looney.
I'm with you on that one.
If Dre stays, then I think Looney becomes a little more expendable, and then you keep TJD.
I want to talk about that in Fast Five. I have Xfinity. I just paid my bill yesterday, and it is the next generation 10G network. The future starts now with Xfinity. Final thoughts here on the show. It's been a crazy show. It's been fun. It's been wild. And this time tomorrow, Joe Shasky, are we going to be talking Kevin Durant as a Golden State Warrior? You still say 99.9%, 99999 repeated. You think that's going to be the case? I'm still skeptical. Anthony Slater's saying he's 50-50, though. That means something to me. That is significant. Anthony Slater just doesn't say that to say that. He gave a percentage on there. 50-50. So maybe I'll raise myself to 75-25. How about that?
Can I interest anyone in Bradley Beal?
No. I'm out.
Anyone? How many things do I need to staple to Bradley Beal?
I'm out. As Guru would say.
Guru and Steiny talked about Bradley Beal for 2.5 years. I love them. I don't know how. I don't know how they did it, but they did. You were part of that show.
Yeah. Was I?
Who wanted him?
I don't know. I checked out for that show a lot. I just mentally. It
is crazy how we fixate on these players. We talk about them for months on end, and then it's just poof.
I'm out.
Does anyone want him?
John Wall who was it? John Wall and him were together for a long time. And it was John Wall. Remember
Teach
that
me
was
how to Dougie.
No. Remember it was the Clippers acquired John Wall. They're the favorites now to win the NBA title. He didn't do anything.
That was like the Warriors. I got as jacked when we got DeMarcus Cousins as I was when we got KD. Boy, was I wrong.
Talking about all-time fails.
I thought DeMarcus was going to be great.
Talking about all-time failures of trades, that Clippers one with Paul George and Shai Gilgeous. It's going to go down as an all-time boneheaded move. I've been on that for about 3 or 4 years, that Kawhi made the worst decision he's ever going to make, picking the Clippers over the Lakers because he could have already had another title. But that one,
it's the Herschel Walker NBA trade.
It's bad. It's bad. And maybe this Dallas Maverick one is going to one-up it because everyone's already saying it's the worst trade of all time for them. What's up, Carter?
Nothing will ever one-up that trade. It's worse than the Trey Lance trade, and that's really saying something.
Oh my God. I mean, it's not like the Dolphins have done anything.
Okay, fair. My final thought of the day is you guys were awesome today, great, but I got to give a special shout out to this guy, Steven Risotto, today. This guy has been back here totally dominating, and that's my final thought of the day.
It's a domination sensation.
About time he did something.
Well, he's a Paisan. That's what we expect. Greatness. Shout out Joe Montana. What's up, Steve? What you got? I'm going to call you Steve now.
What's up?
Yeah.
As Bonte would say, I'm stealing money from Odyssey. No, just kidding. No, I want to shout out Carter as well. Been doing a great job, behind the glass here. I also want to shout out a lot of the reporters that are reporting on this trade deadline. Let's give Shams a shout out. I want to give our guy Anthony Slater, came on, joined the show again, and he's been doing a great job. And a lot of the other NBA writers are doing a good job. It's not easy. It is not easy reporting, gathering information, contacting your sources. We've played a lot of Brian Windhorse on the show. It has been a very crazy last few days. It's going to be a crazy next few hours, but those guys deserve their flowers.
Can I ask you guys all this question? And I'm not knocking local media.
I'll allow it.
I'm asking. I feel bad. When was the last time the local media in any of the big sports broke a huge story? It feels like all the national guys get everything because of the agencies. Well, I'm not knocking local beat. I'm saying I feel like everything gets leaked on purpose to the national people. And when was the last big thing that anyone broke?
I'll say this: when it's all the big Warriors news, it is Anthony Slater. But
That's true.
It was in conjunction with
that's
Shams.
true.
So I'm going to give Slater credit there too.
Okay.
Even though Shams gets the credit.
I meant no disrespect.
No. That's a good. It's a good point.
I just feel like all these agencies leak it directly to the top dogs.
And that's the thing. They do that. I think Susan Slusser has been on some and Baggerly potentially with some of the Giants news, but it's a good point. But also that goes back to there hasn't been any huge moves here in the Bay, but will there be one today? We will keep an eye on it. Maybe it happens during Steiny and Guru. Be locked and loaded there. Your other opportunity to win a spot at the knockout tournament, as well as Willard and Dibs later on. Warriors live, 5 o'clock tonight. They're taking on the Utah Jazz, 6 o'clock tip right here on 95.7 The Game. And this segment was sponsored by Lucky California.
Victory isn't just won on the football field. It's celebrated at your table. Score everything.
reaction.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
I'll tell you what. Tell me, because I need help. Trade deadline is here. Now, I know it's not till tomorrow at noon, but the trade deadline essentially has begun. We've already had a deal this morning. Kyle Kuzma and Chris Middleton. One guy going to Milwaukee, one guy going to Washington. Nice come up for the Bucks. But the reality of the situation is that things are getting heated and the Warriors are front and center. And you can be skeptical all you want, Goo, but the Warriors are trying to get Kevin Durant. There is no doubt about it.
No doubt. And I came in this morning, Stoney, and this deadline is going to make me lose my hairline because I want Kevin Durant. I'm okay with it. I understand the risk, Donnie, but damn it, Malcolm X, by any means necessary, get Kevin Durant. All last night, I kept refreshing the phone to see, okay, is it here? The reports, he was somewhere getting donuts in Sunnyvale or whatever. Steiny, shout out Warriors World. I don't know what to believe, but, man, I will tell you this. There's smoke, and hopefully there's fire, and I want him here, partner. And I don't care who goes. I just want Steph Curry to get Kevin Durant. They get back together and try to make the magic or rekindle the magic that they did 6 years ago.
Here's the latest. This is from Sam Amick from The Athletic. He was on FanDuel TV, and they asked him how real this thing is with Kevin Durant possibly to the Warriors.
I think that the Warriors thing is very real. Admittedly, I'm a West Coaster like you guys, so we're kind of getting rolling right now to figure out where the intel is at today. There were moments last night where I thought, this was actually going to happen. As you guys know, there's a lot of times layers to these talks where the formal indication might be we are not coming off Kevin Durant. And then behind the scenes, they're finding ways to make it clear, like, well, if you gave us the entire package, then maybe we do. Things to look at. Jonathan Kuminga is a guy that, as we reported yesterday, the Suns definitely have interest in a possible long-term future. I think that matters. Then you're possibly talking about a Brandon Podziemski, Wiggins in there.
All right, so that's Sam Amick talking about the possibilities with Kevin Durant. Now a member of the Phoenix Suns coming to the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, I'm excited. And, Steiny, I'm ready. I've loved before and I've been hurt, but nobody told me to do this, but I will. Again, the Warriors are in the 10th spot last night. Dallas lost, and I get it. If they don't make any moves, I guess I'll be disappointed because I really thought there was a great chance or a good chance to get Kevin Durant back in the Warrior uniform. And I told you I'm a lover, not a fighter, Steiny. I'm a sports romantic. To have KD come back for a good 2 years or, and him and Steph go at it and maybe they come up short, but how fitting would that be? And with that, I guess I'm telling you, Steiny, not to hell with the kids, but to hell with the future in regard to I don't care how you get it done and who goes, just get 35 back.
Yeah, and that's where
you ain't in.
That's where you lose me. Right. When let's get Kevin Durant back here, get him paired up with Curry for 2 years. How fitting that would be. How fitting would it be? What are they going to do?
Well, that's the excitement. We don't know.
Well,
but I think him on this team is better than what we got now, partner. That's where I'm at.
I'm not doing this for any kind of sentimental reasons.
Well, it's for the chip, Steiny, too.
Well, again,
if I left that out, but yeah, the basketball part of it.
So you would make this trade and think you could win a championship?
I don't think we're going to win a championship if you don't make this trade, and I'm tired of waiting for seeds to grow.
Remember, that's what we said about Draymond Green when we gave him a 4-year, $100 million contract.
I didn't give him that.
That if we did that, we couldn't win a championship without him.
And I thought that was wrong.
So now you're saying if there's a 0.5% chance or a 1% chance you can win it with Kevin Durant, and there's a 0% chance you can win it without him, you'd still do it.
Yeah. And I think those odds are greater than what you just said.
I'm sure you do. But
why would you do that to me early?
What?
I hated the Draymond contract. I still do.
No, but I'm saying, why would you do that? I mean, like, I'm just saying, we all acknowledge that was a mistake, signing Draymond to 4 years. But the reason they did it was because they said, well, if we don't sign Draymond, our days of championships are over. Well, people said they might be over anyway. And they said, well, they're definitely over if Draymond doesn't sign here. So he signs here, and now here you are, a 10th seed two or 3 years later. I mean, I'm just saying, you go out and get Kevin Durant, and you start talking championship again, that's where, you got to leave me on the sidewalk for that one.
Well, and I'm talking playoffs, Stoney. And again, they may not make a move. I've accepted that. And again, I'd only be disappointed from the vantage point of, and it's just me. I'm choosing to believe what I read and hear. But, I thought this was a pipe dream, and this team is hemorrhaging, I believe, for some offense. And you would lose some stuff, whatever that would be in regard to the package going out. But if you could get them, Stoney, I'm all in.
This is more Sam Amick.
I don't know if we're going to even talk Warriors today, but for me, that they come to mind too, right? Because they're in the middle of this desperate time where they're trying to get another star. And as of yesterday, we're looking at it going, oh boy, they might actually get off Draymond or do something like that, where the loyalty questions come into play with a situation like that too. I don't think that's going to happen, but it's 100% been discussed internally, and that speaks to what you're talking about.
All right, so everybody's on the table except Steph Curry. That's what it sounds like, including Draymond Green, perhaps to the other side in terms of now becoming available. Last one was Sam Amick, and this is, where do the New Orleans Pelicans fit in here, Sam?
New Orleans is worth looking at because, again, this is maybe even Warriors related, or teams like the Warriors, have New Orleans as possibly a plan B or plan C, right? Where it's like, go ahead and call about BI, he's certainly available. And then, if you're interested, even ask about Zion and try to do something like that. BI is an option for the Warriors and I think other teams. I don't think the Pelicans are going to come off Zion, but he's just a guy who's going to get you buckets and help your team.
All right, so that's where we are right now with the Golden State Warriors, apparently engaged heavily with the Phoenix Suns and Miami Heat probably to try to acquire Kevin Durant. Question now becomes, what's it going to cost? And will it cost you Wiggins and Kuminga? Will it cost you Kuminga and others? Will it cost both and draft picks and more? We'll have to find that out. But to me, just saying the Warriors are going to get Kevin Durant, I can't say I'm all in if I don't know what's going out.
Right, I get that.
And I'm not mesmerized by Steph and Kevin Durant without seeing what else is around them, because I don't think those two guys can get it done themselves. They're just two of the best players on 500 teams at this point.
No, those are facts. I can't argue with that. And again, I talk about the past, and I need to let it go. But the last time they were together collectively, I believe, 30 and 31 years old. So Father Time is on their back. But what if this was a move, if they could facilitate a deal and you somehow got off of that Draymond Green contract? I mean, just from that vantage point, that's a way to get out of, if you deem it wrong.
Well, I would look at that. I would look at that. If somebody out there wants Draymond Green, and Phoenix is said to be interested in Draymond Green, their owner went to Michigan State. I guess they have a relationship. Yeah. And I would if Draymond would be on his way out, you'd have to consider that. I'll tell you the one thing I don't like, and I'm going to be honest with you. And it's, this is what would scare me most if I were a Warrior fan, and I'm dead serious. And I know some of you are going to laugh this off, and that's fine. But we heard Draymond Green the other night, and he talked about how Joe Lacob is pissed, and Sam Amick mentioned that Joe Lacob is just not happy, and he's upset, and Brian Windhorst talking about Joe Lacob is not feeling good about this team. This team is desperate. I got to be honest. I don't like that at all. I do not want my owner to be pissed because that's when you make mistakes. Anytime you get emotional about this kind of stuff is when you tend to make a mistake. And I don't like, I wouldn't want to be the GM with an owner that's pissed when he knows damn well why we're in this position. So, I mean, the fact that he's pissed means, okay, well, that means they're likely to make a deal. Well, you know what? They're more likely to make a bad deal with an owner that's emotional than with an owner that's not emotional. You may chalk that up to doesn't mean a thing, Steiny, but I don't like.
It wasn't as bad as I thought.
I don't like the tea leaves at all. This smells a little like Corey Maggette, if you remember that from back in the day. I'll just offer that word of warning. All right, coming up today at 12 o'clock, your chance to enter in the knockout tournament at Chase Center. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Let's get it rolling. I mean, it's pretty simple, people. Are you in on Kevin Durant? If it involves Wiggins, what about if it involves Draymond Green? What if it involves Wiggins and Kuminga, but not Green? How many picks would you be willing to give up for Kevin Durant? 888-957-9570. That segment was brought to you by MB Jesse Painting.
Painting. Put your painting project in good hands. Residential, commercial, interior, exterior.
we thought you guys could handle 2 at one time.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All righty, the biggest celebrity pickleball event in the world is coming to San Francisco on February 15th and 16th at the Warfield. The star power behind this event includes celebrities like Brandi Chastain, Chris Mullin, Hunter Pence, Terrell Owens, and Baron Davis. Visit 957thegame.com for more information and your chance to win tickets, courtesy of our friends at Pivot. All right, we're talking about the Golden State Warriors. What else is there today? The trade deadline is about 26 hours away. And let me just pass along this piece of this.
What you got for us, Steiny?
This little note. It's a little note.
Okay.
So before the last break, I was talking about Joe Lacob, and the reports are that he's pissed. Draymond said it. Windhorse has said it from ESPN. Sam Amick said it. Everybody's saying Joe Lacob's mad, and he's not happy with where the Warriors are. Well, I just got a text from Joe Lacob.
Come on, Steiny. Joey light years.
And Joe says, I'm not emotional or pissed. I just want to win.
And that's it.
And then I said, well, you better tell Windhorst, Amick, and Draymond that.
Get your facts straight.
And he said, people say what they want. So there it is. Joe Lacob said he just wants to win. He's not emotional at all.
Oh, man. I feel like he's in the studio on us right now. Pull up, Joe. Yeah. But the bottom line, Steiny, is 4 championships in 10 years. In Lacob, we trust. And at the end of the day, I didn't tell you, I almost went off last segment, Steiny. You were screaming at me, but you were excited. I'm not the one doing this. The Warriors and their brass, and Joe Lacob included, the guy that runs it, they think if they pull this off that Durant would be an addition. I agree with them, Steiny, and I'm all for it.
Yeah, I mean.
That's it. And I know you're a future guy. I get it, Steiny, but man, what if Giannis, this is my pipe, what if, and I'm rooting, Dame, I love you, Dame Dollar from Oakland, but when the playoffs do start, I want Milwaukee to just crash and burn, so maybe he pulls, I want up out of here, and the Warriors could benefit from that. But what we've learned, if not anything from the Luka deal, Steiny, stuff can happen in a millisecond. And it did this weekend. Nobody saw it. None of the talking heads or the people in the know. So with that, let's bridge Kevin Durant with Curry and go from there, because that to me makes Curry's job easier. You can't teach what Kevin Durant possesses. We've seen it. We lived it. So that's why I woke up, Steiny. I couldn't even sleep thinking about, man, if they could pull this off. And even if they don't get to the promised land, I think it was the right decision. You're better.
Well, you'd think it was the right decision now, but you'd have to wait for the games to be played and to find out what, if anything, they gave up in the future. I mean, look, it's no secret how old those two guys are. And if the Warriors cannot just acquire Kevin Durant and not think about down the line. Like, they can't. They at least have to acknowledge what down the line could look like. If they're prepared to give up future firsts, they have to at least build into their scenario a worst case in which it doesn't work out. And that's what I mean. Like, they're not naive. They know that if they go get Durant and it costs them what it sounds like it may cost them, which would include some picks, at least as of this spot, then it's a risky move. I mean, there's no other way around it. But I think they know that any move they make is going to be fraught with some mystery and with some fear, quite frankly.
I don't want to put you on the spot, but could you just share with us what you would think, just in Kevin Durant for this matter, could you share with us what you would think on the Steiny computer would be too much to give up for Kevin Durant?
Well, I mean, if you get Kevin Durant, $50 million of salary's going out.
Okay.
So that's going to be either Wiggins or Draymond, probably. They probably went Kuminga. Schroeder's making, 13? You could move him as part of an expiring, depending on who wants what. To me, the key would be, let's talk about the picks.
There.
Let's talk about the picks, because those to me are the big boys. And
he texted us down. He said he ain't mad.
And I get it that it sounds to me, too, like a lot of Warrior fans are down on the way the Warriors have been drafting, and there's a lot of sentiment out there saying, well, who who knows if these guys are going to be anything anyway. And that's not usually the way you look at draft picks. Usually you look at draft picks and say, our organization does its homework. They do their due diligence. If we have the certain pick in the draft, we're going to get a player. So I'm not used to, even when the Warriors were under Chris Cohan and they had high draft picks, there was optimism. So I guess what I'm saying is I don't understand all the skepticism about this team not being able to draft down the line if they have picks to use.
Yeah, and people, fan is short for fanatic. Shout out RIP to the great legend, Pete Franklin-Steiny. But the bottom line is James Wiseman was years ago, but it'll never go away, and that was a big miss. But the bottom line is I told you 2 weeks ago when I went to the Saturday game against the home game here at Chase, Warriors, Phoenix, and I got to look at Joe Lacob, and I've done it before, Steiny. If he were mad, I wouldn't be mad. You know what I mean? I know he texted you. He wasn't, but that's a guy that cares. He's at damn near every game. And I get that the product he's watching right now is substandard to what he thinks it should be. So how do you remedy that? You go try to get you a big fish. You struck, and now I'm happy they struck out on George. Now I'm happy they struck out on marketing if somehow you could land the Durantula.
888-957-9570 is the number. I mean, it's a pretty simple question. If you can get Kevin Durant, do you want him?
You know who I am.
Well, I know. I understand that you want him. And it feels to me like you'll give up just about anything. And I'm wondering, is there a bridge too far for Kevin Durant? I mean, for me, there is, but that's no surprise.
Mostly the picks, though, not the player, the personnel going out.
Mostly the picks, yes. It is mostly the picks. And I actually have done a little bit of a deep dive last night.
Okay.
And it relates to Jonathan Kuminga.
Boy, that stat you sent, that hit me.
And I'm not afraid to move Kuminga right now.
Now that's big, Stoney. What happened?
Well, it's not that I'm afraid to move him, or not that if somebody wants him, I would be open to trading Kuminga.
What changed?
What changed is the notion that he may want $35 million a year on average. You know what?
Wow.
I don't know. I'm starting to look at things a lot differently. I'm not giving Kuminga. I'm not giving him 30. I might not even, and I swear, I might not even give him 25. Doesn't mean I don't like him. It just means I'm looking at so many players in the NBA right now.
Give us what you said last night.
Who are making good money, and they're more productive players. And you're going to pay a 22-year-old who hasn't done it yet for his potential. That's it, his potential. Meanwhile, there are other guys making that kind of money who have already done it.
And making less.
And the issue, to me, when I look at Jonathan Kuminga, I look at a player who comes into the league at 21 and they play 4 or 5 years and now they're 25 or 26. Now they want their $30 million. You know what? They're more polished after 4 years of college or 3 years of college. Like, I think Jonathan Kuminga may have to wait till he's 26 to get his big deal. I just do. I mean,
and if he's listening now, I'm sure he's like, to hell with whatever that man from Reading, PA is talking about. I'm about to get the bag, if not here, somewhere else. But can you cite the player you used?
I'll tell you,
wow, you shocked me with this one last night.
You want him to make more than Jeremy Grant?
Well, he's not as good as Jeremy Grant.
Well, Jeremy Grant is making 30, 32, 34, 36. You want to start Kuminga at 35? I'm just saying. Is he better than Porzingis when Porzingis plays? Is he a Tyler Hero who's starting for a team and averaging 23 a game, who's making 29, 31, and 33? These guys who have gotten 25 and above. They are established.
Right. Okay, you are right. But I got to say something to that, and I almost want to take back the Jeremy Grant. I meant to say he's more polished. But the bottom line is, working with you for 7 years, Stoney, 7 long years, you care, and I'm not mad at you, and it's rubbed off on me about the future almost more than anything. So if you're telling me, looking at me right now, the Wednesday before the deadline telling me that Jonathan Kuminga, you can move off of him, then you don't care about the future in the sense that you're ready to basically start over, because to me, he would get 35 because he is your future.
No, he won't.
When you talk about the
Who's
Warriors.
giving him 35?
The Warriors might give it to him.
I bet they don't. That's all I'm saying. They don't have to. That's my point.
Now things have popped off and they've changed, and he might not even be on their watch for them to pay him. But my point is, if you want to talk about the Warriors' future, it starts and ends with Jonathan Kuminga.
And you know what?
And that's why I thought 30, 35.
No.
And I said he's made money since he's been gone.
It's too much for me.
But you feel that way.
Yeah, I do.
We don't know what the big man feels.
I do.
He text you.
Well, you didn't want to pay him 30, 35 last year.
And that was a smart move. What did Bob Myers tell us? Steiny,
Exactly.
you don't have to make a move until you have to. But when you talk about Warriors' future, to me, I always thought it was about JK.
Well, it may be at the right price. You know what? Yeah. You give a guy the reins to your team when he's 25 or 26, not when he's 22. That's the way I'm looking at it.
But what if he's asking you
can't give it to him. You know what? People think this is harsh. I'd rather Kuminga walk than I lock him in for $160 million.
See, I feel like he would get that 35 just
from
because
who?
The Warriors
got money.
No trade, because they look around like, what do we have for the future?
Do you get that? He's restricted.
I got you.
So if he gets no other offers, then it's the Warriors and the Warriors only.
And all right?
I mean, I would say something like, look, RJ Barrett is way more polished than you right now. Yeah. He's making 26, 28, and 30. We're not paying you at 22 more than Barrett's making at 26 years old.
So you believe, real quick, do you believe he asked for 40 this offseason?
He asked for too much.
Wow.
He asked for too much. And you know what? The more I think about it, the more I'm starting to get it. All right, let's get into some calls. Let's go to George in Los Altos. We'll start off with George. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good, fellas. You know, Joe, and it's really cool that Joe texted you. Kind of took a little bit out of what I'm going to say, but you know, the whole thing about Joe being pissed, he's not stupid. You know, he and Peter Guber and their fellow investors paid $450 million for the Warriors in 2010, and they're now worth over $9 billion. He's not going to do anything to jeopardize the value of the Golden State Warrior franchise.
All right.
Having said that, I would love to get Kevin back.
Yeah.
But if that means we have to give up 2 out of the 3 guys, namely Draymond, Kuminga, and Wiggins, in order to get him, I would not do that deal. I would not. The guy that I really want back is the guy that'll never come back here, and that's Jordan Poole. I would love to see a deal with Jordan Poole and Sadiq Bey coming to the Golden State Warriors. That, to me, would be a great, great opportunity. And you could keep at least Kuminga and keep Wiggins. And, you know, if we can't get Kevin at the right deal without giving up everything, I would love to see them do a deal with the Wizards. I really would. I just don't know if Jordan would ever come back and play with Draymond.
Yeah,
he may not have to.
Appreciate it, George. Thanks for the call.
He may not have to, Steiny. Phoenix, by all reports, they're interested in Draymond.
They're said to be.
And I just want to tell the Golden State now one thing about Lacob. He's not mad, Steiny. Is he desperate?
I don't know.
When your name is linked to everybody, you're that guy in the club. Me, I've been there. 12:45. It closes at 1.
I mean, like, we've always known since he bought the team, he's never wavered from, if there's somebody out there, I'm going to make a call. Anybody who's available, we're going to. So he's been consistent for his whole ownership in terms of, I mean, 12 years ago, we were talking about Dwight Howard coming to the Warriors. So this has been a theme of the Warriors, and they've come through and delivered on a lot of it. I just, they're at a different time right now. They're at a more critical time than they've been. So he says he's not pissed. So I know this. He's unsatisfied right now.
And he's working the phones.
So I don't know if he is.
Well, the people that work for him.
Yeah. All right. Let's go to Dennis in San Francisco. What's going on, Dennis? How you doing?
Good, guys. How are you?
Hey.
Good.
Yeah, I'd love to have Durant back, but at what cost? I mean, you've heard me say this. I want to trade Steph. I want to rebuild. That's what I would like them to do. I mean, the dynasty is over. Bringing Durant here is not going to make us a contender. Steph is declining before our eyes. These guys, they're one injury. These guys could be injured and not play for the rest of the season. I mean, it's just like nobody wants to do the hard thing. The hard thing is going to rebuild and watch them suffer through trying to get a winning team together again. But I think if you look at the Doncic trade, I think the owners are getting tired of the superstar and them directing everything and, demanding this and that and the other thing. And, the Warriors, I guess Miami was the first one to create the super team. Then the Warriors got their super team together. And that's what the league was going after. That's why you ended up with Durant and Beal on the same team. And you can see that a lot of times it doesn't work. And I would like to see them build a team that could be competitive. And, otherwise I think we're going to give away the future, and it's going to take us a lot longer to rebuild. We have some younger players. I think the Warriors need to learn how to develop players. Our young players have not developed under Steve Kerr. He doesn't play them. Kuminga, you want to talk about Kuminga? Kuminga has been yanked in and out of the rotation, the lineup. Same thing with Moses Moody. If I was Moses Moody, I'd tell my agent, get me the hell out of here.
Look how he's playing now, though. Look how Moody's playing now.
Yeah, but he's finally getting a chance. And why are these kids getting chances? Kuminga got a chance last year because of Draymond's suspension and because of injuries. That's the only reason why these guys got on the floor. They're not developing. They didn't look what they did to Wiseman. Look what they did to Poole. This is just an example. Now you're going to get rid of Kuminga and Moody. I mean, come on. I mean, this is ridiculous. For what? These aging superstars that could entertain us for a couple of months?
Appreciate it, Dennis.
And I think Moody's going to be the beneficiary of a trade, Stoney. I don't think he's going to be included.
Well, the problem with Moody is
I think he's shown him he can handle it.
Well, Moody's what's known as a poison pill, which means he's making like $5 million this year, and then next year his salary jumps to like $13. So you have to take into account more than just what he's making now. And so without getting into details, Moody's a little trickier to trade, but Pods is obviously on the table at this point.
Why do they where's the poison in that, I guess?
Because you're taking a salary of a player who's only making $5 million, but you have to have room to accommodate the money he's going to make next year under the cap. So guys like him often don't get traded until or unless they're going to a team that's already under the cap.
Well, it's also disadvantageous for the team sending him out because you don't get that salary, but the other team has to make a room for it.
True. Yeah, exactly.
And I know one of our biggest fights has been Moody. We think differently of him, Stoney, but I don't want to say flowers, but we can. Roses. He's playing a lot better. Are you shocked at how he's been playing here for the last month, man?
Well, I'd say it hasn't quite been a month, but yes, he helped them win the last game they played, which to me is the most important thing.
He's not scared.
He's been fine. You know what, though? I got to be honest with you. This is about priority number 48.
Hey, I get it.
I hate his extension. I do. I don't like Moody's
where would
extension.
you be without him?
You'd be 500, Goo.
No, I'm looking at this roster like, who would be giving you those contributions? Especially when Pods went out. A guy that'll let it fly that's been shooting from three, damn near 38% for almost the dude, Stoney, he'll go to the rack. He damn near helped you. Like, I don't know what it is about him. Maybe the braids. There's just something about Moody that really, not blinds you, but you don't give him credit. I'm not telling you he's James Worthy.
He cannot guard perimeter players. He's a 6'5" player who can't guard a guy who's facing up to the basket.
And they've been stashing him at the 4, and it's been working.
Right, okay, fine. So then we're moving on with him as a 4, which is fine, but we all know that you can only play him at 4 a short amount of time. And so now if he's a 15 or 20-minute player, you're paying a 15 or 20-minute player $13 million. You got to be. Look, all I'm telling the Warriors, and they know it already, is they got to be careful.
No doubt about it.
And every move they make, I'm sure they have an eye toward, well, what's it going to look like in 2026? Because they have to. Let's go to Robbie in Chicago. Hey, Robbie, how you doing, man?
Oh, what's up, man? How y'all doing, man? I love the show. Love the debates. First, there's a couple things I want to say, man. The JK situation, I feel like both of y'all are not wrong. At the end of the day, he's 22, like you say, but you give him a couple more years, he's still going to be one of the top 20 guys in the league, athletic, can shoot, can get to the line. And with the Moses Moody situation, I like Moses, man.
Yeah, it's fine.
Moses, he's not a slouch on defense, but he could come in the game and give you 20. He can get hot. He's a streaky player. Like, I think the Kevin Durant situation is just getting a lot of people off track of what we really need, which is to keep JK, keep Draymond, keep Steph. I feel like we should go for B.I. and Vooch.
Brandon Ingram and Vucevic. All right, thanks, Robbie. Appreciate the call. I mean, again, after years and years and years as it relates to Kuminga, and I know you're going to think I'm kidding.
No, I'm shocked.
And I'm not.
Man, today is the day.
I'm absolutely not. If I'm the Warriors and he's on the team and he's a restricted free agent and he's not getting any offers, you know what I offer him?
25.
3 for $60. I offer him 3 for $60. You're making $7.5 million this year.
All right.
Okay? We're going to bump you to 15. Then you're going to go to 20. Then you're going to go to 25. And you'll be making $25 million at 25 years old. Let's look at you at 25 years old because you'll be due for a new contract. If you do what we think you're going to do from 22 to 25, now you'll get your 40.
All right. I hear you talking. I hear you, Steiny, but I would be willing, we could make a bet that on the open market, and I know the Warriors have the ability to match, he would fetch more than 20 mil. Some team would give him a quarter for sure.
I'm no longer convinced of that. I am no longer convinced of that.
Even without seeing him, like,
first of all,
it ain't like we saw the bad. He's been out.
You realize nobody's got money. Like, there's not, outside the Nets or the Wizards, like, nobody's under the cap to offer Kuminga a salary at $30 million a year. Like, somebody has to be able to take that on. And if, I'm just, give me a capped out team. They can't do it. Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. Things are percolating with the Warriors, no doubt about it, ladies and gentlemen. The big talk is Kevin Durant. He is now option number 1 for the Golden State Warriors. That seems apparent. And whether they can pull it off or not, we don't know. But it'll be interesting to find out what it would take to get him. 888-957-9570. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Safety on the roads and freeways starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all types of vehicles. Friendly technicians, they check fluids, wipers, lights, tires, and more, all while you stay in your vehicle. Locations, coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. Don't forget, coming up in the 12 o'clock hour, your chance to play knockout at Chase Center. Don't go anywhere.
All-Star Weekend is almost here, and Prize Picks is the best place to win cash while you watch your favorite players. With over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. The app is really simple to use. Pick 2 or more players across any sport, pick more or less on their projections, and you can win up to 1,000 times your money. Play during All-Star Weekend, which is right here in the Bay, and don't miss your chance to cash in on special events like the 3-point contest. Join Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app, available to play in more than 40-plus states, including California and Texas. Download the Prize Picks app today and use my code GURU957 and get $50 instantly when you play your first $5. That's code GURU957 on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play $5. Win or lose, you'll get $50 for just playing. Guaranteed. Prize Picks. Run your game. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
Meanwhile.
League is just this cosmetic piece of crap.
So the hell with Harry.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. We're getting there.
Yeah.
We're getting there. Things are starting. There's no doubt about it.
Will there be a trade by the time we're in Emeryville watching the Lakers and Warriors ball tomorrow?
I would have to bet yes.
Okay.
But I wouldn't bet a lot.
Okay.
And it would be like $100 to win 200. Like I wouldn't.
So it'd be plus 100.
Yeah. Is that what it would be?
So all the guys, real quick here, you met at Norm's party, my boy June, the police officer, my man, childhood friend. They're like you. I just get a text now. They're listening to us. You're just trying to me. They're out on Kevin Durant. You're just trying to drive the Warriors to be irrelevant. They didn't make the playoffs last year, and they're on the cusp of not making it this year. I would say we're staring or living irrelevancy right now. That's why Joe Lacob is trying to go do what he's doing.
Well, there's a difference between irrelevant and a good baskasball team. Like, those aren't the same things.
Good basketball teams make the playoffs. I know they were 10 over last year with 46 and 36, but it wasn't good enough.
Right, but you can be relevant with Durant. You're going to be relevant if Durant pairs back up with Curry. Are you going to win? I mean, the Lakers are relevant.
Well, Steiny, I've lowered the bar. I just want playoffs, and I think he assures us of that. And to get out of this box of the play-in.
Now, you say playoffs. Does that mean you want this team to finish 6 or better to avoid the play-in?
Oh, my gosh.
Well, that's going to be tough.
It is.
With Durant or without.
Yeah. But the confidence level I would have if they had to go in that play-in would be better than I had last year because I still haven't shaken that game in Sac where we looked like we couldn't get off a shot.
Yeah, like this is what I mean. I'll get the calls in a minute, but this is what I mean about Kuminga. Again, been doing deep dives on Kuminga, and this is not me. He's in trouble in terms of money, I think. In the summer of 2025, this is as of right now.
Yeah.
In the summer of 2025, only 2 NBA teams are projected to have cap space, Brooklyn and Washington. Okay? So, as of now teams might be able to do stuff to clear cap to sign Jonathan Kuminga. I don't believe it. So I believe there's one team out there, because I don't think the Wizards are interested. There's one team out there who can offer Kuminga big money, and it's the Nets. And my feeling is, if they want to offer him 35, you got to let him go. And I there it is. I said it. Because if the Brooklyn Nets don't make an offer to Jonathan Kuminga, he's left with only another team's mid-level exception, which was 13. I mean, and now, I know people are like, that's so harsh, Steiny, but that's the way it is. Again, he's 22. He's making 7.5. You bump him to 16, 20, 25, and you come back at 25, and if he's the player who you think he's going to be, then you break him off 35 or 40. But I think that might be a reason the Warriors didn't pony up in the last off season.
Yeah.
Because they knew nobody had money, and they knew they still can match anything.
Wow.
I don't think they're panicking about Kuminga. And I don't think...
And here I am thinking he was making all this money, especially by being away. We miss him. There is no doubt about that. But if you're right, and, the caveat was teams could clear space to make it happen. But I look at Brooklyn now, Steiny. I'm just saying, I don't know what they're doing, but I don't know why Jonathan Kuminga wouldn't be attractive to their future being 22 years old.
To Phoenix's future?
To Brooklyn.
Brooklyn? They better hope he's a cornerstone, because that's the only way he's getting 35 from them. Let's go to Will in Oakland. Hey, Will, how you doing, man?
What's up, fellas? How we doing? I called in yesterday talking about the trade and, and my displeasure with Mike Dunleavy. It seems like a lot of stuff is progressing, but I really am at the point right now when it comes to a guy like Draymond Green. One, I don't think we should do it if we have to include Draymond in, because I think if you ship out Draymond, and even if you get Kevin Durant, those guys are two kind of finesse-type players. My dad used to say back in the day, and I wasn't around, for the great 49er teams, we had the West Coast offense. You needed Ronnie Lott to punch a guy in the mouth when you were playing them. That's what Draymond Green does. And on top of that, I know if you talk to any other fan base and any other team, they hate this guy, Draymond Green, because of his antics and what he does. It's often overshadowed just how special of a defensive player this guy is. I think he's the best defensive player of the last decade plus. And if you look at the death lineup at the peak of the Warriors when we just started, he was the center of all of that working, right? Because he was playing the five for us, handling the basketball, making plays.
Will, let me stop you real quick. What does it matter what he did 6 years ago?
He's still a top-notch defender. I would argue that today.
In stretches.
He's still a top-notch defender, man.
Not consistently, I don't think, anymore. I think he can be in stretches.
And Will's like me. He's hanging on to the past. I get it, Stoney. It's
go ahead, Will. Have a last word.
Let me spin it to you this way.
Okay.
We start the season off hot. The air has been taken out of the balloon on this team. Even Curry has admitted it with Steph Curry. He just looks disengaged at times because they know they don't have a chance. You bring in a Kevin Durant, does that ignite the fire? And I'm not saying they don't bring it every night, but we'd be lying to ourselves if we said this team looked absolutely full level engaged.
Fair enough.
I don't agree.
Fair enough, Will. No, I appreciate it. What was I going to say? The question, and Willard was kind of on it yesterday, I thought. But if Draymond Green is part of the deal or not part of the deal? Like if you have to give up Wiggins and Draymond Green for Durant, do you do it? Both of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I don't want to come off as a Dre hater.
Well, then you gotta live with Durant and Moody, who could play some four. Durant and Kyle Anderson, and Durant and if Kuminga's still on the team, Kuminga. But is Durant and Kyle Anderson better than Kuminga and Wiggins? I don't know. How much do you want Durant?
Yeah, I just know that tandem last year wasn't good enough to qualify for the playoffs, but yet they were 10 games over. And the one thing about Draymond, Stoney, again, the things I come down or we come down his road, me specifically, are off the court. But don't tell me it's 2018 Draymond Green in regard to defense. Don't tell me when he was out like he's been, we didn't see spunk or pizzazz from other players. There is life without Draymond, and I know there's two sides to the court and the floor, but at the end of the day, Stoney, I just really think this new NBA, what Draymond does to you offensively, that's ran its course. And if you had to move him to go get Kevin Durant, I'm willing to take on that chance and maybe a step back defensively, which I don't like. We didn't make the playoffs last year. Outside of Steph Curry, anybody can get it, Stoney. That's where I'm at, and I think the organization is saying that. Okay,
this is the other thing. You keep saying we didn't make the playoffs last year. You're right. You won 46 games. So my point is, yeah, you didn't make the playoffs, but you're not a horse bleep team. And if you don't think this team could go from 40, if they make the wrong move, that they could possibly go from 46 wins last year to 35 this year, I'd be concerned about that. I would be concerned about that. I just would. If you go get Durant and somebody can't stay healthy, you're in trouble.
But isn't that across the board for every team down there?
But here's it. It's not a sure thing.
Life is not a sure thing.
Okay. Well, I don't make moves just because, I'm impatient.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Yeah. Again, Stoney, and OKC Thunder, I get it. They've been without Holmgren. They're incredible. Memphis, there's life without Ja. But I'm just saying, Stoney, the margin of error is so thin right now. For the next 2 years, give me Durant, and I think the Warriors are a better basketball team. And that's without knowing what's going out.
Well, see, honest to God, I can't say that. How can you say that when you don't know who's outgoing? I mean, who's going to play two? It's going to be give me their hypothetical lineup. You're going to start with Curry and Durant.
All right. I have Pods at 1, Curry at 2.
Okay.
I'll go with I want to say post. I'll go with Looney at 5. We got Durant and Guy Santa.
Are you serious?
No, I'm missing somebody. But
if Wiggins and Draymond and Kuminga all go, no, you're not. Now, maybe they'll keep one of those guys. It feels like they have to. But I'm just saying, Durant, Curry, then who's your third best player? If Draymond's gone or if maybe you can keep Kuminga under that scenario. I don't know. I'm sure they're throwing everything into the hopper.
What happens if nothing happens? As a fan, I'd be hurt because I think something's percolating. But if not, and Kuminga gets healthy and comes back, I'm still in front of the TV rooting Steiny. But do you think it's just Kevin Durant or bust at this point?
Right now, until they don't get him, and then it'll be Brandon Ingram or bust. You know, that's the way I look at it. And listen, I think honestly, how are people going to feel on Thursday when the trade deadline comes and goes if the Warriors don't make a move? I think the fans will be upset. But
disappointed would be my word.
For somebody like me, it just would illustrate that they didn't how come they didn't get Durant? Because they thought that they were giving up too much. It's really that simple. Like, they're not just going to give up anything that anybody wants just to get Kevin Durant.
But they're kind of, it's not in their,
do that.
Yeah, but it's almost, I'm going Janet Jackson, not in their control.
That's right.
If Miami is,
that's right.
So that's
right.
I hate that.
Well,
I got you.
It's a fact. I mean, it's a fact.
The trade might already be done if it was just Phoenix and Golden State.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. It is a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. This is from Steve Kerr yesterday with Willard and Dibbs.
Well, I'm very comfortable if we don't end up doing anything. I think we live in a time where everybody wants to fix right now, and it's really not that feasible to look at our situation, where we are as an organization, the assets that we have. Is it really feasible to go and make some huge deal that's going to turn us into a contender? I mean, it's really, really hard to do that. At the same time, it would be insane to trade away all our future picks for a wild swing. We know that. Steph knows that. I know that. So I just think Mike is phenomenal at his job, and he needs the space to do it over the next couple of years without everybody freaking out and thinking there's some, home run swing that's going to solve everything.
I get it, and I hear him, and I just said it to you, Steiny, but it's psychology at the end of the day. We went from hearing from the Warrior players, the coach, that they're not going to mortgage the future. You got to think about that stuff. Even Steph and Dre were saying it, and it didn't sit well with me from a fan standpoint. And then all of a sudden, and this is not their fault, right? The media has just portrayed the Warriors attached to any and everybody. Sham said they're calling every superstar. So it's like when you're a child and your mom or dad tells you they're going to get you something, when you say it, the kids latch on to it. So it's I would be disappointed because there was all this energy in regard to the Warriors are going to do something, Steiny, and I don't think they're putting it out there.
Who is?
Well, I would say the facts are the fact. Like,
right.
It could be, they're really doing that. So they're going all in.
Of course they are.
And they come up empty-handed. That's why I wouldn't be mad. I'd be just disappointed, like, damn.
But the fact that they're calling everybody under the sun, to me, isn't any different than any other time of the year. It's just more exaggerated now. So, I don't think anything new is coming down the pike. Like, if Dunleavy's talking to Pat Riley right now, I'm sure he's talked to him a dozen times in the last 5 days.
But if you played that, and I heard the great interview with Willard and Dibbs and Kerr, Steiny, but that soundbite you just played, and Kerr meant what he said, but it kind of had me thinking, had I not known the last 3 days that the Warriors were attached to every superstar, I would think, man, they're not going to probably do too much to get KD. But behind closed doors, they could be willing to do what Kerr said not to do.
You can't make a bad move. I mean, what?
But you don't know what a bad move is until you find out.
What if you had to give up Wiggins, Draymond Green, and Kuminga for Durant?
Yeah, that's crippling. But
would you do it?
I need some time, Steiny. Ask me in 2 minutes. that is the nightmare on Warrior Street. That's a
nightmare.
That's a big 3 right there. Like, that's a lot. I'm being real.
Well, Durant makes 51 or 52. And
but what if I told you I think the Warriors wouldn't do that? Like, they would say that's too much.
Right. And then so if they don't get Kevin Durant, just know that maybe they wanted Wiggins, Green, Kuminga, and 2 first-rounders. And that's when you understand if they don't make a move. Like, that's what I would understand. Whatever the threshold is, if they don't make a move, it's because they weren't willing to give up what the other team wanted, plain and simple.
And I know we're not Arizona. Why would Phoenix want to swap Kevin Durant for Butler and all his baggage?
Because Durant is going to be a free agent soon. And if they get Butler, he's already said he wants to re-sign there. Kevin Durant has this year and next. That's it. And and the other thing is they're in money hell.
Well, I also don't think they want to, but Bradley Beal's not giving them any other choice.
Oh, man.
I mean, that's the whole reason that the Warriors are in play for Durant in the first place. If the Suns could have their way, it'd be Butler, Booker, and Durant, and the Warriors would just be dead in the water.
Yeah.
Let's go to Hunter in New York. What's going on, Hunter? How you doing?
Hi, how you doing? Love the show.
Thank you.
I want to get on the topic of Durant, but what I'm going to start with is going to lead into it. These people who are talking about Steph Curry rapidly declining, I don't think they're watching the games this season. Curry's quite literally being double-teamed every trip up the floor because I don't think the players in the league necessarily respect a lot of the other guys offensively on our team. On top of that, he's playing through injuries, which is a reason you'd love to see Durant back on the team. He opens up the floor, gets a lot of looks for all the other guys. But if Phoenix is asking for what you're saying, Steiny, essentially the core of our team and our future, I think it's too much. I've been hearing about a backup plan for Brendan Ingram, who is quite literally the same player archetype as Durant, much younger. I know he has his differences with Kerr, I've heard, but I feel like if you bring him into a winning organization, changes his attitude, Stacks can get him in line defensively, and he can be a younger Kevin Durant type player. You've seen the system work 3 years in a row in the finals. I think you could keep Draymond, bring in Ingram, and not give up as much. I would much rather see that because I'm going to be a fan of this team for the rest of my life. Once Steph goes, I stay. I don't want us to mortgage our future away.
Attaboy, Hunter. That's a real fan. That's my kind of fan.
That's every fan.
I mean, the one thing we got to mention, obviously, Hunter, with Brandon Ingram is he's a free agent at the end of the year. He's making 36 now, so he's going to want 40-ish.
He's playing 18 games.
If you have Kuminga on the team, you can't pay them both. They're not going to pay Ingram 35 and Kuminga 35.
And who's the better player? Right now, it's Brandon Ingram.
No doubt. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Charlie in Rhode Island. What's up, Charlie?
Real quick, Steiny, there's been a small trade concerning the Pelicans. They have moved Daniel Tice and draft compensation to the Thunder, so that ducks the luxury tax for New Orleans.
Yes, sir. And they were a team that Bobby Marks is like, they have to make a move to get under the tax. Look for Indiana to do something like that too. Just try to stay below the luxury tax. Gives you a little more flexibility. Warriors right now over the luxury tax. Don't forget, they could make a similar move, get under the luxury tax, and give themselves a little more flexibility in the offseason. Ain't nobody wants to hear it, but
Joe's
they could do
paid
it.
that before, though, and that's why he deserves credit.
And why would you pay it now?
No, I get that.
Why would he pay it for a 500 team?
Thinking whatever, if they were to pull off a trade that, their record's 500, but going forward, they might be able to cause some noise in the offs. You hear me?
I'm sorry. Yeah. Charlie in Rhode Island, my bad.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
Doing well.
Hey, thanks for all you do, and I love the show.
Oh, thanks.
First off, I'm just gonna pick up from the last one. If he has to do with a trade for Brandon Ingram and has to do with Jonathan Kuminga, I think I'm going to ride with Jonathan Kuminga. No disrespect to BI, but I think Jonathan Kuminga is way. I think I value him better than Brandon Ingram. But I'm going to go back to the KD trade. If it's anything that has to do with, as long as it doesn't involve losing Draymond and we can still pair him with Steph and KD, then I'm fine with if Phoenix or whoever wants Kuminga. I'm thinking about it. It's going to points this year when even if we're up 20, I get the youth excitement and all that. We're still not confident this thing can get us over the line or something. We're still not even confident we can win the game. I mean, we're talking about KD, a bona fide Hall of Famer. We know what we're going to get. If he comes over, he exponentially puts us over the line. And I don't know, except for if we're thinking about a miraculous overnight improvement in Kuminga, Pods, and all that. I like the kids. I like what they're doing, but we are talking about making a trade for a Hall of Famer to help Steph Curry in the final years. So whatever we're leveraging is a win-win situation. Kuminga and Moody, whoever should be happy they've been involved in this trade for KD. At least Kuminga himself would have had to play for the money over here anyways. So he's able to go to wherever and play and be whoever he's going to be. I'm sure the kid is destined to be a superstar. So why not just go prove it? I just wanted to make that short and sweet.
Appreciate the call, Charlie. Thanks for listening.
Rhode Island.
Thanks for listening. All right, so here's the one thing. I'll throw this out, Guru, you react. As it relates to Kevin Durant, if I'm the Warriors, like I'll tell you what I would do and what I wouldn't do. I would have, people are going to, like I've said it all along. I feel like as long as Draymond and Steph are on this team, you will not be able to change the fundamental dynamic of the team. It still will be about them. If you're telling me the Warriors have a shot at Kevin Durant, I actually want Draymond Green to be included in the trade if it would allow Kuminga and or Wiggins to stay.
I'm with that.
Okay. The issue is I do not want to go forward from tomorrow on with Curry, Kevin Durant, and Draymond Green. I don't. I think that's a recipe for disaster.
And you might be right.
For goodness sakes, it was 5 or 6 years ago these guys were together.
Yeah.
They're all at least 35. Like, I
KD's averaging 27 a night, man.
I can't give up Durant and give up both Kuminga and Wiggins. No, you can have one young guy. You can't have two.
And what if I told you, Sal, if I had to bet right now, you didn't ask me, I think Dre would be included in the deal for Durant.
I mean, I would prefer that. Because if he's not, then it looks like they're going to lose Kuminga and Wiggins and others. And then then you're going to like maybe lose Pods. And I get it, Pods isn't the be all and end all, but you better put something around those guys. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. This is a lot of fun. We'll get you caught up on the other side to everything that's happening, all the latest news. As far as I'm concerned, the trade deadline has begun. We've already had a trade with Kyle Kuzma and Chris Middleton. The Pelicans made a small move, and everybody's waiting on the Warriors, the Suns, and the Miami Heat. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. Also, coming up in the 12 o'clock hour, your chance to play Knockout at Chase Center.
Trades are hard.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident.
Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Valley Heating, Cooling, Electrical, and Solar, a Lennox Premier dealer, locally and family-owned, and the home of old-fashioned service for all your home comfort needs for 63 years. Check them out at valleyheating.com. valleyheating.com.
It starts and ends with the chef and Dre. I am scared.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, everybody, don't forget, 40 minutes, 12 o'clock hour, your chance to win the opportunity. No, it's not the opportunity. We did this before. You're going to play.
Yeah.
You're going to get into the knockout.
I said what I said.
In the 12 o'clock hour, we're sending somebody to knockout. Plain
There
and
you
simple.
go.
12 o'clock hour. I'll tell you how as the show moves on. All right, Anthony Slater was on with the morning guys, and this is the latest general overview from Anthony Slater of The Athletic.
Yeah, they're legit. I mean, and it's been a few days now, but certainly, there's been a lot of talks between Miami and Phoenix and the Warriors, and, if this deal was to get done on any sides of it, there's probably going to need to be one or two more teams roped in, really, because of the second apron rules and salary matching purposes. And it is the talk of the league right now. It's the biggest domino left on the board. There's still going to be plenty of other trades, as you saw this morning with Kyle Kuzma, but it's the thing that everybody's monitoring and how it impacts everything else. And again, if the Warriors miss out on it, where do they pivot? Is there anybody else going to swoop in on Jimmy Butler? Would the Suns really come off Kevin Durant? Do they have any other pivot moves that can maybe save that era there a little bit better? Can Bradley Beal find a home? Which the answer to that seems to be no. Or can the Suns find a home for Bradley Beal that he would go to? The answer seems to be no, which is a huge domino in all this.
Yeah, and that's the part where I think the Warriors have to kind of just be monitoring the situation. I mean, if Phoenix wants Butler and Beal's not going anywhere, then maybe they do look at trading Kevin Durant, getting Butler in there, and signing Butler to a long-term extension, knowing Durant's out of there in a year.
Yeah, he'd be the odd man out.
So the issue the Warriors are going to have, though, is it feels like Miami and Phoenix are in control, and the Warriors are like in the, when there's a carcass, like a dead carcass in the savannah, like Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom, and someone just killed an antelope, and here come all the people that feed off the carcass.
Yeah, the vultures.
Yeah, the vultures. But there's always a couple vultures on the outside looking in. They don't get to peck away at the carcass. They got to kind of wait. They got to wait till other people are finished. Yeah. They got to wait till the other vultures are full. Then they can sneak up to the carcass. Unfortunately, at those times, sometimes they're just left with the scraps.
But that's why I asked you earlier, I ain't mad at your analogy. I asked you earlier, do you think it's KD or bust? And they're too smart, Steiny. They still got Brandon Ingram, Zion. I know they're monitoring those situations. I guess we could call it Plan B, right? Just in case this doesn't fall through. But I do hate the fact that Miami, they're in control, and the analogy you just gave are where the Warriors are at. But I'm just over here salivating at Durant's 27 a night, 40 from 3, 53 from the field. Steiny, the dude he is. I know he's older, Steiny, but the game is not about birth certificates.
Yes, it is.
This team is hemorrhaging for buckets.
I believe it is.
We watch leads. They squander leads. Steiny, Steph said, a month ago, we're not built to come back. I think things like that change if you were to land a guy like Kevin Durant.
Yeah,
it's just about who's leaving.
I actually do think it's about the birth certificate. And you know why I think it's about the birth certificate? Because I've watched Steph play this year.
The bilateral, we're going to fight. The bilateral tendonitis. And you're like, Guru, when's that go away?
Never. This is who he is, Goo.
Nope.
Irvin Berkeley. What's up, Irv? How you doing, man?
Hey, I have two things. Yeah. I just want to say I'm all in on whatever the Warriors do if they can get Kevin Durant back.
All right.
And
let's go.
I'm trying to see if the Warriors were to get Vucevic. I can't say his name. From Chicago. Okay, yeah. You get him. Would it be out the question that you could put him and Post on the floor at the same time?
Who in Post? Probably not. Probably not. And Vucevic, probably not.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I was just trying to see if that would just open up the floor more for Curry.
I mean,
that was
it would give him. Thanks for the call, Irv. It would give him two centers, one in Vucevic. Vucevic isn't a great 3-point shooter. Doesn't shoot a lot of them, but he likes that top of the key area. And then you'd have a legitimate stretch with post backing him up.
Yep.
So the other thing is like we gotta, I think, realize is. If Phoenix and Miami have been going back and forth, and Beal is not going anywhere, and Phoenix realizes, I mean, he is not going anywhere, and so now we must pivot and start talking about moving Kevin Durant. At that point, if I'm Phoenix, I'm saying, well, now I'm going to listen to offers from every team. If Kevin Durant's on the block, maybe at that point you pivot from Butler to, I don't know, somebody on another team you might be able to get for Kevin Durant.
And Warrior fans don't want to hear that.
Would Denver want Kevin Durant for either Porter or Aaron Gordon and somebody?
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's go to Anthony in Brentwood. What's up, Anthony? How you doing, man?
What's up, fellas? So actually, I like that last call because I don't think that's a terrible idea having two fives that can stretch the floor, but I do think that we can get ran out of the gym with younger teams. But the reason why I call is two reasons. One, you know how as a parent you don't want to maybe you got something planned for your kids, but maybe money's a little tight, so you're not too sure if you can do it just yet. And so what you do is you don't tell them what the plan is because you don't want their hopes to get high and then you don't deliver. That's what the Warriors have done. They've gotten everybody's kind of hopes up high, and we're over here, playing around with these different scenarios and stuff because maybe they really are in on everybody. But the truth of the matter is they don't have enough to go out. And if you don't have enough to go out, you can't get anybody really to come in. And you also have to think, what player wants to come here and be in Steph Curry's shadow? Durant knows what that felt like and how that was his last year. And it's not like the Draymond Green thing didn't happen. So I think we got to pump the brakes on that because I feel like if they don't do anything, we're going to be pissed. But it's going to be their fault because they told us they were in on everything. And the other thing I want to say about the KD thing, don't forget, when KD first got to Phoenix, they gave up so much depth to get him. And when the playoffs came, they got ran out of the gym because they were expecting Kevin Durant 2 years ago to do what he did 7 years ago with us. You need depth to win a championship, so we have to realize that. And guys can't just look at this pipe dream and say, okay, KD still averaging 27 a night, but what about in the playoffs when he needs a break? What about when the intensity of the game revs up? We've seen Curry is having a harder time, keeping up and getting away from the younger guards that are guarding him. We see that KD, yes, he's 6'11", he's 7 foot tall, so he can still get his shot anyway. But age is a real thing, but we need depth to win a championship. And when you go to get a big boy like KD or Jimmy Butler or Bradley Beal, you're going to give up everything you have.
Yeah, well said, Anthony. Appreciate the call. The teams that are top heavy in the NBA don't tend to have a lot of depth. So then you're kind of rolling the dice. You need your older players to stay healthy.
He's too old.
Thank you, Priest. Appreciate it. I think this thing from Mark Stein Subsack, it's coming in over NBA Central.
All right.
And it's according to Mark Stein.
All right. Give us some good news.
I think this, you know what? I'm going to double check it. Let's double check it. Check NBA Central and see if that Stein thing looks good for me to go with it.
Would Warrior fans be happy with
probably
what you're about?
They're not happy with anything right now.
Is it the one about Butler?
No, it's about reports suggest Durant. Reports suggest Durant
has serious reservations about a potential return to the Warriors if he were to be traded there per the Stein line.
Yes. So Mark Stein and Jake Fisher just said reports suggest that Kevin Durant has serious reservations about a potential return to the Warriors if he were to be traded. According to Stein.
This is from the story, though. His final season, 2018-19, was, of course, marked by a devastating Achilles injury, but it goes further. to say there's a growing belief that he wanted a dramatic change of scenery, which he found in Brooklyn, and no longer wanted to play alongside Draymond Green.
And, Evan, that is a dagger to my heart, Steiny, and the reason being is I got so excited and got in the bed last night thinking we would have heard that earlier. Like I thought, remember I mentioned the pod, they're back, they're cool. You know, and what, now, and I believe, like, if he believes that, then
I completely believe it. You know why? Because Kleiman was here Friday.
Okay.
And that, to me, sounds about right. It takes about 2 or 3 or 3 or 4 days for stuff like that to come out. And I'll bet you that over the weekend, the Warriors, if that's true, and I believe it is, because I think Stein's money, I think probably over the weekend, the Warriors got news of this.
His reservation.
Yeah, and they're already pivoted a day or two ago.
Now, I'm straight up Jim Carrey now, Black Carey, Steiny. I'm saying, do you think there was a caveat of, if you move Dre, I'll come back?
I don't know. I don't know. That I can't speak to.
You reap what you sow, brother.
Oh, that's a dagger.
Let's do it this way. Hold on one second.
Yeah, that's a dagger, Evan.
If
true.
Let's go to, where are we?
Brandon Ingram.
Let's go to Cruiser 209. Hey, Cruiser, how you doing?
Damn.
What's going on, fellas? Long time. Hey, Steiny, today I got your back. I fully agree with you. We don't need to do anything. That previous caller, Anthony, he's channeling my thoughts. I agree with him 110%. We can't give away the farm to get KD or anybody in here, right? Because our core is older. We don't have the depth that we used to. Steph can't run guys off the way he used to. So just trading everything just for a piece that's not even going to guarantee us that we're going to get out of the first round is a foolish move. Okay, Joey Lightyears needs to understand these two timelines didn't work because, one, we had the wrong prospect, and two, we had the wrong coach. Okay, Kerr doesn't develop the younger players. Only reason JK and Moody are getting run now is because who else are they going to play? So the championship timeline is dead. Okay, that only exists in the Marvel multiverse. Okay, so the real timeline now is we have to see what we have. We have to play the young guys to see if, one, they're going to be a part of our future, two, if we can trade them for some assets down the line, or three, if we need to cut bait from them. So I believe Steph when he said there's no move that's going to save us. The only team that we could have fleeced for that, well, they went ahead and let themselves get fleeced by the Lakers. So there's no trade. You know, we can't get a superstar and give up nothing in order to put us in a great position to win. Okay, while retaining our depth. So I say we stand pat. We go with the youth movement. We see what we have. We take our lumps, and then in the off season, we try to make ourselves an appealing destination for a vet who wants to change the scenery or trying to attract some free agents. But I think making a move now just so nobody's talking about us saying that, oh, well, the Warriors didn't do anything. If we're calling around looking for a star, that shows we're desperate. The price has suddenly gone up. Okay, yesterday's price is not today's price, and we're going to get fleeced ourselves. I say we stay pat and Guru, man. Otherwise, if we sell the farm, we're going to have to deplete half of Santa Cruz's bench and sign Guru to a 10-day contract.
Hey, let me ask you this.
Thanks, Cruiser. Appreciate it. 2 minutes of rambling. We got calls. What did you want to ask him?
Something I said yesterday I thought was profound. It didn't hit. And I'll use it again.
He's listening.
Help me out. How many animals do we really have on the farm?
Oh.
We got some sheep.
I don't know.
Wait,
we got a lot of cows on the farm.
You just wanted to say that to him on the other line? Well, he heard you anyway.
Well, but dude.
I mean, Cruiser was cruising for 2 straight minutes.
Somebody said he had a lot of coffee.
Yeah, I just
this Durant, if true, that I was waiting for that a couple days ago, not now.
Evan, let's get that sounder ready. You ready? What Guru's referring to is Mark Stein reporting that reports suggest that Kevin Durant has serious reservations about a potential return to the Golden State Warriors if he were traded there, according to the Stein line.
You reap what you sow, brother.
His final season as a Warrior in 2018-19 was, of course, marked by a devastating Achilles injury, as well as growing belief that he wanted a dramatic change of scenery and no longer wanted to play alongside Draymond Green.
You reap what you sow, brother.
So now if true, those wounds, you're picking at him again. The whole Draymond thing is now I'm looking like he cost us Dre again, if true. I hope that's off. And maybe he told, what do you think they talked about at the Bridge Club, Steiny?
They talked about how Kevin Durant didn't really want to come back
real quick, if I'm Lakeup and Kleiman says Dre if we could pull this off, Dre won't be a part of the team. Do you think that changes KD's mindset? It would me.
I don't know.
If I were Durant, and it was that simple. Hey, when you come back, you ain't got to worry about it.
Yeah, I think it's probably more than Draymond Green, but I'll bet Draymond Green's a part of it. And I bet you if you told, listen,
he didn't like how they handled the whole thing.
Hey, you know what? Yeah, Draymond Green's going to be a part of a trade, KD, that brings you here. Okay? I still don't think he's like, woo! Yeah, I'm going back to Golden State. Go ahead,
they buried the hatchet. You know, they did the podcast together. They threw Kerr and Myers under the bus, and, you know, they're fine now.
That is true. That is true. Howard Beck of Sports Illustrated?
He's with The Ringer now.
The Ringer, formerly of the New York Times. Go ahead, you take it.
Give us something positive.
Well, he did report that he believes Kevin Durant is going to get traded. He just didn't say which team.
And I'll tell you guys, if it ain't here, I'm hurt. Basketball hurt.
Is it possible the Warriors could get iced out? Iced out?
Yes.
Oh, boy.
And I didn't like how you gave the fan that has a lot of my traits love about, he said he's going to be, because I feel the same way.
What?
We're going to be Warrior fans after Steph.
Well, I don't know that you will.
Please.
No, I don't. If you haven't proven that to me.
If this comes and goes and nothing jumps off and Kuminga comes back, I'm still all in, Steiny, we got to watch and hope. But
you'll pout for at least a week.
I wanted that news over the weekend.
Let me just
about Durant nixing it, saying that I ain't coming.
But you know, I know this is. I'm going to take a call in a minute, but this is a total non sequitur. But it came up earlier. I just said, I'm starting to. I don't like the Moses Moody contract at all. You know what? Like one of the reasons I don't like it. I'm looking at Austin Reeves' contract.
This is the one you hit me with last night.
Austin Reeves is making 12, 13, 14. That's what Moody's making. I mean, like that's where that's where you start to feel it. That guy's averaging 18 a game.
No, he's a baller, but I just want to say this. I feel like an Amway salesman knocking on your door. We can both look each other in the eye and say Moses Moody right now is playing his best basketball with the Golden State Warriors. Where that's going, I have no idea, but I like it. And for the people scoffing and saying that's not enough, I could say on nights he's saving our ass.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far.
I don't want to say he's just a finished product, Steiny. So if he keeps getting more time.
What's he going to be able to do better down the road? I'm just asking. Like, what's he going to really improve at?
Just all facets of what he's okay at right now.
Austin Reeves is 18-6.
He's in the zone.
18-6,
and so are the Lakers.
See, that's how you develop. That's how you build a good team, a real good team. When you got a starter who's giving you 18-6,
wow.
Not to mention 5 rebounds, and you're only paying him 13. The guy we're paying 13 gets DNPs and plays 15 minutes a game. That's how you lose a competitive edge.
If I were Kamudi.
Let's go to Muhammad in Oakland.
My man.
What's up, Muhammad?
Hey, how you doing? How y'all?
Hanging in, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a feeling.
Hey, you know what? I don't understand why Steve Kerr quit playing Trace Jackson Davis. You know what I mean? Maybe they're playing Looney because he might be on the trading block. But I got a good trade idea for you guys since Kevin Durant don't want to come here. Okay. So we get Cam Johnson, Vucevic, D'Angelo Russell because he can score, and then you send Schroeder and Kevon Looney to Chicago. Brooklyn Nets get Andrew Wiggins, Gary Payton II, and Buddy Hield. How's that?
It's a lot to take in, but thank you, Muhammad.
My man was working. D-Lo.
Yeah, you're getting 3 pretty good players.
Yeah.
And you're sending one pretty good one out? I don't know. Good point, 415. Moody still is only making $5 million. He'll be making more next year.
Right.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. The trade deadline is on. There's no doubt. The deadline is tomorrow, but I'll tell you what, there's a lot going on today, And the Warriors are coming up on 24 hours to go to have time to make a deal. Last thing we've heard is Kevin Durant is very, very much in their sights. But the latest report from Mark Stein has Durant with misgivings about coming back to Golden State. Apparently he's not completely in love with the idea, okay? Do you trade for him anyway, even if he's not, quote-unquote, in love with the idea? I mean, it's not like he's not going to report, probably. So that's all the kind of things you gotta figure if you're the Golden State Warriors. And the other thing that Howard Beck reported of The Ringer, and this is important, I think, he said, and he didn't mention any teams, he just said the league expects Kevin Durant to be traded. So if you're telling me Kevin Durant is on the block, well, now there's 25 teams involved. And maybe the Phoenix Suns have just had enough of Miami and Jimmy Butler where they've told Miami, forget it. We'll move Durant on our own because we have to.
Can I give you a dark horse?
Yeah.
And it's starting to bother me? Dallas.
For?
Durant. If they put a package together to get Durant to put
Nico
with Kyrie.
Harrison's an idiot.
No, I
thought he was a dum-dum. Wasn't he a dum-dum
He hadn't
yesterday?
pulled it off. I'm just saying,
Okay.
if that was the master, if they're in and we're able to put Durant with Kyrie and AD,
so in other words,
and Gafford and Lively.
You know what they could do? If they could somehow trade for Durant now, and then they could go get LeBron in the offseason.
LeBron's home.
So they'd have Kyrie, Anthony Davis, LeBron, and Durant.
I don't know why people think LeBron is not excited about playing with Luka, especially the way the rest of the players are playing right now.
Maybe because he knows they're not good enough defensively.
I don't know.
And maybe he knows that they got a defensive player worse than him now.
I tell you what, if Nico pulled that off, I would come in here, Stoney.
I wouldn't.
Apologize, City.
No.
Because we react to new information.
Yeah.
And I didn't like the new information you just shared with the masses from the Stein line.
Well, all right. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking Warriors and what they're going to do. All the reports have the Warriors in frantic mode. Maybe not frantic, but in pursuit mode. How about that? The Golden State Warriors clearly are trying like hell to get something done, and now it does feel like they're kind of on the clock with the fan base. I think the fan base is sitting there waiting. Will the Golden State Warriors be able to pull something off? I guess that's where I'll even go next. Like, do you think they're going to be able to pull something off? Or are you one of these skeptical people that's saying this is all smoke? They don't have the wherewithal. 888-957-9570 is the number coming up in 20 minutes. You're going to want to listen for your chance to qualify to play at Chase Center. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Tune in for Warriors Live tonight. That's right. Warriors play a game. They play the Jazz at 6 o'clock, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. That segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
You reap what you sow, brother.
What makes Crystal Geyser? A real GM will go pick up Dwight Howard.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, thank you, Tim. And we are in the middle of it, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the middle of the trade deadline, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Couple things that have already happened. Let me catch you up, and then we will get into some calls. But first, know that in 12 minutes, the 12 o'clock hour starts, and that'll be your opportunity to play Knockout at Chase Center. I'll tell you how. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a key word in sometime in the 12 o'clock hour, and at that point, I'll tell you more.
Yeah.
Here's the latest. Mark Stein is reporting. If you haven't heard, the Warriors apparently really have been in on Kevin Durant, and we found out about that Friday. Kevin Durant's agent was in the Bay Area when the Suns were in town. He sat next to Joe Lacob. He met with Joe Lacob and Bob Myers. I'm assuming Mike Dunleavy was in the room also, and they had a conversation. And today, Mark Stein is reporting the following. Reports suggest that Kevin Durant has serious reservations about a potential return to the Warriors if he were to be traded there. His final season as a Warrior in 18-19 was, of course, marked by a devastating Achilles injury as well as a growing belief that he wanted a dramatic change of scenery, which he found in Brooklyn, and no longer wanted to play alongside Draymond Green. So Mark Stein reporting now that Durant's not crazy about coming back here. Let's put it that way. And then one last thing from Mark Stein just came out. And this one I'm a little skeptical about, but this is what happens. And he's reporting that Miami, if need be, is prepared to hold on to Jimmy Butler.
Pat Riley.
But I don't necessarily believe
Would
that
you be
one.
shocked, though? Because now I'm shocked.
Nothing would shock me
Okay,
anymore.
there we go.
That sounds more like a leverage play, though.
Yeah, I agree.
We still got time.
I agree.
And it's so funny that Steiny, I got to stop. I'm arguing with my friends. You didn't turn them into stands. They're like, my boy June, Kevin Durant and Draymond are friends. It's not that. Obviously, it's not. They just reported that's the reason KD wouldn't come back. Quit being in denial. We just got the report. You may think they're friends. Obviously not, if that's true.
Here is Anthony Slater on other Warrior options.
Kevin Durant is what they are going for, like currently. That's plan number one, but there's not that much time left of the deadline at this point. So if you cannot execute that, you still have to be able to execute plan B, C, or D.
And that's why we're still
B, C,
that's why I think we still got to factor in the names like Vucevic, maybe Brandon Ingram, names like that.
Or nothing.
Or nothing.
Yeah, I got that on my man, Stotty. I just really felt like it was imminent. I don't want to bring the show down, but we got some sad news. I want to pay respect to a legend. I don't know if you heard legendary KTVU anchor Dennis Richmond. He passed away today at 82. Man, rest in peace.
He was an institution here in the Bay. Dennis Richmond, R.I.P. Yep. KTVU, longtime news anchor. Passed today at 82 years old.
We
Dennis
last saw him at Ibanez's party we were both at.
Yeah, exactly.
Retirement.
Let's go to Deborah in San Leandro. Hey, Deborah, how are you?
Hey, guys, I'm all right. How are you guys doing?
Doing well.
Trying to find answers, D.
Hey, I'm not in a panic mode, but I tell you what, I don't want Jimmy Butler because he doesn't play all the time. You're as good as you are when you're on the court. He doesn't want to be here. So to give away potential future for somebody who's not going to be here for half a season doesn't work. KD, I love KD. Season ticket holder, I love him, right? But he doesn't want to be here either. So, and I mean, he's playing beside Booker, who I think Booker's numbers are as good as Steph's or better, and they're still outside the play-in. So I don't know what he brings besides a negative energy, especially if he doesn't want to be here. So I would be a fan that would be willing to sit on my hands for a little longer, let the deadline pass, and let Vucevic, is that how you say his name?
Yeah, Vucevic.
Something like that, out of Chicago. When he becomes cheap and you can get him for little or nothing, and you stand pat, and then later on you have something that you can work with to trade. But right now, it's like I don't like the panic mode.
Yeah, I hate that too, Deborah. Thanks for the call. And we don't know they're in panic mode.
Right. It was more of a dream.
Yeah, we just know they're in pursuit mode. I will say this though, and I don't know exactly what I think about it, but I feel like there is a little something there.
In regard,
and it's this, because I have a tendency to believe the Butler report because it was from Stein and the Durant report. And that is the big story. Apparently, two guys don't want to come to Golden State.
And that
two big boys.
Yeah.
If it's true
right.
that Jimmy Butler doesn't want to be here because he doesn't want to sign here, and Durant is at best, lukewarm to coming back. Like, that tells me the Warriors may have bigger issues here.
Now, let me ask you this.
I don't know how wonderful a destination Golden State is right now. All I know is apparently Durant's not into coming back. That's what's being reported. And Jimmy Butler doesn't want to be here.
Yeah, I told you I hated that news. I hated he told us he didn't want to re-up here. But, Steiny, in regard to that Kleiman conversation Friday, don't you think Lacob went into there knowing maybe there might be some reservation for Durant wanting to come back here if Dre was still here? So I'm kind of hoping that's par for the course, that news that Dre wasn't too fond, maybe, allegedly, of coming back and returning to play with Dre, that if something is facilitated, it would be with Dre no longer here. I'm holding on to that like Van Gundy was holding on to Zoe Morning's leg.
I don't.
You think he ain't?
Draymond might be the icing on the cake, but it just, even if Draymond weren't here, I don't think this place overly appeals to Durant. I just don't. He's been here. He's done it. He knows the dynamic. He knows that it's 6 years after he was here last, or 5 years after he was here last. I mean, putting myself in his shoes right now, I don't think I'd want to come here. I got no interest in moving back in history.
Well, when you were last here, this is when you're but as far as winning.
But these guys are less hopeful than you. They know, like, Kevin Durant knows if he comes to the Warriors, he's still probably not winning a ring. So why would he want to really come here? Let's go to. I
feel like you just slapping me and dousing me with reality juice, man.
Let's go to Trevor in Rohnert Park. Hey, Trevor, how you doing?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Going well, man.
Yeah, couple things, guys. One is I believe that nobody really wants to see the Warriors get better. I know I've mentioned this before, so I think for the Warriors it's even harder to make a trade throughout the league because I just don't think teams want to do business with the Warriors. They don't want to see the Warriors get better. So there's that. But on top of that, I do believe that the fact that Draymond is here and Durant really doesn't want to come here unless Draymond is gone kind of thing. I do think that that's sinking in. I think it doesn't mean that they're not friends, but I don't know if he wants to play with them. So is that what's holding the deal up? I think it's very well possible that the deal of getting Durant back here has everything to do with whether or not Draymond's included in that trade or not. But Durant's still playing at a high level. So I think coming here and saying, I don't think he's thinking in his mind, if I come to the Warriors, we're not winning another championship. I think there's a good possibility they could. So I don't think that's it. I think the reservation is either is Green going to be here when I come play, or can we get along? So maybe the trade doesn't happen because of that. But by and large, the rest of the league, I don't think wants to trade with the Warriors because I don't think they want to see him on top anymore. And one other player, just before I'm done, I don't know how available Miles Turner is though, but I think I've heard some rumblings about that. Do you guys think that Miles Turner is an option?
The only problem with him is he's a free agent at the end of the year. He's making about 20 this year. He'll probably want more. He's had a good year. He's having a good year. And I want Warrior fans, put yourself in Kevin Durant's position right now. He ideally he would have stayed in, he would have stayed in Phoenix and they get Jimmy Butler and get rid of Beal. That would have been option one. They can't get rid of Beal. He doesn't want to go anywhere. So now Phoenix, goes to Kevin Durant and says, look, you know the situation we're in. We're in a heap of trouble. Bradley's not exercising his no-trade clause, and we have to look to move you. We just have to. Okay, that's the NBA. But as we've seen, players like Durant aren't going to go anywhere they don't want to go. And it's good business for the Suns to communicate with and to Kevin Durant about where he's going. And I just think if I'm Kevin Durant in Phoenix and they've just told me, we got to move you, buddy. I mean, I don't think Golden State registers.
Well,
Dallas does.
Well, yeah.
Miami probably does. The Lakers probably do. But I don't know. I'm not convinced the Warriors register with KD.
Well,
especially now if he's got some pull as to where he can go.
Is 99, not that it matters, but I guess it does to me, Steiny, and we'll never know if nothing pops off. But is 99% of your feeling on that because of the residue of what happened between the two? Like I'm arguing with people on the chat.
It doesn't matter. Like it doesn't matter whether it's Draymond or the situation. Let's be honest. He probably didn't like the way he was treated here by the fans. Let's be honest.
Well, he said as much.
Let's be honest.
He said as much.
Okay, so that's the first thing. He didn't get treated great when he was here the first time. Then you got the Draymond thing. But also, don't forget, Durant's also somebody who kind of made the snide remark about the Warriors culture and about how I thought we were supposed to play with joy.
Forget it. I'll never forget it.
He doesn't want to come back here, no. I don't believe. Nor do I don't think I'd want to come back here either.
And I guess just as a fan, I got a problem with the timing. Not that he owed me anything, Steiny. And you're right. Maybe he said that and conveyed that to the Warrior brass Friday and is just now getting out on Wednesday. But I thought when we first, he was just an option, I was like, that's just a pipe dream. But because we didn't hear this antidote about him not being fond of coming back, I kept dreaming.
I mean, to me, it makes perfect sense. Kleiman's in here Friday. He talks to Durant over the weekend. Durant expresses to him, all things being equal, I'd rather not go back to the Warriors. Hey, Rich, you know why. Because Rich does know why. And it's not just one thing. So Rich Kleiman probably said, Kevin's not. Hey, Joe, Kevin's not feeling it.
Yeah.
And then you say, well, obviously if he's not feeling it, you could still go try to get him. But do you want to? All right, it's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Coming up in this hour, your opportunity to play knockout at Chase Center as part of 95.7 The Game's knockout tournament. I'm going to give you a keyword sometime in the next 15 or 20 minutes, and you're going to want to make a note of that keyword. That's the next step. I'm going to give you a keyword when you hear the following sounder. Not right now. When you hear that sounder, I'm going to give you the keyword. I guess we actually didn't need the sounder for the keyword. But, we'll play the sounder anyway at some point, and I'll give you the keyword. And then you'll have a chance to play at Chasen.
Yeah. Now that news, Steiny, from KD is making the rounds on TV. Now it's making its rounds. He's not fond of coming back.
Well,
and it just called me a sucker, man, because I jumped in, man.
I'm looking at now Sham Charania.
Yeah.
Sham Charania reporting Kevin Durant has no desire.
Oh, now it's no desire.
No desire for reunion with the Warriors.
Wow, dude.
Yeah, that hurts. My fault. Truly.
Sham Charania reporting Kevin Durant has no interest.
So Vucevic
in coming to the Warriors. Go ahead, Evan.
Night.
Well. You guys are, I need a moment.
Well,
I'm getting it from everywhere, right? I bought in.
The bigger picture now is why don't Butler and Durant want to be here? That's the bigger issue that I'd be worried about. Not just, okay, we're not getting Durant.
Well, where the hell was all this smoke from last night? Literally, Amick was reporting this morning he thought that this was going to happen last night. There was reports through the last 24, 48 hours that this was a legitimate possibility, that Phoenix was involved in Durant. They wanted Kuminga, that Durant might be like, what happened in the last hour?
Maybe Durant said, let me think about it on Friday or Saturday. Give me the weekend, but I'm not really not keen on it. And then, Monday or Tuesday, Phoenix is like, look, we got to get moving on this. We got some teams in mind. What do you think about the Warriors? And he's like, no. I don't want to go to Golden State.
I refreshed the phone a million times and woke up today thinking maybe it happened.
I mean, the bottom line is maybe what you're finding out is a star doesn't want to come here for whatever reason. I don't know the reason. It might be different for every star.
Now, do you care? Because I'm going to say this. I was in on Butler. I'm in on any star. But we viewed him as toxic, and nobody wanted him here. But does it still carry weight with you, the fact that he said...
I just told you. Yes.
So you ain't... forget the circus that comes with him. The fact that he said, I don't want to...
So Jimmy Butler's telling you no? I thought this was the Golden State Warriors. But Jimmy Butler and Kevin Durant apparently don't want to be here. So I think we got to start operating under the premise that we're not the same old Warriors, apparently.
And before I go to Draymond on... I got to give Robert Thompson some credit here in the chat, Steiny. And again, just not blame, but in regard to KD, he says some things about playing for Kerr. How much do we know if
I'm sure it's all those things? Yeah. It's never one thing, but I can just rip off 4.
That sounds like a song.
I just rip off 4 right there. Wasn't crazy about the offense. Had the situation with Draymond.
We play with joy.
Wasn't treated great by the fans, and wasn't crazy about the culture. Other than that, he loved it here.
That's pretty good.
Let's go to, other than what was it? Other than that, how'd you like to play, Mrs. Todd? Or whatever.
What?
The joke about Abraham Lincoln?
No.
He got shot in a theater?
Yeah.
Or a play?
Wilkes Booth.
Yeah, the joke was...
It wasn't a movie.
Other than that, how was the play? No, the play was, I butchered it.
Yeah, I didn't like that.
Breaking news, Steiny.
Yeah, I didn't like that.
What's that?
Breaking news.
Give it to us.
Abraham Lincoln got killed.
There's no joke in that, I guess. I would have kept it to
Of course there is. It's 200 years ago. Of course there's a joke in there.
Too soon.
Nick's in San Francisco. What's going on, Nick? How you doing?
What's up, guys? I'm liking some of the call suggestions, some of the trade suggestions, but I'm kind of well over. I'm glad we're not talking about LeBron anymore. I think that was a pipe dream. Fun, but a pipe dream. KD feels like a pipe dream because I think KD got 2 rings, learned his lesson on the Bay Area. Don't get me wrong, I love the Bay Area, but I think KD was a little bit mistreated. We treated him like a rental player a little bit, rental culture, and he got the bright end of the stick. But my suggestion has always been the short end, rather. My suggestion's always been Naz Reid or part of the farm for Bam Adebayo. That's just me, though.
Those guys aren't, Sonny, I love the caller, but those guys are not going anywhere. They're fixtures on their team.
So is Luka.
That's true. Touche.
Well, Luka's fat.
So
that still bothers me.
What does?
The Luka thing. The people that just... Let me stop.
Yeah, because I think that's a good idea.
I'm losing friends. I just put the phone down. They're on working my nerves, man.
Okay.
All of them.
Well, is it because of what you're saying?
No, it's because some are in denial about Dre and KD still being friends. Obviously,
you reap what you sow, brother.
If we just got reports that KD said, I'm not going back to the Bay because of Green.
Well,
that tells me they're not cool. Quit being in denial. I can't want to hear that. They're friends. Obviously not.
Well, could only
and
be
I bought it like a dummy.
What if in 3 days he says, Draymond and I are tight. The fans treated me like crap.
The fans loved him.
We don't know what it is. But the fans did not love him.
He couldn't replace Curry. See, now I'm getting mad at because I was mad at Durant if that were true.
You can't do this right now.
You were never going to be Michael.
This is
you
so
were
funny.
Tito. You were Jermaine. Okay. You were great. I was in the arena. We did pre and post. They gave him standing ovations. But for anybody to think you're going to replace Michael Jackson, you're wrong.
You're in dreamland, dude.
And how's it worked out for him?
You're in dreamland.
How's it worked out for KD since you left the Yay? Yeah. Brooklyn?
You can taunt him all you want. He doesn't want to play here, and you don't want to acknowledge it because you're still in dreamland about this franchise.
Jimmy Butler, that hurt too. What could it be?
I can't tell you every time you look in the mirror, hey, Guru, that's you. I mean, Jesus. You know by now what it is. Nobody thinks they can win right now here. Maybe some of it is Draymond Green. Maybe some of it is Steph Curry. Maybe some of it is state taxes. I don't know what it is. But you better come to terms with Butler and KD just told you to hit the pike, apparently.
Man.
888-957-9570. I hate to be
No, you're telling the facts.
The jackhole, but
what's scaring me is let's just fast forward to this season, this summer. If there's something to what you're saying, this doesn't just go away with two guys.
What would you say if Kevin Durant, when he comes in, they play him next week or whenever?
He'll be here for All-Star.
And he goes, really, it just came down to, I never thought I was appreciated in Golden State. Then he going to still blame Draymond Green?
I would not.
Okay.
Yeah. And
so we don't know what it is.
Yeah, I know.
We don't know what it is. We just know he doesn't want to play here. And that, to me, is a bigger story or bigger situation than what we might be dealing with a trade deadline and getting players in here.
And I know this is not for today, but the bottom line, Stoney, is we lived it. We all lived the KD era. Again, I can't tell you what the next man is thinking and what's in his heart and makes his blood pump, but the bottom line is just give me the scorecard where Kevin Durant was not appreciated. Remember the time he was at the free throw line when this thing jumped off and the people were screaming MVP because they were worried, like that word had got out that he felt like he was undervalued.
This is where I swear to God, I love you, but you drive me crazy.
And you drive me crazy the same way.
Are you going to sit here and act like Kevin Durant was completely respected by the Warrior fan base? Are you going to say right now that this fan base embraced Kevin Durant in such a way that would make him excited to come back? I mean, come on, Goo.
I don't even know if you want me to come over there and change your diapers or if Kevin Durant needed this diaper change. I don't know what the hell that means. What I do know is he was finals MVP twice. We had parades and people clapped and gave him his propers. If this dude had something going on upstairs to where he was so insecure about fans and how it's his prerogative.
That's right. He's not coming because of it.
But don't talk to me and down to me like Kevin Durant told you exactly what popped off. Like, maybe he don't need to come here if he's that sensitive. I know people respect, I believe.
The idea that you can sit there and actually say Kevin Durant was not disrespected at all by the fan base, and I'm shocked as to why Kevin Durant would even think of that. I think that is the most preposterous thing of all time.
Because I got something for that.
At the time he left, the talk was we didn't appreciate him.
Yeah. And we may not have. Remember that happened with Bob Myers.
Thank you.
No, that was, I'll give you that. But that wasn't the fans.
Okay.
That was your GM.
Don't sit here and tell me the fans appreciated Durant like he wanted him appreciated. 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Safety on the roads and freeways starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians. They check the fluids, wipers, lights, tires, and more. You just stay in your vehicle. Coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. Also on the other side, your chance to play knockout at Chase.
Hey, it's your boy Guru, and I'm here smiling to tell you what Abundant Life weight loss has done for me early in 2025. Last week was another huge week.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. And there's two things going on here. One is things are happening really fast. And then the other thing is, but they do take a little while to get out. The real news is always a couple days late. And if this report is true, the Warriors are already on to something else. But I'm going to play two pieces of sound because the latest thing being reported, we came into the show with, I'll tell you what, I'm going to recap the whole thing. This is how we came into the show with Sam Amick of The Athletic. Take a listen.
I think that the Warriors thing is very real. Admittedly, I'm a West Coaster like you guys, so we're kind of getting rolling right now to figure out where the intel is at today. There were moments last night where I thought, this was actually going to happen. As you guys know, there's a lot of times layers to these talks where the formal indication might be we are not coming off Kevin Durant, and then behind the scenes they're finding ways to make it clear, like, well, if you gave us the entire package, then maybe we do. Things to look at. Jonathan Kuminga is a guy that, as we reported yesterday, the Suns definitely have interest in a possible long-term future. I think that matters. Then you're possibly talking about a Brandon Podziemski, Wiggins in there.
All right, so we started today with Sam Amick reporting that he thought Durant to the Warriors was close enough that it might have happened last night. Here's what's just being reported today by Shams Charania.
The Warriors have been seriously pursuing Kevin Durant over the last week, but sources tell me that Durant has no desire in a reunion with the Warriors. He does not want to go back to the Warriors, where he won 2 championships, won 2 finals MVPs.
All right, that's Shams Charania, and if you don't believe him, Mark Spears of Anscape.
I was there that last year. He was in Golden State, saw a lot of those games and saw this unhappiness no matter what their success was. Was it Draymond? Was it Joe Lacob behind the scenes? Was it Kerr? There were a lot of things there. And I was told that a couple days ago when Kevin heard about this Warriors rumbling, he was like, what? No, I don't want to go back there. I was pretty adamant. I think he approached the Suns to get some clarity on it. And can you work with me to find a place somewhere else? And from what I hear right now, just got a text that it's dead. I mean, two things.
The Warriors deal is dead.
Yeah.
For Kevin Durant.
Like they're moving on. It's not like.
All right, there it is, Mark Spears. Yeah. KD, just like that. It was almost just done, like and now it's dead.
Yeah.
And I kind of believe it. Maybe the Warriors worked on a framework deal for KD before they got word that he didn't want to come back here. Yeah. All right. Here you go, ladies and gentlemen. Your chance to play knockout at Chase Center. I'm going to give you the key word right now. And when I give you the key word, you want to keep it in mind. The key word is screen. Screen. Andrew Bogut used to set a hell of a screen. Screen. So now what happens is, not this time, but the next time you hear this sounder, which is the blaring horn, and there it is.
Yeah.
When you hear that sounder at some point before 1 o'clock, not that one, then you're going to call the contest line at 415-523-4652. First caller gets to go play knockout at Chase. Not now. Not now. All right. Whew. Whew. Let's go. Who's been waiting? City Boy.
Our man.
City Boy been waiting the longest. Hey, City.
What's up, guys? How you doing? Oh, not bad. Not bad. How are you?
I've been better.
Yeah, you know what? This whole KD thing, I'll be honest. I'm not going to say I didn't want him. I mean, if you drop him on the team, I would like it, but I kind of feel the same way KD does probably. We've been there and done that. And and the whole thing about being disrespected by the fans, I mean, this is the guy who was signed in 1-and-1s every time. Every year he would sign a new 1-and-1, so he had 1 foot out the door. Warriors fans wanted to embrace him. I know I used to talk to my son and say, man, I wish this dude would sign a 4-year deal. I mean, if he had signed a 4-year deal, we would have been all in on him. We never felt like he was all in on us. We felt like he just came here to get his rings, and he got them. We were happy and grateful for that. But, that's what it is. We used each other. So, I think that, and things were unfortunate that were said and done. And, but I love KD, but I don't really want him back. And I'll tell you what, answer me this. Let's say we get Vucevic, right?
All right.
Would you rather have Vucevic, Wiggins, and Kuminga on the roster, or just KD? Out of those three,
Goo?
I'll tell you what, I'd rather have the three over the one.
Yeah, I'm not mad at you, and I would answer yeah to that too. And
but if you could get Durant,
because about an hour ago, just to defend me, I did say that was a steep price if it were Wiggs, Kuminga, and Dre.
Thanks, City. Appreciate the call, buddy.
That's a little steep. But I just hate. Steiny, can you share with the people real quick what I said to you and Evan before hello this morning when I came in?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Wow.
Okay, Evan, do you remember?
To be fair, we say a lot of things from 9 to 10 a.m. I'm not sure.
No, then my two brothers, I came in and said I really want Kevin Durant.
Oh, I know.
Well, yeah.
I couldn't sleep thinking he might come, today. Man. But you can admit to the people that might be a bit hurt with this news. Now it's over, Steiny. Spears said dead. Last night it was almost like all we needed was an announcement. And that's my fault, social media. But damn, to get here by 12:25 is Saran a wrap. Wow.
Well, I'll let you get over Kevin Durant. But as soon as you get over Kevin Durant, the conversation may have to turn to, why doesn't anybody want to play here? Not just Durant. I know
but
you hate
believe
that.
there's
you
something to that.
I do. I absolutely do. Al in San Pablo, what's going on?
Man.
Hey, Mitch, why did you say that? I was going to say exactly the same thing.
Which is what?
Why would any superstar or all-star want to play here as long as the common denominator is on the team? Now, we know that the common denominator has contributed to KD leaving. Not the only reason, but he is part of it. He's the reason why Jordan Poole is no longer here.
Wow.
And if you notice that since KD left, not an all-star or a superstar has joined the team either as a free agent or as a trade. And here's the reason I think. People want to be comfortable in their work environment. No matter how much money you make, whether it's hundreds of dollars or millions of dollars, we all want to be, and that's the key, want to be comfortable. And if we could choose where we want to be comfortable at, then that's great. Not everybody has that option. So a superstar and an all-star generally has that option to be where they want to be comfortable. And as long as the common denominator is here with the Warriors, they don't feel they will be comfortable. They look at Steph Curry, oh, this would be a great place to play. But they look at the common denominator of why certain people are no longer here. I'm not going to be comfortable with that, so I'll choose not to be here.
Yeah.
So I think that unless the common denominator is no longer around in the next year or two, we're not going to get that all-star or superstar to be with Steph Curry.
Appreciate the call. I think there's a couple other things going on here, too. I think they all could be at play, and maybe one thing affects one player more than the other. But you can't tell me the fact that they're 500 isn't a factor. I mean, clearly Jimmy Butler and Kevin Durant, if they thought they could win a ring here, I think they would have come here. They would come here. I don't think they believe they can win here.
But you think Jimmy thinks Phoenix gives them a better chance? I know they got a young
with
Booker.
Kevin Durant. I think he does.
Yeah.
I think he does. I mean, the other thing is, and this is what I truly believe, all these reports, the players know everything that's going on right now. Everything. And they know, all the players know the Warriors are desperate for a star. Yeah. Well, you know what? If I'm a star, do I really want to come here knowing that everybody's expecting me to save this ship that's going down? I mean, if you're a big boy player You can't look at the Warriors right now and say that's where I want to be. And if you're a big boy superstar and you're trying to direct yourself somewhere, Warriors aren't on the list right now. I think we're finding that out.
Yeah, well, I'll say this. Bradley Beal has a no-trade clause. Kevin Durant does not. But, Stoney, what happened to the old days of, Kevin, we're sending you there. We don't care if you like it or not. But I guess that's just a bottle of explosives in regard to if Durant really didn't want to come to a locale.
It's more,
and then he gets there, and then it's Jimmy Butler all over again.
It's more what the long-term effect would be to the Suns to be known as an organization that treats superstars in a way where they'll send you where you don't want to go. Well, guess what? Then why would you sign with Phoenix?
I think it's also the Warriors. If the Warriors don't think they can keep Durant, or he's not going to be happy, why would they trade anything? You're not sending the farm to Phoenix unless you have a guarantee that Durant or Butler or whoever is going to sign here.
Right.
If those players don't want to, then why would I trade Wiggins or Kuminga or picks or anything?
Absolutely.
Well, then Dunleavy has a hell of a job.
Well,
because I'm not there as much as you are, that guys don't want to come here. But if that's real and that's out there, then damn.
Well,
it's almost asking him the impossible.
I mean, how long's it been now since the Warriors have made this public about we got to get it's well over a year, right? Since we've been waiting for a guy. Waiting. I mean,
well, Giannis was always the fans' dream. They never said that, so nothing there, no L there. But in regard to marketing and Paul George, I was like, man.
The great Mitch. Oh, God. The great Rich Michnin paying $2, trade 30 or Dre and Kuminga. Okay. Let's go to Mystic in San Francisco. What's up, Mystic?
What's up, fellas? Man, you guys are cracking me up today. The Warriors right now, they're like your friend at the party with stinky breath who doesn't know that his breath is stinking and he's getting in everybody's face. And people are just kind of moving away from him. Listen, Kevin Durant, he's a diminished player anyway. He can score. He can't guard on the perimeter anymore, and he's rarely healthy. So I don't think you trade away young players for old players that are diminished. So I'm glad that this deal didn't go down. And then also it would be a no-win for Kevin Durant because he didn't achieve what he wanted, which was go out there and prove you can win without the Splash Brothers. Why would he want to come back? Even if he won or if they lost, it's a disaster. He gets no credit. He's just a ring chaser like Gary Payton and Karl Malone at the end of their careers with the Lakers. Actually, I would love to see the Warriors. Hold on to Kuminga and Wiggins so that you have something to guard on the perimeter, and then package Draymond and somebody else for one of these fringe players like Vucevic, somebody who can actually help your offense function. I think that's a much better play. And then see what you can do in the summer and ride it out and see how well your guys do. But this whole chasing, trading old lamps for new, no, it's new lamps for old. Ask Popeye for those of you who are, too young to remember.
Appreciate the call. I'm kind of with you, especially now.
What is it now, Stoney? What's realistically out there now? Vucevic, Ingram, Zion. Club getting ready to close.
Cameron Johnson?
Yeah.
No, they're in on Bobby Portis, apparently.
Oh, there you go.
BP.
See, any other year, if they made a move where they got Portis, I think people would be like, that's a great pickup. And it would be, but it's not enough now.
Man.
I'm trying to think, and now I remember. Remember, everybody's disappointed last year's trade deadline. All they did was make that minor move for Corey Joseph.
Yeah.
So a year ago, everybody was waiting for this move.
But guys like Durant weren't available.
My point is if you're one of these, there have been a lot of people on the text line, I'll give you credit, who have been sarcastic and saying they're not getting any of these guys. And they may end up being right. And at that point, I mean, how many trade deadlines need to go by before you realize they can't make a deal? And their thoughts about how easy it might be could have been wrong.
So I got to ask you this, because it is what it is right now. We still got time, or they got time to pull something off the Warriors. But you really believe what's on TV and what Evan just recited and what you read from Spears and the powers to be Shams, it's bad for business when you hear guys say they don't want to come here. Like, you think moving forward, today's not just bad because they couldn't get said player, but the fact that Jimmy Butler and Kevin Durant are on record as saying, for whatever reason, they don't want to come here, that's bad for business.
Well, I also think it's Butler and Kevin Durant are playing on 500 teams right now. Why would he want to go to another 500 team? That's the way I kind of look at it. And that's why Durant wanted to stay in Phoenix if they could get Butler, because he probably thought they had action with him, Butler, and Devin Booker. But if they can't get Butler, then apparently Durant's got to go. Let's go to John in Kalamazoo.
Yeah, hey guys, how you doing?
Doing well.
I can't believe it's like Lucy with the football. I can't believe that anybody would have believed the Warriors would have made a move, because this seems like this has been happening for the last few years.
Yep.
And I totally agree with the caller, like I think 2 people ago. This is all Draymond's fault. I mean, and Steve Kerr, and to a lesser extent Steph, because Steve Kerr and Warriors management, they're scared of Draymond. They let him bully the franchise. They let him knock out a player. Steve Kerr acts scared of Draymond. I think he's totally overrated now by the fans and by just the Warriors in general as far as his production. And why would anyone want to come and play with that guy? And it's partly Steph's fault, because for whatever reason, Steph is so, he defers to him so much. And I understand that, 7 years ago he was, top 15, 20 player, but he hasn't been that in a long time. And he's a big headache. And I think until the Warriors get rid of him, which I don't think they have the guts to do, I think they're just going to be stuck. And my final point is, I've heard a couple other people say, oh, the Warriors can't win, they shouldn't try to win with Steph. Well, if that's really how you feel, and you think the glory days are over, then you should trade Steph. Because what are we doing? I mean, you could probably get a bunch of picks and some, a young talent for him. So, I mean, if you really believe that there's not a move out there that's going to make the Warriors a contender again, then, you either got to go all in or all out. You can't play this middle wishy-washy game. And I guess one more thing.
Sure.
I don't blame the fans for the KD, the Warrior fans. I blame the rest of the league. The rest of the league was so mad about Kevin Durant, whether it was LeBron fans or they thought it was unfair, and so they goaded the Warriors fans into getting in arguments saying that Kevin Durant was the best player in the league, on the team. So then the Warriors fans would come. I think, especially compared to Oklahoma City, I think the Warriors fans overall loved having KD. They knew KD was a huge reason that, the Warriors won. He just wasn't their 1A. He was their 1B.
No doubt. Good call, John. Appreciate it. Oh, there we go. All right. There is the sounder. Right now, call 415-523-4652. That's the contest line. Caller number 1 who's got the keyword. Caller number 1 who's got the keyword is playing knockout at Chase Center. 415-523-4652 for a chance. No, not a chance. You're in. You get through with that keyword number 1, you are playing knockout at Chase Center. All right, let's keep it going. Let's go to Tim in North Carolina. Hold on. We'll give Evan a chance for get some calls here. Yeah, I know. You know who? What do you think of Ben Simmons?
I don't, but I mean, you're getting something from him. So what?
Joel Embiid?
Pack of now laters in some envelopes.
Joel Embiid?
Like, Stoney, I'm hurt right now.
Ingram?
You ain't get Ingram. But what would that cost you?
I don't know. I don't
want it to cost. I mean, Andrew Wiggins has still got a lot of time left. I wouldn't ship him out for Ingram. And Andrew Wiggins has been more healthy than Ingram. But, man,
we had a caller a little bit ago that said, it was Trevor from Roner Park saying, nobody wants to see the Warriors get better. That's probably true. But nobody's not going to make a move with the Warriors if they believe the trade's a good one. Yeah. Like, nobody does any favors for anybody for the most part in the NBA. And here's the other thing I was thinking. And there's no doubt about it, because we've heard it over the last decade. Warriors have won 4 championships. And Joe Lacob talked about being light years. And there's no doubt there's a large segment of owners that, let's just say, aren't the biggest Joe Lacob fans. And it's not a matter of, well, we're not going to help Joe Lacob. It's a matter of we don't, why would we go out of our way if it's a middling type of deal?
Yeah, but the league hated on Joe Lacob too, Stotty. I feel like those aprons are because Joe broke the league and they implemented them in, and now, the Warriors are at the bottom right now.
I mean, I do think if the trade deadline comes and goes and they don't do anything, or they don't get a big name, I mean, to me, what it's telling you is we got to start thinking outside the box here in Golden State.
And what is that? How does that
let's get rid of this notion that you can go pluck a star to pair with Steph, because you've been saying now for a year and a half you're going to do that, and you haven't been able to do it. And yes, it's happened much more quickly, but maybe the Warriors do put themselves in a position where people are going to say they're the franchise that cried wolf. And they're just like the Giants.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, get Kuminga healthy at this point, because I'm not expecting much, Stoney. I hope I'm wrong. But after the 12-3 start, they're 13-21. And right now they sit at 10th. And maybe it's just about getting healthy and going from there.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let me catch you up on everything that's going on. And then on the other side, obviously, we'll take some calls. The day started out with Sam Amick reporting that the Warriors and Kevin Durant were close to striking a deal. In fact, he said he thought it might go down last night. Today now, Mark Spears is reporting, Mark Stein's reporting, and Shams Charania all reporting Kevin Durant has no desire to play for the Golden State Warriors. All right, so 3 guys reporting it. I think you can take it to the bank. The other thing that's been reported is Jimmy Butler doesn't want to sign an extension here. So now we got Kevin Durant and Jimmy Butler, 2 pretty big players in this league, neither of whom want to come to Golden State. That, to me, might be a bigger issue than who we get at the deadline. Because if that's the case, that certain guys don't want to play for Golden State, then how do you go big fish hunting? Because the big fish tend to be able to dictate where they go. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also brought to you by LifeSource Water Systems.
New year, fresh start. Why not with better water? LifeSource Water gives you clean, filtered water from every tap with no salt.
guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Definitely wasn't on my bingo card.
It's the Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny show. Let's go.
All righty. Congratulations to Aaron in Emeryville.
Let's go.
He's our knockout contest winner. He'll be playing knockout at Chase Center on March 3rd with 45 other listeners and members of the staff here at 95.7 The Game. You get to play. Aaron in Emeryville will play at Chase Center in knockout. And Aaron also mentioned, he's coming out tomorrow, Goo,
yes,
to the
sir.
all-new Bay Street Emeryville. Guru and I will be out there tomorrow night for the Warriors-Lakers game. Guru and I will be out there from 6 to 8 for a little watch party action. Love to see you out there. Aaron in Emeryville will be there.
Yeah.
So join us for a fun night of Warrior basketball.
Yep. Which I got to be honest, Donnie, put the rat on the table, brought to you by Atco Pest Control. I thought it was going to be an easy-ass game against the shorthanded Lakers, but they're playing. So it starts with the Jazz tonight, right? Take nothing for granted. But the Lakers, not going to be easy.
888-957-9570 is the number. Just to get you caught up on the latest. We started the show with Sam Amick of The Athletic reporting that the Warriors had been in serious conversations about reacquiring Kevin Durant, but apparently that has gone by the wayside. This is Shams Charania, just to update everybody on what's going on.
The Warriors have been seriously pursuing Kevin Durant over the last week, but sources tell me that Durant has no desire in a reunion with the Warriors. He does not want to go back to the Warriors, where he won 2 championships, won 2 finals MVPs.
All right, so that's Shams Charania saying Durant doesn't want to come here.
This sucker.
That basically takes the Warriors out of the KD sweepstakes. You know, I know people are disappointed. Some people, I should say, are disappointed.
Devastated.
And, you know, I actually think there's a chance, and it's not going to happen tomorrow, but there's a chance that in a year or two, we're going to look back on this and say, hey, look, they dodged 4 bullets. 4.
Give them to me.
Paul George III, Lauri Markkanen, Kevin Durant, and Jimmy Butler. They may have dodged 4 bullets there for all we know. I get it. A lot of people wanted them, but
interesting.
They were not a sure thing as far as I'm concerned. So that would be the silver lining. If you're kind of like me and you would be worried that the future is going to be mortgaged for 3 guys in the lineup who are 35 or older.
Well, I'll tell you what, and I'm uncomfortable, Stoney, but listening to you today, let's just say they got their books in order and they had all the money to spend. You have planted a seed of this place, just this locale here being the Bay, Golden State being a destination. Now I'm wondering, let's just say you got the money to spend. Would a Giannis want to come here? You know, would another player that fits the criteria? You know, I got to be honest. I don't agree with that. But if there's something to that and that has legs, you know, does that go away? How do you get that fixed in 2 years or a year or this summer?
Again, and that's the albatross that is wrapped around this team's neck. The Steph Curry timeline. It sometimes feels like it's choking the life out of this franchise. Not Steph Curry. The timeline. The timeline. Let's go to Word. Word's in Oakland.
Leonis.
What's going on, Word? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey.
Just riding around doing some grocery shopping.
Nice.
So days before I heard about the possibility of KD coming back, my question was, and I don't understand the amnesia, Mr. Johnson, but I don't understand why Warrior fans think they deserve KD's return. Y'all don't seem to remember, well, Steiny does, how the fans would call in talking about they didn't need him, how they were winners before he came and they'll win after him, that this is Steph's team, that he's a sensitive Twitter troll, he's a beep. They co-signed everything Draymond said about him. called him a front runner, and all of a sudden they expect him to want to come back and play for this fan base. Front runners don't run to bottom feeders. Like, it's time to move on, and it's a shame that Warrior fans are really sitting back. Like, I was embarrassed listening to Shafsky this morning, just praising the idea of him and maybe LeBron and Draymond coming here when all those years y'all shamed everybody else for having friendships and praised Steph for not being down with being friends with him. How it was cool that the Warriors didn't have to run and go buy talent and go fish for free agents, because that's not what we do here. We're a homegrown city. We don't do none of that. We're not like the Lakers. We're better than that. All of a sudden, y'all are begging for any free agent, any player, any trade package. It just sounds bad. It's embarrassing. Like, it's just embarrassing. That's really all I have to say. Like, I can't believe the audacity and the amnesia. Cool. And then the two statements that I heard on this line that represent that same fan base is when you said, well, if that's how he feels, look where that got you, Brooklyn. And like, you already going back to pooping on him again. And then the dude who said the only reason fans said that about him was because fans of other teams said that he was better than Steph and that he was he was. Like, all that was true. And if that's all it takes to make you just blatantly essing on a dude and disrespect his name, you don't deserve that.
But Word, who did that? Period. Who did that? The bottom line.
You took the call. Steiny took the call. I don't know why Steiny remembers and you don't. I was listening every day. I heard people calling in talking about everything I just finished saying. I'm not going to repeat myself, but everything I said was said about him. Fans called in and said that about him on every show on this station.
Thanks, Word. Appreciate it, buddy. I mean, I do agree. Whether Durant's soft or too sensitive or whatever he is, that to me is irrelevant. But I do agree, if you're a Warrior fan, you do have to look back at the Kevin Durant era and say, did we really embrace him like we should have?
Yeah, and I'll say this to Word's comments. I hated KD coming here. I just hated it from a basketball standpoint, especially after they went 15 rounds and you come join a team. That's neither here nor there. It happened. And Steiny, I was at the parades at Lake Merritt. I was at the games with you watching one of the greatest teams ever assembled. So I can't speak for Kevin Durant and Steiny, I think it's him being sensitive, but I can't tell a man his experience what he thinks it is. And why I'll tell Word I was clamoring and getting excited again is timing. I thought we would hear him not wanting to come or him having, just like, I'm not going back there and it's my fault. I thought that would have got out sooner. And for it to come out kind of what I deem after the fact, that's where I'm shocked, because Word, I never disrespected KD. I hated he left, but at the bottom line is I thought it was quiet on the ranch and that he would really be okay with coming back here, getting with Steph and maybe not Dre. And that's why I'm reliving the hurt over, because now we're hearing you fool, talking to me. You really thought he was coming back to this? And I do remember, I thought we played with joy. I do remember the Slater reports and the Athletic talking about how he was isolated on the bus, not talking to everybody after the thing jumped off with Draymond and it not being handled the right way and KD feeling like they didn't talk about it right. So shame on me for thinking he can compartmentalize that stuff and want to come back here.
Also, for the last time, maybe it has nothing to do with the fans. Maybe it has nothing to do with Draymond. Maybe he realizes we're not going to win there. Why would I go to Golden State? We can't win there. Steph and I are too old, and the other guys are too young. Like, can we please, for 1 minute, put ourselves in Kevin Durant's situation? None of us would want to come back to the Warriors. We wouldn't. And it's nothing personal. We just wouldn't want to.
You think we're that bad or that far?
It's not you. It's why would you want to go back? You came here.
To be honest, Donnie, right where you're at is your Phoenix is the Warriors right now, which is more of a head scratcher.
So why would you want to come back? If they're just like the Warriors, you're just assuming, well, Warriors are sons. They're the same. He'll come to the Warriors. Why? I'd rather play with Devin Booker than any Warrior right now, simply because of the age. Let's go to Earl in San Francisco. Hey, Earl, how you doing?
Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
Long time no hear.
All right.
Yes, I too, like the last caller, listen to your show every day.
Thank you.
And I never heard fans calling and talking about KD. Full disclosure, I've been a Warriors fan since the days of Al's rest in peace. But I'm also, my basketball IQ is low, and I don't understand the fascination with KD or Butler or Kuminga. I think Post is a better player than Kuminga. Kuminga, to me, is inconsistent with the three, the mid-range, free throws. He's spectacular. He's a great athlete. Post is a better fundamental player. He should be getting more time. And he can take pressure off of Steph with his three-point shooting and his handling of the ball, his passing, and his free throws are money. And so my question is, why won't the Warriors just get a rebounder, ship Kuminga to Chicago for that big rebounder, and ride it on out? See what happens.
Appreciate the call. First of all,
you got a rebounder and Looney.
I mean, I'm generally with him about the idea of these older guys. I've never been a fan of it at all. I don't want anybody 35 or older for the most part. So I'm absolutely in line with the caller. As for Post better than Kuminga, that's a little stretch.
Yeah, and I love Post.
But
come on.
If you don't know what Kuminga is or who he is and you still have doubts and you don't want to pay him what he's asking and you don't need that headache, well, then look to move him. Look to move him. Let's see. You all right? Are you okay?
No,
are you okay?
I'm disappointed.
Okay.
Yeah. / devastated. Because now
are you going to be able to carry on?
Yeah. Come on now.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That's what I like to hear. Your laughter.
Oh, man, why did I trick it's the story of my life? But be honest, Matt. I'm going to call you Mets. We found out your nickname from some people in the business. They called you Mets. And I was like, what the hell?
One
the New
guy.
York Mets. METZ. Anyway, I like it. But damn, Steiny, I thought the baby was here. We all did last night. Shame on me. And now when word calls, and I'm not mad at him, that's how he saw it. I'm not going to give in to Kevin Durant. Nobody's asking me to. I'm sticking up for the Bay. I'm sticking up for the Warrior fans. Every one of them, Steiny, no. But more so, we were doing the pre and post every night. I thought KD got his just due here.
Okay, well,
and
doesn't matter what you think,
let me know
or what I think
is that shout out you two, the group, the Joshua Tree. There were branches to Kevin Durant and what alienated him. It wasn't just Draymond. It wasn't just the fans. It was Kerr. It was the comment from Myers, who we love. He said something to him at the parade that I would have not forgotten. So maybe it was all of that, and shame on me for thinking KD had flushed that.
I don't know if it makes sense or it doesn't, but what I'm still trying to figure out is if this is all true, that KD did not want a reunion with the Warriors for whatever reason, which sounds totally sensible. Why did the Warriors think they had a chance to trade for him?
Well, the only thing I can think of, Evan, and I thought about that too,
since Friday.
Well, I mean,
they must have known this over the weekend.
Right, but maybe he took the weekend to think about it. Just think about it.
KD, you mean?
Yes. Kleiman tells him to think about it. All right, Joe, I'll maybe Joe knew. I don't know, Joe. I don't think he's going to be keen on it. Well, look, we'd love him back. KD, what do you think? Oh, man. And it took a day. I don't know. Maybe he wanted to triply make sure. That's the only thing I can come up with.
No. I think it's sensible, but it's confusing because, again, if he just made the choice today, like in the last, well, that might be a KD thing to do. Like, I actually will think about it, and I'm not going to do it. But to me, what makes more sense is him realizing that he's not going to help this team win. Or for a basketball purpose, it's just not going to work. He doesn't want to play with Draymond or something else. But again, if they talked to Kleiman for that long of a period of time on Friday, 72 hours later, now we find out after getting ramped up for the first 48 that now he doesn't want to come back.
The only other thing one of the things I could think of is they did all their due diligence without taking Durant's temperature first.
Yeah, but that's my point. How do you not do that? How do you not know if the player wants to play for you?
Well, maybe they thought that was the last step. Maybe this kind of took him by surprise that he wouldn't want to. Maybe they kind of assumed that he'd be okay with it, or that even if he wasn't crazy about it, he'd still come back and be a pro.
That's like a car.
I don't have an answer, though, is what I'm saying.
That's like a salesman going to the board and putting it down that you got it, and you hadn't even got a buy-in or a yes from the customer. You know what I mean? It's like you don't do that. And I'll say this. What's on the Guru computer, nobody asked, but I'll share it. It's your lucky day. I cannot wait for Draymond Green's next podcast to come out, because there is sound from Big Boy saying Dre was the reason KD didn't want to come back. And I'm arguing with my brethren about were they friends or not. But I'll tell you how far that friendship could go or what you could get for it. If Steiny tells me he don't want to come back to the studio because you don't want to work with me, then that tells me we are fractured and it'll never be rectified. But I'm curious to see what pops off, obviously, with the trade deadline. But when that next pod comes up and the Warriors and Draymond broaches the subject of Kevin Durant and him being the reason why he didn't come back, I would love to hear his answer on that.
Super chat on the YouTube chat from Adam Kaufman. He's paying $9.99 to say the following. KD alone is not going to help, especially if we trade half our roster to get him. It's going to take more than just KD. I predict the only trade we make is to reduce payroll, if at all possible. You know what I'm going to call this? And I'll look at it. This is a forced rebuild, thank God. It's a forced rebuild, maybe.
I hadn't heard that.
It's like, when are you going to get it through your head to turn the page, Golden State? Maybe now.
But can you really do that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because you can't do the other thing.
Well, they're going to try to do it this summer.
Yeah, they will. That'll be another fun time.
But
when do you think they're going to figure it out?
Wow, man. I don't want to say Farhan, but I feel like the Giants link to everybody. And that's why I said I proceeded with caution to you two and the listeners. I said I didn't like that. I don't know if I like it just plastered everywhere. Warriors, Evan calling every star. And now we're starting to see, oh, boy, what about when that dust settles, Steiny, and you got nothing?
Let's go
what
to
you had.
Parker in Alameda. Hey, Parker, how you doing, man?
Guru Stanley, let me correct it. It's Sparky. And today, let me tell you one thing.
Tell us.
I like to thank all the Warrior fans out there that we are the best of the West. You can forget the rest. Let me give a big thanks to the man, Bob Meyer. He's an excellent honor and who brought us some dreams of many decades we didn't have. Now, let me tell you to every single one of the players that played for these men.
All right.
Step your game up. Don't put it on him. Get healed. Get better, hustle your muscle, make these men happy because he made us happy. Not about him, fellas. Every single one of the players got to put in game because Steph needs help. Does he need Kevin Durant? No, he has a squad. He has the guns. Let these kids show their guns.
Yeah, I'm with you, Parker. Can we see Steph's guns?
That's the guy that says, Starty, I just don't care with the challenge.
We don't care who plays. We just like the challenge.
That's my man. Hustle that muscle.
Let's get out of Alameda and go to Sausalito.
Yeah.
Ooh, that place is nice.
Yeah,
Eddie in Sausalito. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Doing well.
A little bit.
Hey, we're all looking, and the answer is right in front of our faces. There's a guy out there in the last 30 days that scored 28 points, 31 points, 29 points, averaged 10 rebounds, 4 assists. Oh, and then his other game, 24 points, 14 rebounds, 6 assists. He needs a change. They say he's out of shape. We got to go all in on Zion, move Green, and move Wiggins, and then keep Kuminga. You got your future front court of Zion, along with Kuminga and Curry, and keep one of the young guards, and that's the way to go.
I appreciate it.
You were in on him, Steiny.
They may be down to Zion at this point.
You were in on him. Who's back on the court?
They may be down to Zion or Ingram.
Vucevic.
Not sure. But the way I want to put it, here's what it sounds like to me. That a lot of the fan base still isn't ready or doesn't want to stomach the idea yet of let's try to be like Oklahoma City or Houston or Detroit or even the Pacers. A team that's like a good team, you build through the draft, Memphis. But nobody has the stomach to do it the right way, and you can't shortcut it. And that's what I think the Warriors are trying to do here. I just do.
With Curry and Green.
And this mythical third person who has not shown up yet.
Man.
Why does a rebuild scare the hell out of people?
Because you still think you got one of a top 10 player in Steph Curry. But
because of the previous 40 years before the dynasty?
Yeah, I guess. But, and I like...
And we were told it was Operation add something next to Steph's, Donnie.
But, and I know you, this is part of the problem. And if the Warriors think this, they're correct. He's not a top 10 player anymore. He's just not. And if you, and I know, we're fond of Curry, but if the Warriors still think he's a top 10 player, I'd be shocked. How can you think he's a top 10 player?
Well, then they would be fools.
You're telling me he's
to include any pick on any trade.
There it is.
But it sounds like they were trying to do that. Well, so that tells me they agree with me. Or top, whatever you got them at.
Maybe it's all come down to these picks, and they're saying no. We're not giving up picks.
Well, they're not saying, for Durant, we know it's not that because he don't want us, and Butler don't want us.
Well, that's even worse.
Kendrick is not like us.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We're inside 24 hours before the trade deadline, and the Warriors, I mean, here's the other thing. After Doncic gets traded, you're flailing. I mean, Doncic got traded. Do you go to the desperate plan of thinking about Steph, or is it too late and we'll deal with that in the offseason? I don't know.
Could you imagine going from thinking you could trade for Kevin Durant to trading Stephen Curry?
The phone lines.
Hey, Evan.
The Bay Bridge would fall in the water.
You want me to be completely honest with you?
I know what you're going to say.
I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility anymore.
But the Steiny, that would be pandemonium. Like we thought Saturday night with Luka was something.
Okay. If you don't think it would be... to me, it would be easier to trade Steph right now than what Dallas did with Luka. Because Luka's 25. They gave away a guy who's going to be a franchise player for 10 years. Everybody knows Steph's getting up there. 888-957-9570 is the number. Boy, this has been a roller coaster today. Absolutely. No doubt about it. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. What's coming up next on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment was brought to you by San Francisco International Airport. Coming up on the other side, your chance to go to Vegas and watch the college basketball championship with $20,000 in your pocket. I'll tell you how on the other side.
Are you ready, Bay Area sports fans?
I tried to do it Sunday, and I just couldn't get it up.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, how juvenile are we? Seriously, guys.
I got something for you, Steiny. You need it. I got something. I need you to cheer up. You wanted me to smile, man.
Look, it feels to me at this point, and things can change in 22 hours, but it feels like the Warriors have been iced out. It feels like they've been iced out. Their latest endeavor was Kevin Durant.
You know,
and apparently the Warriors were very close, according to Sam Amick. But this is what Mark Spears just reported.
I was there that last year. Was in Golden State, saw a lot of those games and saw this unhappiness no matter what their success was. Was it Draymond? Was it Luka behind the scenes? Was it Kerr? There were a lot of things there. And I was told that a couple days ago when Kevin heard about this Warriors rumbling, he was like, what? No, I don't want to go back there. I was pretty adamant. I think he approached the Suns to get some clarity on it. And can you work with me to find a place somewhere else? And from what I hear right now, just got a text that it's dead. I mean, two things.
The Warriors deal is dead.
Yeah.
For Kevin Durant.
Like they're moving on. It's not like.
All right. Why use the word dead? Like Evan is buried, man. It's over.
Evan, he wants a response from you.
I just need a hug, man.
I mean, I do think it was alive this morning.
What about last night?
Rob Lowe. I don't know.
Yeah, there you go.
Apparently. Because everyone was reporting it. So clearly something changed in the last 2 hours, and my guess would be Kevin Durant is what changed in the last 2 hours.
Shame on me, a father of three, for
like
falling.
7 times.
Did you see the Warrior video that was out there on IG by their page, IG page?
I don't know
and it
what
just
you're
showed
talking
about.
every Warrior player boarding the plane, and there was only 12. So there was no Looney. No Schroeder.
Okay.
Who else was missing? No Wiggins.
Oh, so they're not in Utah?
I don't know what this video was now. Like, I don't think. So I'm thinking, and then I'm on Twitter. He's in Sunnyvale. We seen him. Kevin Durant. And I'm thinking, oh, this is holy mackerel.
What are you?
Yeah, this was all happening last night.
But what? Like,
Bonte called me, and I had to run it by him.
Kevin Durant was in Sunnyvale.
I read it, and I'm like,
my God, Goo. I mean, you're kidding, right?
That's why.
Seriously, you're kidding about all this.
That's why I came in and took my shirt off to you and Evan. Like, I'm ready this morning. I think it's happening, and I'm not ashamed to say I fell for it.
Because you thought he was in Sunnyvale?
It was Steiny. You had to follow. I was refreshing all night. Woke up at 1 a.m., looked at the phone, nothing. And
Trades
now,
are hard.
Yeah. They're not hard. If the guy don't want to play here, that's different.
He believed he was in Sunnyvale.
I mean, he is out tonight.
Steiny, the ankle is
doubtful.
There were tweets from respectable people having. They saw him.
Do you still think they're respectable?
No, I'm mad. I'm going to handle them after the show.
David in Maryland. Start us off. What's up, David?
Hey, Guru. I want to let you know, Guru. I feel like every time I come on here, I have to defend you, man, because you're right again. You're right again, Guru. The sources were accurate. I don't believe any of them were interpreting this wrong. Let me tell you what I think happened. And I'm happy Evan said something earlier today. He asked a question. And I was like, man, that's the reason why I'm calling here. How is it possible that this front office could not make a phone call and ask Kevin Durant, at least 2 or 3 days earlier, if he wanted to come and play for the Warriors? Why is it now we're letting Kevin Durant, drop the hammer on us and say, no, I don't want to come here? Isn't that something that you flesh out early? And then you try to make money balance the money, and is that not how that's supposed to go usually, or am I missing something here?
Well, what if on Friday of last week, when Durant's agent was in town, they first sprung the idea on Kleiman, which is Durant's agent, and Durant at that point had no idea, and Kleiman brought it to him over the weekend, and Durant was blown away that they would even think of it, and then took another day and then said, yeah, I don't want to do that.
Okay, well, it's for me,
and real quick, they laid all the groundwork while he was trying to figure it out. Again, I'm just throwing stuff now.
Right. I mean, from my point of view, it just seemed like we didn't make a phone call. I could be wrong here. You have more facts than me. But to me, it seems like the front office didn't make a phone call and ask KD if he actually wanted to come here. Second of all, how is it possible that we whiffed on Zach LaVine?
I'll tell you how.
Did we do that?
I'll tell you how, David. Thanks for the call.
No, seriously.
Maybe because it probably included Schroeder. And if it included Schroeder, they had to wait till today. And the Bulls felt like they got a better offer, and they didn't want to wait until 24 hours before the deadline because if something else broke the wrong way, they didn't want to be stuck with LaVine. I mean, that's just what I think is a possibility.
And to the caller's point, and I appreciate the help, that in-face meeting Friday night was the phone call, right? Talking to Kleiman, and you would think the Warriors did their due diligence by whatever happened in that conversation. Maybe they thought they felt better and felt like they had action. But I am blown away, and I will never get duped again, Steiny, about how this just gained steam and momentum. People in the business,
it was true.
Ooh.
It was true. And Durant probably said, you know what? I'm out. I don't want to go there. And
that makes it worse.
They could look, the Warriors could still make the deal, and Phoenix could still make the deal. But clearly the Warriors are uncomfortable now if Durant really doesn't want to be back here. I mean, if he were lukewarm, maybe you make the deal. But if he says no chance, I do not want to go back there, then you can't.
Quick question for you guys, because we had a pretty big name text into the show earlier, Joe Lacob.
Oh, Joey.
Do you think that when he texted you, Steiny, saying, I'm not pissed, I'm not emotional, I want to win, that he knew that the Durant deal was dead?
Absolutely. They didn't, just the nature of this business with reporting, we're usually a day or two behind.
Well,
we really are.
So yesterday at this time, you think he knew it was...
I think he might have known Monday. He might have known Monday or Tuesday. Rolando in Napa. How you doing, Rolando? What's going on?
Doing good. Big fan of your show, you guys. I love listening to you guys. And here in wine country, I love it. So you guys keep up the wonderful work. I want to talk about the Warriors a little bit. And, you know, I've been saying this ever since they won the last championship, what the Warriors ownership and brass didn't take was when Bill Walsh said, you trade guys a year or two early, then a year or two late. And after the 22 championship, I personally think, I've been saying this since the Warriors won, they should have made major changes then. And that came to haunt them. I said, after they won it, they said they should have considered trading Draymond. Then they should have made some more pieces. And I think that's what started the whole thing, because Bill Walsh said it correctly. And I've been saying it for years since the Warriors won the last championship. They should have made major changes after they won it. I think one of the biggest changes they should have done, and I've been saying it, and people may hate me, is they should have traded Draymond Green first. That would have been the biggest piece that they should have done after they won the championship. I've been saying it, but people don't want to say it, but I've been calling it, you know? I'd like to hear your opinion, your thoughts.
Tell them your line, Stoney, because it's embedded in me.
What?
They were afraid of life without Draymond.
Yeah, and what we also learned this week was they had a deal, according to Logan Murdoch of The Ringer. They had a deal for Draymond with Memphis. It would have brought back Dylan Brooks, Tyus Jones, and
Steven Adams.
Warriors said no. I will say this, and I agree, you know, and it's hindsight. They should have done drastic things after they won the title. But, I mean, that is vintage hindsight.
Yeah.
But it's like, the other thing is, it's easy to say get rid of a guy a year soon rather than a year late, but it's a lot harder to actually do it.
But that deal right there, look at how Dylan Brooks is playing, Steiny, and you get something from Tyus Jones. I mean, man, what I believe and why I think what they were scared of, what if I told you is actually happening?
Which is what?
You know, being on the outside in trying to qualify for the playoffs. Like, maybe they thought letting Draymond Green go, they couldn't survive, but you signed him, and now to be honest, You're a year removed from not making the playoffs, and you're staring that down you're facing that barrel again. So what did you really accomplish by
nothing?
And that's what I'm trying to say.
Nothing. I didn't like the statement nor buy it the first time. We can't win without Draymond Green. Who says?
Man.
I mean, who says? I'm not saying they should have traded him, but I don't know about giving him what they gave him. And he's still going to be here for another 2.5 years. He's under contract.
What would you, and again, I'm throwing Hail Mary, Steiny, what would you feel comfortable, what would you give up to get Zion? Would you be willing to give up Wiggins and a couple multiple picks?
I mean, I'm not kidding when I say this. I'd probably want Draymond gone under that scenario. I just, and it's not that I feel like Durant didn't come here, Butler didn't come here, but
no, we talked about it.
It's more about the dynamic of the team. Yeah. I do not believe that this team can move forward in a transition if both Steph and Draymond are here. They're just too vital to everything. Draymond in particular. And so, I mean, look, people do not want to hear it, and I get it. But there's a lot worse things the Warriors could do than getting under the luxury tax, missing the playoffs, and seeing if we can get the 9th pick in the draft. I know people hate it, but let me tell you something. That might be a better alternative than doing something with Jimmy Butler or Kevin Durant where you extend them, and now you got 2 players making $60 million, and who knows how risky that could be. That's just me.
Yeah.
You good?
No.
I am worried about you a little bit now.
No, I definitely, yeah.
You okay?
I need to hit the showers.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we can take some calls.
I got you. I'm good, Sonny.
We can take some calls if you're out of ammunition.
Never that.
I know.
I'm just down.
Don't be.
I fell for it.
Well,
we all failed. This is one where...
But you're emotional.
But I'm not one of those...
No, you're emotional, and that's why.
Misery love company
you're
guys.
You're a fan. I get it.
Yeah, it wasn't just me.
No. You got your hopes up. But...
I followed the reports.
Yeah. But nothing's done till it's done.
We still got till tomorrow.
Yeah, sure.
12 p.m.
Yeah.
PST time.
Maybe Durant will change his mind.
No, I think.
Caleb in Livermore. How you doing, Caleb? What's going on, my man?
What's going on, guys?
Not much. What's funny?
Hey, Steiny, man, you got to check on my guy, Guru, man.
I'm worried.
Dude, hey, 10 or 15 minutes ago, Guru, man, you look like you just got cheated on or something, man. That was like, bro, I was feeling bad for you.
I'm going to be all right. What you got?
So, look, man, I'm not claiming here to be a diehard Warrior fan, but let's just relax for a second. The Warrior fans out there, did you guys really believe that Kevin Durant was going to come back to Golden State? I mean, like, come on, man. Like, the Warriors' best move, for me, like, if they had to make a dream move at the deadline, it would be Cam Johnson. I think he fits perfectly with this team. He's a 3-and-D guy. He's, 6'8", 6'9", athletic. Like, he's the kind of player who fits this team. He's young, and he's under contract, I believe, for a few years. All this talk about KD and even, Ingram, the Warriors are not in a position where they can give up players and picks, and you drop Brandon Ingram into this team, and they're a contender. That's not where they are. But last thing. I also did see, though, that Mark Stein did just tweet out.
Yeah, I saw
that the Warriors are now focused on Jimmy Butler.
Of course they are.
So
thanks, Caleb. Appreciate the call. Mark Stein line. He's been all over it. The Warriors have now shifted their trade focus to Jimmy Butler. They're back to Jimmy Butler. After abandoning pursuit of Kevin Durant, Durant's strong reservations about a Warriors return, first reported here, sent the Warriors in a new direction.
It's hard to
Sounds
get my
to me
hopes
like
up.
This is like a Dylan movie. No direction home.
I heard that song. I'll tell you this.
That's
so did they double back to
Stone.
Dylan? I'm Dylan. Did they double back to Butler and say, hey,
of course.
What about what you said where you wouldn't?
I get the sense that's the way it works.
Because he's running out of options, too, in regard to maybe, going back to Miami. But you won't get this guy. Hey, talk to me when it's consummated, when it's done. There will be I'll be on. Then I'll get happy if it happens.
Jimmy Butler? Let me guess, you're in?
Yeah.
You're in on Jimmy Butler?
Yeah.
Okay.
But not excited.
I'm not. How
does it go from he told us he don't want to come here to doubling back?
Maybe they're doing a sell job.
I didn't want to date you at first, but ask me again. I'll go out with you. I don't know.
Yeah. Let's go to 23-24. Coach Durant in Union City.
The Union.
Hey, Steiny and Gru, mi amigos. ¿Qué pasó?
How you doing? ¿Qué pasa?
Hey, it's a good day here in the Bay Area. Yeah. I'm going to have to go in with Zion and Vucevic. I think those would be two elite, strong, and tremendous guys to get on the Warriors. Somehow, some way, we can pull off a trade. I don't know, maybe Wiggins or Shields, a couple of picks. We could get Vucevic or Zion. We'll have to make something. But, I think that would be a smart move ahead for the Warriors organization.
Appreciate the call, Coach. Thank you.
I do believe
22 and a half hours.
That what we got?
Left for the Warriors to do something.
Well, you got a game tonight, Utah. I hope Curry. Sit Curry. You shouldn't need him against Utah.
He's not on the injury report, so the expectations are he will play tonight. You win tonight, you might be able to scooch up to 8th.
Well, get Kuminga back
after the All-Star break.
I hate that.
Brendan is in Oakland. Hey, Brendan, how you doing, man?
How are we doing?
Brendan, there was trouble brewing right off the bat there, Brendan.
By the way, there's a small detail from the Stein story that Dennis Schroeder's contract, which was, of course, eligible to be traded today, is the piece that's going to help them ideally get Butler.
Okay.
Well, of course, there's nothing about a Jimmy wants to be in Golden State, which was a hang-up as of 72 hours ago, but maybe he's changed his mind.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see. This is fun.
Is it?
I think it is.
I mean, it's a letdown for Warrior fans just for the moment right now because I think a lot of people were thinking Durant was on his way.
925. You guys are just making stuff up now. None of us know what's going on behind closed doors. You're wrong about that, 925. You're wrong about that. There's a difference between things actually happening in terms of making a trade. You're right. There may not be a trade made by tomorrow at noon. But if you think for 1 minute that the Warriors aren't trying to do all this stuff, I think you're crazy.
Yeah.
I think you're crazy.
They started this
I think you're flat out crazy not to think that the Warriors are doing this. They're going back to Butler now. Like, that's kind of the way you do it. Maybe they were out on Butler 2 days ago, and things have changed somehow. And Phoenix is out on Butler. So maybe the Warriors are now going back to Butler and saying, look, you're not going to Phoenix. That's official. So you're either here or we got something with the Warriors. Yeah. I mean, Jimmy Butler's got to get off the pot at some point, as they say. Let's go to JD in Oakland. Hey, JD, how you doing, buddy?
Fellas, what's going on?
Hey.
First of all, we got to understand. There's a poker aspect to this. So we don't know who's posturing. We don't know if they're trying to send out bad information for a deal. So don't buy into everything that you hear and read. And if we were to know what's happening, like nobody knew the LA Dallas deal until it was done. So we don't really know exactly what they're doing. So we got to be patient and just wait because there still may be a deal consummated here at the 12th hour.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, JD. Do you believe Kevin Durant doesn't want to come back here?
I was going to ask him that.
No, I don't believe that.
Okay.
I don't believe that. We know Kevin is very sensitive We know he's a sensitive guy, so we have to weigh into that. Why would he not want to come back? The guy would have had three championships had he not gotten hurt, and Clay not gotten hurt in the loss to.
You know what?
So we know.
You know what, JD? It might be the same as someone asking you, hey, let's go open that Golden Bear up again.
Legendary.
From 15 years ago. And you say, you know what? I'm on to a new bar. That's my guy, JD.
Yeah, no doubt. Our guy. I'll tell you this. JD's the type of friend that's like, she's not cheating on you. She's just working late because he's still saying Durant is not off the table after Durant allegedly.
I think
Spears just, if you could play that sound, he said dead. But JD is fighting a good fighter. You're still saying there's a chance.
I was there that last year. He was in Golden State, saw a lot of those games and saw this unhappiness no matter what their success was. Was it Draymond? Was it Luka behind the scenes? Was it Kerr? There were a lot of things there. And I was told that a couple days ago when Kevin heard about this Warriors rumbling, he was like, what? No, I don't want to go back there. I was pretty adamant. I think he approached the Suns to get some clarity on it. And can you work with me to find a place somewhere else? And you know, from what I hear right now, I just got a text that it's dead. I mean, two things.
The Warriors deal is dead for Kevin Durant.
Like they're moving on. It's not like.
All right.
But don't tell JD that because I love what he's like, Guru, don't believe he told us don't believe everything you hear, but that. Come on, Stoney.
Trying to think what would be the upside for anybody to falsely indicate Durant doesn't want to come here.
Oh, no, I got you.
Like that one I don't get.
That's not business-like.
If he wanted to, if he didn't mind coming here, like I gotta believe that report that he doesn't want to. Yes, I did. Oh, you know what? No, I didn't. Hey, it is our Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. It is on. Check this out. Someone's going to win travel and accommodations for 4. That's a winner and 3 guests to Las Vegas, plus $5,000 for each guest. $20,000 total. That's right. You'll be staying at Circa, the premium sports viewing destination in downtown Vegas. Stay at the Circa Resort and Casino, Vegas's premium sports viewing destination, and visit the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim. It's the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the College Basketball Championship. Winning is easy. Here's what you do. Just download the free Odyssey app right now, log in, and listen at least for 1 hour each day, and that automatically qualifies you for this prize. This is a national contest. Download the Odyssey app right now, and you might be headed to Vegas in March with $20,000. Safety on the roads and freeways starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians check fluids, wipers, lights, tires, and more while you stay in your vehicle. And locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. One more thing. We got the crossover on the other side, and we're giving away tickets to All-Star Weekend for the Friday Rising Stars game and Saturday's practice. We'll do that on the other side on 95.7.
Hey, it's Guru, and I'm here to tell you what Abundant Life weight loss is.
Holy cannoli. This is crazy.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
The crossover is brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. All right. You get a chance in the next 20 minutes to win a pair of tickets to both the NBA Rising Stars game at Chase on Friday night and then also All-Star Practice in Oakland on Saturday. You got a chance to win tickets to both events. Here's what you got to do. When you hear this sounder in the next 20 minutes, John Sally, call 415-523-4652, and caller number 7 has tickets to both events, but not until you hear John Sally. Not then. Somewhere, like in the next, like not in the next second or two.
Right.
Like in the next couple minutes on 95.7 The Game. What's up, gents?
Oh, Steiny. I'm worried about my guy.
I am too.
And by my guy, I don't mean my partner, about whom I'm rarely worried, but I'm worried about my other partner.
Yeah.
Daryl, not the guru, but the boo-hoo Johnson.
Wow.
That's
I'm
a 4.
Give you a 3.
I'll take a 4.
And I don't know if he's making fun of me, Willard, or if he's really putting his arm around me.
No, we started getting
I couldn't
tweets.
sleep last night.
When the Durant thing broke, we started getting tweets. They're like, "You guys, are you in the building,
dude?
Go get him.
Oh,
go look
he's
after
not
your boy.
okay."
Yes,
and I think Steiny knows it wasn't just me. But to hear this now, like, I don't know what to do, man. I'm hurt.
I mean,
basketball hurt.
You know, this is where, as a veteran of countless trade deadlines, you just never know until it becomes official.
Well, look at you. You're a badass today. I want to tell you that right now. You're a badass.
Why? The street's talking, Steiny.
I'm driving around, and you bring up Joe Lacob's name, and then you come back 4 minutes later, you're like, Joe Lacob just texted me.
Said he wasn't mad.
That was badass.
You know what? I just got another text from him. He's pissed now. I'm kidding.
You're making that up.
That I am making up.
Yeah.
Willard, what do you guys make of what happened? It was done.
I lost. I'm out.
I don't think it was done.
Wasn't.
I don't think it was done, but I don't think there's any way around that this is a huge wake-up call, number one, that the Warriors are not maybe the destination that they think they are. And the larger concern would be that it feels to me many steps to go, but wouldn't this kind of feel like step one toward Steph Curry someday not wanting to be here? If he feels that because this is what everyone's saying. We don't know why Durant doesn't want to come. All we know is Steph is not the reason he doesn't want to come. It could be anything else.
Right.
It could be Draymond. It could be culture. It could be Steve Kerr. It could be Joe Lacob.
Steiny itemized 7 things it could be.
It could be all of those things. We just know it's not Steph. So if that becomes the narrative and Steph starts to believe, nobody wants to, everybody likes me, but I can't do it here. That is the gut punch that is today to me.
I agree. Butler, we'll see. They're supposed to be re-engaged now with Jimmy Butler.
I'm about done. I'm about done with re-engaged.
Yeah, and I don't go to something nefarious so much as nobody wants to play with Draymond. I just think it's the position they're in right now. Like, NBA players, I don't think are stupid, and I just think they look at Golden State right now and they don't see much other than just a 500 team.
I think that's fair, but also realize that you just got called, if that's the case, you got called old by a 36-year-old.
What do you mean?
Kevin Durant doesn't want to join you because you're going downhill. He's 6 months younger than Steph. And he doesn't want to come.
I do think there might be something.
Jimmy Butler's 35. He doesn't want to come.
I do think there's some dibs about. It's not that they don't want to come here necessarily. It's that where the Warriors are right now just happens not to be a great destination. It's not nothing personal.
No, although it might be personal in the KD case, we don't know. And we're going to play the Mark Spears sound coming up where Mark Spears clearly had some source reporting and he talked about reasons why perhaps KD wouldn't want to come. And he ranked them in order of, he didn't rank him in order, but the way he said it was Draymond Green, followed by Steiny's text buddy, Joe Lacob, followed by Steve Kerr. There was no mention of Steph Curry. So I think the KD case is different than the Jimmy Butler case. And, when the report is that Jimmy didn't want to sign an extension with Golden State, that to me is really nebulous. There's gray area because maybe the extension they offered was 3 years and $75 million. And at which point, he's not going to sign that. I don't think that the Warriors offered him $3 and $150 and he said no thank you. I mean, whether or not if he did that, I'd be stunned.
Yeah, but who knows? Who knows?
But when the report is that Jimmy didn't want to sign an extension with Golden State, that to me doesn't mean necessarily that he's out on Golden State.
Right, although I told you yesterday.
I felt that way.
It's odd that, my first thing when I saw that is, does Golden State want to sign Butler to an extension? I mean, we have to call this what it is. We've sort of been playful with this word desperate in the last 48 hours.
It's real.
We've reached a point where that's not a good thing anymore. If you go acquire Brandon Ingram, every single person the four of us have talked to for a year and a half has said the same thing. The Warriors have no interest in Brandon Ingram. Now you do? The Warriors have no interest in Zach LaVine. But now you do? When do we call this what it is? You're out there just blindly shooting in the dark.
And that's why, Willard, that report didn't sit well with me when the Warriors were attached to when Shams said they're calling I'm like, I get it, but Dibs, don't say it out like I'm desperate.
Well, they didn't say it, but if you call 29 teams, then those 29 teams, and Shams is checking in with everyone. Who have you heard from? Well, we heard from the Warriors. We heard from the Warriors. We heard from the Warriors. I don't think it's desperation. I think it's due diligence. Now, if you make a desperate move for Brandon Ingram, or you make a desperate move for another big swing, then that's where I think you can talk about desperation.
One quick note, real quick, and I don't have any details. Jonas Valanciunas is moving to the Kings. He was traded.
Oh, wow.
Was he the one who was traded for Nurkic?
Yeah. He was in that deal.
Yeah. Oh, the Nurkic trade wasn't official. Okay. So Valanciunas going to the Kings.
We don't know what's going in the other direction.
We don't at this point.
And he was with Washington, for people who don't know.
Yeah, I thought they moved him for Nurkic.
So you got Sabonis and Valanciunas in your front line?
That's a lot of that's a whole lot of stuff.
Yeah, and I think about Dallas now, where you've got AD playing the 4, and they've got 2 centers, and now Sacramento's got 2 legit bigs, and Golden State's got Kevon and TJD, who suddenly doesn't play.
But what if what if Dallas Nico was able to get Kevin Durant?
Yeah, it's possible.
Oh, my gosh.
All eyes for me on Phoenix. I'm sorry, Steiny. All eyes on Phoenix because, you got the 3 guys making 50+, and you don't want to trade Booker, and you can't trade Beal. And if you keep KD, well, then you're out on the Jimmy Butler sweepstakes. And then what does that mean for Butler in Miami?
2 seconds for Valanciunas. And some filler, according to Evan. Valanciunas to the Kings. The other thing, and I don't know how it plays out in the NBA among the players, but it's been no secret that the Warriors have been advertising for a year. We need to get Steph help. We need to get another guy with Steph. Maximize his window. One more run. I think it's fair to say that maybe some players don't want that. That doesn't appeal to certain players. To come in here being viewed as maybe the guy who's going to push them over the top, that's a lot of those are some big goals to have to fulfill.
While all these guys are obviously looking at it through their own lens, and each of their situations totally different. And yes, it gets head scratching at times. Not just the fact that Luka got dealt. I don't even understand why Phoenix would entertain the idea of swapping out Kevin Durant to turn him into Jimmy Butler. Why was that ever a thing? And so it goes on and on. But yeah, Steiny, you're completely right. Nobody's going to look at this through a more narrow lens than these players who have so much power. Look at the way we just saw this Durant thing play out. It was literally supposedly on the verge of happening yesterday. And what cratered it? What cratered it was apparently the player himself.
Yeah.
All he had to do was be like, no, I don't want to do that. And that was the end of that. So, yeah, man, what these guys, These guys all see themselves as alphas in the room, and they are, and they're ones, and none of them are aware of their own age, and some of them do defy their own age, LeBron, KD, to a degree, Steph as well. And so I think that's a very fair point, but although some of them, Jimmy Butler at the front of the list, they might be creating such a narrow sort of path that it doesn't even exist. I don't know where he's going to go.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. John Sally. All right, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. There is your cue, John Sally. Now is your chance to win a pair of tickets to both the NBA Rising Stars game at Chase on Friday and the All-Star practice in Oakland on Saturday. Call 415-523-4652. Caller number 7. Number 7, you're getting tickets to the NBA Rising Stars game at Chase on Friday and the All-Star practice Saturday in Oakland. Caller number 7, 415-523-4652. And to get in on all the NBA All-Star action in the Bay Area, head to NBAevents.com or the NBA Events app and purchase tickets for fan events like NBA Crossover, Rising Stars, NBA All-Star Practice, and the NBA HBCU Classic. All right. Wow. Caller number 7.
Good luck.
Let's see. Draymond did drop a podcast in the last day or two, and he was talking about Jimmy Butler, and he talked about...
Heard that, okay.
Draymond heard the report that Butler didn't want to sign here.
He's messing up his money.
And his response was nothing about the Warriors. It was more like, Jimmy's got to be a little careful that he doesn't make that window so narrow that they can't move him.
Yeah.
And so I do kind of think it's kind of funny that now they're re-engaged with Butler. Maybe Butler is feeling the pinch, like, oh my God, I may be here. I don't know.
I don't know what the pinch is when you are making 48 and you have a player opt, so you can just suddenly be a good soldier and you can opt in and you can tell Miami, guess what? Guess who's back again? Jimmy's back. Tell a friend.
He wants to play ball, though.
Yeah, no doubt. And he hasn't been.
Want to play ball
as far as the narrow window goes, he still has the opt, and that is an opt-in, and Miami can't do a thing about it.
No, that's true, but he doesn't want to do the Trent Williams thing and just not play for a year, especially at this age. Look, the Phoenix thing for Butler was always really, really layered and complex. Big contracts. Opt-ins, opt-outs, it had to be 4 or 5 teams, and it sounds in this moment like that fell apart. So I don't know what the Warriors' level of re-engagement here. Obviously, this changes every hour.
Yeah.
But right now, 2:02 in the afternoon, we got 22 hours to go.
That's right.
Yeah.
It sounds,
I'm hurting.
How would you feel about Wiggins and Schroeder for Butler?
I don't like it.
Yeah. I would be in.
You'd be in.
Yeah, I would be.
Why? And why don't you like it?
I don't think that's enough financially, but it would have to be some filler too, as we are now calling these human beings.
What Butler's 48? Is that right?
That sounds about right.
And Wiggins and Schroeder's about 40.
And you got to re-up Butler too, so he's going to get some new coins.
You don't gotta.
Well, that's the thing.
You don't gotta.
So you're going after Jimmy Butler. He says, I don't want to be. I'm not promising you. I'm signing. My plan right now is to opt out and become a free agent. You want to sign a long-term extension here? No, not right now. Okay? Is there any circumstance we'd want to trade for Jimmy Butler, given he could be a rental? Okay, maybe everyone in there's no chance. Or maybe you create Butler, you trade salary out, I don't know, and you get flexibility in the offseason. I think that's the everything can be on the table thing now for the Warriors.
To me, I agree, and it's twofold. One, that sort of turns it into not only Jimmy Butler the player, but it turns Wiggins and Schroeder already is, but it turns Wiggins into an expiring contract. So, yes, there's financial flexibility there, but let's also call this what it is. We have arrived at a point where the Warriors have to do something.
They're desperate.
I think tomorrow, if we are sitting here tomorrow doing this segment, and the Warriors have done nothing, Listen, I am one of these people who believes that great organizations don't worry too much about what their fans think. This is a rare exception. Yeah, but this is a rare exception.
Oh, you would be
No, I think this fan base, I think they'd be a laughing stock.
Because we've been teased, though, right?
It's not even just the fan base, it's the whole nation. Right before All-Star Weekend comes to your arena, the whole nation, every NBA show has been talking about this for 6 months.
Wow.
If you do nothing, how's that going to play? It's going to look like nobody wants you. Nobody wants to play for you. Wow. It's going to be embarrassing.
Well, trades are hard. And, this could end up being
hard. There's been like 8 of them in the last 2 days.
Well, and again, if you're Miami and you have Jimmy Butler starting to maybe quiver a little bit about the prospect of 22 hours till the deadline, I don't think that Miami is going to lower its price at all just to get Jimmy out. That doesn't seem like the Pat Riley thing to do. So this kind of makes me feel a little bit like the Giants trading Zach Wheeler for Carlos Beltran. If you end up trading Kuminga, who would be the Zach Wheeler in this conversation? Giants got Beltran for 2 months. It didn't work out to be anything, and then he left, and you were left with no Wheeler.
My perception, Kuminga's back off the table. That was a Durant thing. Just my perception.
Yeah.
My gut based on what I've read and who I've talked to, that's my gut. If Miami was already willing to do a 3-team deal with Phoenix where Wiggins ended up in Miami, why wouldn't they re-engage on the Warriors just about Wiggins? Just Wiggins and the rest expiring.
Right, because I wonder what the pick compensation would have been in that. And you're talking about maybe a possible Kevin Durant, Jimmy Butler, and then Wiggins, I guess, would be the centerpiece going back to Miami.
I think the Warriors would be a lot more interested in first-round picks and Kuminga if they're getting Durant, but not Jimmy Butler. Not Jimmy Butler.
But if you're Miami, what's your motivation then?
Well, because you have to get this dude out. You're gonna get stuck with him and a malcontent. Like we've watched this. What do teams usually do when the player looks at him and goes, "Get me out of here"?
Right.
They get him out of there.
Well, what this team has done has been different, which is they've suspended him thrice, and look at their record since they suspended him the first time. 500. It's the exact same team as when they've had Jimmy Butler.
But why not turn it into something?
Well, you could do that in the summer. You don't have to panic in the next 21 hours and 50 minutes.
Well, or he could opt out and just leave. And then you get nothing. That's all.
Well, you get that salary spot. Steiny was talking about financial flexibility for the Warriors, so that isn't that valuable for Miami as well?
Yes, but you could get that to at least half of it right now anyway. Like Wiggins
not if you trade for Wiggins, he's got 2 more years.
No, but that's only half of the salary.
But you'd have to take on, and I guess you'd be taking on expiring.
Schroeder,
theoretically.
You did a Schroeder and a Looney. That turns half of his salary into an expiring deal.
Right.
It
just doesn't. Miami doesn't normally operate in that way. Steiny's a big fan of Coach Spo in the Heat way.
I hadn't mentioned them lately.
They don't normally make trades that have them go backward in any way. And I think that this would be a backward move.
I don't know. I mean, Wiggins is a good player. Wiggins is a really good player.
But I'll bet the Warriors are being asked for draft picks, too, for Jimmy Butler. I do.
I'd say no to that.
Well, and I think that's what's going on. You can't give up draft picks if you're not sure Butler's not going to be here.
Right.
But when he says he doesn't want to re-sign before we find out it's like he's telling us he don't want us.
I mean, that
now we're like,
it depends on what that extension was.
Right, I got you.
If Jimmy can opt in for 50, if I'm Jimmy and I can opt in for 50 and a team wants to extend me, I want 3 and 120 minimum. I don't want to have an extension that's for 3 and 75. If I already have 50, for sure, no matter what, I'm getting 50, and I want years, like Steiny said before, and you're right, Steiny, about the NBA player. They want additional years. They want the life.
Right.
I want 3 more years of this. So if you're offering me 3 and 100, that's probably not enough. If I can make 1 and 50 and then go out there and test the market.
Yeah, but can he? That's the other thing. And that's what his agent and that's what they know. I don't think, is there a huge thirst around the league right now to give Jimmy Butler north of $50 million for 3 or 4 more years when he's about to turn 36? I mean, that's how we got here. Miami's like, hell no.
See, I think we are at the point where everything's on the table, and that doesn't necessarily mean players, but I actually see a possibility, and I'd really need to look at all the money and stuff.
Sure.
But you say, you know what? We're trading for Jimmy Butler, and we don't want him to re-sign. We're not, we know he doesn't want to re-sign here, and we're not re-signing him here. In the meantime, you offload some of your longer-term deals, and maybe you can create something in the offseason by letting Butler walk. I know it, but I think all that has got to be thought about at this point.
But what you would lose to get him just for that could be steep. And I know we don't have much time, but I got to run this by you. Steiny doesn't even know. This fascinates me. So the Luka trade happens, and if I had $1 for every time somebody said, the NBA players have too much power, they have too much power. Okay, so I hear Ann Edwards and everybody talk about, you better be on notice. Anybody can get touched. Bradley Beal is the only guy that I've heard floating around, name possibly traded, that has a no-trade clause. Earlier I asked Steiny, okay, Durant doesn't have that. But Steiny said Phoenix would look bad. It would be dirty business, dirty pool if they were to trade a player that didn't have a no-trade clause. But if you were to ship KD to the Warriors, essentially KD has a no-trade clause. If we're so worried about Willard doesn't want to go there, then it's a no-trade clause for everybody then, right? I'm just saying.
How are the Suns getting their next star? When the star knows. When the star knows. I'm asking you,
would that really?
Yes.
Willard, do you think that would really other guys when is it about the business? We're shipping you here, deal with it if you want to play ball.
I mean, you can play it that way. I think it's always been that way though. That's always been a thing of either would a guy resign, would a guy be happy? Could we convince him, remember Dame Lillard, only Miami. You have to trade me to Miami. And then Milwaukee's like, no, you're coming to Milwaukee. Is he happy? I don't know. They're not doing that great. But my point is I think that's always something teams have had to weigh. In this particular case, with a 36-year-old Kevin Durant, who you have history with, I think it makes sense to be like, we don't want to acquire a ticked-off Kevin Durant.
Well,
and it was going to cost you a lot of assets.
So it is about feelings, too, because essentially...
and it's about, willingness to go there. If you trade Kevin Durant to Charlotte, is he going to show up? And I know he wants to play, but there's a certain part of it where Andre Iguodala got traded to Memphis, and he never even got on a plane. He made it clear, and I know he was an expiring and all the rest of it, but he didn't even bother to fly out there and shake a hand and say, guys, I'm not playing here. So there is a certain sort of a no-trade clause. And just real quick, we did a little trivia yesterday. You guys probably missed it. It was late in the show. And I asked Mark, who holds the record for number of times being traded in the league? Now, to get the player is almost impossible, but how many times do you think the most times a player, one guy, has been traded?
I know who it is.
In the association.
It's what's his name?
Before you give the name, can I give the number of times? I'm going to say 14.
It's it's that guy who used to play for Houston.
He did use
Chuck Brown? Chucky Brown?
No, that's a great one.
The answer's 11, and Trevor Ariza.
Wow.
He got dealt 11 times. So as we get ready for the deadline, because Dennis Schroeder yesterday was talking about modern slavery.
I heard boys.
Which, that was heavy.
History month.
They were heavy words.
Yeah. I think a big picture question, too, as it relates to Kevin Durant, is does this do anything as it relates to a future possible statue?
Oh, right.
Statue.
Legacy.
On 95.7, the game.
It's a walk-off.
Show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, let's go. Where we're going to, though, I don't know. 888-957-9570. If you are just tuning in, hello, welcome. It's Willard and Dibs. Kevin Durant says, hell no, I don't want to go. And Anthony Slater, our guy, Slates, who was awesome on the roast this morning, and thought as of, I think I was driving around about 8:30 this morning, and he's like, I think it's 50-50 on Kevin Durant. He just released an article a half hour ago, says Warriors are moving on.
Oh, boy.
So Kevin Durant is not coming. Where the Warriors go next, stay right here. It literally could break in our show as we lead up to Warriors and Jazz tonight at 6 o'clock, Warriors Live at 5. So there's plenty going on. It changes by the hour. But for me, Dibs, there's absolutely no way around this. Today is an absolute gut punch. Today is a wake-up call to the Warriors organization. They have to admit that maybe we are not the destination that we thought we were. And I've got to think that today has Steph Curry rubbing his temples, because Steph Curry has everybody's attention. LeBron would love to play with Steph Curry. Giannis would love to play with Steph Curry. But it sort of feels today like they'd love to play with Steph Curry, but maybe not here.
Right.
And that's the scary part to me for the Golden State Warrior franchise.
Well, and that leads me to the big question, which would be why? Why would they not want to play with Steph here? And I agree that, Draymond, or Kevin Durant rather, and LeBron would want to play with Steph. They sure seem to have fun with him at the Olympics, and things are great, and KD won with him here and all the rest of it. But what would lead that to be the case this time for Kevin Durant? Is it going back to a place where you chased a championship and you don't want to be scrutinized again? Is it going back to be a teammate with Draymond Green, who it didn't really end great with from a standpoint of you two getting along, or a coach that you didn't always see eye to eye with, or maybe an owner who is more overreaching than what you want? Why would Kevin Durant come out today, reportedly, and say, nah, I'm good on Golden State?
Well, the list could be any or all of those things. And we will constantly be guessing, even though I know a lot of people will decide they know exactly why Kevin Durant
it's Draymond.
It's Draymond.
It's Draymond. Yeah.
I actually, if it were my guess, it would be many things. It would be many things. I mean, listen to the words of Mark Spears on NBA Today, on ESPN. I mean, it all broke from all the reporters all at once. So somebody sent a text to somebody and said, hey, Durant's not coming. But listen to the way Mark says it, because Mark almost makes it sound like he never was coming, even though his agent, Rich Kleiman, sat with Joe Lacob Friday night at Chase Center talking stuff out. Here's Mark on ESPN.
I was there that last year. He was in Golden State, saw a lot of those games and saw this unhappiness no matter what their success was. Was it Draymond? Was it Joe Lacob behind the scenes? Was it Kerr? There were a lot of things there. And I was told that a couple days ago when Kevin heard about this Warriors rumbling, he was like, what? No, I don't want to go back there. I was pretty adamant. I think he approached the Suns to get some clarity on it. And can you work with me to find a place somewhere else? And from what I hear right now, just got a text that it's dead. I mean, two things.
The Warriors deal is dead.
Yeah.
For Kevin Durant.
Like they're moving on. It's not like.
Okay. So
I just got a text, it's dead.
Well, I want the intricacies.
Like he checks his phone and it's dead. I mean, it's pretty succinct, right? Yeah.
Flatline.
With a little flatline gif.
The intricacies of what he just said. First of all, two observations. Number one, when I reached out to Kevin and talked to him about this, his reaction was, did you hear the tone? It wasn't, no, I don't want to go there. It was, what?
Right?
No. Like grossed out by the idea. And then peep this. You hear what Mark Spears just said Kevin did next? He went to the Suns and said, can you work with me? Which tells me Kevin is willing to leave.
Right.
Just not here.
Exactly.
I'm sorry. There's no way around this. This is a really, really tough gut punch for the Golden State Warriors, who fancy themselves as the place, the spot, the player. Oh, man. Chase Center, rings, all of these things. Face the facts. How many different people have you chased in the last year and a half that have been like, nah, I'm good.
Right. And this wasn't even like
a lot of people.
This was not even a reaction of like, oh, that's interesting. Let me sit with this. Let me get my piece of paper out. You know, when you have a hard choice to make in your life and you list the pros on the left and the cons on the right, or maybe you go the other way and you start jotting it down, and you get to the end, it's like, I got 11 pros and 10 cons, and the pros have it. He didn't even have time to get out his piece of paper. His reaction was, wait, what? No, we're not even going to entertain that.
Grossed out by the idea.
And then
that's the way I hear it.
Right. But the follow-up is, hey, Suns, let's put that aside because that's not happening. But while we're having this conversation, work with me because I know someone's going to go and Bradley's got the no trade and you want Jimmy, which means either me or Bradley has to go and Bradley can decide to stay. So it's going to be me. So work with me, Phoenix. Work with me, Ishbia. Where do you want to send me? Where do I want to be sent?
In other words, I don't want to go, but if you're thinking about sending me there, I'll work with you so that you can send me somewhere else.
Yes.
Just so I don't have to go there.
It's just stunning. It's a stunner because he was here. He won here. And whatever him and Draymond went through, they had a podcast and they seemed to clear the air. And we've talked to a number of different people, most of whom thought, yeah, they could probably get back together. They could probably make this work. And yet Kevin Durant reportedly wouldn't even entertain the notion. And so here we are, 21 hours and 40 minutes away from a deadline. And one by one, the targets that everyone's been looking at among the big game hunting, pew, 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 they're not getting green check marks. They're getting red X's.
Red X's.
Yep.
Which are tough, man.
Yeah.
When your phone's got a bunch of red X's on it, that ain't good.
No.
So listen, we see y'all. I want to shout out everybody. The text line is flying. We got over 1,300 people on YouTube right now.
Glad I cut my hair.
Our lines, you look great.
Thank you.
Our lines are completely packed. And we are largely wide open for you. Ohm Youngmasick, NBA reporter for ESPN, is on the scene in Utah with the Warriors, and he will join us in an hour and a half at 4 o'clock. But outside of that, the question is simply an easy one, and that is this news that Kevin Durant is like, hell no. How does that hit you, and what does this mean for the larger now next move for the Golden State Warriors? Because, Dibs, I'll tell you where my mind goes. I firmly believe they're going to make a move, but whatever that move is, it's not going to land the way now they're going to make a move because they know they have to make a move. And if it's Nikola Vucevic from the Bulls, that's going to feel like a settle. If it's Brandon Ingram from the Pelicans, who for a year and a half they didn't want, and now they get him, that's going to ring to me, dude, you traded for someone just because you needed to trade for someone, not because you think that it's the right move. So now I'm getting to a point where I really question the motives of the Warriors as they make a deal, because I now think we've moved to it's not about basketball, it's more about PR.
A little bit, and you could throw out other names, whether it's Zion Williamson, another one who would still to me feel like a settle. Because
it feels a little different. That one's kind of intriguing and weird. It's intriguing,
but I'm out. I'm out on Brandon Ingram. I'm out on Zion. And really, if you want to talk about Vucevic or Cam Johnson, yeah, those are nice incremental moves. You do get better. They're not headline snatching. They're not sexy moves. And even Valanciunas, who, during the crossover, Steiny reported that he is on the move to Sacramento. Yep. That is a kind of player that I would have loved the Warriors to acquire, a real good, versatile big man. So, yeah, it feels like if they do make a move, and I agree with you, they will make some sort of a move, I believe. But what will that move be? And will it kind of feel a little bit like a letdown after all the hype from KD?
There's no question. Like, how do you recover from Kevin Durant? This place has been running around for 24 hours thinking we were getting Kevin Durant. There's no match for that. Even if it's Jimmy Butler, I think that's going to be met with a little bit of controversy. And I'll predict this, and I'm wide open for people who say this. This news is going to make a lot of Warrior fans say, you know what? Forget it. Forget it. Play the kids and get a pick. And I don't think that's crazy talk. I bet a lot of people feel that way right now.
I'm seeing it on the YouTube chat right now. Omar Vergara, tank for flag. I mean, that's a great idea, but it'd be tough to get up into the lottery unless you win the lottery.
Yeah, exactly.
But, the top three have the great chance to get the number one, and he sure looks like the real deal. But I don't even think you're at a spot now where you could tank and have it net what you would want it to net. You're just kind of stuck, and you're stuck. If you don't make a trade, or maybe you make a smaller deal, then you're just hoping against hope that you can get in the play-in, maybe go on a little bit of run, give Steph some momentum, because what you said off the top about this being maybe the first brick in the wall toward Steph getting disgruntled, and I think it's speculative. I think that you've put the horse way ahead of the cart.
It totally is.
This development is something that if I'm in Steph's shoes and you have KD, one of your good friends in basketball, say, nah, I'm good, that tells me that you got to take a step back and really look at the last 2 or 3 years of your career and figure out if this team is ever going to be able to attract another big name.
My guess is Steph for a while has had no problem knowing that the organization had his back and they do everything possible. But if he gets to a point where he sees the organization as no longer able to do what he needs them to do, then what's his next move? And that's my concern. That's my concern today. Let's go to Nene in Arizona. We want to get to as many of you as possible. A lot of you want to weigh in. Hey, Nene, what's going on?
Hi, guys. How are you guys doing?
What's up? We're good.
So my thing is, honestly, I feel like Draymond's kind of a little overrated, not in a sense where he wasn't a good player. And I still think he's a really good player, but he's his best attribute, even when back then, was because he was just the only 6'7", 6'6" guy who could actually handle the ball and defend and be able to run an offense. But the NBA kind of has evolved. There's literally basically half the NBA is that. You have almost like you even have seven foot guys being able to handle the ball and being able to make the calls and pass. So I feel like he's overrated, and I feel like they should come off of him so that they can maybe get a little momentum. And I actually disagree with Kerr when he says we have a lot of depth. No, you just have a lot of players that are good at just one thing at a time. No, seriously, like Moody can shoot and he can.
I'm chuckling because I agree with you, Nene. I'm chuckling because you got a point.
You really don't have depth. You lack depth, if anything. I think your problem is not the lack of a star player. It's a lack of players that have versatility.
Nene, it's a good call. Thank you very much. And
to her point, you have depth, but as I've said, you've got a bunch of 7th, 8th, and 9th men. That's your depth.
Well, and the Draymond point, I like that, she's putting it more about basketball than about the emotional side of Draymond, although I think you could argue that both of them right now are working a little bit against the Warriors and acquiring someone. Okay, a lot of you want to weigh in. We're coming to you. 888-957-9570. Kevin Durant does not want to be a Warrior. The Warriors are moving on. And so for you, how does that make you feel as a Warrior fan? To me, this is a hell of a gut punch. And maybe the Warriors are not the destination they think they are. Want to claim a spot in the knockout tournament, Chase Center Court? We've been doing it all week. Last week, next week, all of that. You know it, 3 times a day. 4 o'clock today is when you need to be here in order to gain the keyword, and then we'll go from there. We're sponsored by Safeway as well. Your phone calls continue with this breaking news on Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing digital deal and more. Coca-Cola, 7-Up, Dr. Pepper, and Polar Seltzer selected.
the Warriors have been seriously pursuing Kevin Durant over the last week, but sources tell me that Durant has no desire in a reunion with the Warriors. He does not want to go back to the Warriors, where he won 2 championships, won 2 finals MVPs.
Bay Area is Draymond Green, and you're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, thank you, Day.
Interesting that he would play Draymond after a Kevin Durant trade refusal update.
Stand on it.
Stand on what you say.
Stand on what you say.
Stand on what you do. Yeah, what are you doing there, Grandy? Do you have a message that you would like to convey?
No, people can draw their own conclusions.
Your voice is high enough. We got it.
Yeah, chestnut checkers from the Grandy Man. The Grandy Man can and does.
Look,
and yeah.
I think that all of this is completely fair right now. I really do. I really do. This is humble pie for the Golden State Warriors franchise. And it's time. It's time for a big old heaping helping. It just is. And by the way, some of this you could argue is someone's fault, and some of it's not. You want to know one thing that popped into my head? I'm driving around this morning. I'm listening to Steiny and Goo, and Steiny puts out this thought that he's heard from multiple reporters that Joe Lacob is angry. Joe Lacob is angry. I keep hearing that Joe Lacob is angry. And then they go to break, and they come back, and he's like, I just got a text from Joe Lacob.
It's crazy.
Joe Lacob says, I'm not angry. I just want to win. Do you know what went through my head?
I'm angry, Jeff. That's awesome.
It wasn't that.
Okay.
It probably should have been. It wasn't that. My thought was, hey, Joe, it's awesome that you want to win, but you don't always get to. I don't think you can approach things that way. And I know a self-made billionaire will tell these radio hosts how it's actually working in the real world to be a success at a high level. And maybe you're right. You can always win. But I'd argue, having watched the NBA my whole life, no, you can't. You don't get to win just because you want to and you're a good owner. That's not the NBA. Like, what happened to the Los Angeles Lakers between Kobe Bryant and Anthony Davis, and that team gets whoever the hell they want, checks notes, look at this weekend.
Right. It was 5 years of, I think, 23 or fewer wins, and that's including the last couple of years of Kobe.
That's stinking out loud.
Yep.
That's the NBA. So when you say we're light years ahead and we're never going to be in the lottery, great sound bites. Awesome sound bites. But show me how. Show me how that's even possible. So I know you want to win, Joe, and fans love that you want to win. That's amazing. You don't get to win every year. You just don't.
Yeah, and many franchises don't get to win ever. And that's where, you start to feel a little bit of the arrogance or the hubris or whatever word you want to put on it. And you start to feel that when you get 4 championships. And I don't think that when he says to Steiny, I just want to win, I don't think he necessarily means win a championship or else. That's not winning. And, you played the Giannis soundbite from a couple of years ago where he said, just because we didn't win the title doesn't mean it was a failure.
Right.
So for Joe Lacob, I'm sure winning is more than just holding up the Larry O'Brien. It's being a competitive playoff team. It's having a series or multiple series. It's playing into May, maybe even June. That's winning. Being a 10 seed or being an 11 seed, that's not winning.
Totally fair, but you don't even get to do that every year.
Agreed.
You just don't. Ask the Celtics, ask the Lakers, ask anybody. You don't.
Other than the Spurs.
You don't. Well, even the Spurs.
Well, I think they went to 24 of 25.
Understood.
Playoffs.
But now how are they? And people look at them like, ooh, they're next. Are they? I don't know. They can't get out of the 12 seed so far. I know they're all pups. They just got Fox. I love what they're doing, but they're still not there yet. You don't get to be in the Final 8 just because you want to. Like, I'm sorry. I don't care what city you're in or what star you have. There are cycles, and they are constant.
Yeah. Only 21 franchises have ever won an NBA championship. Of all the franchises that have existed, only 21 have ever done it, and teams who are still doing it now, Phoenix and Utah and Brooklyn and Orlando and Indiana and Charlotte and the Clippers and Memphis and Minnesota and the Pelicans, they're all waiting for their first. So, yeah, everybody wants to win. Only one team gets to. I do think that Joe is just looking for a team that can be 50-ish wins, having a playoff series or more. That's winning.
I know, but that's a lot to ask.
It is, but
it's a lot to ask.
It's really not a lot to ask when you've done it as frequently as they've done it.
I know, but now he's 37 years old. Like, I mean, if you look at this right now, look at what the Warriors do have. Look at what they do have. They still have Steph Curry at a high level. Whether it's declining or not, they still have Draymond Green at a high level. Declining, yes. Andrew Wiggins is playing as well as he ever has. You have some young players you at least find very interesting in Jonathan Kuminga or a Podziemski, a Moody, whatever. And then you have other veterans that you can sprinkle in who are effective NBA players, Dennis Schroeder, Kevon Looney, whatever. You have all that. You're the 11. You're in 11th place in your half of the league. So that is a lot to ask. 50 wins in a playoff series or two.
Yeah.
I mean, there are franchises who would give their left arm for 1 year of that.
But this is what he's used to, and I know we're going to go to the phones.
Yep.
He's owned it now for 14 full seasons. This is year 15.
All with Steph.
Still, I'm not going to put the parts in there or the parts out of it. I'm just looking at it from his standpoint, which is 14 completed seasons, 9 playoff berths, 4 championships. So in his purview, he's thinking, yeah, I kind of do get to do this all the time. And the times you didn't, you had the COVID year where everybody got hurt. You had, last year where you won 46. And if Draymond wasn't suspended, Mark, we would have won 50. And so you can look at things, you lost in the play-in year in 21. There's a lot of things that he could look at.
Sure.
I'm agreeing with you, but I'm playing devil's advocate because...
And I get it, but if that's the way he wants to look at it, then I reserve my opinion that you're in for a rude awakening.
And maybe that rude awakening came this afternoon.
Maybe.
Yeah.
That's what it felt like to me. Elston in Oakland. Hey, Elston, thank you for calling. You're on with Willard and Dibbs.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, man.
I'm gonna say something about this is kind of dark, but yeah, I appreciate you, your producer, putting me on. What makes the Bay Area not such a friendly destination for the majority of NBA players? I know there's been a lot of European players lately, but that's still not the majority. Is that the Bay Area has been stripped of black culture, and when these 20-something-year-old millionaires want to spend their hard-earned money on home game when they're at home, there's no place to do that. And believe it or not, it's probably a word around the league that, it ain't no fun in the Bay Area. Honestly, man. And also the second part of that is the way Steve Kerr coaches. He runs a quote-unquote button-down system to where, it's pass, shoot, no individualism. That's not fun to these guys. So this is not a friendly destination, a welcoming destination for these guys, man. Nobody wants to play this type of basketball in this demographic, this area, because it's no fun, man. It's the black culture is out of the Bay Area. It may seem like a small thing, but it's a big thing to them guys who got all this money, don't know what to do with it. So when they're on their days off at home, there's nothing to do.
Well, what market would be, Elston, where are the markets where the black culture is thriving that would be more attractive?
Chicago, Atlanta, L.A., even New York. There's absolutely no black culture. I'm a 60-year-old black man born in Oakland, and I'm telling you, it's been stripped. I've watched it happen. There's no black culture in the Bay Area anymore at all.
Elston, I think the two of us are in total listening mode to what you're saying. But I also what you're saying brings up interesting questions, because what I do then is I look around the league and I go, okay, who's doing well? The first thing that popped to my mind is what is well known, and I know you're not necessarily calling things racist. You're saying it's been stripped of culture. But like Boston, Massachusetts is traditionally known as possibly the most racist city in America, and they're the defending champs, and they've got unbelievable young black players. So, and again, I'm not saying it discounts anything that you're saying at all. I just want to I want to hear about where that's working and supposedly what the Warriors are supposed to do about it.
That's a good example because Boston is a good example. Look at the black players that they have there, though, individually. The players they have there aren't from, quote unquote, the hood or anywhere near there. Even Steph Curry is not from that. Steph Curry is an outlier because he comes from a basketball background from his dad. But at the same time, I hate to say it, but he's not that black. You know what I mean? That's really racist for me to say that. But I'm speaking more to the culture, not to the skin color.
No, I think I get what you're saying, Elston. I really do. I just wonder if that, I mean, even the example you're giving, does that apply to all of, we're talking about a large group of players who have, I guess, in a way, passed on Golden State. And so the same way that you're saying it may not apply to a Jason Tatum, a Jaylen Brown, or a Steph Curry, I don't know if that applies to all of the players who we're talking about here who've passed on the Warriors too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but the majority of players, yeah, I know what players you're talking about, but the bottom line is it's not fun for them, regardless of why that is. It's not fun. It's not an attractive destination for them because of the fact the way this is in the Bay Area. And nobody wants to say that, but I'm telling you, that's the way it is.
No, Elston, I mean, yeah. Hey, thank you very much for the call.
No, it's an interesting theory.
It's an interesting take.
And the Boston side of it is that Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown were both drafted there, so they didn't necessarily choose there.
As were Steph Curry and Draymond Green.
Right, but I think the greater point is what he was alluding to is free agents and whether or not it's, Kevin Durant. I don't know if that's the reason that Kevin Durant has decided not to. It seems like Jimmy Butler is saying that he doesn't want to sign an extension here. Is it because there's not a vibrant enough black culture?
I can't discount anything Elston is saying.
No.
But I can say this. I largely believe that a lot of the people that we've said have, quote unquote, passed on Golden State, very few of them are in that world of free agency. We're talking about a lot of trades and the leveraged power of NBA players and where they want to go. Paul George, for example, he did want to come. He agreed to come to the Warriors, but a deal could not be struck with the Clippers. At least that's the report that's out there. All I'm saying is, and this is just my perception and I could be wrong, but I think a lot of these players, especially when we're talking about veterans who have become multi-millionaires, now see the whole country as, quite frankly, very small, and you're able to be a superstar anywhere. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is making bajillions of dollars and is a superstar, and he lives in Oklahoma. So, Giannis lives in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. So I don't know, and again, maybe for some players, I don't know if it's about that. I think my guess is it's more about what you're saying, which is I'm looking at a team situation and seeing if A, I can win there, and B, it's good for my marketability. And I have a hard time believing on the marketability front and all that San Francisco, California is in like the bottom half of the NBA. No, that would surprise me.
But to his point about like the next level down as you start to figure out where you want to be, and we talked about this with the Giants and what may have been said about the conditions of the city being a detriment to attracting free agents or not. I do think if you're a younger African-American player and you're looking for a place where you want to maybe stretch out your wings, spread your wings off the court, San Francisco is probably not as attractive as LA, Atlanta, New York, maybe even Chicago, perhaps Detroit.
I guess, but who the hell's gone to Atlanta? Like, I'm going to agree with your point.
But again, this is not the top line item.
Yeah,
because if you want to go somewhere with a vibrant black culture, Atlanta would be on the very short list.
Of course, but nobody's gone there.
They don't win. And
right.
The roster is not great. So I don't think it's the top of the marquee for free agents, but it was an interesting notion about, San Francisco. And I think that he was speaking, at least in part, to Oakland. And, I lived there for almost 25 years, and I saw the rise in some sort of a fall where you got a lot of businesses and bars and restaurants now closing because they just can't survive over there.
And all the sports. All the sports.
And all the cities, too.
Yeah, absolutely. But, all the sports have left Oakland. Like, that's going to change a city. That's going to change
right. But even
thing.
beyond the sports, it's like the restaurants. And, you look at your community and any community in the Bay Area, we're losing restaurants and bars and boutiques and retail outlets because of all the different factors in modern America.
I can't say that what we're talking about right now is not a thing for some players, but I don't think it's all-encompassing or even most players. I do think right now we're in a time where things become frustrating in Bay Area sports, and we do lean into this idea of nobody wants to come here. We've been round and round on this with the Giants the last few years. I still believe that it's hard for us, the general public, to look through this lens and then apply it to professional athletes who are not living on the streets that we live on. They're not living in the neighborhoods that we live in, and they're not living the life that we live. So a lot of things that people will call in and say might be true. I just don't know if they're true for Kevin Durant or Carlos Correa or Aaron Judge or Shohei Ohtani or whatever. I'm going to keep pushing back on this idea that nobody likes the Bay Area. And then in the next breath, someone will go choose, Middle America as their destination instead. Like if we're talking about LA, sure, that's different. That's always been different. LA and New York have always been LA and New York. Outside of that, I got a hard time believing that San Francisco is at this major deficit against other major cities when it comes to free agents.
Don't know if it's a major deficit, but again, if you're looking at the fourth or fifth reason to go somewhere and you're looking for black culture or urban nightlife and urban activity, San Francisco and Oakland don't rate at the same level as other markets. And I think that's all that he was saying.
888-957-9570. Jason in the city is next up. Hi, Jason. Thanks for calling.
What's going on, guys? I love you guys. So y'all talking that talk today.
What's up, Jason? Thanks for calling in.
The other guy was talking about them guys got $300 million. They can fly. They got private jets. They can fly to another city. So what he was talking about, I understand it, but I don't understand it. Them dudes got too much money. They get on private jets all day long and go to other cities. But what I want to say is this. Durant hasn't won a championship since he left Golden State. So who cares if he came or not? Jimmy Butler hasn't won a championship, so we don't even want Jimmy Butler with his attitude. Only thing I want to say, if the guys is listening, any Warriors, part of their staff, Steph, had them guys bear down. Let's move up in the seating and just win with our squad. If we go down in flames, cool. If we win, cool. But all this trade talk, I get it. It's trade season, and everybody talking about trades. Durant wasn't going to bring nothing to our squad. He's in the 10th spot. So what are we talking about? Durant is an older player. He helped us win before, and I get it, and I respect what he gave to the Warriors. But at this time, man, I hope Steph gets so hungry this season after hearing all this chitter-chatter about the Warriors and the franchise that he go crazy. We end up being a 5th seed and win another championship. And that'd be a story to talk about.
Sure would. It would be a hell of a shock. Jason, here's the thing. Thank you for calling. I think you have a very reasoned, solid point. However, I don't think it's realistic in this moment. This is just me reading the Warrior organization. Again, your point being,
let it ride.
Just let it ride, and then we'll take whatever we get. I think a very fair opinion. I don't think the Warriors share even a shred of it. That's just my read. I think we're too far down the road. This is a toothpaste tube day right here on 95.7 The Game and with Golden State Warrior basketball. The Warriors have got to make a trade. They have to. That's how they feel, I feel. I don't think they even care at this point if it's a perfect deal. I don't think they think the perfect deal exists. But they have got their name in so many different things, and they're so attached to the idea that we have got to provide Steph help. You could easily make the argument it's too little too late, you waited too long, and you missed out on who you wanted. I think that's a fair opinion too. But the Warriors have been too talked about. There have been too many rumors. They cannot show up at 12:01 tomorrow afternoon with "we got nothing." They just can't, and they won't, my opinion.
Well, they absolutely can, and I don't think that they will. And you look at what that would mean if they made no deal, and then you get into the offseason and you've got 22, 30, 37. You got $40 million coming off the books, and you could allocate a lot of that to Kuminga or you could do a sign and trade with Kuminga. You could sign him for less and then add somebody else, and you could largely run this back with, Kuminga re-signed and a new player in at the mid-level and a couple of draft picks and other fringy moves. I agree with you that I think they will make a move, and it seems to me like Vucevic makes the most sense. A guy making 20, he's only making 21.5 next year, so it's not going to really hamstring you too much in the future.
I think you keep your first-rounders, too.
It's not sexy. You end up going with Schroeder and GP2, or Looney probably makes more sense because you already have a couple of other centers, and you add another center, and you probably send him a second round or a couple of seconds, and you get back something else.
That's probably your deal right there. If I had to predict it right now, and maybe it's the Butler thing could play too, because I just think Miami is stuck. But I think you're right. Vucevic for Schroeder and Looney and a second-round pick, I could totally see it.
And I don't think that will assuage or satisfy the fan base, but at least it's something, and the team can come out and, we'll be at Splash tomorrow, right down there in Thrive City, breaking down all the moves that get made or don't get made, and at least at that point, they could say, we made a deal, and we feel like we got better today, Mark.
Well, they probably wouldn't be wrong with that vacuum statement.
Yeah.
They probably wouldn't be wrong. 888-957-9570. Connor, San Leandro. Hi, Connor. Thanks for calling.
Thanks, guys. Hey, look, I want to go back to thinking about Jimmy Butler again. I think that there's another sale that we still need to think about. I think when it comes to Jimmy, like actually getting him interested in coming here, I think you need to think about it as a final effort to check Draymond Green. I mean, we basically had a nationwide effort at an intervention for the guy last year. And he basically kept his receipts and started to attack the people who, even if they were in the media, whoever they were, who engaged in that effort. I mean, if we can't get this guy into a role where he's contributing to the team and he isn't putting himself in a place where he might get suspended, I think you got to try and put someone else who's just as strong as him on the roster. So selling Jimmy on that role, hey, not only can you fix this franchise or at least help to adjust it, this is actually kind of an effort to fix this on behalf of the entire league. I think he would rise to that occasion. But then also...
we got to run, Connor, but it's an interesting take that I think we'd love to respond to. This just, my thought on this idea, they basically said bring in Jimmy because he's just as strong.
Come in here and check Draymond
Green. I don't think that's how it would play. I don't think they want to sell Jimmy on that idea. I'm not saying that Butler won't be acquired. He might be. But the Steph Draymond culture, as much as I hear so many people wanting it to go away, is not going to go away. I find it to be an immovable object. I mean, they could have traded Draymond.
They still might.
And they still might, but that'd be the only way you can do that. I don't think there's any human being on the planet that you could bring into the locker room and then suddenly dethrone Steph and Draymond as being the top two voices in the room, if you will.
And the organization doesn't want Draymond checked. If they did, they would have checked him a long time ago. When he punched Jordan Poole, they would have checked him. And when he got suspended for a month last year, they would have checked him. They wouldn't have signed him to a 4-year deal if they wanted him checked.
Ooh, it's hot today.
Yep.
888-957-9570. We see you. We're coming. Stay right where you are. Om Youngmasik is an hour away. He's on the scene in Utah. So is the keyword for the knockout tournament. And we got hoops at 6 o'clock and Warriors live at 5 in a game that they should win. They're in Utah tonight. 888-957-9570, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Also sponsored by the all-new Bay Street Emeryville. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Hey, what's going on? It's Steiny. Did you hear Bay Street Emeryville now has free lunchtime?
Get out of here and flush them. That's a bunch of crap.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, welcome in, Willard and Dibbs. Big day. Kevin Durant doesn't want to be a Warrior. Warriors are moving on. And so the two names or I should say three names, I guess, that you hear now until next hour when we change the names.
Yeah.
Now it's Jimmy Butler, Nikola Vucevic, and Brandon Ingram.
God. Get out of here.
Let me handicap these real quick.
All right.
And Willard and Dibbs, whoa.
Hey.
My two boys on town.
Just throw a couple more names in there. The Willard and the Dibbs on town. All right. Brandon Ingram, I'd be shocked.
Okay, put a percentage on it.
Like 5.
5 out of 100.
Sure.
5% chance they land BI.
I think Brandon Ingram is going to be moved. I think the Warriors in that particular case, it's kind of being used as something else. I think Brandon Ingram probably ends up in Atlanta or something like that. The Jimmy Butler thing, I give a much higher percentage to not because that's what the Warriors want and not because it's what Jimmy Butler wants, but I think that there's a high likelihood that whole situation just ends up left at the altar.
Sounds like an arranged marriage to me.
Yeah, I don't think the Suns and Butler can get together. They are Ross and Rachel. I think they want to get together, but there's just too many factors preventing it. And so we're going to need to do 7 seasons before you finally end up together.
And our show somehow just got whiter.
And older.
What percentage would you put on Jimmy Butler as we're putting numbers on it?
To the Warriors, 30.
Whoa.
By the way, this is coming from a dude who's just sitting here. Like I'm
a dude who apparently watches a lot of Friends.
The kids do, unfortunately.
Yeah.
They got that stupid thing on HBO Max.
I get it.
It's just rolling on the background all day.
Constantly.
It's like, can I have the remote, please? Probably not.
I feel like 30 is a little bit too spicy for me. Maybe. I would put it more at about 12.5. 1 in 8.
My thought on it is Jimmy's got to end up somewhere.
Does he?
I think he does.
See, I would agree with you, but when it comes to Pat Riley in Miami,
I know.
I do think that Pat Riley might just say, you're going to stick and stay, Jimmy B.
He could.
Because we're the same team without you.
I'm not going to put it past him. And then Nikola Vucevic. 65.
I like that.
Yeah.
So 2 and 3 chance.
Yeah, because he's cheap and because he's something. That's a pound of meat that they're going to feed the fans with. Because if they don't, holy hell. My God, Mike, the press conference tomorrow. Yeah, we just wanted to be responsible, and they're just gosh, trades are hard. Nothing came together. Oh God, I would feel for you because everyone will be livid and it will look embarrassing.
If you don't make a move, do you have to hold a press conference?
I guess not. You never have to hold a press conference.
Right, but when you acquire somebody, you want to stand up there and go, you know what? We're really happy to have acquired fill in the blank. Something we worked really hard on, and we're going to hate to see fill in the blank leave our team, but we're happy to have fill in the blank. If you do nothing, you're better off holding nothing, in my opinion.
You might be right.
The other small piece of this for me, before we go back to the phones, and something that somebody pointed out on Twitter, I think, a while back, the Andre Iguodala jersey retirement is February 23rd. If you make no move, the fan base may reprise the Chris Mullin retirement ceremony from 15 years ago.
I don't think it would quite sound like that.
I could not care less.
Yeah, but I feel you. And that's what I mean. When I said a half hour ago, the Warriors have to make a move, that is not me telling you that unequivocally that, like, the right thing to do is make a move. I'm just sitting here reading the PR for you. They have to make a move. This has gotten way too far gone. Like, I don't know how many people all watch every show or whatever. This has been the loudest run-up to a trade deadline I think I've ever heard for a team that is yet to make a trade. Don't give me Schroeder in December. That's different.
Trades are hard.
This has been going on since last summer. And every show, every day. ESPN, TNT, Bleacher Report, Mark Stein. Here we go. The Athletic, constant. Warriors desperate to make a deal. You get all the way to the deadline. You have Luka. You have AD. You got De'Aaron Fox. You got Zach LaVine, Chris Middleton, Jonas Valanciunas. Yeah. All these people changing addresses, and the Warriors are like, yeah, we got nothing. Oh, my God. And here comes the All-Star game? It's just not a look that I think the Warriors are willing to do.
I agree with you, but I don't think that they're going to make a swing out of desperation. I do believe what Steve Kerr and Steph and all of them have said all along about making a big swing out of desperation or, mortgaging the future for a big swing. I don't think that that's going to happen, but I also believe that in light of everything that's happened, the Warriors are feeling the pressure to do something. You got to do something.
Totally.
And if Cam Johnson's going to cost you a first and you don't want to do that.
His name got silent, didn't it?
Well, that might be a good thing, right?
Maybe. Because
as you've mentioned before, nobody saw the Luka and AD trade coming. Yeah, nobody.
But now we're at the 11th hour.
We're truly. It's about 10:45.
Yeah. Where are we here? 21 hours?
20 hours and 50 minutes.
Yeah. We're getting down to it.
It's getting late.
Yeah, because we got to sleep too. No one's going to do this at 3 a.m.
Well, that AD thing crossed about
9:30 at night,
12:30 Eastern.
Yeah, that's fine. So the NBA people still awake at 12:30,
and these people like Mike Dunleavy will be awake at 12:30 tonight.
Possibly. 888-957-9570. So Kevin Durant does not want to be a Warrior. The Warriors are moving on. I think it's a complete gut punch. It's a realization, sensation that this is not the destination that the Warriors think it to be. And my other real concern here, and this is me just projecting, and it's very, very early, but this is, if I'm the Warriors, this is what I'm worried about with regard to Steph Curry. I'm worried that this is step one toward him feeling like, hey, I can still do some things in the NBA, but not here. Not here. I think people want to join me, but I don't think people want to do it here. Whether it's Draymond, Joe Lacob, Steve Kerr, or just general age, lack of assets, whatever it is. If Steph gets to that point, does he reevaluate what he wants to do with his individual future? It's a concern.
It becomes more concerning in 20 hours and 48 minutes if you come back with the same squad.
I'm kind of already there.
Yeah, I'm not there.
Because Nikola Vucevic is not what Steph has in mind.
No, but it's the first move of, the Steph Curry era is not between now and noon tomorrow. It's going to be this year and 2 more. So if you get a little bit better and you get to the offseason and you get a little bit better and maybe Kuminga's here and he improves, there is a path to where you can get closer to where Steph wants you to be.
Breaking news, Donovan Mitchell has been ruled out tonight. So maybe he's going to be a Warrior.
Right. He's out with hurt feelings after getting motorboated by Boston.
Yeah, they came back. They lost to Closey in the end. But yeah, they're in Detroit tonight. And so Donovan.
Oh, there you go. Second half of a back-to-back.
Yeah. Those of us who think Darius Garland's going to score a lot of points tonight are feeling a little better at this moment. But anyway, thank you. On we go to Coron, Walnut Creek. Hi, Coron. Thanks for the call.
Hey, guys. I just want to say a few things. The reason why we can't get any big names to come to the Warriors is because everybody wants what Steph has already accomplished with the Warriors, which is bring a team that was pretty much at the bottom and brought them all the way to the top. And all-stars, that I think that's the main goal for every superstar in the NBA. You know what I mean? It's kind of a turnoff when it looks like we're desperate trying to get anything and everything to join our team for us to win. And it seems like that's a big turnoff for everybody.
Well,
another thing is...
Oh, yeah. Can I respond to that real quick, and then we'll come right back to you? I agree and disagree, and here's what I mean by that. I think you're right that players start out that way. Evidence, Dame Lillard. He's like, nope, we're doing this in Portland. But then they turn 30, and if it's not working and they become veteran players, then they want to team up. So I think you're right if we're talking about a De'Aaron Fox type. He wants to build up. But if you are talking about a Durant or a Jimmy Butler, You know what I mean? Like then I think you're free to ring chase a little bit.
Yeah, that's true. I agree with that because of what they're trying to accomplish with their career. But at the same time, I feel like that, like you said with the Dame thing, he could have came here and he didn't, and I feel like that's a big part of why we can't get somebody. But this whole Jimmy thing is kind of weird. It's like he's trying to hold out to maybe possibly get a little bit more out of us. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think he's just making us sweat. But I feel like everybody can put the over on Jimmy coming here. Brandon Ingram, I don't think he's going anywhere. But I would love to get Vucevic. And that's all I got to say, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, Coron, thanks. I mean,
Coron.
On some level, if we do want to, like, get into the weeds a little bit, it's unfortunate that the Vucevic thing now, if it happens, is going to feel like a total settle. Because you started dancing with Durant, and then you're like, Vucevic? But, yeah, Vucevic on its own, it's a good move.
It's a good move.
It's a really good move.
Well, especially
good player.
In theory, you would keep Draymond, Wiggins, and Kuminga.
For sure.
You would only part with an expiring Schroeder and an expiring GP2 or Kavan, whichever one, and probably a second-round pick, maybe 2 seconds. I don't even know. Second-round picks are like Halloween candy where you usually wind up with more than you can actually use. Although the Warriors have done pretty well. TJD was a second-round pick.
Yeah, but you don't mind moving them.
You don't mind it. And as far as assets you can give and get back, the second-round pick is that.
No doubt.
Like, I can loan you $5 and you'll give it to me tomorrow, and it's like, cool, 5 and 5 or 10 and 10, whatever. It's very transferable, but it would feel a little bit like a letdown, which is kind of too bad. And it's the kind of move that I've been thinking they would make all along. I didn't think that they would make a big move. Now, they still might, and, Butler could happen. Heck, KD could still happen, even though the reports are he has no desire to come here. They still can make that work.
I don't know that they can still make it work.
Well,
they're allowed to.
Yes,
but
his desire could change. I mean, Steph could make a phone call, or all I'm saying is stranger things have happened.
Sure, but there's for me, there's too many voices who I really, really trust all on the same page. Shams, Windhorst, Mark Spears, and then Anthony Slater. When they all come together and like the Warriors are moving on. And again, if you didn't hear Mark Spears on ESPN earlier today, check it out.
I was there that last year. He was in Golden State, saw a lot of those games and saw this unhappiness no matter what their success was. Was it Draymond? Was it Joe Lacob behind the scenes? Was it Kerr? There were a lot of things there. And I was told that a couple days ago when Kevin heard about this Warriors rumbling, he was like, what? No, I don't want to go back there. I was pretty adamant. I think he approached the Suns to get some clarity on it. And can you work with me to find a place somewhere else? And, from what I hear right now, just got a text that it's dead. I mean, two things.
The Warriors deal is dead.
Yeah.
For Kevin Durant.
Like they're moving on. It's not like.
This is a very, very damning statement on so many levels. Mark Spears is literally saying Kevin Durant went to the Suns and like, no, send me anywhere else but there.
Well, the fact that he said, can you work with me on something else tells me that they're letting Kevin know, yeah, we're trying to trade you.
Well,
where do you want to go?
But that's if they're trying to get Butler, and if they can't and there's nowhere else that can fit KD, that's how Butler could end up in Golden State. I get it. But, another observation that comes from listening to that again, I think a couple times when he listed the things that it could be that Kevin doesn't want about the Warriors. Is it Draymond? Is it Joe Lacob? Is it Steve Kerr? In listening to that again, I don't think that that's what he was saying. He's saying that all of those things were a problem last time. Listen to it again. He literally is saying when Kevin was here before, all of these things were negative factors in Kevin's mind. Listen again.
I was there that last year. He was in Golden State, saw a lot of those games and saw this unhappiness no matter what their success was. Was it Draymond? Was it Joe Lacob behind the scenes? Was it Kerr? There were a lot of things there. And I was told that a couple days ago when Kevin heard about this Warriors rumbling, he was like, what? No, I don't want to go back there. I was pretty adamant. I think he approached the Suns to get some clarity on it. And can you work with me to find a place somewhere else? And, from what I hear right now, just got a text that it's dead. I mean, two things.
The Warriors deal is dead.
Yeah.
For Kevin Durant.
Like they're moving on. It's not like.
I mean, it doesn't sound to me like he's saying those could be the reasons now. He's saying they were the reasons then.
Yeah. And
that's a big deal.
It is, but it's no great surprise. The Lacob piece might be a bit of a surprise, but we know that he didn't necessarily always see eye to eye with Steve Kerr. And the way Kevin Durant plays is not the way that the Warriors play generally with passing and moving. KD's much more of an isolation player, maybe the best in the game. And, the Draymond thing is well known and well traveled. So, yeah, all those reasons were true. Doesn't mean that it can't work better a second time around, but Mark Spears, a guy who is well connected.
Yeah.
And when he says at the end, I just got a text that says, it's dead, they're moving on. Well, that's all you need to know about that. So if Butler wants to get to Phoenix and KD wants to find a destination outside of Golden State, I don't know how the Warriors factor in on any of that.
Yeah. I mean,
even if it's KD to Miami and then Jimmy Butler to Golden State, what would the Warriors give to Phoenix that they would want? It would have to be Wiggins and Schroeder and Kuminga and more.
I got to think that, and for me, we heard so much leading up to this that Jonathan Kuminga, the Warriors do not want to trade him. And the only reason I think that he suddenly was on the table was because we were talking about Kevin Durant. Period. I don't think there's any other player in this particular situation that we know to be available that I would give up Jonathan Kuminga for. For Durant, I'm open to that. Butler or any of these other cats, no.
Well, then I don't know how you get involved in this sweepstakes because I don't think Phoenix would give up Durant, not get Butler, settle for Wiggins and your detritus.
I agree with to me, this is now between Golden State and Miami direct. This doesn't have to do with Phoenix anymore. This is about whether
Jimmy said he's not going to sign an extension here.
Fine.
So you bring him in anyway for 2 months? That to me is a losing proposition.
Well, but again, the only reason the Warriors may like that, just me spitballing here, you're not giving up Kuminga in the deal. You're not giving up first-round draft picks in the deal. You would be giving up something like Wiggins and a couple of expiring contracts. That's what you'd be doing. Miami then turns half of Butler's salary into an expiring deal. And then, oh, by the way, so do you. You get Jimmy Butler for a couple of months, and if a mind changes, you could stick with him. If not, he becomes an expiring contract, and you try to do something else with it in the offseason.
Too risky for me with a guy. What's the risk? The risk is Jimmy Butler is very volatile, and he comes in, and he wants an extension, or he doesn't want an extension, and then he says, you know what? I'm opting in, guys. I'm going to stick it out for another year for $50 million.
I don't think he would do that.
If the market out there is not good enough for Jimmy Butler to get more, he might just opt in and stay.
Someone's going to give him more. I mean, maybe not per year, but someone's gonna up that ante.
You're bringing in a guy who has already blown up multiple spots. He's forced his way out of now 3 different teams. He's got knee issues, and you don't know if he and Draymond Green are going to get along.
Yeah, but
they're cut from the same cloth.
As long as you know that the option is there to move on from Jimmy at the end of the year, I don't see what the risk is.
But you don't know that you have an option. He might decide that he wants to stay here.
I think there are ways to talk that out ahead of time. And in fact, we already have a report that he does not want to stay here. So as long as you're not giving up major assets, what do you have to lose? You're 25-24 and you're the 11 seed. If you're just looking at where you are this year, you have very little to lose.
So you have very little to gain, in my opinion.
Oh, that's fine.
A guy who is,
I think some people think Jimmy Butler is a hell of a player.
Is he better than Andrew Wiggins? The fact that you had to pause tells me all I need to know about. Well, because Jimmy's a much better player than Andrew Wiggins.
He is in the but you're talking about in this tiny little sample, and I haven't seen him play more than one game in the last 6 weeks.
Because of what?
Because they're fighting.
Because of his behavior.
Well, or he thinks it's because of their behavior, though.
There you go.
2 sides to every story.
Correct, but when there's a pattern of you forcing your way out of locations,
no doubt.
That's a player I want no part of.
He's a lot, and I'm with you. I agree with you. I'm just saying that if you get down to the end and there's nowhere for him to go, and you can get your hands on Jimmy Butler for essentially nothing, and all you're risking is the next 2 months, I could see the Warriors doing that because they're kind of like shrug shoulders. What do we got to lose?
Well, I would rather stick with what I have and be 41-41 than part with anything to bring in that player.
Agreed. But I don't know that, they feel like they got to do something, I think.
And I wonder if they do feel that way. In the next 20 hours and 36 minutes will determine a lot about how they feel.
T.I. in Oakland next up, Willard and Dibs. Hi, T.I. Thanks for calling.
Hey, afternoon, guys. How you doing?
Good, man.
Good. So, a couple things, man. First of all, I'm a Warrior fan, but I still need to say this. We're spoiled as Warrior fans. We're only 3 years removed from a championship, and we're just basically, we want another championship. But I'm not trying to mortgage the future in order to get that. I'm out on Butler, and I'm out on KD. First of all, both of those guys are kind of similar in the sense they do want the success to be focused on them. Any star that comes here has to understand it's Steph's team, and they're not going to get to shine like Steph gets to shine. I believe we can move forward with the team that we have. Maybe Vucevic would help us, but I believe that we just need to be patient, go ahead and ride this season out, see what happens in the off season, but don't mortgage the future just to do something, just to be part of, the trade hoopla or whatever. I think, the championships that we did get, we just need to accept that for now, that's what we got. Thanks for letting me call.
Yep. T.I., thanks for calling. And I think it's an opinion shared by many. I'd kind of split it into two. I agree with that take when it comes to Jimmy Butler. Not as much with regard to Durant, but it sounds like everybody's moved on from Kevin Durant. He's moved on. He doesn't want to come. Warriors don't want to try to acquire a disgruntled player. Again, I'm with you, Dibs. I'm out on Butler personally, but you and I aren't making that call. And if it gets down to the last minute and Miami literally is like, we got to get this guy out of here, and therefore the ask is for very little in return, I could see the Warriors taking a bite of the apple. I don't think it's impossible still.
Oh, I don't think it's impossible, but I would strongly advise against it. Even if you wind up sending only expiring contracts and Wiggins, because Wiggins would probably be the big salary piece, and he's not expiring. If it was Wiggins and you're expiring for Jimmy Butler, no picks, I still would say don't do it because of the volatility that Jimmy brings. And you could tell me you want to opt out and you don't want an extension, but he might get here and think, you know what, I like it here. I'm going to stay.
Yeah, I don't think.
I mean, you never know with that player.
I think there are ways to sort of guarantee that, if you will.
But for him, the only way is I'm opting in.
Yeah, well.
And there you have it.
Yeah,
$50 million.
Warrior Wednesdays brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. And we're sponsored by the Tides Wharf Restaurant in Bodega Bay. All right, we keep going with your calls. Kevin Durant says, I don't want you, Warriors. How does that make you feel, Warrior fan? 888-957-9570. In a half hour, we go straight to Utah, where ESPN reporter Om Yunmasik is on the scene and the key word for the knockout tournament. Half hour away as well. Willard and Dibs.
They're back. What are we doing here? Jesus Christ.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I think it's a good time to play this for y'all, and then we'll go back to the phones. Om Youngmasuk, ESPN NBA reporter. He is on the damn scene in Utah. We'll talk to him in a half hour. But did y'all hear this when Steve Kerr said this to us yesterday? Just yesterday. With the regard to the idea of doing a big old pile of nutting at the deadline.
Well, I'm very comfortable if we don't end up doing anything. I think we live in a time where everybody wants to fix right now, and it's really not that feasible to look at our situation, where we are as an organization, the assets that we have. Is it really feasible to go and make some huge deal that's going to turn us into a contender? I mean, it's really, really hard to do that. At the same time, it would be insane to trade away all our future picks for a wild swing. We know that. Steph knows that. I know that. So I just think Mike is phenomenal at his job, and he needs the space to do it over the next couple of years without everybody freaking out and thinking there's some, home run swing that's going to solve everything.
I know,
stop freaking out, Mark.
No, I'm not freaking out. So I know some of you are going to hate this take, but poor Steve. I mean, listen to what he's being forced to say the last 2 weeks. Number one, you're the coach of players who are currently there, and they may still be there. So you better say that. I'm totally comfortable if we do nothing.
Right.
Yet we could play for you in the next breath the 18 different times where he's been like, dude, we're not good enough. We are not good enough, and so clearly we don't have the luxury of standing pat. He has also said that 8 times. So, poor Steve.
Right?
He's got to say both things at once.
And yesterday's interview was largely about the trade deadline because that's what is hot and newsworthy and newsmaking. And we asked him about Andrew Wiggins, and he's like, oh, yeah, Andrew's been amazing, which is why you hear his name out there all the time.
Right.
And so Steve's well aware, and you even mentioned about like the flight to Utah and the subsequent flight tonight
Got
after the game.
Tonight. And, going to LA tonight.
And the unease, especially if you're Dennis Schroeder, who is now eligible to be added into a trade. You can use him with other players as of today. So if you're Schroeder, you might be going out there tonight thinking this could be your last game as a Golden State Warrior.
You could. And by the way, we've had a couple questions because people are all canvassing the NBA injury report because Kevin Durant, for example, is out tonight. And people are like, well, that's funny because he played all the way into overtime on Monday night and he looked fine. So why all of a sudden is he out? So people have been asking, what's going on with the Warrior injury report? Y'all want to hear it?
Oh, yeah.
And this is up to the minute now. They release it at the bottom of every hour. So 6 minutes ago, they released a fresh injury report. Here it is. Moses Moody is out. Jonathan Kuminga is out. We knew that. He's actually hurt. Kevon Looney is available.
Okay.
Draymond Green is probable.
Yep.
And Andrew Wiggins is probable. The probables are interesting to me because those are the ones that you can just downgrade with a little snap of a finger. So Andrew Wiggins and Draymond Green, both bandied about quite a bit in the last 48 hours, are on the report, but listed as probable. I'm interested, though, that, like, Schroeder's not on here.
Right.
So Schroeder's going to play tonight, and if he's in a deal, in theory, you'd be risking injury, but then again, let's be real. If Schroeder's in a deal, it's simply because he's an expiring contract.
Right, his contract is in the deal.
So nobody's really actually all that worried about it.
Yeah, that's a good way to summarize it.
If he twists an ankle, it's okay.
Wiggins and Draymond would be different because you'd actually be getting a contract and the player.
And you want him to play.
Right. And not that you don't want Schroeder to play, but the reason why his name is out there is because he's making $13 million, and that's an attractive salary to combine with other salaries to maybe land a big fish. 888-957-9570. Everybody weighing in on the fact that Kevin Durant reportedly has said today, no, I don't want to go to the Warriors. Hell, Phoenix, you can send me somewhere else. Don't send me there. And how does that make you feel as a Warrior fan? For me, 2 quick things that it made me feel. A, it's a wake-up call that this is not the destination that you think it is, because he's not the first one, and he won't be the last to say, no, thanks, I don't want to go there. But also,
a growing level of concern that this is the series of events that could lead to Steph Curry someday not wanting to be on the team anymore. If he feels like, well, everybody wants to play with me, they just don't want to do it here, right? LeBron still wants to be in L.A. Durant's like, send me somewhere else. Jimmy Butler's like, no.
Anywhere but here.
I want to be a Sun. Like, if that keeps happening, that could definitely lead to Steph rethinking his standing.
It could, but I do think that you're taking a little bit too big of a leap for me on the end game of this, or even that going a certain direction.
Step one is all I'm saying.
Yeah, but step one of maybe 100, and I don't even know if this is step one. Until I see or hear things that are more indicative of him not wanting to be here, maybe it's an ostrich take, and my head is in the sand, but I don't think that we're at that point. Even if we arrive at this point tomorrow and the Warriors have done nothing, and the Warriors go to LA and they get crushed, until I see Steph actually take tangible actions, whether it's, having an injury and he shuts down the rest of the year, or you start to have word leak out or anything of that ilk, I'm not going to believe that this is step one toward anything.
Fresh tweet from Casey Johnson, who covers the Bulls in Chicago. Legit reporter out there. He just tweeted this. What do you make of this? Warriors' focus has shifted from Kevin Durant to Jimmy Butler, per multiple reports. If the Butler pursuit fails, Nikola Vucevic, and since traded Zach LaVine, had been on the Warriors' radar. But as of now, I'm told the Warriors aren't sure they'd pursue Vucevic at the Bulls' current asking price.
I wonder what that would be. And if the asking price involves a first-round draft pick, then I'm with the Warriors. Yeah, I would not give up a first in any way, shape, or form for Nikola Vucevic.
I agree. But I read this as, Casey Johnson is close to the Bulls. So this is, hey, we got 20 hours to go. I think that there are conversations between the Warriors and the Bulls, and they would like to find what's the middle ground on a price. And I think you're probably right. I think the Bulls want a 1, and the Warriors would probably give up a 2.
Or a couple 2s. Yeah, two 2s, or, to give up a 1, even if it's a protected 1, even if it's, top 5 protected, usually those protected picks then roll over into either 2 seconds or it rolls over into an automatic first the next year, which is why the Warriors had to give up their first last year, because it was protected and then it became unprotected the second year.
Bobby in Los Altos next up. Hi, Bobby. Thanks for the call. What's up?
Hey, thanks for taking the call. Listen, I'm not sure. I feel like you're overstating this fans' need for a trade at all costs. And I guess the reason I feel like that is that, first of all, Durant, whether he doesn't want to come or not, I don't think he has a Bradley Beal type of clause, and I think they should still, I guess you said they've dropped the deal, but they should absolutely still pursue that, because the circumstances are so different. When Durant came after, we lost in the last minute of Game 7 against the Cavs, the fans, I don't think, felt like they actually needed him. He was icing on the cake and an extra, insurance policy. But now the situation is the fans know they can't win a championship the way that the roster is currently constructed. So Durant coming, he would actually be, I feel like, I don't want to say savior, that's overstating it, but the amount of appreciation that he would get for bringing this team over the hump and making them exciting and a contender, I feel like that dynamic was never there before, and I feel like he should embrace it. And like I said, he doesn't have a choice. I feel like they should pursue it. That being said, this idea of, we need a trade at all costs, I absolutely don't believe that. And I feel like it's been very successful in terms of the press releases or the leaks. And if nothing happens, Dunleavy should 100% have a press conference, because he gets to say, I know you guys think we just are blowing smoke everyone's butt and having back office conversations, but obviously we seriously pursued Durant, and it publicly got out that he didn't want it. We're trying. And if you really think that going to whet the appetite... Hello?
Yeah, we lost you for a second there, Bobby. Go ahead.
My apologies. I'm not sure what part you lost me, but if you really think this Vucevic guy is going to whet the appetite and satisfy the we need a trade, I don't buy that. I mean, personally, as a fan, I don't buy that. I wouldn't care. If he gets expiring contracts, great. But I would never trade a valuable asset for that and say that, oh, wow, we participated in this, trade period. I would rather it didn't happen.
Yeah.
Because that is not going to satisfy anyone.
Well, Bobby, I agree with that last part, and thanks very much for the call. There were a few things in there. Let's peel them apart. The first thing you said is that you'd still go get Durant because what Kevin would sort of encounter is a different level of fan love than what he got the first time around. You might be right, but here's my perception. I don't think that's the thing for Kevin. I know a lot of people are like, he left because he wanted to be the big dog and he wasn't the big dog, so he's out. I really have never bought that was the main thing that made Kevin leave. I think that what made Kevin leave are the things that you heard Mark Spears mention in his report today on ESPN, whether it be Draymond Green, some trouble with Joe Lacob, some trouble with Steve Kerr, or even just the current setting of Warrior basketball in not thinking that they can win if he arrived. I don't think it's about his relationship with the fans. So that's number one. As far as the whole idea of like they have to make a trade, it's not even just about the fan base. I also think it's about the perception nationally. So much talk about the Warrior organization shooting for the stars and every available player. If then after that pursuit, they end up with nothing, right as the All-Star game gets here, it's embarrassing.
I think
it just is.
I mean, beyond that, and you're not wrong in terms of the national perspective, and you can see Sir Charles sitting up there on the set already, talking about how the Warriors dynasty, if it even was one, that thing is so far in the rearview mirror, I can't even believe we're talking about it, and all the rest of it, all the rest of the nonsense that he's going to spew from that melon of his, and I'm not a fan, but for me, the bigger thing would be the feeling inside the locker room where Steph and Draymond and even Steve Kerr have been pretty open and honest about the fact that they need more. We need more to be able to get in there. And all we want is to give Steph a chance. Give Steph a swing, a bite at the apple. Pick your analogy. And if you're fighting for the 10 seed and you go into the deadline and you come out of it with the exact same team and the exact same roster and, L.A. got better and Dallas might have got better, Sacramento got more intriguing and all the rest of it, and San Antonio certainly got better and they were behind you. So I think inside the locker room is where I would worry about the feeling because they all want an infusion of something. They all want to get better at the deadline. And if you don't, forget the fans and forget the national media. I'm worried about the locker room.
It's all of it. I think it's all of it. I just think
you're right, but I don't worry about the national embarrassment.
I mean, look, none of it's good. None of it's good. Bob Myers admitted it to Steiny and Goo last week. Yes, PR and social media and all this, it does. It forces moves. It makes people do things. And so, the last part of what Bobby's saying is would Vucevic make the fan base be like, yeah, we got Vooch? No, it wouldn't. But I do think you could file it under better than nothing. I really do.
Yeah.
I don't think the Warriors can go on a pursuit like this and then arrive at noon tomorrow with nothing. Daryl in D.C. Hi, Daryl. Thank you for calling Willard and Dibs.
Hey, Willard. Hey, Dibs. Great show today. This is my first time calling you guys' show, so you guys are great.
Thanks, Daryl.
No problem. I'm actually with you, Willard. Like, I think the Warriors need a trade, but I don't think they need a massive trade. My personal opinion, I would love to get Vucevic. I would love to get Kevin Huerter. And if you could, I would take a chance on Lonzo Ball because they're younger. If you want to now, I think Steph, he's a second scorer now. I think he'll be better if you take the ball out of his hands completely. Let him be a shooting guard, like how he first came out. Let him roam the floor. Let him space the floor. And I think when he's off the court, Kevin Huerter, I think, is a good spacer. He's better than Jimmy. He's better than Buddy. And I think he'll add a little bit more. And then Lonzo he'll be that perfect facilitator for the team to keep the ball out of Steph's hands and make him fresher. That's just my personal opinion.
Yeah, Daryl, I don't hate the ideas at all. I mean, they all can shoot, and the Warriors need that. Those all are space creators, especially Vucevic. My only concern with the idea that he has, Dibs, is now you're starting to aggregate a lot of players and your salaries are getting up there, and now you're getting into the point where a Wiggins or someone like that would need to be involved. If the Bulls are a match now, it means keeping Wiggins and Kuminga.
Right, keeping them out of the deal.
Yes.
And I think that the sticking point would be having to give up a first-round pick. If you could do just an expiring Schroeder and an expiring Kevon Looney, you'd hate to see Kevon go no matter what happens. He might be gone in the offseason anyway.
But you're getting Vooch, so therefore you're going to want to play
Kevon
him.
is a much beloved guy, is the part about it.
But if you get Vooch, you want to play him 29 minutes at the 5.
And you've got TJD, and you've got a little bit of Quentin Post. So, yeah, there's already going to be a glut. And Steve liked when we were talking glut yesterday. But if that was the deal and it didn't involve a first, then, yeah, you get better and you do alleviate some of the roster crunch you have already.
I mean, while we're sitting here throwing out deals, yeah, if it falls to that, if it's Schroeder, Looney, and 2 seconds for Vucevic, I'm in.
Yeah, me too.
I'm in. Let's go to RC in Napa. Hi, RC. Thanks for the call.
Willie and the great Dan Dibley, thank you for taking this call. Anytime Kevin Durant's name comes up, I just like to remind all the listeners that in the history of professional sport, nobody has taken less money and losing over more money and winning other than Kevin Durant. So roll that around in your heads with respect to your own job. I'm going to take less money at my new job, and I'm going to go to a worse organization. That never has happened except by the legendary Kevin Durant. So why anybody wants him, I don't know. The second thing I wanted to have Dibby remind me, when was it that he was working for Gary Radnich?
That was about 06 to 2011. This station launched in 2011. I was the first hire in May of that time, which is the time during which I met Mark Willard.
And I love that he says working for Gary Radnich, who I don't think was ever an executive at Cumulus, but I understand where you're coming from, RC.
Well, he called him the great Dan Dibley.
Yeah, he is.
That's the thing to remember.
And just remember, he made me, RC.
Yeah.
And then just ask,
right?
ask Dan. He made everybody else.
Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah.
Including half the people in this room and the next room. You're welcome, Lucas. Anyway, thanks for calling.
Okay, RC.
Yeah, appreciate it.
I can answer the question. Hello?
Do me a favor, RC. Next time you call, talk a little slower. See if that's actually possible.
I think he wanted to make sure that his point was being driven home.
And it was.
Okay.
And it was.
Really mean, dude.
Yeah, seriously. Guy thinks you're great. Why don't you be nice to him for crying out loud?
Because that's what we do, right?
Plus, he's out in Napa. Like, I don't know.
There you go.
Maybe you'd get invited to golf or wine if you're nice to the guy.
Great. Let's drink.
Okay, perfect. Well done. Now that's simpatico right there. Listen. That was really good.
That was weird.
But RC, why would anyone want Kevin Durant? I can answer it. He's super good at basketball. Really, really good at basketball. I also don't think he's really left that much money on the table to be worse. I get what your point is. Why'd you leave the Warriors to go somewhere to be worse for less money? Not really that much less money. And he can answer the question for you. It was his experience, not ours. I don't know what the hell's going on with Draymond, with Joe Lacob, with Steve Kerr, but he was not enjoying himself. He was not enjoying himself. If we want to rip him for that, rip him for that. He was not enjoying his experience, so he wanted to go somewhere else. I will go to my grave not ripping Kevin Durant and not being mad at Kevin Durant for the decisions he made after winning championships here with the Warriors.
He wanted to go out there and try and do it himself, and he wanted to go and be the guy. Because when he came here, it was Steph's team. And if he comes back here, it would still be Steph's team. And I think that would be a big part of why he wouldn't want to come back here. Whether or not he gets along with Draymond, loves playing for Steve, is enamored with working for Joe. I do think the biggest piece is still that, where Kevin Durant doesn't want to come and be a part of Steph's team again.
Yeah, that's probably, I mean, who knows? We've all come up with this list, and everybody might be right.
And everybody might be wrong.
Right, but if we can come up with 8 or 9 different reasons, wouldn't Kevin be like, exactly?
There's 8 or 9 reasons.
Yeah, I got 99 reasons why I don't want to come to the Warriors, and Steph ain't one.
Yeah.
Okay?
Way to bring it home.
You're welcome. Mike in San Jose, you're next. Hi, Mike. Thanks for calling.
Hey, how's it going, fellas? So,
what's up?
Pretty much, I'm with what the original first caller said. I'm in agreement with him, which was, he doesn't really have a choice. And what they did with Luka the other day was them taking all that power back and them saying, it doesn't matter. You're on a contract, and we can swap a contract with another team whenever we want, and we'll do that when we want. So I'm kind of looking at it from that point of view, and I'm also feeling like, well, he really doesn't have a choice. So what's he going to do? Sit out, not play? He's going to cry about it? Kevin Durant's the type of person, from what I've seen as him as a Warrior, and before that, he loves basketball. So if he comes over here, he's going to play basketball, and he's going to play it at a high level. Will he be happy? Well, who really cares at this point? And his feelings really don't matter.
I would care, Mike. I would care. And let me tell you why. And, Mike, thank you very much for the call. I totally get the point. Here's why I think it matters. You compare it to Luka, but that's the Mavericks. They were sending the player out. They were not the acquiring team. The Warriors would be the acquiring team. What if the Lakers knew ahead of time that Luka was like, I hate you, and I don't want to re-sign with you? Then do you think they would have done the deal?
No chance.
I bet no. The Warriors are the acquiring team. You're asking them, and remember, reports would suggest this was a massive ask. So do you want the Warriors to give up Kevin, or not Kevin, in receiving Kevin Durant, you want them to give up Jonathan Kuminga, probably and Andrew Wiggins, and as many as 3 first-round draft picks. You want them to do that for a player who's going to be like, I'm going to be disgruntled. I'm going to be disgruntled, and I will leave in a year and a half. Like, do you really want to do that? So I get that you say, like, it's not under your control, and that's true, but I do think his feelings and his opinion matter, and he showed that.
Yes, and I also believe that the Lakers had a good idea that they will be able to sign Luka Doncic to an extension.
Everybody always wants to sign an extension there.
Right, and so I don't think that they make that move without at least some knowledge of Luka's willingness to come be a Laker, and I know it's kind of a no-brainer because he's 25, and now you become the face of the franchise that's the face of the league, and you're in L.A., and all the secondary income you can get by being there. It's kind of a no-brainer, but if you're the Warriors, like you said, in doing any of these moves, you have to have some assertion that the player is going to be happy.
All right, we're going to Utah live next. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Also sponsored by Lucky California. Quick couple things here. Biggest celebrity pickleball event in the world is coming to San Francisco February 15 and 16 at the Warfield. Star power behind this event is crazy. Brandi Chastain, Chris Mullen, Hunter Pence, Terrell Owens, Baron Davis, and more. Visit 957thegame.com for more information and your chance to win tickets, or go to celebritypickleballbash.com, all courtesy of our friends at Pivot. Coming up next, Om Youngmasuk, ESPN, NBA reporter who's in Utah with the Warriors. Plus, you know all about the knockout tournament. 4 o'clock is just about here. That means it's about time to give you the key word, which will lead to your chance to win your way into the knockout tournament. So stay exactly where you are, because all of that is coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Victory isn't just won on the football field. It's celebrated
the last week, but sources tell me that Durant has no desire in a reunion with the Warriors. He does not want to go back to the Warriors, where he won 2 championships, won 2 finals MVPs.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. What the hell do you want me to do? I mean,
I coach what we got.
It's a great question.
I'm out here making rotations, okay? And a lot of you don't even like those.
Yeah.
That's a great question.
Thanks, Steve. Warriors in Utah, tip-off in 2 hours. Warriors live in 1 hour. A visit with Om Youngmasuk, ESPN, Warriors, and NBA reporter. That was his colleague, Shams, who just made that statement, and he made it in alignment with a bunch of others, whether it be Mark Spears, Brian Windhorst, Anthony Slater as well, all at once chiming in that Kevin Durant does not want to be a Warrior. The Warriors are not interested in acquiring a disgruntled former star, and so they are moving on to other pursuits. And so clock is ticking. Jimmy Butler, Brandon Ingram, Nikola Vucevic, the names you hear the most. Who knows? Maybe it's the name that you don't hear that the Warriors are going to get, and maybe that person's name is nobody.
Yeah, I hope it's somebody, but if it is nobody, then at least you won't have given up a bunch of assets. You know, you'd be sitting on all your picks, and you'd still have a Kuminga decision to make. And if you look at their salary structure going into next year, you got $40 million coming off the books, so there will be room no matter what. Even if you get an expiring player in, you're still going to have a lot of money coming off.
First of all, the key word that a lot of you are now waiting for the knockout tournament, we're going to give that to you as soon as our conversation with Om Youngmasuk is over, literally the moment it's over, okay? And he's going to join us here momentarily, so stay tuned for that. That's number one. Number two, just to respond to what you just said, here's the problem for the Warriors. If you keep telling people, keep your assets, keep your flexibility, we want to be ready when the next star becomes available. If stars keep telling you, nah, I'm good, then that flexibility and that optionality is worth nothing. And we've heard a lot of you say this, and so, you have a point. This is starting to feel like what it's felt like the last few years to be a Giants fan.
Yeah.
It's wonderful to have money and go out and offer it to people. If none of them say yes, what do we got?
You got money.
Well, and I know.
And we're just hoping to break even.
I know. Yeah. I know Correa said yes, and then that got weird. And I know Adamas said yes. And so that's wonderful that you're finally there. We haven't seen it pay off yet because the two of them have combined for a total of 0 at-bats with the Giants so far. But we're getting there, and there's new optimism with Buster Posey now in charge. So that's that. But the Warriors are at a different level of this, and this is very unfamiliar territory for Joe Lacob's Golden State Warriors. They've never experienced this. All they've known is that Steph Curry's on the team, and they've had to rise up to be literally the highest worth NBA franchise in the game, like up there with the Knicks and the Lakers. And now here they are battling the idea that they're even an attractive destination. That's why I do feel like today, especially coming from someone who's already been here,
right?
That is a major gut punch that has to resonate with all of us, and at least ask the question, is this really the destination that you think it is?
Well, these are two players. It's a small sample, and you could go to, Paul George in the offseason who did want to be here, and
fair.
That didn't work out. And
he's the Carlos Correa in this.
I guess.
He said yes, but he's not here.
Yeah, but, Correa actually came here and was in the backstage waiting for an introduction, and the physical came back, and then that whole thing got bagged. So I don't think we're there yet where it's not a destination for players, but today is a little bit of a gut punch. I agree.
Well, let's find out from someone who covers the team and covers the NBA as a whole for ESPN on the River Islands guest line. It's Om Youngmasuk, who is with the team in Utah right now. Om, thank you so much for coming on. Thank you for your time on a busy day.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yes. What would you say to that? Is today's news of Kevin Durant not wanting to come, is it a little bit of a realization that maybe the Warriors aren't quite the destination for stars that they think it is?
Look, I mean, this one in particular has a little history behind it. So, I mean, like, I am a big old school 80s, 90s R&B, hip hop, 80s fan. And there's a reason why some of these groups that you used to love growing up break up and they never get back. Sometimes there's a history there and they can't get over stuff like that. And so, you know, I was a little surprised that KD was against the reunion, but there's certainly reasons to understand why. He's already been here, and I guess he doesn't want to do it again. But as far as the gut punch, day's not over yet, guys. I mean, the Warriors have been very aggressive on the trade front, and I don't expect that to stop anytime soon. I think they're going to continue to be aggressive and still try to make a trade.
You had me thinking about New Edition when Bobby Brown left and went solo.
I'm a huge New Edition fan.
Yeah,
listen, New Edition actually got back together,
right?
And they've been on tour in Las Vegas. I went to see their residency, and they're great. But unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see this second act for KD and Steph and Draymond.
Yeah, Mark and I were kind of running through it last week, and I was trying to make the comp on who the Johnny Gill would be because I thought that he was quietly the most underrated member. But you and I could do this all day. It's more important to ask you about the pivot point as they try to, go out with 19 hours left until the deadline. To where do the Warriors seek for that new addition?
Yeah, I would think it would be Jimmy Butler. They have been aggressive about it. There was some talk initially that it was going to be maybe trying to get Jimmy Butler and redirecting to Phoenix in an effort to get Kevin Durant or things like that, a very complicated trade. There's been a lot of smoke around Jimmy Butler to Golden State for a long time now. And so I know Brian Windhorst had reported that Jimmy would be against doing an extension. But at this point, it just seems like the Warriors are so aggressive about wanting to get somebody in now that maybe they'll just deal with that later. I mean, I'm a proponent of saving as many assets and chips as you can for next summer if you don't get what you want right now. I know the Warriors had said like a couple weeks ago, let's not be rash, let's not be desperate. Steph had said that, let's not mortgage the future. Steve Kerr said that, Draymond, they were all aligned on the same thing. And I think diplomatically, it was basically like, if there's a bigger trade, a bigger fish to go get next summer, we'll save everything for then. But clearly there's been a little bit of a shift with the Warriors. And I think, I think they want to go after someone now.
All right, so Om Youngmasuk in Utah, ESPN covering the Warriors in the league. If they are to get back into that conversation with Jimmy Butler, and if they are to say, hey, who cares about an extension? Let's just do now. In this moment, with Miami potentially desperate also to get rid of him, what do you think the cost would be?
I'm not sure. It's a good question. I think, we've seen Andrew Wiggins. We've seen maybe some draft picks, like maybe hopefully, I think if you're thinking of the Warriors, you're thinking hopefully second-round picks, and maybe expiring contracts. I don't think with the way that Miami is looking to get off of Jimmy Butler, if you're Golden State, you wouldn't want to have to give up some of your younger assets like Kuminga and Pajemski. So it would seem to be that most of the smoke has been around Wiggins and maybe some other smaller pieces.
Have you heard any chatter at all about Draymond Green possibly being on the move, or was that only connected to a potential Kevin Durant move?
I think, I've heard Draymond's name has been discussed, I think, but I'm not sure exactly what they were discussing it for. My guess is that it would have been probably in a move to try to get Kevin Durant because of the connection between the owner, Matt Ishbia, and the Michigan State ties to Draymond Green, and also that Bradley Beal wasn't going to be moved, so it would have had to take probably somebody like Draymond Green to get Kevin Durant out of Phoenix.
Hey, I'm interested, and I think a lot of Warrior fans are too, with this idea of Wiggins being involved in a deal. How much at this age and at this time, how much of an upgrade is Jimmy Butler over just Andrew Wiggins?
I totally get that question. I will say one thing about Jimmy Butler. Everywhere he's gone, I think when he goes there right after a trade or move, he tends the ball out. And so I think that's one thing you can get from Jimmy Butler. Of course, what complicates this is the contract. I think he clearly wants a new contract, and If he doesn't want to re-sign at Golden State, well, is he going to come and ball out at Golden State if Golden State were to get him? Before then, you would hope so, because certainly he wants a new deal. And then that would be the upgrade. If Jimmy Butler balls out like we know he does, then I think it's an upgrade over Wiggins. And I say that, saying that Wiggins has had a great season. Wiggins has been quietly a great two-way piece for the Warriors. Every night I watch him defensively, he's taking on guys that are bigger than him, smaller than him, quicker than him, and he's done a great job. And he's been aggressive taking the rim. He's tried to be that second scorer that they needed to be while Kuminga was out. So I think Wiggins has had a very good season. So I think Jimmy Butler would be an upgrade, though, if he follows his history of wherever he goes to a new team, he balls out.
Yeah, balls out early and maybe blows it up late. So depending on how long you had him, maybe you don't ever get to that second stage of the Jimmy Butler experience. How much did the Jonathan Kuminga injury kind of ruin the Warriors' plans to either showcase and deal him or have him play so well that Wiggins would truly be expendable?
That's a good question. I mean, because you also don't know, like, if he played so well, then maybe they opt to keep him. I think that when he got hurt, he had shown a 6-game stretch, I believe, where he was on fire. But I think he probably has shown enough of what teams mostly believe in him, which is he has a lot of upside. The athleticism is there, the potential. So as long as it's not like a knee injury or anything like that, since this was an ankle sprain, I don't think it was at risk of teams shying away from him because of this ankle injury.
Let's go back to your very first answer where you're like, hold up, everybody, the day's not over yet. What about the PR of where this story has been? Do you feel like the Warriors need to do something just because there's been so much talk?
I think it was maybe on your stage. I can't remember. I heard Bob Myers say this recently about how front office certainly can take into consideration what fans are thinking and what public opinion is. And I think more than ever, this trade deadline, it certainly feels like once Luka got traded, everybody was like, holy cow, anything is on the table. Let's call every team and see who's available. Whereas that might not have been the case before, just because you just assumed so-and-so was untouchable. And so I think, as we go on here, I think the Warriors are just going to be aggressive in trying to get whoever they can. It certainly stings that Kevin Durant doesn't want to come to have a reunion. But I don't think that was going to stop them from being aggressive no matter what.
If they make no deal and the Warriors wind up tomorrow at 12:01 with the exact same team that we have today, where does that leave the Warriors in terms of their morale inside the locker room, you think?
I think a lot of the guys will be relieved, number one, because I think it's probably been a very tense week or so. It's always tense in every NBA locker room around the trade deadline. But the Warriors, a lot of Warriors have heard their names and trade rumors. And shoot, even Draymond Green was saying on Monday, we know Joe Lacob is pissed and like basically being a 500 team. And, after Luka Doncic has been traded, anybody could go. And so I think you would see guys that are relieved. Maybe that would unlock them a little bit more, but they've looked, regardless of the trade deadline, they've been a 500 team now for a long time. So I think you're just going to continue to see probably more of the same, that the Warriors will show these spurts of looking really good, and then they'll go through a 2-game losing streak of looking really bad, and they'll probably hover right around the play-in and maybe get a little bit closer to 7 or 8, but they're probably going to be in that 7 to 10 range.
Broad view here. Is the way the Warriors are playing all of this realistic? In other words, this whole idea of Joe Lacob, in fact, was listening to our station earlier today, and Matt Steinmetz said there's all these reports that Joe Lacob is angry, and you just mentioned Draymond saying, "Hey, Joe Lacob is pissed," and Lacob texted in and goes, "I'm not mad, I just want to win." And my thought immediately was, do you get to just win every year, even when your players are almost 40 years old? Is this a realistic approach for the Warriors?
Let me say something to Golden State fans out there who may have been a little spoiled with 4 championships. You have an owner who wants to win. Be thankful for that, because there's a lot of teams in this league that have owners who have different bottom lines. Joe Lacob wants to win championships. He's gotten a taste of it. He wants to continue this dynasty. He wants to keep the window open around Stephen Curry. There's a lot of worse things you could get from an owner than that. So if I were a Warriors fan, I'd be very happy that Joe Lacob is doing everything he can to try to win. Again, though, my thing is, do you go after a guy that maybe there's no guarantee you're getting out of the second round of the playoffs of the Western Conference Finals this year, versus waiting next summer for potentially a bigger star that you weren't expecting to become available, and that star is in the mix for you guys? I don't know. To me, I think I'm probably waiting.
Is this still a great marquee destination for a star in the offseason?
I think so, because it's the Bay, it's Golden State. It's a team that wants to win. It's a team that has a new arena. It's a team that has a good culture, a coaching staff. I don't think that it's a place that players would not want to go to. And you have Steph Curry, who is probably one of the easiest stars to play with. So I understand maybe the thinking here that Kevin Durant didn't want a reunion, but I don't think that there are other stars that wouldn't want to play again.
This is great stuff on a huge day. Thank you so much for spending some time with us.
All right, guys. Well, it should be an interesting next less than 24 hours.
You're damn right.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks so much.
All right. See you guys.
Okay. See ya. There he goes. Young Masuk, ESPN Warriors and NBA reporter on the scene in Utah. And that was pretty interesting. And he's not wrong. I want to make sure we say this with regard to, the Joe Lacob texting Steiny saying, I'm not mad, I just want to win. He's right. That's a wonderful characteristic. I don't know if it's realistic. It's a good characteristic, but I don't know if you just get to do that just because you want to.
No, you don't. And it's not realistic. And it all depends on what you think about when you talk about winning, like winning a championship. Of course, it's not realistic. And you look at all the teams who have tried to win a championship, and many of them have not. Like the Oklahoma City Thunder, they haven't won. Seattle got one in 79. The Washington Bullets, now the Wizards, got one in 78. The Hawks won in 1958. I don't even know if that was peach baskets or not, but you get the point. Like, we all want to have a championship every year, but you already got 4, and you're right. You don't just get to win because you really want to win and you're competitive, but to have an owner who's into it, who wants to win every year, that's an absolute luxury.
That's the goal. That's what you hope for. All right, we're going to go back to the phones in just a second, but time to give out the keyword that you need in order to claim a spot in our knockout tournament. Chase Center Floor, March 3rd. It's tons of fun. We did it last year. It's back and better than ever. And so we are so excited to welcome a bunch of you in, and we wish you good luck in winning your way in. And here's the first step to doing that. Today's keyword is travel. The keyword is travel, as in like what the Warriors did last night, not what the refs call. Travel. Sometime in the next 25 minutes, you are going to hear this sounder. Don't call now, but when you hear that sounder again, that's going to be your cue to call the contest line. 415-523-4652. You've got the keyword, it's travel, and now you've got the number, 415-523-4652. Do not call now, but save those two things, and when you hear the sounder again, be the first person to call in and have that correct keyword, and you are in to the knockout tournament. All of that is going to happen real soon, so stay right where you are. Okay, let's go back out to you. Thank you for listening today, for engaging. Let's go to Will in Oakland. Hi, Will. Thank you very much for calling.
What's up, fellas? Big fan of the show. I think, in a lot of different regards, the fan base should be a little concerned at Mike Dunleavy at this point in time. And, for the OG fans, I think we've had every right to worry. I mean, this guy was drafted 3rd overall, didn't really live up to that draft position, ripped the fan base, and then kind of came back. It would almost be like if Trey Lance is taking over for John Lynch in a few years when he steps down. Just a weird kind of scenario there. And then you just explore all the opportunities they've had to move, whether it was Chris Paul's trade exception, last summer, whether it was, Brandon Podziemski being left out of the marketing trade, to actively pursuing Kevin Durant, who, Mark Spears laid out pretty clearly did not want to be here whatsoever. And he said that around 3 days ago, he laid that out. I'm really confused at what's going on, especially when you see what Zach LaVine, the return was there and how little they got. I think no first rounders, Kevin Huerter, Trey Jones, Zach Collins, who are, role players, but I felt like that was a pretty manageable offer. The Warriors could combat that for the LaVine-Vucevic trade. I get Lacob wants to win, but I think it's a weird thing right now where you got to figure out what exactly you want this franchise to look forward to, because a lot of the players that they've targeted have not wanted to come here. Big fan of the show, guys. Thank you for everything. Really appreciate it.
Well, thanks so much.
Thank you.
I just think all of these deals we talk about, I will freely admit, are probably a hell of a lot more complex than we give them credit for, because we look at them as fantasy basketball trades. Like, go get LaVine.
Right. The money works in the trade machine.
Why couldn't you make that offer? You could match that offer. There's a reason the Bulls got very little in return. The reason the Bulls got very little in return is Zach LaVine has an horrific contract that they literally tried to give away. They tried to attach a first-round pick to this in the offseason and could not get anybody to take it. So the fact that they finally were able to include it in a deal at all is almost a little bit eyebrow-raising, because like, whoever gets Zach LaVine, yes, he's a good scorer, but like, now you are hamstrung with big money to Zach LaVine for the next 2 seasons.
Man, plus the player option, I think.
Right, north of $45 million. So why did Sacramento do that? Well, because they ended up with a star who begged out publicly.
Yeah.
So that's
and they did get a nice trove of picks.
They did.
They got a nice collection of picks.
Not as nice as it sounds, because one of the first rounders is very likely going to become 2 seconds.
Right, but they got another first on top of that, and a handful of seconds, which are commodities in the market, and so those can be repurposed. And, you said it, Zach LaVine is a guy who can score, and he's played with DeMar DeRozan before, and they have a nice pairing. So if you're Sacramento, you look at the contract and you think, boy, that's a commitment. But Zach LaVine's a guy who can get buckets, and when he's hot, he can light the beam now.
Yeah.
He gonna light that beam. I had to get there. Had to do a little Herb Edwards in there for you.
He's a good player. But this happens a lot in the NBA, where trades are made and we go, wait a minute, why did you trade Jordan Poole for Chris Paul? Well, you got to look at the contract. You have to look at the contract and take that as context to what's going on. So interesting from Om Youngmasuk with regard to he still sounds very, very optimistic that something is going to take place here before noon tomorrow. Who knows? It could break any minute. In the meantime, we are continuing to take your calls. Kevin Durant says he does not want to be a Warrior, and the Warriors are moving on. Warrior fans, how does that make you feel? So, it's Warrior Wednesday. It's brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. We're also sponsored by Chilton Auto Body, and your cue to call to win a spot in the knockout contest is coming up next. Warriors live in a half hour. We got a game tonight. This is Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient Bay Area locations.
You're wrong. Let me tell you why. And you're semi-right.
Dub Nation, it's Andrew Wiggins. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You better play that one a lot over the next hour.
Wait, what do you mean?
Grandy? Let me tell you why. And you're semi-right.
That's my new favorite.
It's got shades of Filmo. Man, you wrong. Whoa, you're right.
You semi-right?
I do like semi-right.
No. Okay, you right.
That's the one. Filmo was texting me on the side a little bit earlier. Thank you for your input.
What's he got?
He was just responding to the idea of the Bay Area not being a chocolate city anymore.
Oh, okay.
So there's some back and forth.
Filmo, call. Always call.
All the lines are jammed right now.
That's true.
We got full phones.
Mark, you out here sounding like a hater, my brother.
Oh, it happens. Check this out.
Yeah?
This is fresh Twitter right here.
We got some fresh tweets.
We got fresh Twitter. We got fresh Warrior Twitter.
Fresh X.
Okay? And this is coming from somebody, speaking of being out here sounding like a hater, Kevin O'Connor of Yahoo has been the #1 NBA media voice who's been like, the Warriors are dust, dude. Blow this thing up. This is stupid. He literally tweeted like 2 hours ago, Kevin Durant is wise to not want to return to Golden State. Steph and Draymond are on the decline. Their young players show little promise. They have limited assets. It's over.
I don't know the man, and his reporting seems pretty solid, but his Twitter bugs me.
He'll needle now. He gonna poke you.
No, and he did with that tweet.
Okay. Well,
and all of a sudden now we got Fresh O'Connor.
We got Fresh O'Connor, but it's of a very different tone. You heard many reporters say they literally thought last night, and Sam Amick said this, they thought last night the Durant to the Warriors thing was about to land. And then it didn't. Here's what Kevin O'Connor tweeted 10 minutes ago. Jimmy Butler to Golden State is about as loud in NBA circles as Kevin Durant to Golden State was yesterday at this same time. We'll see if the Warriors and Heat can actually reach the finish line on this one, though. So many thought that Durant to the Warriors was about to hit last night. It didn't. Kevin O'Connor is saying that many believe that Jimmy Butler to Golden State is at that same first and goal right now. Do not leave 95-7 the game. I'm telling you this. I'm not saying it'll land, but it could land. It could land in 60 seconds.
It could. And while I'm reacting to that, why don't you refresh the Warrior injury report to see if anybody has popped up as
That's a good one.
Probable, questionable, or even out, because Grandy played the rejoin. Hi, this is Andrew Wiggins, and I do think that he would have to be the centerpiece of a deal. And Grandy and this news and this fresh tweet made me go back to the trade machine.
Okay.
And Wiggins, Schroeder, and GP2 for Jimmy Butler, it works in the NBA trade machine from a salary standpoint.
Fresh injury report continues to keep Draymond and Andrew Wiggins as probable, but we are told they are available tonight.
So they will play.
Andrew Wiggins and Draymond Green are available for the Warriors tonight in Utah.
Tip time 6 o'clock Pacific Standard. So we've got another 80 minutes.
Yeah.
If something happens between now and then, all of a sudden Andrew Wiggins or Draymond theoretically would pop up as out, or heck, it could even be a DNP coach's decision. It would be really awkward if, Wiggins got subbed out of the game and Kerr brought him over and put his arm around him and just said, "You're locker room, street clothes."
Yeah.
You go.
You know what? I'll tell you why I don't think that that's even a thing in this one. Obviously, yes, Miami would want Andrew Wiggins to play, but this particular case, I would not think that even an ankle sprain would be preventative to this kind of a deal. Miami has got to get rid of Jimmy Butler. Like that, to me, for 2 months now, that's been something that is already decided. They can't keep him. And I know you've said it, and I agree with you. Yes, they're allowed to.
Yeah.
They could play that, but I don't think that card makes any sense for them at all.
It doesn't, but when you're talking about Pat Riley and a guy who...
You're right.
He's not used to taking losses of this magnitude, and this is one where they've already suspended him 3 times. So I do believe if this trade happens, it's going to happen not out of Miami's desperation or out of their consternation. It's going to be because Miami thinks it's getting a good deal.
Well, maybe. But again, I'm with you. Pat Riley is going to drive a hard bargain, and he could be very stubborn in all of this. But I also just don't think that that's the path they're going to choose. It's not the best path for them. And so Andrew Wiggins is not an expiring contract. If you want Andrew Wiggins, you're still going to want Andrew Wiggins even if he kind of tweaks an ankle tonight.
That's fair.
Do you know what I mean? Like, you're going to want him for the next 3 seasons potentially.
You got him for next year, and then it's a player option for $30 million. And as we've seen with Andrew Wiggins, last time around, he signed a 4-year, $109 million deal. That's not a lot for a player of his ilk.
Not at all.
That's 25.5 average annual.
And it's a lot better than what you're getting right now out of your other wing, which is a big old heap and pile of nothing and a migraine headache.
For $48.8 million.
Yeah.
And he's got a player option for 50 plus that he says he won't exercise, but I don't know. I'm still out on it. And,
so am I. Like, let's go down that road for a second, and then we'll go back to the phones at 888-957-9570. You and I both said it. I think we're in agreement. I am out on all things Jimmy Butler. But here's what I will say about it. I do understand the thought process here. I understand the thought process and what was the deal you came up with? You're talking Wiggins,
Schroeder and GP2.
And GP2 probably, or Looney. Let's say it's that.
Yeah.
Okay? And that works. And Jimmy is telling you, I'm not signing an extension. So would you do that deal even if Jimmy leaves in 2.5 months? And here's, to me, I think maybe would be the thought process of the Warriors is let's take that chance and let's stir the pot this year, see if that takes us somewhere. And if it doesn't, and we lose Jimmy at the end of the year, you're essentially turning Andrew Wiggins into an expiring contract, which is not the worst thing in the world because you already know right now, as much as you love Andrew, it's not working. It's not working. You got to shuffle the deck. So, like, holding on to Andrew Wiggins so that you can, I don't know what, later on in his contract is probably not that attractive. Everybody loves Andrew, but it's not working.
Well, I don't think you can look at it not working and point to Andrew. He's been probably your second best player all year.
I don't mean to point it at him. I just mean this collection. It's not enough. So either turn it into Jimmy, and maybe that works. And if it doesn't, well, you turn it into something else. And instead, you would have open money in the offseason as opposed to Andrew.
You're going to have open money anyway because all these guys are coming off the books.
But you'd have even more.
It's a little bit more. It's instead of having $40 million, you'd have $48 with Jimmy, assuming he opts out. And I'm not sold that he would opt out. I'm not interested in getting in the Jimmy Butler business. And if you just stand pat, you have Schroeder at 13 coming off, Gary Payton at 9, Looney at 8, that's $30 million right there. Kuminga's $7 million comes off the books, whether you sign him or not. That's $37 million. Lindy Waters at 2, you're at $40 million coming off the books. So you're going to have room. And if you want to trade Wiggins or if you want to have this not work, you have pieces you can trade in the offseason.
I mean, listen, again, I'm largely with you.
Yeah.
But if that's their thought process, I can at least understand where they're coming from. A year ago this time, they were asking anybody to just take Andrew Wiggins. And here they are now where he's playing a whole lot better, but I don't think that they're suddenly in the business of, like, that's our future. It's not enough. And so if you turn it into what would essentially be $28 million of free space next year, that's not the worst thing that could happen. That's all I'm saying. It's not perfect.
Yeah.
And I think Jimmy Butler is not the answer, but I get where they're coming from because what they've clearly told us for the last number of weeks is what we do know is that this doesn't work. This that we have right now does not work.
Yes, and Om Young Misuk, who joined us earlier, first time I said it, I was trying to get it right. You were nailing it all interview. He mentioned that Jimmy usually, when he goes to a new team, crushes it for the first stint and then blows it up.
He called him Jimmy Baller.
Yeah, which I thought was a great name. And Jimmy Buckets is the unofficial. But if he can come here and crush it for 2 months, maybe you do jump up to a 7 or an 8 seed and it has some impact. But it just scares me bringing in a guy who has proved to be volatile before.
I totally get that also. I really do. I would not do this, but in the current state of affairs, the thought process is not completely lost on me. That's the way I would say it. JG in Sunnyvale, next up on Willard and Dibbs. Thank you so much for the call. JG, what's up?
Fellas, thanks for taking the call. Look, check it out. The Dubs are on the outside looking in for free agency. KD, Jimmy Butler said they don't want to come here. Whether it's Luka, Kerr, Draymond, Curry, relationships do matter, especially what we saw with the Lakers-Mavs trade. Look, Kerr seemed to predict and tell Dubs fans and all of us they may or may not make a move. And, we're going to get JK back soon, and let's see what we got. But it doesn't seem to be like what's left out there in the free agent pool is going to boost us up to a championship level team unless we're willing to give up way too much for the future or for the short term for this Curry timeline, right? So to me, Brandon Ingram, BI is the next quote unquote best option, depending on what the ask or return is. But it just doesn't seem like if guys don't want to come here, let's not force the issue. Let's accept where we are at, and maybe we need to let go of Draymond. But I just want to know what y'all think. Thank you for taking the call.
Yeah.
It's not goodbye. See you later.
Okay, good stuff, JG. Yeah, nice, we will. JG. We'll talk to you later. Look, I guess the only way I can try to answer that is sort of like what we know about the Warrior organization and this whole idea of, hey, if guys don't want to come here, then you just got to sort of accept that and move forward. That's not Joe Lacob. Joe Lacob does not strike me as the just accept it. Just accept that you're not the best. That's just not his trait, man. And I get that part of it. So I don't think he's going to do that. I don't think he feels that way, that this is not a good destination. I don't think it's the destination that he thinks it is, but he's running the show. And then as far as the Brandon Ingram thing, that to me, that's the move that would reek of desperation. Not because I don't like Brandon Ingram, but because I know the Warriors have never liked Brandon Ingram. Like all we've heard for a year and a half is everyone thinks that's a bad fit. So if they suddenly make that deal, that feels to me like something that would just be to appease the fans.
Right, and I do think that his contract is a lot bigger and a lot longer. Is he expiring this year, Brandon Ingram, or does he have one more year, Grandy?
I thought he had one more.
Yeah, I'll look it up. But
I got you.
I mean, it's a guy who's been so far off the radar that I've kind of tuned it out as far as, what it would take to get him, because I do think that it's a bad fit in terms of personality and the rest. And
no, he is expiring.
So yeah, $36 million.
He's expiring. So, in another way, maybe that's the other attractive. If the Warriors do get in on Brandon Ingram, maybe that's part of it, is again, turning Wiggins and then subsequently Brandon into being an expiring deal.
Right. And if you can buy low and it turns out to just be Schroeder and Wiggins for Brandon Ingram, see if that works. And that one would work.
That would work.
Warriors get 15 wins worse. New Orleans gets 12 wins worse. But
I love the deals where everybody just tanks.
Hollinger analysis, and and I think it's based on the performance index that he comes up with. But that's a lose-lose, Mark.
Yep.
I mean, I would rather have Wiggins than Ingram, absolutely. Especially because you'd have Wiggins for another year and then a player option, and he fits. Brandon Ingram, probably more talented, but
this is what's interesting when you use that word, though. When you say we know Wiggins fits, that's based on our love for him and based on the history we've seen with him and 3 years ago and all of that. The Warriors might argue, how can you say he fits? You're asking him to be your second best player right now, and we kind of stink. So does it fit? It's not enough.
Right, it's not enough, but he fits. You know that he plays the way that you need him to play.
Right.
I don't know if Brandon Ingram plays the way you would want your, stretch three to play.
Yeah. Well, everybody has admitted the Warriors are in a tough spot and there's no perfect answer. So that's kind of what they're dealing with. Again, it's Kevin O'Connor who says that the Jimmy to the Warriors talk is at a very, very loud pitch as we speak. So keep it locked right here. Something could go down at any minute. There's also a Warrior game in just over an hour. Let's go to Dave in Fresno. Hi, Dave. We appreciate your call.
Hey, I appreciate you guys getting me on. I think a question that needs to be answered with all this trade talk with the Warriors is
there's that argument that you don't want to trade assets and picks and, players, young players. But I think a question that needs to be answered is, with the coach that we have now, Steve Kerr, does he want to deal with those assets and those players and these, lottery picks that could become? I think with his track record, I think he feels more comfortable with the veteran roster, similar to his protege, Phil Jackson. And I think with how they've handled Kuminga, Paz, and Moody, I myself have a little concern with that direction with him as the coach. This is not me questioning as a head coach. I'm just saying with the track record, I don't know if that's what he wants to do. I think the notion of giving a Jimmy Butler or KD, that kind of fits what this mold wants to do. And is he here just to be with Steph and Draymond, or is he here, hey, I'm here to go past that? So as an organization, they need to figure out, hey, well, we're going to build for the future. I think a question you need to answer is, well, do we have that coach for that future? So,
but Dave, what if I said to you, they do not feel Steve Kerr is the coach for the future. They do feel that Steve is just going to align with Steph and Draymond, and that whether the fans agree or not, they're not thinking about the future. They're still trying to live the now with those three personalities. What would you say to that?
And that's that's what I see too.
Yeah.
But the thing is, we cannot trade now and do the song and dance in the summer next year. I mean, if we have nothing to offer, we kind of got to showcase these guys, and we haven't really been doing that. I think we can wait till the summer, but if nobody wants to come at some point, that might be your only option. So again, that's a question that needs to be answered. I think Kevin Durant made most sense with the situation they are in now, or another veteran player. So yeah, I do think they need to make a trade with this current head coach, and obviously with Steph Curry and Draymond. I think having Draymond, I don't know if that plays a role. Maybe people are hesitant because he's still here, but again, to me, that's something that needs to be considered.
Dave, thanks. Yeah, it's an interesting call, and I think part of the pickle that the Warriors are in right now, it's all about timing. And in many ways, over the last couple of years, the timing is not all matched up.
Right, and the timing changed when you won a title a few years ago, because now you're chasing one for the thumb, and the development of your young players was altered by the fact that Wiseman was dealt and Poole got popped, and so the two timelines kind of blew up, and yet here you are not ready to totally turn the page. You're still holding on to the dream of making one last run with Steph.
Oh, there it is. That's the sounder.
Was my point that good?
It was.
Okay.
That was amazing, Dibs.
Thank you.
Oh, wait. Oh, I forgot. No, we're doing this. It's keyword time. It's knockout tournament time. So what you need to do right now is call the contest line. 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652. You got the keyword. We gave it to you earlier this hour. First person to give us that keyword on that contest line wins a spot in the knockout tournament on the Chase Center Court Monday, March 3rd. 415-523-4652. Best of luck. If you don't get it this time, we rock it again tomorrow, 8 a.m., noon, 4 p.m. We do it Friday and next week as well. So many, many more chances to win are coming up. Good luck to each and every one of you. While we're talking about winning, don't forget the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest, which is on. So someone's going to win travel and accommodations for 4. So that's you and 3 guests off to Las Vegas, plus $20,000.
Wait, what?
Bang.
$20,000.
20 grand. You show
Cash
up.
me out one time.
You get the flight, you get the room, you get $20,000. And you'll be staying at Circa, the premium sports viewing destination in downtown Vegas. So the stay at the Circa Resort and Casino, which is Las Vegas's premium sports viewing destination, and then visit the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim, the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the College Basketball Championship. Winning is so easy. All you got to do is download the free Odyssey app and start listening. You log in, listen each day for a minimum of 1 hour, and your daily entry is in. So you can do this every day for another entry. Download the Odyssey app, log in, be listening for at least 1 hour, and you're in to this national contest. Download the Odyssey app, and you might go to Vegas in March with $20,000.
If we had a Mount Rushmore of contests, Mount Contest More, this baby might be on there. Vegas, circa 20K, March Madness. Am I eligible to enter?
Right. I'm not. Every time we talk about this, you look around the room and there's employees that are like looking at each other like, should we quit? Like, seriously. Should we just quit and download the Odyssey app? I see everybody looking at each other doing that. I'm thinking it's a bad bet.
Yeah.
But
I actually listened to the app for 8 hours a day already, both shows before our show. So exactly. I'm just clocking entries.
Exactly.
I'm not.
Warriors live momentarily, but let's go to Warrior in Phoenix. Next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Warrior.
Hey, the body is the temple of the spirit. And first of all, I want to thank you guys because my wife, who's now passed away, we used to listen to the show all the time, or I used to listen to it with her in the car through this Odyssey app. So I appreciate and I don't think you guys understand the impact you have on people worldwide that are listening to you. Getting back to the Kevin Durant situation, I guess this means they're not going to retire his jersey. I can't blame him for not coming here. I listen to the Warrior fans who want something to happen, and then I hear him say something not too intelligent. And I hate for him to lose Peyton. But let's look at Bob Myers. You think the Warriors would be in a different position had they not have drafted Wiseman? Maybe if they reached out and instead of trying to sell us on Ryan Rollins or PB&J, we wouldn't be in this position. And for those of you who think Jonathan Kuminga is someday going to be a superstar, keep holding your breath now, and then I'll get back to you in about 3 years, and you can admit that the Warrior was correct. Once again, thank you guys very much. Like I said, you don't know how many hearts and souls you touch through the Odyssey app.
Hey, very, very kind words. Warrior, appreciate you. Thank you for being a loyal listener. We love that. Listen, it's a fair opinion that many have, and I get it. I get it. I don't know if I can remember in the recent history of sports in the Bay Area where there's been a more polarizing young player who has as many people on each side of the fence as Jonathan Kuminga. And I think the only compliment that you can really, really throw in here is that the two sides of the fence are largely both in his corner. Like, this is a high-level fence. It's not like a James Wiseman or a Trey Lance fence. Like, is the guy a bust? Kuminga's not a bust. The conversation we're all having is he just good or could he someday be great? And that's literally the worst thing you could say about the guy is like, I don't think he's going to be an all-star. But you can't argue that he's going to be good. But what does that lead to in this moment? I do think it leads to a willingness to include him in deals, but it has to be a really good one.
Right.
And Jimmy Butler ain't it.
And we don't know how willing they are to include him in anything. And we've got until noon tomorrow. We're coming up now on, that would be 19 hours, Mark, until the deadline hits. And a lot of these questions and these hypotheticals will be answered by then.
Okay. Kevin Durant says no. The Warriors move on. How's that make you feel as a Warrior fan? If you do want to weigh in, we'll even rock some of your calls into Warriors Live, which is coming up next. We're sponsored by Kalshi. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Warriors Live, they start in an hour. That's coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Sports trading is now legal in all 50 states on the platform Kalshi. Kalshi is an exchange where you can trade on just about anything, including the winner of this weekend's big game. Go to Kalshi.com and use code radio to get $10 when you trade 100. That's KALSHI.com. Use code radio.
And it's Willard for Underdog Fantasy. California sports fans, good news. Underdog is available to play here in our state. And as we get together for the big game this weekend, the best app for the party is actually the one on your phone, and it's called Underdog. Best place to cash in on sports takes. With their pick'em game, you can win up to 1,000 times your money, but just by choosing higher or lower on any player's given stats. So if you're looking at yards or touchdowns or sacks or any particular stat coming up this weekend, you choose higher or lower, you pair them all together, you win, and you can practice all week by doing this on the NBA or the NHL. Plus, this is a fun little wrinkle. Every dog deserves a second chance. With Underdog Rescues, you get your money back and receive a promo if an early injury is the cause for your loss. And with football, That's especially helpful. Grinding tonight on an NBA pick'em, Jalen Duren of the Pistons, higher than 23.5 points and rebounds. Darius Garland of the Cavs, higher than 21.5 points. Let's see how we do, and you can do it with me. Underdog, best place to play pick'em. Download the app and sign up with this promo code, Willard. And deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. Again, the promo code is Willard. Must be 18 or over or present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates, and terms apply. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, it...
A team that brings the entire Bay Area together.
Curry, what?
And in Utah tonight, the bottom line is this. Many Warriors fans are expecting this to be the final game of the season, at least with this particular roster, flanked by the trade deadline, which is coming up in less than 24 hours at noon tomorrow. The Warriors also try to put their focus on getting a very gettable win tonight against one of the worst teams in the league, who's also missing two of their best players. Lauri Markkanen and Colin Sexton, more on that in a moment, are out as the Warriors at 25-24 are in Utah to take on the 11-37 Jazz. Tonight, Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. So we got two games at once tonight, Dibs. We got the game, and then we got everybody refreshing social media every second.
Yeah, and let's talk about the first game first, because the second game is out of most people's control other than front offices. I think this first game, the actual basketball game, when you look at where the Warriors are and where they need to get to, forget any acquisitions or departures. This is a game you look at on paper, you absolutely should win not only 9 times out of 10, but probably 29 times out of 30.
Yeah, like 9.8 times out of 10.
98 times out of 100. You're better. They're missing a couple of big names. You're more motivated. The only thing that might get you is the spot and, playing at lower altitude, and also the distraction factor.
Well, I love that you bring up the distraction factor, because check this out. 2 minutes ago from Tim Kawakami, SF Standard, he writes on Twitter, the Warriors just closed the locker room during normal open media time so that Steve Kerr could address the team. And I have no doubt that what's going on right now is exactly what you just brought up. They've all got phones. The game is still an hour away. And how, if you're Andrew Wiggins and you're playing tonight, for example, do you keep your head screwed on straight, knowing that Twitter is telling you any minute you could be en route to Miami?
Yeah, and I'm sure they all follow Kevin O'Connor, and, Kevin O'Connor talking about the Jimmy Butler and Warriors talks being as hot as the Durant and Warriors talks were yesterday. And if you're Andrew Wiggins, any of these deals for a high-priced player of the Jimmy Butler caliber, it's going to involve you. And if you're Dennis Schroeder, he's been through this now. He's on his 8th team, and he's already been traded a number of times. If Dennis Schroeder gets traded between now and the deadline, that would be the 3rd time in the last 361 days he would have been traded. 3 times in a continuous year. That's a lot.
No doubt. That's a lot. So a lot of these guys, as Steve Kerr told us yesterday, they're used to this. They accept it as part of the business. However, doesn't necessarily make it any easier. And I'm sure one of the messages from Steve Kerr tonight is, look, it's a lot going on. Yes, there could be people in this room who aren't on the team tomorrow, but you have got to go also win this basketball game. And so that's a difficult assignment. Today's injury report is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. For the Warriors, Jonathan Kuminga remains out with that right ankle sprain. Moses Moody is out with a low back strain. But other than that, everybody is available. Draymond Green with a calf strain. Andrew Wiggins with left hip soreness are in. Kevon Looney with that nasal fracture will continue to be available, but will wear a mask. And Jackson Rowe on a 2-way contract for the first time in his Warriors career will be available tonight. So it's all hands on deck and almost everybody available. Also seemingly, though, for at least one or two of them, it's probably their last game as a Warrior.
Right. I mean, assuming that they actually do make a trade, then you're talking about GP2, Kevon Looney, Andrew Wiggins, possibly Jonathan Kuminga, Dennis Schroeder, even guys like, Buddy Hield and Kyle Anderson. They all might have their phones on the bench. You can see everyone with a phone on the bench except the chef, who probably is pretty assured that he's going to be around.
I think he's going to be here. For the Jazz, as we mentioned, a couple of their stars are out. Lauri Markkanen low back injury management. Colin Sexton, who lit up the Warriors in that a little bit too close for comfort game here in San Francisco last week. He's got a left ankle sprain. He's out. Cody Williams with an ankle. Taylor Hendricks with a right fibula fracture are also out. PJ Tucker and Jalen Hood-Schifino, both recently acquired by the Utah Jazz, are not yet with the team, so they're unavailable. So as much as this was the case last week, it is again, you're not just facing the Jazz, one of the worst teams in the league, you're facing portions of the worst team in the league.
Right.
So with the situation the Warriors in, and knowing that they're in L.A. to face the Lakers tomorrow night, it makes games like this an absolute must-have.
Yeah, and you're getting down to the end of the road before the trade deadline. Not the trade deadline, yes, but also the All-Star game. So you get the deadline tomorrow at noon. You take on the Lakers, and then you're at the break. So that should be part of Steve's message to the guys in the locker room. It's two pieces. First, just play the game tonight, and whatever happens with any possible trades, we'll let you know, and we value you, and that's part of the business. But the other piece is, guys, we only have a couple more games until most of you're going to get a nice little 5-day break or, 5 or 6 days where you can just go and decompress. And for some of you, it may involve, moving boxes and airline flights. But for the rest of you, 2 more games and then you get a break.
Warriors Live presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. 19 hours to go. 19 hours to go until this trade deadline. And just to update everybody who may just be tuning in, if you're just getting into your cars after a day at work, the latest 2 sort of things with regard to the Warriors and trade rumors are this. A, Kevin Durant expressed publicly today, at least through his agent and through reporters, he does not have any desire to be with the Warriors at all. And the Warriors moved on from Kevin Durant pursuits. But where that shifted was back to Jimmy Butler again. And with the Suns and Heat seemingly unable to figure out a deal, the Warriors, even though they have been reported to not be an extension option for Jimmy Butler, the Warriors have re-engaged on Butler, and it has been reported that it is damn close.
Yeah,
So what do you think?
I think that it doesn't happen. We were damn close with Kevin Durant, and then that thing exploded quickly. I still don't believe that it's going to happen. Whether or not it's damn close, and I see Grandy pull the mic down, which tells me...
No, it's not a tweet. We're okay.
Sometimes it's him telling you, as soon as Dibley's done yapping...
Shams.
Exactly.
Go to Shams.
I'm going to play this sounder, and then we're going to come with something.
Not yet.
I'm a little on edge, but I don't think that this happens. I still am holding firm to what I believed all along, which is middle move, incremental move. Wiggins and Kuminga, you're still here. Your first-round capital doesn't get touched. A couple of your expirings get sent, and you bring in the Vooch.
Well, it could be Vooch.
Yeah.
But I think that this is our last 10 minutes together on this station with,
Me and you?
with this roster as it is. I'm not going to sit here and make a prediction on the Jimmy Butler thing, but I'll tell you, Dibs, this really, because the Warriors are so focused on helping Steph Curry, because this has been as loud as it has been for the last 6 months, I do think that leaves the Warriors in a little bit of a vulnerable spot, which will push them to act. I don't think they're necessarily doing a deal just to do a deal, but I do think that they are that motivated. And if left with a couple of not perfect options, they're going to pick the one that's new, because here and now is just clearly not good enough. So you're going to try something different.
Yeah, and something different can be Vucevic. It could be Jimmy Butler. It could be a wild card of Brandon Ingram. We don't know exactly what something different will be. I do kind of lean your way. And, Mark Grandy last week filling in for me was really strong in the similar opinion, which is you got to do something. The one thing you can't do is just stick with what you've been doing, because what you've been doing has not been working. So, yeah, I do think that you're right, and Grandy probably the same, where a move seems like it's going to be made.
Well, I want to add this to what we just said about Tim Kawakami saying that the Warrior locker room was suddenly closed at a time that's normally the open media session to address the team. He's not the only one tweeting about it. Youngmasuk, who was on with us just an hour ago, just tweeted this. And see if this hits you in a little bit of a different way. The Warrior locker room has been closed just now during open media time. Steve Kerr is addressing the team. Players that were on the floor were brought back into the locker room. That extra sentence has a little bit of a different feel to it, doesn't it? Like, he pulled everybody off the floor to go close the locker room during normally an open time to address the team. That feels like, I don't know what, but something is imminent.
Yeah.
Let me read this from Anthony Slater moments ago.
95.7
Hold on with that.
Breaking news.
Well, imminent definitely was the word. The Miami Heat are finalizing a deal to send Jimmy Butler to the Golden State Warriors for Andrew Wiggins, Dennis Schroeder, Kyle Anderson, and a protected first-round pick. So there it is. And we like, you could just feel it about an hour and a half ago. This thing was coming by a freight train, and we are here literally in the shadow of a game about to tip off. We were told Wiggins is available, but obviously I would imagine these players are now going to be yanked off the floor. I don't have that for sure because, as Shams puts it, it's being finalized, which does not mean it's done, but in the process of being finalized, Jimmy Butler has been acquired by the Golden State Warriors, and the deal will be Andrew Wiggins, Dennis Schroeder, Kyle Anderson, and a protected first-round pick.
Yeah, there you have it. And, I ran the trade machine earlier, and I had Wiggins and Schroeder, but you had a number of different options on your $9 million-ish player, and it could be Anderson, it could be GP2 or Kavan, and honestly, if you're the Warriors and you had your choice, Kyle Anderson makes the most sense because Looney and GP2 have been here. They've been champions. And if you're just going to be swapping out expiring kind of deals, Kyle Anderson is a good fit no matter where he goes. So if this is officially going to be confirmed and they are finalizing and it seems like it's going to be done, Shams doesn't usually fire off an arson judge and get one wrong. So that would tell me that, you pull the guys off the court because they're not going to play.
Right, and Anthony Slater had just tweeted as well, and I was just about to read it when the news hit, but he just wrote, there are strong indications the Warriors are nearing a trade for Jimmy Butler. Sources tell him and Marcus Thompson and Sam Amick. Steve Kerr just closed the locker room during the open portion to address the team. Look, he yanked everybody off the floor because this went down.
Ron Kroichik of the Chronicle just tweeted, Steph Curry has emerged to resume his warm-up routine. He had a solemn expression on his face.
Yeah, because Andrew Wiggins is no longer his teammate. And listen, my initial reaction, this is a lot they just gave up. This is a lot they just gave up for a guy who has been a very, very talented but problem. He's been a problem, I get it. Youngmasuk's words to us ring. Normally, when he gets acquired, he balls out. I'm sure Jimmy's going to play great, but not knowing that if you've got a future beyond the next 2.5 months with Jimmy Butler as a Warrior, this becomes very, very interesting. I get the Wiggins part. The other two pieces, Schroeder's an expiring contract, Kyle Anderson, a little bit of a Swiss Army knife. That doesn't necessarily hurt so much. I am a little surprised that a team like the Heat, who did not have much of a bargain to drive, gets a protected first-round pick. I want to know what year that is.
And I want to know how protected that is, because if it's just top 5 protected, well, that's not much protection at all. And if it's top 15 protected, lottery protected is what it normally would be, top 14. If that's the case, well then what does it revert to? So until we get the details on what the pick is, when the pick is, I'll reserve judgment as to how much they gave up. But look, Mark, we talked about it. Schroeder and in this case, Kyle Anderson, these are players who are not going to be a part of the future of the Warriors. Anderson does have 2 more years under team control.
Yes,
so that becomes more attractive for Miami a good glue guy, a guy who could be your 8th or 9th man. He's a good, solid NBA player.
And a contract that's not much, so it fits with just about anyone, about $8 million.
And in 2 years, his contract is not fully guaranteed, so if you like what you've had with him, you can rework the deal at that point and keep Kyle Anderson.
Real quick, it's time for the Take It to the Bank prediction, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Here's my prediction for tonight. Andrew Wiggins won't play.
Yeah, I had a similar prediction. I was going to go under Dennis Schroeder on assists, points, rebounds, and assists. I'm going to go under 0.
Yeah. Wow, that's bold.
My original one, I'm going to stick with it. It's Quentin Post, 2 threes, 2 or more threes. I mean, just to kind of falls on deaf ears. That's kind of a cute little prediction, but yeah.
Well, let's roll through this as well. The out-of-town NBA Game of the Night, sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. Wherever your team goes, you can get there from SFO. 11 games in the league tonight, including Spurs and Hawks from Atlanta. The Spurs are 21-26, but it's the debut for big acquisition De'Aaron Fox. The game is already underway in Atlanta, and the Spurs are up by 18 at half, so it seems to be going well. SFO can help you get down to Atlanta whenever you want. Maybe you want to plan a trip down there when the Warriors are in town. Your opportunity to do that would be on March 22nd later on this year. SFO can help you get there for the matchup. And that's the out-of-town game of the night, sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. Wherever your team goes, you can get there from SFO. But again, circling back, if you're just joining us, the reports are in. Jimmy Butler to the Warriors in exchange for Andrew Wiggins, Dennis Schroeder, Kyle Anderson, and a protected first-round pick. Again, we said it off the top of our show. They were going to do something. They had to do something. Is this the perfect deal? No, it is not, in my opinion.
Right, and we talked yesterday also about which show would break the news, and we only had one crack at it, and here we are, and we get it at 5:15 toward the tail end, and the only show we do have is a little truncated, 3.5 hours, but the news breaks, and so now I guess you could think about what else might they do, because when you look at the pieces they still have, and you've got a couple more expirings. If you still want to be in the Vucevic market, you can be. You still have GP2 at 9, and you got Kavan, and I mean, you still have some pieces. You could do that.
Yeah, you could still go get Vucevic. You absolutely could.
Yeah, and so, I mean, that becomes maybe a lesser part of the gigantic story, which is Jimmy Butler is going to be a Golden State Warrior. And Jimmy Butler said reportedly yesterday or the day before that he won't sign an extension with the Warriors. So does that mean he opts into his $50 million for next year, or is this just a 2-month rental?
I mean, questions to be answered. Yep. I also want to let everybody know that Om Young Masuk just tweeted Steve Kerr just walked out of the locker room with his head down. I mean, this is you know, I know that this is all for Steph, but this is also a locker room tree shaker, man. Andrew Wiggins is very loved, and I do want to take one of our final minutes tonight to say that. Andrew Wiggins is done as a Warrior. He is a champion. He was an absolute key to winning this thing 3 years ago. And so I want to say thank you to Andrew Wiggins for his time as a Golden State Warrior.
No doubt. He will always be a Golden State Warrior champion. And, you know, that's the one that's going to hurt. And you think about now Jonathan Kuminga and the future of Jonathan Kuminga, because I don't think you make this trade unless you believe that Jonathan Kuminga can emerge and be a great wing. Because if, you know, you look at leaving and losing Wiggins, he's a good player, but now you look at Kuminga and think, you're not just going to let him walk in the offseason.
I mean, if you pull that Vucevic deal, you do have a starting and finishing lineup possibility here in a couple of weeks of Steph, Butler, Kuminga, Green, and Vooch.
It's pretty good.
That's different.
Yep.
That does not sound awful. I'll say that. But listen, this is filled with risk for sure. I get it. That's the position the Warriors were in. Obviously, we got a game here coming up in moments, and then we are all over this all day long tomorrow, right here on 95.7 The Game, including our show, which is going to be live from Splash, which is the brand new sports bar and restaurant at Thrive City at Chase Center, as we get ready for Warriors-Lakers. So tomorrow's going to be a huge, huge day.
I just cannot wait, and I'm going to see if I can get a Jimmy Butler Warrior jersey to wear to the party tomorrow.
You get to work on that.
Yeah.
Don't get a lot of time now.
No.
Okay, Jimmy Buckets is on his way. This game tonight that's about to start suddenly has a whole new vibe. No Wiggins, no Schroeder, no Kyle Anderson, no Lauri Markkanen, no Colin Sexton. Warriors need a win, and they are going to be doing it a little bit with a heavy heart. So, for Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. The Warriors and Jazz coming up next, and we're going to send it out to the arena now.